Saturday on ABC News. We're surrounded by those. So my question is, President, what is your afraid of? Right here. You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. Infinite. These days, what you need to know. Seems to change. What is it that you really want to know? You need to find out. It's not just get from your day, but to make the most of it. Feel smarter. Feel better. Feel happier. Well, how about a third hour of good flavor? TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you. The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts. Talking Roberts, tours to Minneapolis, history, and Waco, America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's Streaming. Welcome to this week. Back everyone down to the level of the gift here between the COVID vaccine and the supplies. THC COVID vaccine and full vaccine. It comes out of the test of more than 2,000 hospitals phase 3 trials. The FDA granted vaccines also has later. Requires 6 months of safety to do additional manufacturing audits. These requirements have now been met, but we will have this on the vaccine with well-tested vaccines and where experts do not consider it experimental with the emergency use. The vaccine is more than 90% effective against COVID-19 according to clinical trials. And today, more than 92 million Americans have been fully vaccinated with it. Let's get to on Prime's United States. The defensive even all the way out with you under Andrew Paul saying its final message before his heart. The world without email, while we probably can't fully unplug the inbox intervention we need to get hours of your time back each week. The first thing here about trending stories on abcnews.com. And America this morning. The breaking news overnight. The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts. Welcome to this week. This is GMA3, what you need to know. GMA3. It's all about you. Lunchtime on ABC. This is ABC. So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of? Right here. You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. The FDA giving new approval to the Pfizer vaccine for Americans 16 and older. It is now happening. Information is here. Pfizer vaccine found to be 91% effective in preventing COVID-19. Tonight, the Pentagon is preparing to require the shot for 1.3 million active duty troops. New York City mandating the vaccine for all school employees without the option of immediate testing, and that United Airlines workers will have 5 weeks from today to show proof of vaccination. Still, more Americans are dying of COVID, now an average of 738 every day. Florida just saw its 70th week. They're coming here as a whole yesterday, and almost their last word, their next word, in Palm Beach, doctors gathering in solidarity before dawn to beg members of the community to get the shot. The science is there. We must stop denying the data. So please get vaccinated.
Surgeon parents trying to get to the end. We did 57 dead. Insurrection. The United States Capitol Police Office of Professional Responsibility said they reviewed all available evidence in connection with the shooting, video and radio calls. The statement, the agency said the actions of the officers used potentially saved members and staff from serious injury, possible death without violence. The statement goes on to say that the officers' actions were inconsistent with training as well as policy and procedures.
Today is Andrew Cuomo's last day as governor of New York. He announced his resignation 2 weeks ago following sexual harassment allegations. Lieutenant Governor Andrew Cuomo becomes New York's first
Take a look at the exits of resource. So, guys take offers with the base first, race now. They get lots of career hits. We got a county sheriff with you over at the right level for your able to. I'm good at go check out the attendance just fine and of course his name. Remember this name, Eli Jones. It's the first 10 years. You hear about it quickly. Eli Jones just tossed a no-hitter. And before you know it, the kid is from Washington State who have no-hitters the first time since 2015 that have solo as a hitter. In the World Series, he also joined in the only run of the game for his team by the Just cool. So congrats to Eli Jones for doing the day with the big league soon to come.
Congratulations to Ian. Welcome back. Everyone on Facebook has revealed that one of its most popular posts this year was one that's released information on the COVID vaccine. And so the White House now teams up with top social media influencers in a push to get young people vaccinated. ABC's Asha Singh has a story.
I wanted to take this time to really urge all you guys to go get vaccinated.
These days, this is what your kids' TikTok feeds are looking like.
So please go do your own research and join the meetings of us getting vaccinated.
Posting content from their favorite influencers, encouraging young people to get vaccinated. It's the latest effort headed by the Biden administration to get shots in young people's arms. With only 46% of 18 to 24-year-olds fully vaccinated against the coronavirus, the White House is tapping the likes of Gen Z icons, Olivia Rodrigo, Duke Sign, and Betty Drawn, just to name a few.
I've been testified and talking about the importance of getting vaccinated.
It's clear.
You need to get shots at the arms every single year.
Now, we've got a full roster of creators ranging in popularity, covering the organization Gen Z for Change to get the word out.
So Gen Z for Change is a coalition of over 500 TikTok creators with a combined follow of about 432 million people. Our cumulative reach with all the creators in the network in 1 month is about 1.5 billion views. That's more than CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News combined per month.
A study by UC San Francisco researchers found that about 1 in 4 vaccinated people aged 18 to 25 said they probably will not go death if they will not get the COVID-19 vaccination. Despite the fact that this demographic has been found more likely than other age groups to transmit coronavirus. What is it about young people and teenagers that might make them so resistant to the vaccine?
I think that a lot of teenagers are stuck in their bubble.
Much of the hesitancy is also due to the growing tide of disinformation on social media.
You have people that are also influencers. They're solely anti-vax influencers. Like Dr. Joseph who's built, $100 million massive business, essentially promoting disinformation about vaccines online. Just recently, Facebook banned an entire network that was actually paying influencers to post vaccine disinformation and spread lies about the vaccine. So the White House is a real uphill battle.
Navigating disinformation, a task that many of these younger influencers are forced to deal with.
When it comes to people saying, the vaccine's going to microchip you, you just want to immediately knock down, if you want the stuff that's disinformation, stop the fear mongering so we can actually address the real concern. Our next option stand for that ABC more of this report tonight. And it's now time for an in-box intervention. Can you imagine a world without email? How do you fathom with this one? But Dan Harris sat down with one author advocating for creating boundaries in order to help reduce burnout.
The advent of emails run a whole new way of communication.
I go online.
But more than 2 decades later, the romance is gone. The constant cacophony of notifications can wreak havoc on our mental health. Answer these conversations as messages that requires constant checking of your inbox, constant checking of Slack. And that constant checking is where the problem comes from. Captain Work is a New York Times bestselling author whose latest work boldly imagines a world without email. Can you envision a world without email? But what would that even look like? What I'm really arguing for is that we need way more structured ways of collaborating than this. I'll shoot you a message. I'll just on Slack. I'll just shoot you an email. So I don't want the tool of email to go away. Kat says it's time for a much-needed inbox intervention and hitting unsubscribe to what he calls the hyperactive hive mind. This is a first collaboration in which we work
Most things now get back and forth ad hoc, unscheduled messaging. It's how most of us get work done today. It's also, I think, a productivity disaster.
A productivity disaster because it just your brain, your mind, pulled in a thousand directions.
If you interrupt work to look at a message, it's going to make you a lot more fatigued and it's going to reduce your time output. So this sequential nature of work is what we should be aiming for. One thing at a time. So let me get to a stopping point on this demo before I check my inbox.
And for office hours,
There are set times on set days where everyone knows that you are available for real-time communication. Just when you contact office hours, they ask you that quick question. So it has really large impact.
it strikes me as an hour in time for workers. There's so much flux, so many people leaving work with all their great resignations. If you're working at a place that you don't like the work, so let know that. Maybe now is the time to think about leaving.
I think if you leave, if you go somewhere different, don't just be looking at what is social policy. Don't just be looking at what is the benefits or what is the salary. Have a conversation about how your work will actually unfold.
Thanks to Dan Harris for that. Before we go tonight, our image of the day. Let the games begin again. The Olympics may be over, but now the Paralympics are set to get underway in Tokyo. These athletes in training sessions ahead of the start of the largest sporting event globally for people with disabilities. This year's Paralympics will feature more than 3,500 athletes from 134 nations. Good luck to all of the competitors. And that is our show for this hour. Be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Coming up in the next hour, we'll stay on top of several things. We're joined by the first female pilot of the Afghan Air Force. Her message to the women not able to get out of Afghanistan now dealing with the harsh reality of life under Taliban rule. And the new fallout after Mike Richards' decision to step down as the new host of Jeopardy, who will host the show for now.
America's #1 news. It was now to students and boys' life.
These days, what you need to know.
Seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know? Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most day. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happy.
Well, how about the third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
Why the fascination with parallel trials? Figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
Second one, my heart, they did this. It's the kind of suspicion that makes you really tough.
You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. Hey everyone. Once again, thanks so much for streaming with us. We're monitoring several developments here at ABC News at this hour. Civil rights icon Reverend Jesse Jackson and his wife Jacqueline are said to be responding to treatment after they were both hospitalized this weekend after testing positive for COVID-19. Jesse Jackson is fully vaccinated, receiving his first shot of the public event in January. His wife had not been vaccinated. Opposing protests in Portland, Oregon on Sunday led to clashes between far-left and far-right demonstrators, with groups identifying as Antifa and the Proud Boys at separate locations, but later clashing with gunshots reported, as well as property damage on the streets. And a tragic story out of Houston, where a father was shot and killed while driving with his two young boys. The brothers, just 6 and 8 years old, managed to take control of their father's SUV, guiding them off the freeway before seeking help. Police, they were offering a $10,000 reward in that case. Now, after the frantic push to evacuate in Afghanistan, the U.S. has airlifted roughly 16,000 people out of Kabul in the past 24 hours. The Biden administration now says the U.S. may extend its August 31st deadline to complete the withdrawal of thousands of Americans and Afghan allies. The Taliban calls that exit date a red line. Our senior political correspondent Ian Panel reports it again from Kabul tonight.
Tonight, violence and chaos around the airport have but the pace of evacuations are stepping up. US security planes are flying more than 60,000 people out of Afghanistan in just the past 24 hours, a new record. But so many will remain. The US was planning to pull out August 31st, 1 week from tomorrow. President Biden now hinting that may be delayed.
We're hoping it will not have to extend, but there are going to be discussions, I suspect, on how far along we are in the process.
The Taliban today called it August 31st a red line, saying moving the deadline would amount to extending occupation and would provoke a reaction. So now the situation's increasingly desperate. Over the weekend, surging crowds tried to get to the airport, leaving at least 7 dead, including reportedly a 2-year-old girl. Today, a line breaking out between German and American and German forces. Afghan security officer killed, others wounded. The White House warned terrorists may see an opportunity in the chaos, calling the threat of an ISIS attack at the airport real, acute, and persistent. As a defense, military aircraft now releasing flares to distract any heat-seeking missiles that might target planes. Outside of Afghanistan, the US enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport Americans and the Afghans who worked alongside them.
Screened and cleared. These Afghans have helped us over the last 20 years. Took a role in the United States of America.
Hundreds of Afghan refugees now arriving in Virginia. This woman telling our affiliate WJLA she fled Kabul in the darkness with her husband and 3-year-old daughter. At Dulles Airport outside Washington, D.C., this man and his family speaking with ABC's GOP test. The man worked with the American government for more than 10 years. This is his first time in the United States.
Thanks to Ian Panel. And now we are joined by the first female pilot in the Afghan Air Force after the fall of the Taliban in 2001. She was a lawyer at the State Department's International Women of Courage Award in 2015 and granted asylum in the US in 2018. Nilufar, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for having me. ABC News has obtained some really heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching audio recordings from English-speaking Afghans, including Afghan Air Force pilots, pleading for help, and some locals describing them as so desperate that they're flying across the border to other countries to escape on their own. And what are you hearing from your Afghan Air Force colleagues working in the country?
Well, I still really doing this for a week. My heart is so much in pain. It's hard to body. I can express how I feel because I exactly know how those people are going through. The pilots, the women, and all those people that they left behind. And they have no security and they're afraid of their future. They know that their future is going to lie. Past 9/11, everybody were under the government of the Taliban. And if the Taliban were so brave, I am really so proud of their life. I know what I'm doing, and I am really wish I'm trying my best to see if I can help as much as I can. And watching the videos, watching the life of so many people that they're reaching out, they sending me videos, and it just breaks my heart. My heart bleeds just even looking at them, and I can't stop on tears, and it's just like so much pain to see in my country where people are going through right now.
And you served as an inspiration to so many other Afghan women and girls as the country's first female air force pilot. Seeing the images that we're seeing now is just large. Thousands stranded there, and hundreds of others in other countries where they have no true home. But what's your message to them?
Well, all I can say is I understand their pain. Just stay strong. If they don't have any supports, they just have to save their life because I'm just really concerned for their life. And if they can reach me out any way I can help them, they can reach me out any way they could be, I'll answer them and help them. I don't want to see any of them to be the victim or be killed in the Taliban for what they have done just because they want to get a home and serve their country. Because that's what I have to go through as a woman, just to be beautiful and fight for my country and try to bring freedom and voice for a woman. And I was a victim. I was targeted by the Taliban, and they wanted to kill me just for what I have done. So I know what they're going through, and I'm doing my best, anything I can to help them.
Is it possible at all that the Taliban has changed because officials have said that they will honor women's rights according to Islamic law? As you know, but many Afghan women still fear that they will not keep this promise. You previously said that the Taliban will harm women the most. Have they shown any signs to you of changing and perhaps being less oppressive?
If the entire world gonna believe that they changed, I will be the last person that I changed my mind and my heart to say they changed. I am an Afghan. I live on that law and rules. I know what they do to a woman. I have seen my own life get beat up. I have seen the girls that have been taken away. I have seen the harsh videos, what they do. If they have proved themselves, they didn't prove themselves. And there hasn't been anything that we know that there hasn't been anything good that I would give the world or anyone to believe they have changed.
And you have said that even for your own family, your parents have been taken or targeted by the Taliban just for supporting you throughout your career. Talk a bit about being a woman in the male-dominated arena and the dangers that you face.
It wasn't easy for me. I had to break so many barriers. If it comes to society, if it comes to my own faith, it has to do with the Taliban because the Taliban, as I mentioned before, their whole war is against women. The men does not get hurt from the Taliban. It's only women. I know that, and it's already, there's no sign of women in the city. They all disappeared. And I've seen videos that they're sending me that they're crying that I'm afraid what the world, the future is going to look like because they know it's going to be bad.
And what's been your reaction to President Biden and other top officials blaming the rapid fall of Afghanistan, what they see as the Afghan military's opportunities to step up and fight?
This was actually, it really made me upset. I'm not saying the world should stay in Afghanistan forever. What I'm saying is how the world will allow this to happen again. We had a very hard accident in 9/11. How the world would let this happen again. How we would let entire Afghanistan to be taken by the people that they have proven themselves and they hurt the world in Afghanistan before. And I'm just speechless. I cannot say and why and what. All I can say is that Afghan soldiers, the Afghan army, the Afghan Air Force, they all fought when there was a time that they had support, they had everything that they needed, and they were going. We have lost so many lives as well. Even this 20 years, how many lives, every lives was lost. How many trillion dollars has been spent in Afghanistan? How much money was spent to bring freedom to Afghanistan, to ruin Afghanistan? How easy to just hand it to Taliban? I would just ask the world kindly that they have to put pressure in Pakistan because Pakistan is, one of the biggest everything
and they have to stop this. So would that be the message if you had an opportunity to speak directly to President Biden at this point as far as advice to be able to suggest to him how to move forward with the Taliban?
Absolutely, because as an African, I would not be the only person who would say that. Entire African people know that. That support Taliban. Why the Taliban is so strong? Why they have everything they have? Who's a little bit lost behind that? You know, where's their main base that they get so strong? And this will be passed down, and I would ask not only President Biden, I would ask entire leaders of the world, the UN, that they stop understand for what they're doing. And then I would like to see everybody in the world that please open new borders for Afghans that they really need. You know, humanity costs nothing, but it's everything to the world. And I would just ask them that please be open and kind to all those Afghans that they need them. They just want better lives for them because if they knew their life was going to be peaceful in Afghanistan and they would have everything they want, we wouldn't be in this opportunity to use their enemy. They already told their kids not to post for American soldiers, but not to keep it. Why? What does that mean? It means they're worried about the future of their kids. They don't want to happen to someone that they don't know where their kids is going to go, but they just don't want it to live under that government. This has to be the sign how terrified people in Afghanistan are.
Beautiful reminder. Thank you so much for talking with us tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright.
Turning now to the pandemic, and earlier today, FDA granted full approval to the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine. ABC's Morgan Lord has the very latest from Los Angeles.
As the Delta variant reaches the FDA granted approval of the Pfizer COVID vaccine for a 16-month period supposed to be unlicensed in the U.S.
This is a pivotal moment for our country in the fight against the pandemic.
The approval comes as more than 80 million eligible Americans are still unvaccinated. 31% of those who haven't gotten the shot said it was approved by the FDA. Pfizer released a statement saying the company is confident that this vaccine meets the FDA's gold standard for safety.
Evaluate this application. A whole government is waiting until now. They can hold the professional bill and won't thereby also professional community by the threat of COVID-19 will go and get vaccinated.
With the FDA backing the vaccine, businesses, school districts, and government agencies now even more vulnerable to require vaccinations. The Pentagon meeting with announced an incremental plan to require members of the military to do their shots. One city mandating vaccines for teachers and school staff.
This is a game changer. We've been waiting for this for a long time. To have the full approval vaccine, we now have it. This helps us move forward, moving forward in our schools with this new vaccine mandate.
President Biden celebrated the approval and commissioning more companies, agencies, and school districts to require vaccines.
Require employees to get vaccinated or face strict requirements. As I said last week, vaccination requirements have been around for decades.
And the Biden administration is considering a plan for booster shots starting September 20th. These have been the CDC planning to discuss those booster shots on Tuesday.
Morgan, thank you. Turning now to one of America's most beloved game shows, talking, of course, about Jeopardy. Once again, searching for a new host to succeed the late Alex Trebek after Mike Richards, the current executive producer of the show, was recently named. The new host stepped down because of disparaging comments he made about the podcast several years ago. In response, the show is announcing that Maya Bialik, who will be hosting a new primetime version of Jeopardy, will be the first guest host to fill the open slot. Yeah, as it is.
Thank you very much and welcome to Jeopardy.
What is a Jeopardy mess? Or fallout for the beloved quiz show, newly minted host Mike Richards stepping down just 9 days into the company role amid backlash over sexist and offensive comments about women he made years ago. This, as we learned that new episodes filmed just last week via Madam's former host, will still air. In a note sent to Jeopardy staff Friday morning, Richards writing, over the last several days, it has become clear that moving forward as host would be too much of a distraction for our fans and not the right move for the show. Public outcry is swift after website The Reader posted clips from The Random Show, a podcast Richards hosted from 2013 to 2014. He can be heard here pressing his female co-host on whether or not she's taken new photos.
And let me ask you a question. Have you ever taken a new picture?
I'm not answering that question. Did you like her there?
Answer it right now. So you're saying you have you?
I mean, no, I haven't.
Yes, you have.
Richards was tapped to be executive producer both of Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune in May 2020. Positions he will still keep despite stepping down as host. So he wrote in a statement, "It is our hope that as EP he will continue to do so with professionalism and respect."
This is not the type of thing with which this show has ever been associated, and I would just love to see the process get back on track and go into the future with a better sense of having to maintain the track that production and Alex Trebek and everybody involved had had it for so long.
Claire McNear is the Ringer journalist who first reported on the controversial clips that started the investigation. She also wrote a book on the show's history.
Everybody knows what Jeopardy is. Everybody knows Jeopardy memory. To have this controversy, I think it's kind of shaken people and created a possibility that Jeopardy is going to possibly lose this universal single approval. Our thanks to Eva Purdett is still to come on conversation with an investigative reporter who says that you should be thinking about what you eat, where you shop, and how it impacts the environment.
Now, what matters most is straightforward facts. ABC News is America's number one news. America, here's what we have news to with America's most watched newscast. Number one news magazine, it's the number one daytime talk show at ABC News Live. Number one news. ABC is America's number one news. It was now on the streets all the time. Online. Streaming ABC News Live 2020 true crime, cinematic, live drama, stunning, follow the clues, the hunt, true crime 2020. Streaming ABC News Live.
Admit, these days, what you need to know.
Seem to change is not everything.
What is it you really want to know? You need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of good morning?
It's May 30. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. Let's go. Watch Saturdays on ABC News Live. I guess I'm starting now. What the YouTube Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live. My favorite show.
This is ABC News Live.
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Welcome back, everyone. We're tracking several international headlines in this hour. Chaos broke out at a French League soccer match Sunday. Police were advanced through projectiles and stormed the field. The game ended after the visiting Marseille team refused to restart the game. Vice President Kamala Harris is traveling overseas where she met with Singapore's Prime Minister, marking the first meeting between the first U.S. female VP and Singapore's first female head of state. And a grand tradition returns with an exchange of the guard at Buckingham Palace, resuming for the first time today since the start of the pandemic. The daily ceremony had been put on hold since March of 2020 to discourage large crowds from gathering. How often do you think specifically about what you eat, where you are shopping, and how that impacts the environment?
if you are doing an investigative report, well, Lisa Zimmerhoff says you may want to start doing that. She's out with a new book, Technically Food Inside Silicon Valley's mission to change what we eat. Marisa, we thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Lindsay, for having me.
So let's just start first off. What made you become so passionate about the food industry?
Yeah, well, it started when I was 12 and I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. And the scrutiny of looking at food always and paying attention to what I needed to eat to survive. You know, I looked at the macronutrients. In my book, I say that I see food. So I looked at fat, I looked at protein, and carbohydrates, and these are all crucial to our survival, and especially to mine. I learned over time that packaged foods, processed foods, weren't as easy for me to deal with. And then I started covering food tech as a writer, and I started fielding these questions from friends and family and strangers, like, should I eat this, should I eat that, is this good for me, is that good for me, and even is it delicious? And I finally realized that this book needed to come about because I didn't feel that people were being critical of the field because everyone was so excited about it.
And who or what is driving this change in how we eat?
Yeah, great. It's definitely the investment community. So initially, we point to the Bay Area to the Silicon Valley for their venture capital funding, and then eventually accelerators and hubs grew up around it. And then we saw young people of color and Wall Street started paying attention. It was so many people were talking about before Beyond Meat and after Beyond Meat as a pivotal time in the change of balance of money being invested in that account.
And why do you really good it's up to consumers to do their own research about what they should eat and not just rely on FDA recommendations?
Yeah, it's such a problem. You know, the FDA and the USDA, they're responsible for whether or not a food is safe, but they're not responsible for if this healthy with it. Everyone is, and that's unfortunate because we all have to police our own diet, and it's getting harder and harder with all these options that are coming out. And there was in the American diet saying we're doing a great job, we aren't doing a great job, and so the USDA and FDA, they can't be responsible for this. And what I think is that we need to address government agencies that's responsible for setting things like health requirements as part of being foods and food. Making sure that they, instead of just looking for the profit, they also have to hit metrics of what our health.
What I always think that's so interesting about food is how they become trendy. You know, like 1 year it was like kale, was the hit food, and then avocado, and then meat. And you also write about farming, right? This idea. Why do you believe that we should be focused on moving away from large-scale factory farming and toward focusing on specific farmers and farmland?
Well, you know, in addition to venture funding supporting food tech, it's also that they're mission-based, right? We really want to save the planet and we want to end industrial scale animal agriculture. Now, one of the tacks that they're taking, especially when it's possible what we've done, is kind of global domination, local workers everywhere. But I don't see that as being something that is going to stay in the world. Because if we could consider solutions that were local, that were legally appropriate, that were right for the culture and the cuisine that they were cooking for, versus, again, this industrial solution, like that hasn't worked yet, right? We're all sort of suffering from bad health, underlying conditions like metabolic. And I think that if we look at the local and the farmers that are caring about their soil, about their community, about their workers, then as we enter this room, the areas of land that we see, we know how there. And I think that's important.
And we're starting to see more household staples such as milk and meat go plant-based. And in your book, you mentioned how algae comes to and even old, they soon be staples in grocery stores. Tell us more.
Yeah, I mean, these are actually some of the ones that I'm really excited about. So, cookie is a big one. Now, many food makers want it to be as delicious as poultry is, but I think that as long as it's close, you know, as long as it's kind of fatty, kind of sweet, I'm happy. And so, the cookie bacon must be made by a company in Berkeley. It's pretty delicious to some days, with some plant-based eggs,
underground root structure of mushrooms. And these things don't need a lot of processing. Their weedless is very simple and simple to understand. It doesn't need 20 plus ingredients. With algae, there's a supplement that it can also be a protein from some of the supplements that could be related to something else. And I think that as a potential, I have this like food coloring that's made from spirulina that, one day M&M's could be using the color M&M's instead of, food percent. That's not the right number, but something like that. So I think that there is potential for food tech. I think that there are things to learn from the last several decades of big food that we want to be careful of.
You got me sold when I said fatty and smoky. I'm in. So you mentioned that Gen Z generation is most willing to pay for sustainable goods, but for those who can't afford healthier products, what can they do?
Yeah, I think that, if we look at Impossible Beyond, they are really driving down price. And I don't say that everyone needs to eat them. I just say that they should consider their treat. Don't have a burger every day, whether it's ground beef or whether it's impossible. Have it infrequently, have it once or twice a month. And so the area we get into that's hard to talk about is convenience. People are buying food for price or taste and convenience. And packaged processed foods are convenient. Unfortunately, they're not healthy for us. They're ultra processed foods in general. And so there are some things that need to change about our country. We could have food pantries that sold healthy to-go food. We could have Whole Foods turn in and pay what you can so that people can buy fruits and vegetables and have it prepared for them and they can afford it. So that it's quick, it's easy, it's affordable, and maybe they'll get it. So there's an education plan here too. It is a wholesale change to how we see our country and how we use food. So I think we were at the pandemic is that we need healthier by changing the food.
Certainly, I'm hungry. We'll try and not get the burger tonight. Lisa Zimmerman, well, thank you so much for your time tonight. You can find technically ingredients on Silicon Valley's mission to change what we eat online and in stores. And that is our show for tonight. Be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. I'm Linda Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Have a great night.
The straightforward facts. This is America's number one news. America's most watched newscast. 2024 number one daytime talk show at ABC News Live from the local news. This is America's number one news. It is now for students all the time, anytime. Headline. Streaming live 2020 true crime. Stunning. Unthinkable. From the clues to the hunt. True crime 2020. Live.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change to not everything.
what is it that you really want to know.
Didn't you not just get through your day?
Let's make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
It's Monday 3, what you need to know. And it's streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
All right, you're ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants. America's needs right now. Let's go. Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. Marathon, 12 to 16, every Saturday on ABC News Live. My favorite show. This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
What has this week been like for you? Like a deployment? Not so long as a deployment. Things like right now, which my best friend commented like for that.
7,000 miles through the chaos in Afghanistan, Marine Corps Major Thomas Schumann has been operating on 2 time zones. Working day and night, desperately trying to get his former interpreter Zach out.
Zach, with me, literally every step of the way through firefights, ambushes, casualties, you name it, Zach was there.
Zach is just one of thousands of Afghans and Americans caught in a week from hell.
Make it clear, any American wants to come home, we will get you home.
Today, promises from the White House and no there, but the reality on the ground is much worse than anyone could imagine, including reports of the Taliban harassing and beating Americans.
I actually got one of these like fan belts for not moving fast enough.
It's been another tense and difficult day here in Kabul. People are still struggling by the thousands to get through those checkpoints to the American side of the airport, onto those evacuation flights, and away to some sense of liberation, some sense of freedom, at least release away from the danger here in the city.
Tonight, 2 decades of American fighting seemingly erased in roughly 2 weeks. Last weekend, chaos throughout the country as the Taliban took province after province. The main prize, Kabul, taking focus. By Sunday, the U.S. Embassy was being evacuated, and the Afghan president fleeing. And Zach, trapped without any assurances from the country he had fought alongside and risked his life for years.
I don't anticipate serious situations getting better. I anticipate worse.
Halfway around the world on a quiet street in Rhode Major Schumann commanded his base of operations for his team.
I have point of contact at the Abbey Gate. It's an hour to walk from this location.
With few options, Zach and his 4 kids, all under the age of 5, spent the longest walk of their lives.
Right, we let it stay there.
But that plan failed. On Monday, President Biden addressed the nation.
And being U.S. military involved in Afghanistan now was the right decision. American troops can't not. It should not. Washington was dying. And Afghan forces were not going to fight for themselves.
Admitting the Taliban retook the country much more quickly than anticipated, but standing behind his decision to leave Afghanistan.
Transition. Short time. Some struggle. Focus.
And yet disturbing videos like this, showing a bunch of Afghans trying to get into the international airport in Kabul, raising questions about the administration's evacuation plan. The desperation illustrated by these crowds of people putting their lives in danger in their attempt to flee.
It certainly seems like they could have had a better plan to get the Afghans and Americans out of there, to get Americans out of there. And there may have been chaos in some cases, no matter what, but the degree of chaos seems that should have been thought about long ago.
On Tuesday, Zach and family made another attempt to get to the airport. The Taliban interrupted checkpoints. But when Zach arrived to a chaotic scene, this is the Taliban leader who press conference in seizing power. promising amnesty for all those who worked for American and the armed forces, vowing not to hunt them down or seek retribution.
No guarantees for your kids to the Afghans. With that money that wants to leave the country when the Americans will kind of school.
We are assuring the safety of all those who have worked with the United States and that not just the Germans or any other people that they have worked with them.
But Washington was taking away this reality.
What matters, the thing that matters to us are actions and not necessarily just words. We're going to be looking for the vote. We'll be looking for the deeds. The Taliban is ruthless. They have been ruthless in the past. It is yet to be seen whether the Taliban has changed.
As Wednesday dawns, the voices from the desperate.
There's gonna be a massacre. I'm telling you that there's gonna be a massacre.
But for Zach, seemingly unbearable, Major Shoot has tracked down an American soldier at the airport, willing to find Zach's family and bring them past the checkpoints. He messages Zach to look up at the tower and put his son on his shoulders as a signal. 40 minutes later, a response from Schuman's contact. Got him. After those failed attempts, Zach, his wife, and 4 young children finally secured precious seats on the plane.
Zach is living out normal time. A dead man walking. He sent me a picture with his kids on the airplane. He said, "I'll see you in America, sir." That felt so good. It was. I knew he wasn't going to die. Talk about
Near the airport, my colleague Ian Powell encountering some Taliban interference.
Tell me what permission. What permission?
money.
Yes, NBC. Tell me what permission.
Even though they were allowed to be reporting the scene, the situation escalates with more Taliban appearing.
Just finish up.
On Thursday, hundreds of Afghans have landed at a U.S. airbase in Qatar, including Zach and his family. 2 of his children are exhausted, dehydrated. Now they're waiting on more paperwork before they can continue. Zach and his family are just a few of the lucky ones. Countless others still stuck in Afghanistan to quietly celebrating their Independence Day. Bravely waving their national flag. Before the Taliban broke out in gunshots.
Good afternoon. Since I spoke on Monday, we've made significant progress. We secured the airport, enabling flights to Zoom. Not just military flights, but civilian charters from other countries, and the NGOs taking out civilian local Afghans.
Although the president sought to reassure, many aren't convinced the Americans are going to be able to pull off this most audacious mission.
Though the numbers will be blown out of the country gradually ratcheted up, there are still far more people stuck here in Kabul that have managed to escape. We're also starting to hear worrying reports about the Taliban, some elements within the Taliban police going door to door trying to hunt down people who work together with the US-led mission here.
it was only a miracle and incredible individual effort by a few Marines and airmen that, through their heroism and courage, we were able to pull that out.
Although Zach and his family are out, Major Schumann working around the clock to rescue others still stuck in Afghanistan.
He's not getting here until he has his SID, and the deal is not to get him in a tent in Qatar. You know, I want to help him here on American soil.
Last week has been heartbreaking. We've seen gut-wrenching images of panicked people acting out of sheer desperation. We're frightened, we're sad, uncertain what happens next. I don't think any one of us can see these pictures and not feel that pain
Now we have a machine. Machine compute that past that. I can feel it also.
We made it through another week together.
We tell all our patients how much they love to hold their hands.
David, we're showing our love and support for all the ICU staff.
They're the heroes of this.
What matters most is straightforward facts. ABC News is America's number one news. Number one news for news to America's most watched newscast 2020. News is the number one daytime talk show and ABC News Live, number one news news. ABC News is America's number one news.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
With so much at stake, thank you for reporting ABC's This Week with George. On Sunday morning show versus the competition.
Welcome to This Week. This is GNA3, what you need to know. GNA3.
A third hour of Good Morning America.
It's all about you. Lunchtime on ABC.
This is ABC News Live.
Yeah, we're surrounded by these. It's also
So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of?
step up right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
What if your backyard could look like this? Or this? You're coming to work, paying rent, all in your rear view mirror.
Our living room turned into a dining room with just a simple slide of our table.
Traded in for Man Box on Wheels. Anybody looking for an opportunity to explore? This is a great way to do it. This is van life, aka the real life nomad life, where the open road beckons, and for thousands of people, living simply is the only way to live.
There's kind of a joke in van life that you really never know where you're going to go more than a few days in advance, and that's really very true. But
Celebrities like Captain Marvel herself, Brie Larson joining the movement,
It's incredible.
with a tricked out visa and fancy amenities.
wow, this is so cool.
But the real OG, even Bob Wells, the real life Van Gogh, played himself in this year's Oscar-winning film, Nomadland. His current home, a 2011 Chevy diesel engine ambulance. You want to tilt your head back just so you can, there it is.
Right back there is my car vehicle. Ambulances are really big. Ambulances are built to very high standards, so it will last forever.
Decades before he hit the screen, Wells lived in a van out of desperation. After a bitter divorce upended his finances.
On my way to work every day, I drove past this old box thing that was ugly. And here I was doing exactly the opposite of what society told me to do. Righteous society, I was just going back. I'm looking proud of the way you chose to live. I've got a lot of freedom in the choices. I've got a lot of how cheap I could live. And came up on that, I think,
Wells has since become van life's biggest evangelist.
this is all my clothes.
His YouTube channel, GRP Living,
stop the
Encouraging others to find the freedom he's found.
You can go, you can be anywhere you want. Everything in your life will change.
Since we are traveling with our dog, we built this custom wall for storage for his baby.
We're in Chatfield State Park, just south of Denver. Beautiful state park, nice and sunny, and open skies here.
After 6 years of working as tech consultants in Washington, D.C., Corey and Jill themselves said they wanted to bring a franchise and enjoy family.
We kind of fell in love with the wide open spaces. As it did forever, the pandemic really flipped our life on its head. Life was the opposite of what really brings us joy and kind of being in our apartment all the time.
In August of 2020, Phase 2003 Mercedes Sprinter on Craigslist, and they knew it needed some screws in it.
Once we wanted, there was a change we needed to make, just kind of did the work ourselves, taught ourselves everything we needed from solar electricity and battery power to plumbing to vehicle maintenance.
In 25 states and counting, 9 national parks, documenting it all on their Instagram. For those who aren't do-it-yourselfers, enter Dave Budge for Denver-based van life costumes. Remember van life fantasies for life for price. Create a synergy van and we turn it into your adventure movie. It's a biggest best having that landed in piece that before you sign up down on it to get into a gold slot is really important. The cost per day's average build out starting at 70 grand. Walk me through the process of a build. We're going to talk about your hopes and dreams. We're going to talk about layout. We're going to figure out everything from what lights you want in it to where you want your switches. Do you want a heater, fan, air conditioner, or just swamp right now? It may seem like anything, but is it just a permanent vacation? Natalie and Abigail, I think, has been out and about since 2019.
On it. So when you walk in, we got our kitchen. We want the galley kitchen, so we've got it on both sides.
They set out for years, but that wasn't enough. Now they're living full time and they get leave.
I have the comfort burner. Galley's a job. We pick up gigs whenever we can. We have little side hustles online. We have our YouTube channel. We have a website. All of these things bring us a little bit of income. And a little bit goes a long way. Absolutely. It has allowed us so much freedom. It has allowed us to live more intentionally and figure out what it is that we want in life.
82 square feet of ingenuity. Pure DIY.
And you flip around, we've got this custom-made storage that we did and decorated secret for 1 year and having over this beautiful art on it. We open it, keep some of our stuff.
For Corey and Jeff Lynn, they never left their duties. So for magnified East Coast time, their van doubles as their office.
Our number one priority was to maintain our jobs, and so we use our cell phones and Wi-Fi hotspot to just give us service. So the further west we go, the earlier we start.
And every van lifer will tell you it's not perfect. Those instability moments come with its struggles, but it's all working.
There's always toughness around the chores. Doing laundry isn't fun. Doing the dishes isn't fun. And sometimes you can't escape with it.
But you're taking the resources aside, determined to find your way. These nomads will tell you the open road awaits.
Here's the open road.
David, we're showing our love and support for all the ICU staff.
One of matters most was straightforward facts. This is America's #1 news. America's most watched newscast 2020. News magazine, Friday, #1 daytime talk show, and ABC News Live. ABC America's #1 news.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
With so much at stake, thank you for the ABC's This Week with George, the #1 Sunday morning show versus the competition.
Welcome to This Week.
This is GMA3, what you need to know. GMA3
The third hour of Good Morning America.
is all about you. Lunchtime on ABC.
This is ABC News Live.
We're surrounded by
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Step up right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
This is Kylie Lewis. She lives in a small town in West Virginia, only a few hours drive from the nation's capital.
And this one's his Purple Heart. But this one's because he served in Afghanistan.
Kylie is a member of one of the 2,448 Gold Star families who lost relatives in Afghanistan. They are now reeling from the rapid collapse of the Afghan government and the reestablishment of the Taliban.
The main question is why? Why did I send my loved one to die for this country if things just went back to the same?
That question, a recurring theme this week, haunting Gold Star families, and it may be triggering a mental health crisis among our veterans.
You know, losing my dad was the hardest thing I've ever had to do.
Kylie was 15 years old when she lost her father in Afghanistan. Her father, Staff Sergeant Kirk Owens, was driving on a notoriously dangerous road in 2011 when he was struck and killed by an IED along with 2 other members of his unit in the Paktia province, an area that was seeing increasing violence and fighting.
He took the front seat in the front car because he knew it was the most dangerous. They were going down a dangerous path, and he took that spot. So somebody else didn't have to.
Jane Horton's husband, Specialist Chris Horton, was also killed in Paktia just a month after Kylie's father. He was just 26 years old.
You know, for me, when I sent my husband to war, he was not my own. He was our country's. He was America's son.
When you talk to some of the Gold Star families, which you have been such an incredible advocate for our veterans, what do you hear?
Number one, why did my mom go back for? It wasn't for this. My tears were not for this. And hopefully our country will show us that our loved one's sacrifice was not in vain.
Brian Moore is a 23-year veteran of the U.S. Army. He's completed 7 tours to Afghanistan. He recently overheard a radio show host asking that same question. Was his service in vain?
That's how you bring that up when you start saying that. How you ask that question? Is that really the soldiers? What are they do with the leadership or our government? The choices that they're making, not aiming at the soldier.
But a common frustration among those Americans directly affected by the war, the unclear mission in Afghanistan.
The troops are not there to nation build. What we did nation build.
Others, like Moore, worry about the friends they made along the way.
But that's not, so we're good. Capital. And, one in particular, he was the nicest guy
I didn't see him for a year or so. I get call my name across the way or on the west and I was calling my name. I was like, I didn't even remember my name. It was great.
General Jack Hammond is a former commanding general in Kabul with memories of building a school for young girls there.
We adopted mortgage, built two local schools, regular schools, while we were looking at getting security to transition security. Like everybody else, you go on the field picture, you see the kids out, what knows what's going to happen.
The Department of Defense announced it's offering mental health resources to service members and their families this week after the collapse in Afghanistan. Services never forgot in red. Remember that what is happening now does not minimize or negate the experiences of all who served overseas.
For those of who are doing okay, they're not doing okay. And for those of who are not doing okay, they're doing a lot worse.
U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin speaking at a press briefing this week acknowledged difficult days for our veterans.
I know that these are difficult days for those who lost loved ones in Afghanistan and for those who carry the wounds of war. Especially now, there'll be more of those who made the ultimate sacrifice in Afghanistan. And let me say to their families and loved ones, our hearts are with you.
General Jack Hammond is retired, now working at Home Base, a Boston-based organization that helps veterans with what they call those invisible wounds of war.
I'm talking to a lot of guys that weren't having any mental health issues that were doing really well. And for the first time ever, they now really feeling it because they're all worked up.
Or has had his own bouts with residual trauma from his time deployed, including PTSD.
This is going on. And I'm trying to do something about it. There's nothing I can do right now.
But he wants people to know that what he and so many others are going through isn't a struggle they face alone.
There's a whole group of people around that are thinking it too. So you think about those people, and it's just everything now is intensified by the last few days of someone sees this and they're inspired by what I say and they go away and just talk to somebody about what they're feeling. It does make a huge difference.
Martha Raddatz, ABC News, Washington.
What the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there. Should reveal Chad or his family.
Remember my heart they did this. It's the time of suspicion. It's really tough.
You don't know whether truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. Tonight, the state of emergency in Tennessee and appeal from the bomb and the devastation and was 21 people killed, dozens still missing. Catastrophic damage left in the wake of severe flash flooding and unfathomable 17 inches in just 24 hours. Parliament calls for the state Washington responding calls for devastating homes. These authorities face the first tropical storm in at least 15 years. Intense winds and record-breaking downpours slamming the coast. Access granted. The FDA officially granted quadruple Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine, the first COVID vaccine in the U.S. to be fully authorized. Medical officials hope this leads to more vaccinations. As Pentagon announced it will require service members to get the shot. Chris Downs, the CDC director, on what this means in the fight against the pandemic. We have an extraordinary amount of data, and I'm pleased that the FDA not just took their time and did the due diligence that needed to be done, but did it quickly and efficiently to bring this to American people as soon as possible. A race to escape mass evacuations underway in Afghanistan. 16,000 people out of Kabul in 24 hours. The call to action from commercial airlines is now situation. This is the Taliban calls Biden's August 31st deadline for red line. What are the consequences to the United States? Andrew Cuomo's final hours in battle with Governor still defending himself in sexual harassment allegations. This resignation takes effect at midnight. Travels and wages to Thailand, the tourism industry took a massive hit during the pandemic. The silver lining for the environment, but the balance between nature and the economy, and the animals that are in charge of the islands will show us once again. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. The moment you've been waiting for is here. That was the message today from President Biden to roughly 82 million Americans who've been calling out on getting vaccinated. His comments came right after the FDA issued full approval of Pfizer's vaccine, and that move made history. It was the first time that any vaccine has been approved within 2 years of rediscovering the deadly virus. The regulators at Pfizer stressed tonight the speed of the process does not mean any corner will cut. Now there is a fully approved COVID-19 vaccine. The president is calling for companies to mandate vaccines. And today the White House hinted that there could be an expanded vaccine requirement for federal workers. And what does this approval mean for booster shots and for Americans who received a J&J vaccine? We're standing by. We're joined by the CDC director. But first, our Eva Coolman leads us off tonight.
In that long-awaited decision, the FDA giving full approval to the Pfizer vaccine for Americans 16 and older, making it the first vaccine to move past emergency use authorization.
Especially one of the million Americans who said that they will not get the shot unless until that's full and final approval of the FDA. It has now happened. All you've been waiting for is here.
The president calling the FDA's review process the gold standard. The Pfizer vaccine found to be 91% effective in preventing changes in 8 months. Americans have received more than 200 million Pfizer doses, with 1 million more given around the world. The vaccine is now among the most studied patients. Full approval of the Pfizer vaccine now leading more vaccine mandates from schools, governments, and corporations. And with the resurging Delta variant, the president is pushing companies to act.
Stay local. Rather than waiting for full FDA approval to require vaccinations, and call it now to do that.
Tonight, the Pentagon is preparing to require the shot for 1.3 million active duty troops. New York City mandating the vaccine for all school employees without the option for safety testing. And that United Airlines workers will have 5 weeks from today to show proof of vaccination. The question is whether full approval will trigger a wave of desperately needed vaccinations. About 85 million Americans are eligible but have not gotten the shot. A recent poll found 3 out of 10 unvaccinated people said they would be more likely to get the shot that had full approval.
Next year, I'm going to have news.
Still, more Americans are dying of COVID now, an average of 738 every day. Florida just saw its deathliest week.
A lot of them actually that are coming here and will be intubated back in almost their last word or begging us for a vaccine. But unfortunately, by that time, it's already too late.
In Palm Beach, doctors gathering in solidarity before dawn to beg members of the community to get the shot.
The science is there. We must stop denying the data. So please get vaccinated.
And tonight, the number of children infected with COVID is skyrocketing. More than 180,000 cases last week, nearly 5 times more than just a month ago. 14-year-old Preston Timmons has autism, was hospitalized in Arizona for days with COVID.
It's terrifying. He doesn't like, them poking him and grabbing him, and he has to have oxygen because he can breathe well on his own hard.
Preston is finally home recovering. His mom now plans to get vaccinated as soon as he's better.
So many with the change of heart after that hospitalization, even Billboard joins us now, even as approval applies to adults who take 16 and older, and 12 to 15-year-olds can still be vaccinated under the emergency authorization. But what about children under the age of 12?
Well, Lindsay, the FDA making it very clear that the vaccine should not be given off-label to children under 12. The commissioner saying they are not just small adults. The FDA is still studying the safety data and the proper dose before making that recommendation for those younger children. That decision could come this fall. Lindsay?
And just to be clear, the Pfizer authorization was based on a phase 3 clinical trial with 40,000 volunteers. So experts are saying this was really already extremely well tested before today.
That's exactly right, Lindsay. 40,000 participants in that trial, but you also have to look at the real-life data that we've been able to glean over the last 8 months when they've been giving out this Pfizer vaccine all over the world. We have more than 200 million doses, here in this country, and more than 1 billion around the world. They've been able to look at that real-life data and apply it into the science on top of the 40,000 volunteers that will try to make clinical trials.
Thanks so much. And for more now on the FDA's full approval of the Pfizer COVID vaccine, I'm joined now by CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky. Doctor, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much for having me.
Some of the nation's governors have recently expressed frustration over the wait for full approval of the vaccine because apparently it's been a recurrent reason that we're hearing frequently from those who are vaccine candidates and not get the shot. How confident are you at this point that today's approval now increase vaccination rates?
The FDA is the gold standard for the safety and effectiveness of vaccines, and I think that they have done an extraordinary and thorough job in approving this vaccine. I think this is a very powerful signal of the safety and effectiveness. We do know that 30% of people who have not yet been vaccinated are saying they've been waiting for this approval, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the impact of this approval, especially on those 30%.
And for those who do not fully embrace the emergency use authorization process, why should they feel confident this FDA final approval is taken?
There have been over 40,000 people that have been studied in these clinical trials. More than 10,000 people have been studied for over 6 months. And we have experience just in the United States alone of over 200 million people who have received doses of this Pfizer vaccine. We've been studying the safety and effectiveness over since December when this was authorized. We have an extraordinary amount of data, and I'm really pleased that the FDA not just took their time and did the due diligence that they did, but did it quickly and efficiently to bring this to the American people as soon as possible.
What are you expecting as far as the timeline for this vaccine?
We're waiting that obviously we'll meet with the FDA and then Moderna needs to submit their data in order for that to happen. So we're not getting ahead of the FDA. We do also have a lot of data on the use of the Moderna vaccine, and we're looking forward to following it in quick follow-up.
And today's full approval should also give companies as full legal cover in order to mandate the vaccine. Do you hope to see more vaccine mandates implemented across the board to boost vaccination rates?
themselves and to roll up their sleeves because they know that this is the best thing for them. This will keep them safe and protected from COVID-19. But in the absence of that, I am looking forward to these candidates. We've already seen them today. Many come through so that people will recognize if they were on the fence and they just needed that extra push that these candidates will get them there.
And we've also seen, of course, a trouble rise in pediatric cases in recent weeks, just as children, of course, are beginning to return to school. Pfizer says they plan to submit their data at the end of September for trials on children under the age of 12. What's the timeline? Should we expect to see vaccines authorized for children between the ages of 5 to 12 around November?
That seems like a reasonable timeline to me. Again, we don't want to get ahead of the FDA. Right now, the best way to keep our children under the age of 12 safe is to vaccinate all the people who are around them and to have them wear masks when they attend schools. We know how to keep our children safe from COVID-19. We just have to do all the appropriate things to do so while we're waiting for that vaccine approval.
As a parent yourself, beyond masks in schools, what's your message on how best to keep children safe while the Delta variant is still spreading?
We know how to do this. We know how to vaccinate around the children, surrounded by a bubble of vaccinated people. That could be teachers, that could be people in their home, that could be people that family members that they interact with. Of course, there are many strategies to keep our kids safe in schools when they go to schools. Masking is just one of them. Cohorting, ventilation systems, screening and testing protocols, all of these things working together can do so much in order to keep our children safe at school.
The Biden administration also announced booster shots beginning at the end of September for the mRNA vaccine. So the FDA has not yet authorized booster shots, and the CDC Independent Committee has not recommended them yet either. Why sign off on this plan before the scientists have completed that work?
So this past week, we saw numerous studies that demonstrated we believe that the effectiveness of the vaccine was starting to wane against infection, not yet against severe disease and hospitalization. We, of course, want to be ahead of that. We will and are planning as an interagency, all-government approach for when the FDA approves those vaccines, those boosters, and when the ACIP signs off on them, that we will be absolutely ready to go. We want to stay ahead of this virus.
On the other end of the spectrum, many people want boosters now as they fear breakthrough cases and being able to spread the virus. And explain why should support maintain long after a second dose rather than trying to get a booster.
So we know even with this approval that we have recommendations from the ACIP for those who are severely immunosuppressed to go ahead and get a third shot. You probably didn't get a good response from the first two. But for those who are not severely immunosuppressed, we really do want to see the safety and effectiveness data. We want to go through the proper processes to see that the vaccine effectiveness is really holding out against severe disease and hospitalization. So please do await the proper process, await the FDA authorization for this, await the advisory committee of the CDC to review the recommendations, and that we are hoping to have the end of September.
There are also some 18 million Americans who receive the Johnson & Johnson one-dose vaccine. Do you anticipate them needing to get boosters, and what's the timeline for that for the process?
If you can look to the recommended vaccines, and I want to remind folks that we're watching Johnson & Johnson very carefully. That vaccine was authorized about 2.5 months after the Pfizer vaccine, so the data are a little bit lagging, but hopefully because we started using it a little bit later, we will absolutely be updating our recommendations for J&J as well.
And should they get mRNA boosters or will they for J&J booster?
We're waiting to see what the data comes in from Johnson & Johnson. I anticipate the first recommendation will be the J&J booster.
One question I'm curious about, in a recent interview today with the CEO of Pfizer, he suggested that the right vaccine specific to the Delta variant. Any thoughts on that, or too early to say?
I think we have to wait for the science on that one. But I will say that data has suggested that with the booster with the second dose, we had an increase in both the breadth and depth of the immune response. And we are anticipating that this third booster dose will likely cover the Delta variant very well.
And lastly, just to get a reality check as far as where things stand with COVID in this country, vaccination rates are also just today, the mayor of Honolulu said to the city, we will suspend all large gatherings for 4 weeks because of cases. Do you think that this latest wave has peaked? How long before we start to see cases start to drop dramatically like we did a few months ago?
We have a lot of cases in this country. We're now 137,000 cases a day. We are now starting to see deaths of over 1,000 deaths per day. The more people that we get vaccinated, the quicker we are to counter this disease. We are starting to see places that they're teaching that they're starting to just start to fall. So then I think it's going to be right to the line of authorities. For those of you who are not yet vaccinated, please get vaccinated. For everyone in the country, please take all of the action that is related to work against coronavirus, Delta variant, Alpha variant, whatever variant, to protect yourselves, to protect one another.
Thank you so much for your comments. I really appreciate it. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky.
Thanks so much.
We will go overseas tonight with mass evacuations in Afghanistan. The U.S. has to get over 16,000 people out of Kabul just the last 24 hours. The Biden administration now says the U.S. may extend its August 31st deadline to completely withdraw thousands of Americans and Afghan allies. The Taliban calls an exit date a red line. There's going of consequences if U.S. forces do not leave. Our senior foreign correspondent Ian Panel reports in again tonight from Kabul.
Violence and chaos spread the efforts to the pace of evacuations are stepping up. U.S. security planes flying more than 60,000 people out of Afghanistan in just the past 24 hours, a new record. The civilian remain. The U.S. was planning to fly until August 31st, 1 week from tomorrow. President Biden now hinted that may be delayed.
I have to extend, but there could be discussions, I suspect, how far along we are in the process.
The Taliban today called August 31st a deadline, saying moving the deadline would amount to extending occupation and would provoke a reaction. So now the situation is increasingly desperate. Over the weekend, surging crowds tried to get to the airport, leaving at least 7 dead, including reportedly a 2-year-old girl. Today, a firefight breaking out between government and American and German forces. Afghan security officers killed, others wounded. The White House warning terrorists may see an opportunity in the chaos, calling the threat of an ISIS attack at the airport real, acute, and persistent. As a defense, military aircraft are releasing flares to distract any heat-seeking missiles that might target planes. Outside of Afghanistan, the U.S. enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport Americans and the Afghans alongside them.
What's really clear? The work of these Afghans have helped us over the last 20 years to the United States of America.
Hundreds of Afghan refugees now arriving in Virginia. Little Lieutenant Guard of the WJLA, she fled Kabul in the darkness with her husband and 3-year-old daughter. Angeles Airport outside Washington, D.C. This man and his family speaking with NBC's Geo Benitez. The man worked for the American government for almost 2 years. This is his first time in the United States. While the numbers of Americans and Afghans getting out of the country has increased, tens of thousands still remain stuck outside the airport, afraid or simply unable to get through those checkpoints or the chaos. The time starting to run out for many of them to get out safely.
That deadline quickly approaching here. Thank you. The Biden administration is trying to negotiate with the Taliban for more time to evacuate Americans. So let's bring in ABC's chief global affairs correspondent Martha Rabbit. Martha, you pressed the Secretary of Defense on this over the weekend. Let's check in on how the Biden administration is approaching it today. Whether that August 31st deadline is likely to be met.
Well, the defense secretary said he hopes that the evacuation deadline of August 31st will be met, but there are complications here, Lindsay. We now have 6,000 troops, almost 6,000 troops at the Kabul airport. They will have to leave as well, and that would take several days, 3 to 4 days, probably lost. So that means they would have to evacuate all the Americans, all the Afghan allies they want before those troops leave. In other words, that would have to be complete on this weekend, if not sooner, in order to then get all of the American troops out of there safely by the August 31st deadline. I am told by a U.S. official they do not think the deadline will be extended extended, while the negotiations will continue until
We offer very few details. Are they prepared to do this?
Well, we have had that helicopter rescue, three helicopters rescuing people last week, but that was only about 1,000 yards. And David did confirm that that's what we're going to did confirm there's been another helicopter rescue as well. We're very close to the area. The first one certainly very close here. They have all those details about how these are done. But we are also told that have not really done any ground operations. Although the defense secretary says if someone is an extremist, we have the capability to go get them. Let's see.
Thanks so much. We roll on now to a flooding tragedy tonight in Tennessee. In some places, 17 inches of rain in less than 24 hours and at least 21 people killed. Tonight there's a further search for nearly a dozen still unaccounted for. Elwood Lopez reporting from Waverly, Tennessee.
Tonight, new images of the catastrophic destruction in parts of Middle Tennessee after deadly flooding decimated the area. At least 21 people killed, including 7-month-old twins who swept away from their father. Country music star Loretta Lynn posting on Facebook, "Her family is heartbroken." Their ranch foreman, Wayne Spears, among the victims. Officials told Torch searching for as many as 10 people still unaccounted for here in Humphreys County.
They were on the ground, trying to hold on. They hit a tree and it broke. One sister on one leg, living with the other.
Terry Kilderman telling us her 15-year-old niece, Lily Bryant, is among those missing. Lily's sister making it to safety.
And it's just been helpful.
Only 17 inches of rain, only in just a matter of hours over the weekend. Training thunderstorms along the stationary front, bringing relentless rounds of rain over the siege area. The deluge turning the creek that runs through the town into a raging river. Several feet, Lindsay Daniel taking you through her family's flood damage home.
And we stayed there.
Telling me she, her husband, and 8-year-old son were trapped in their attic for 5 hours.
Lopez joins us now from Tennessee. Just so many harrowing tales of survival. And it's fascinating. Many people walk her heart.
Yeah, it's sort of like they're used to flooding here. We went to one neighbor who was telling us that he was outside his patio sipping on some coffee, and all of a sudden the creek was swelling and it poured over on his foot. He just created the water. And he added to his house, and from there they saw that the neighbor's house was totally washed away, touching into their home. These are just some of the stories that we're hearing here. Another story is of that mother that you saw in that package. She talked to us about what she was going through in that day, how they were sitting in the living room, all of a sudden water started pouring in through the windows. They rushed into the attic and they were there up to 5 hours. So this is what we're hearing from many residents here. There is looking to be a lot of report. At least 21 people have died in it, and with those 10 people missing, so the search and recovery efforts continue here.
So many harrowing accounts with us here for residents who have been talking with who have to deal with this.
Well, right now they're really in cleanup mode. A lot of people are searching for what's missing as well. But today was the first day that they were assessing some of the damage this year. I will tell you that we spoke to one woman, her niece is a still missing 15-year-old girl. She was on a pile of debris, or wrapped up debris, really, with her sister. It hit a tree and separated both of them. The sister is okay and did survive, but they're still looking for that other young lady. And so now they're going, taking up debris hand by hand, looking for her. And again, if the rescuers here are going to stop their search this evening, but we'll take that up in the morning.
That's not getting up down there. Thank you so much for your report. And along this, we're bringing Patrick Sheehan, Director of the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency. Thank you so much for joining. Here we go again with such a terrible tragedy. Those images just horrific. What's the latest on the search for the people who are unaccounted for? And do you expect to find any more survivors?
So the searching for recovery operations continues, and we'll continue searching until we've getting closure to all families at this point. Other than those that are well, we don't expect that those were struck by floodwater to be down a lot. So we're looking for recovery operations to get families closure at this time. From our office, we're confirming 16 fatalities. That information comes to us from the Tennessee Department of Health. So you'll see sometimes our numbers are lagging, but we have an adjudication process to make sure that we're not double counting. It's obviously a terrible, tragic situation. This kind of makes you in less than 10 minutes within a day with 46 feet of water across the town. I spent 2 days there, and the devastation is hard to fathom. You can't see if you can't see it on the ground.
Yeah, and we've been hearing that record 17 inches has been on just a few hours. Can you put that in perspective for us and explain why these floods became so catastrophic?
So it's the drainage. So the way that the topography is the water that rains to the east of Waverly, the fall fell into June. The heaviest rain fell east of Waverly. And that water drained the Tennessee River, volume draining through urban areas, also receiving any rainfall. It collected there. The bulk of that 17 inches of rain fell in a very short period of time. And that led to this flooding. That isn't very prone to flooding, but they've never seen flooding at this catastrophic level before.
So that's been the biggest challenge for your workers on the ground right now, and are there more resources that you need?
We're working right now to get additional resources. So we've been fortunate the last several years. We've built really effective partnerships with counties and cities and state departments to be able to move quickly as these kinds of situations unfold. We were able to mobilize for the first time ever in response the Tennessee National Guard, Tennessee Highway Patrol, Tennessee Task Force, Human National Fire Department, National Webcam team, the Tennessee Webcam of Pug Rescuer team. As soon as the weather was clear enough for those teams to be out there to help search for folks who may have been swept away by water that needed rescuing. Certainly they helped to make some rescues in that time. Also, swiftwater rescue teams from across the state, from fire departments to rescue squads in the area were deployed there via mutual aid agreements. They were fortunate that just 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, we practiced some of these deployments in a massive exercise with the Tennessee National Guard and our first responder partners. The timeliness of that exercise really, I think, helped us to move quickly as this situation unfolded so quickly on Saturday morning.
So, based on that, do you feel like you guys were prepared, or were you blindsided in some sense?
We know we're going to face disasters. We don't know necessarily when they're going to happen or where they're going to happen, so we try to make sure that we maintain a posture. We were working with the National Weather Service and with our partners to communicate that there was some risk of flash flooding. This, of course, exceeded any of our worst nightmares about how quickly and how devastating the flood could have been. But I don't think we can ever be prepared enough, and that's just how it's the reality of what we face. We can never be prepared enough. We don't know when and where these things will happen, and as quickly that unfolded, the response to the model for timeliness and coordination and speed.
I appreciate it again. Thank you so much for talking with us. All the best to you and your teams.
Thank you very much.
In the Northeast now, some areas still facing heavy rain and flooding from tropical depression on the Lee. A confirmed tornado touching down in Massachusetts. Flood watches in effect tonight, still in New England, and tens of thousands remaining without power. Today, on reports.
Tonight, tropical depression Henri is still wreaking havoc across New England. In central Massachusetts, the storm system forming a tornado tearing through the town of Marlborough. Henri, the first tropical storm hit New England in nearly 15 years. In Rhode Island, massive trees ripped from the ground, crushing cars and taking out power lines. The storm wiping out power for at least 140,000 from New Jersey throughout New England. The Garden State also pummeled, relentless rain reaching up to 10 inches in some areas. State Governor toured the flood zone.
We're going to have to think about how we really have to prepare
for more things like this.
Residents in Connecticut also picking up pieces tonight with cars submerged and basements flooded.
Everything just came into our driveway. We can't even get all the way down the stairs because the water is so high up.
And within this hour, Henri is still making its way through New England with heavy rain and flooding, but big concern following a recent winter. High temperatures topping 90 degrees for much of the Northeast this week. Lindsay.
Thank you. When we come back, and she's off. How did this racehorse end up on a highway? Also, the incredible achievement of the Little League World Series by this 12-year-old and the show sportsmanship on the other team. The host of stunning Thailand beach roads, along with tourists now turning pandemic closures into an opportunity to replenish and bring you all reported from beautiful Thailand.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, Americans turn here and many places. ABC News World News to America's #1 news sponsors gas and also ABC News on FM.
John Ritter, John Ritter.
John Ritter is such a talent.
Was walking fine. Kind of the same category as like and it's just like them. Watching John become successful is not a surprise. Then one day he falls sick on the set. I just couldn't get it.
And how's it? I really love him so much to this day.
It was so much movie. And it's like
Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, wake up with America's #1 most-watched morning show, ABC's The
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
This is like just thank you for George, that Sunday morning show versus the competition.
Welcome to this week. Were you the nanny or were you the girlfriend? And I moved in to help with the kids. When we got an opportunity, I still slept with him. He chose the nanny. Yeah, okay.
His wife. That special Friday on ABC. It's ABC News Live.
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
What matters most is straightforward facts. ABC News is America's #1 news channel. America #1. America's most watched newscast 2020. News magazine Friday nights. #1 daytime talk show and ABC News Live. #1 news channel. ABC News is America's #1 news.
Back, there are a few silver linings from this pandemic. The global economy is taking a hit around the world, especially those dependent on tourism. The fewer crowds have allowed one environmental treasure of Thailand to begin to restore itself. So agencies where client travel to the beaches of Phuket, Thailand, to see how a year-reduced eco-tourism has created a new balance on those island shores. Phuket's light, sandy beaches are comfortable to spend these days. But for the locals like Jimmy, got small COVID. I'm crying. I know. Due to the pandemic to foreign arrivals. These beaches are as empty as they've ever been, and tour operators like Ginny are hardly anyone to sell their tickets to. Phuket these days is mostly a ghost town.
Customers each day stay quiet. This wave of COVID is affecting us harder. Life is difficult. There's no tourists coming at all. Phuket is a tourist town. Without tourists, it is the end.
There are few tourists coming here for the things that make Phuket one of the world's top tourist destinations. A few years before the pandemic, officials wanted to curb the endless stream of tourists. They wanted a better balance between nature and the economy. In 2018, the government blocked tourists from visiting Lion Bay. They were afraid this stunning spot, so beautiful, the 2 million Leonardo DiCaprio classic beach was filmed here, was in danger of disappearing. Being replaced by boat anchors, litter, and unsustainable pollution. The government's moves to cut access to national parks, banning coral damaging sunscreen, were aimed at reviving and protecting coral reefs, the beating heart of our oceans.
Provided some that's upgraded and Colorado will attention in.
So we wanted to see what happens to an ecosystem when wildlife dramatically slows down, allowing Mother Nature to take charge.
When they get pandemic, they get less tourists, and this means that even it means that become a lot of less pressure to the environment. That's why we're trying to provide more chance for coral to grow up.
There's a combination of natural reefs and artificial reefs here, structures underneath the water to attract bits of coral. Since COVID started, it's had time to recover. All the boats and the tourists here. It seems to be working. The benefits of giving nature a respite are also seen along the mangroves, which act as a coastal defense barrier against natural disasters such as storms, tsunamis, rising sea levels. Champion, a forest ecosystem expert, explained to me the importance of what the mangrove forest does for the environment.
The ecosystem of the mangrove forest is as rich as our lives. It provides pure air, medicines that we can use to heal ourselves from the lifestyles of the environment. The only elements that happens to the forest is the focus of our lives, because we're connected to the forest through the blood. Our mangrove forest is our life.
Locals are noticing an abundance of fish since the pandemic started, and it's having an effect all the way up the food chain. With the beach shores themselves, sea turtles too are making their way back in high levels lately. These red leatherback turtles hatching in droves on beaches normally occupied by sunbathers and haven't returned here to lay eggs in years. Protecting the turtles, especially after years of not hatching their eggs on beaches, is a big deal for biologists.
You're up to five, that's so much.
He's 8 months old.
He's stretching his wings. I think I might put him back into the rest.
It doesn't move very fast, I think. Entire folklore turtles represent good fortune and prosperity. It is the things that make this island special return its economy bleeds. Tourism accounts for about a fifth of the overall economy. Foreign tourist arrivals fell by more than 80% last year compared to 2019. In order to revive the resort island, the government kickstarted the Phuket Sailors Initiative last month, allowing vaccinated international arrivals to attend without quarantine. The pilot program has led to tourists trickling back in, but nowhere near the numbers before the pandemic began. Officials hope precautions like daily temperature checks, multiple tests, and social distancing measures will contain the virus and reassure travelers. But when tourism declined, the island's marine life and ecosystem prospered. Enjoying the allure here is easy, but what are we willing to do to sustain it? ABC News' Brent Planet, Phuket. Our next report from the US still ahead here on the absolutely fire definitely shot the insurrection at the Capitol was whether or not they will face any discipline. Also, the White House enlisting an army of influencers to fight vaccine disinformation on social media, should social media giants be doing more to help? And big news from the FDA on full approval for the Pfizer vaccine. We go by the numbers on the rigorous steps it took to get there. The first start tweet on the day the WNBA champions, the Seattle Storm, visiting the White House to celebrate their big accomplishment.
You're into the credit? That's the truth. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. It's what we're going to do. Let's go. Watch Saturdays on ABC News Live. Here too. I guess I just found out. The YouTube Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live. This is ABC News Live.
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. Admit it, these days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
what is it that you really want to know, what you need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make it lose it. Feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's Good Morning America.
This is an emergency. Thank you for making ABC's George on Sunday morning show versus the competition. Welcome to this week.
Welcome back, everyone. Now to another look at the FDA's approval of Pfizer's COVID vaccine and what it signifies by the numbers. It's the first COVID vaccine to be granted full FDA approval, which comes after it was tested on more than 40,000 volunteers in phase 3 trials. The FDA granted emergency use authorization after Pfizer submitted 2 months of safety data that was deemed sufficient because most vaccine side effects show up right away, not months later. Full FDA approval required 6 months of safety data from the majority of trial participants and some additional manufacturing audits. These requirements have now been met, but we will emphasize the vaccine was well tested back in December, and experts did not consider it experimental when it was authorized for emergency use. The Pfizer vaccine is more than 90% effective against COVID-19 according to clinical trials. And to date, more than 92 million Americans have been fully vaccinated with it, and more than 1.2 billion Pfizer doses have been delivered worldwide. We saw once again to keep on Prime's right, staying defensive even on the way out, what New York Governor Andrew Cuomo had to say in his final message before resigning. And imagine a world without email. Well, you probably can't fully unplug the inbox intervention you need to get hours of your time back each week. The first look at our top trending stories on abcnews.com.
News now.
And America this morning.
The best we video.
The breaking news overnight.
Emergency crews called to the town of Surfside.
U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories people are talking about.
And what to expect the day ahead.
ABC World News Now and America This Morning.
Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern.
Up all night to get you up to date.
So were you the nanny or were you the girlfriend? I lived in to help with the kids. When we had opportunity, I still slept with him. They chose the nanny. Yeah, the nanny.
Or the deal, or his wife.
He finally has what he wants. His wife is dead, and his mistress has moved in. He's having tea at his very welcome with his new best friend, Satan.
Now, the is uncovered. The
out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
With so much at stake, thank you for ABC's This Week with George. Your Sunday morning show versus the competition. Welcome to This Week.
This is GMA3, what you need to know. GMA3,
The third hour of Good Morning America.
it's all about you. Lunchtime on ABC.
This is ABC.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Step up right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Now, with so much hope for a bright tomorrow filled with sunshine, it's time to
Rise and shine.
we're celebrating travel all across the country. Rise and shine, so celebrate with ABC's Good Morning America's Big Rise and Shine Tour.
John Beer, let's say category is like on A, it's just like the superstar.
I really love him so much to this day.
I was so lucky to get his life.
The FDA giving full approval to the Pfizer vaccine for Americans 16 and older.
It is now happened. You've been waiting for us here.
Pfizer vaccine found to be 91% effective in preventing COVID-19. Tonight, the Pentagon is preparing to require the shot for 1.3 million active duty troops. New York City mandating the vaccine for all school employees without the option for weekly testing. And that United Airlines workers will have 5 weeks from today to show proof of vaccination. Still, more Americans are dying of COVID now, an average of 738 every day. Florida just saw its deadliest week. In Palm Beach, doctors gathering in solidarity before dawn to beg members of the community to get the shot. The science is there. We must stop denying the data. So please get vaccinated.
Discussion of this is back on how far along we are with the process. The Democrat today, this is the most important time. Over the weekend, some Jim parents trying to get to the end. It would be 7 dead. The 2-year-old girl. Today, the Wi-Fi working out between Yellow and the American Legion forces Afghan security officer killed, others wounded. Unfortunately, terrorists may see an opportunity in the chaos as a defense of military effort and releasing flares to disrupt any heat-seeking missiles on target planes. Outside of Afghanistan, the U.S. enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport Americans and the Afghans to Somalia. U.S. Capitol Police have cleared the officer who fatally shot a rioter during the January 6th insurrection. The United States government released on some professional responsibility said they reviewed all available evidence in connection with the shooting. The cause in the statement, the agency said the actions of the officer in this case potentially saved members and staff from serious injury, which incident that a large crowd of rioters. The statement goes on to say that the officer's actions were great assistance with training as well as policy and procedure.
Today is Andrew Cuomo's last day as governor of New York. He announced his resignation 2 weeks ago following sexual harassment allegations. At midnight, Lieutenant Governor Kathy Bush becomes New York's first.
It's not a highway, this is an Indiana retail roads. This guy doesn't make that most people is first race. Lots of career heads, it's the, make sure that you know, those guys have to arrange what they're able to get it to a check out there and just fine. And of course, his name, well, doesn't his first name is Eli Jones, just take over. And before you know it, is Washington State Commanders of Northwest talking to Tina Song as later after that different ball. In a little serious, and also providing only one of the game team as well.
Congratulations, Steve, and welcome back. Everyone on Facebook has revealed that one of its most popular posts this year was one that's spreading misinformation about the COVID vaccine. So the White House now teams up with top social media influencers in a big push to get young people vaccinated. ABC's Asha Sen has a story.
I wanted to take this time to really urge all of you guys to go get vaccinated.
These days, this is what your kids' TikTok feeds are looking like.
So please do your own research, which really means us getting vaccinated.
Posting content from their favorite influencers, encouraging young people to get vaccinated. It's the latest effort headed by the Biden administration to get shots in young people's arms, with only 46% of 18 to 24-year-olds fully vaccinated against the coronavirus. The White House is capitalizing some Gen Z icons, Olivia Rodrigo, Julia Stein, and Betty Drama, just to name a few.
Now, here's President Biden talking about the importance of vaccinated.
Now, they've got a full roster of creators ranging in popularity. They're running the organization Gen Z for Change to get the word out.
So Gen Z for Change is a coalition of over 500 TikTok creators with combined following about 432 million people. Our cumulative reach with all the creators in the network is about 1.5 billion views. That's more than CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News combined per month.
A study by UC San Francisco researchers found that about 1 in 4 vaccinated people aged 18 to 25 said they probably will have, or definitely will have, get the COVID-19 vaccination. Despite the fact that this demographic has been found more likely than other age groups to transmit coronavirus, what is it about young people and teenagers that might make them so resistant to the vaccine?
I think that a lot of teenagers are stuck in their bubble.
Much of the hesitancy is also due to the growing tide of disinformation on social media.
Because people are also influencers, and there's so many anti-vax influencers like Dr. Joseph Mercola, who built $100 million massive business essentially promoting disinformation about vaccines online. Just recently, Facebook banned an entire network that was actually paying influencers to post vaccine disinformation and spread lies about the vaccine. So the White House is a real uphill battle.
Navigating disinformation, a task that many of these younger influencers are forced to deal with.
When it comes to people saying, like, now, the vaccine is going to microchip you, you just want to immediately knock down, that you want the stuff that's disinformation, stop the fear mongering so we can actually address the real concern. Our next option, same for that ABC or its report tonight. And it's now time for an inbox intervention. Can you imagine a world without email? Kind of hard to fathom this one, but Dan Harris sat down with one author advocating for creating boundaries in order to help reduce burnout.
The advent of email brought a whole new way of communication. But more than 2 decades later, the romance is gone. The constant cacophony of notifications can wreak havoc on our mental health. Each of these conversations has messages that requires constant checking in your inbox, constant checking of Slack, and that constant checking is where the problem comes from. Captain Morgan is a New York Times best-selling author whose latest work boldly imagines a world without email.
Can you envision a world without email? What does that even look like? What I'm really arguing for is that we need way more structured ways of collaborating than this. I'll shoot you a message, I'll put you on Slack, I'll shoot you an email. So I don't want the trouble of email to go away.
Jen says it's time for a much-needed inbox intervention, and hitting unsubscribe, what he calls the hyperactive hive mind.
It's an approach to collaboration in which we work most things out with back and forth ad hoc, unscheduled messaging. It's how most of us get work done today. It's also, I think, a productivity disaster.
A productivity disaster because it just, your brain, your mind will pull in 1,000 different directions.
If you interrupt work to look at a message, it's going to make you a lot more fatigued and it's going to reduce your cognitive output. So this sequential nature of work is what we should be aiming for. One thing at a time, so when you get to a stopping point on this memo, before I check my inbox,
As for office hours,
there are set times on set days where everyone knows that you are available for real-time communication. Just wait till the next office hours and ask you that quick question. Look at really large impacts.
this strikes me as an aberrant time for workers. There's so much flux, so many people leaving work. They call it the great resignation. If you're working at a place that you don't like the workflow that's involved in you, maybe now is the time to think about leaving.
I think if you think of something different, don't just be looking at what is wrong with work policy. Don't just be looking at what is the benefits or what is the salary. Have a conversation about how your work will actually unfold.
Thanks to Dan Harris for that. Before we go tonight, our image of the day. Let the games begin again. The Olympics may be over now. The Paralympics are set to get underway in Tokyo. These athletes in training sessions ahead of the start of the largest sport event globally for people with disabilities. This year's Paralympics will feature more than 3,500 athletes from at least 134 nations. Good luck to all of the competitors. And that is our show for this hour. Be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. Thanks so much for staying with us. Coming up in the next hour, we're staying on top of several things. We're joined by the first female pilot in the Afghan Air Force. Her message to women not able to get out of Afghanistan now, dealing with the harsh reality of life under Taliban rule. And the new fallout after Mike Richards' decision to step down as the new host of Jeopardy, who will host the show for now.
Straightforward facts. ABC sees America's number one news. America's most watched newscast. Talk show and ABC News sees America's number one news.
What do you think of John Ritter?
Something special, hilarious.
It looks fun.
He was
He never misses a moment.
John Ritter appears as a contestant in dating guy. It's like an improv exercise.
It's lovable.
kind of say category as like a Tom Hanks, just like them.
Who was like no more than ever met. Before sitcoms arise, even Will and Grace, you have to leave company. You've seen the star that John Ritter can be.
Watching John become successful is not a surprise. You've been trying a lot of different things.
I think it was more important to him to be seen as an artist.
And one day he falls sick on the set.
Jason Ritter, Milo Jones, my folks are pleasant.
He was always afraid that this would happen.
No one would have been able to see it coming.
I just heard screaming.
Wait, what? You know what? I just couldn't believe it.
And that was it.
John Ritter.
John Ritter is such a talent. I really love him so much to this day.
Always will remember James. John Ritter. I just wanted to remember it on my kid's son. Here's a guy who was killed in his prime. Superstar. John Ritter.
There was so much people in his life.
Special this is so much at stake. Thank you for making ABC's this George. Your site and show versus the competition.
Welcome to this week.
Hey everyone, Lindsay Davis, thanks so much for streaming with us. We're monitoring several developments here at ABC News and this hour. Civil rights icon Reverend Jesse Jackson and his wife Jacqueline are said to be responding to treatment after they were both hospitalized this weekend after testing positive for COVID-19. Jesse Jackson is fully vaccinated, receiving his first shot of COVID-19 in January. His wife had not been vaccinated. Opposing protests in Portland, Oregon on Sunday led to clashes between far left and far right demonstrators. The groups identifying as Antifa and Proud Boys in separate locations, but we are clashing with gunshots reported, as well as property damage on the streets. And a tragic story out of Houston where a father was shot and killed while driving with his two young boys. The brothers, just 6 and 8 years old, managed to take control of their father's SUV, guiding it off the freeway before seeking help. Police they were offering a $10,000 reward in that case. Now to the frantic push to evacuate in Afghanistan, the U.S. has airlifted roughly 16,000 people out of Kabul in the past 24 hours. The Biden administration now says the U.S. may extend its August 31st deadline to complete the withdrawal of thousands of Americans and Afghan allies. The Taliban calls that exit date a red line. Our senior political correspondent Ian Pan reports again from Kabul tonight.
Tonight's violence and chaos surrounding airports and the pace of evacuations is stepping up. U.S. security planes flying more than 60,000 people out of Afghanistan in just the past 24 hours, a new record. And so many will remain. The U.S. was planning to go out on August 31st, one week from tomorrow. President Biden now hinting that may be delayed.
We have to extend, but there could be discussions, I suspect, on how far along we are in the process.
The Taliban today calling August 31st a red line, saying moving the deadline would amount to extending occupation and would provoke a reaction. So now the situation is increasingly desperate, and over the weekend, surging crowds trying to get to the airport, leaving at least 7 dead, including reportedly a 2-year-old girl. Today, a firefight breaking out between government and American and German forces, an Afghan security officer killed, others wounded.
How long can still go wrong?
White House warning terrorists may see an opportunity in the chaos, calling the threat of an ISIS attack at the airport. Acute at the systems. As a defense, military aircraft now releasing flares to distract any heat-seeking missiles that might target planes. Outside of Afghanistan, the US enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport Americans and the Afghans to London.
Extremely clear. Workers, Afghans have helped us for over the last 20 years to rule the United States of America.
Hundreds of Afghan refugees now arriving in Virginia. This woman telling our affiliate WJLA she fled Kabul in the darkness with her husband and 3-year-old daughter. At Dulles Airport outside Washington, D.C., this man and his family speaking ABC's Gina Benitez. Diane worked for the American government for more than 2 years. This is his first time in the United States.
Thanks to Ian Panel. And now we're joined by Eva Harmon, the first female pilot in the Afghan Air Force after the fall of the Taliban in 2001. She was awarded the State Department's International Women of Courage Award in 2015 and granted asylum in the U.S. in 2018. Eva Harmon, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
ABC News has obtained some really heart-wrenching, gut-wrenching audio recordings from English-speaking Afghans, including Afghan Air Force pilots, pleading for help, and some locals describing it as so desperate that they're flying across the border to other countries to escape on their own. And what are you hearing from your Afghan Air Force colleagues living in the country?
Well, it's definitely, this has been a week. The heart is so to me. It's hard to I can't express how I feel because I exactly know how those people are going through the heights, the loneliness, and all those people that they left behind. And that's they have no security and they're afraid for their future. They know what their future is going to look like. Even past 9/11, those people lived under this government, under the government of
Taliban. And if the Taliban were so great, why are they so creative in life? Why would they win? And I really wish I'm trying my best to see if I can help as much as I can. And watching the videos, watching the life of, so many people that they're reaching out, they sending me videos, and it just breaks my heart. My heart bleeds just even looking at them, and I can still have tears, and it's just like so much pain to see what my country, my people are going through right now.
And you served as an inspiration to so many other Afghan women and girls as the country's first female Air Force pilot. Seeing the images that we're seeing now, it's just thousands stranded in hundreds of others that are in other countries where they have no true home. But what's your message to them?
Well, all I can say is I understand their pain, just stay strong. They have, if they don't have any supports, they just have to save their life because I'm just really concerned for their life. And if they can't reach me out any way I can help them, they can reach me out any way they could be, I'm concerned and help them. I don't want to see any of them to be killed by the Taliban for what they have done just because they were the ones that were in the country, because that's what I have to go through as a woman, just want to build for my flag of the country and try to bring freedom and voice for women. And I was a victim, I was targeted by the Taliban, and they wanted to kill me just for what I've done. So I know what they're going through, and I would do my best, anything I can to help them.
Is it possible at all that the Taliban has changed because officials have said that they will honor women's rights according to Islamic law, as you know, but many Afghan women still fear that they will not keep this promise. You previously said that the Taliban will include women the most. Have they shown any signs to you of changing and perhaps being less oppressive?
If the entire world could believe that they changed, I would be the last person that I changed my mind in my home to say they changed. I'm an Afghan, I live on that law and rules. I know what I do to a woman. I have seen my own mind getting, I have seen the rules that have been taken away. I have seen the harsh videos, what they do. If they have proven themselves to the world, they didn't prove themselves. And there hasn't been anything that I would learn, they haven't been anything good that I would give anyone to believe they have changed.
And you have said that even for your own family, your parents have been in danger of talking about the Taliban just for supporting you throughout your career. Talk a bit about being a woman in a male-dominated arena and the added dangers that women face.
It wasn't easy for me. I had to break so many barriers. If it comes to society, if it comes to my own family, it has to do with the Taliban because the Taliban, as I mentioned before, they're holding wars against women. The men does not get heard by the Taliban and government. It's only women. We know that already there's no sign of women in the city. They all disappeared. And I've seen videos that they're sending me that they're crying that I'm afraid that the world, the future is going to be hard because they know what's going to be bad.
What's been your reaction to President Biden and other top officials blaming rapid fall in Afghanistan on what they see as the Afghan military's unwillingness to step up and fight?
This was actually, it really made me upset. I'm not saying the world should stay in Afghanistan forever. What I'm saying is how the world allowed this to happen again. We had a very hard accident in November. How the world would let this happen again. How we would let entire Afghanistan to be taken by people that they have proven themselves and they've heard the world in Afghanistan before. And I just speechless. I cannot say and why and what. All I can say is that Afghan soldiers, the Afghan army, the Afghan Air Force, they all fought all there was a time that they thought they had support. They had support, they had everything that they needed and they would go and we lost so many lives as well. Even this 20 years, how many lives, American lives was lost? How many trillion dollars has been spent in Afghanistan? How much money was spent to bring freedom to Afghanistan, to a war in Afghanistan? How easy to just hand it to Taliban? I would just ask them kindly that they have to live in Afghanistan because
are innocent, and they have to stop this. So would that be the message if you had an opportunity to speak directly to President Biden at this point, as far as if he used to be able to suggest to him how to move forward with the Taliban? Absolutely, because as an African, I would not be the only person to say that. Entire African people know that absolutely total. Why Taliban is so strong, why they have everything they have. Absolutely, what's behind that? You know, because they are made being based and being so strong. And this really has to, and I would ask, I would President Biden, I would ask entire leaders of the world, the UN, that they stop Pakistan for what they're doing. And I would love to say, you know, everybody in the world that please open the borders for Afghans, that they really need, you know, humanity costs nothing from these people to the world. And I would just ask them that please be open and kind to all these Afghans that they need them. They just open their borders for them because if they believe their life is going to be peaceful in Afghanistan and they would have everything they want, we wouldn't be like this on watching the news when they're doing. They already told their kids to go to the walls for their soldiers not to keep it. Why? What does that mean? It means that really about the future of their kids. They want her to do something like that. They don't know where that kid is going to go, but they just don't want to do it under that government. This has to be the sign how terrified people in Afghanistan are. I thank you so much for talking with us tonight. Thank you, which is right. Turning now to the pandemic, and earlier today, FDA granted full approval to the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine agency's Morgan Road has the regulated in Los Angeles.
As the Delta variant reaches the FDA warranty window, the Pfizer COVID-19 for 60 million people reports to be processed in the US.
This is a pivotal moment for our country in the fight against the pandemic.
Because as more than 80 million eligible Americans are still unvaccinated, the vaccines have gotten shots and mandated to come from the FDA. Articles in a statement saying the public should be confident that this vaccine meets the FDA's gold standard for safety.
So that I went with the application, we called those who were waiting until now, to make the choice of the medical drug. And all thereby also comprehensive community, that it reduces the spread of COVID-19, so when we get vaccinated.
The FDA vaccine businesses, school districts, and government agencies now need and will be called to require vaccinations if they're not able to enter the enrollments and have plans to require members of the military to get their shots. City mandating vaccines for teachers and school staff.
This is a game changer. We've been waiting for this for a long time. To have the full approval vaccine, we now have it. This helps us move forward, with our schools, with this new vaccine mandate.
President Biden celebrated the approval and commissioning of companies, agencies, and school districts to require vaccines.
Required employees to get vaccinated or face strict requirements. As I said last week, vaccination requirements have been around for decades.
And Biden administration is considering putting the booster shot starting September 20th. You have a city and get those booster shots on Tuesday. And thank you. Turning now to all Americans most for the Walk of Game show is talking, of course, about Jeopardy. Once again, searching for a new host to succeed in Alex Trebek after Michael Richards, the current executive producer of the show, was recently named. The post stepped down because of disparaging comments he made about the minimum podcast several years ago. In response, the show is announcing that Miami Optic will be hosting a new primetime version of Jeopardy with the first guest host to fill the opens on campus as a released.
Welcome to Jeopardy.
What is a Jeopardy mess? More fallout for the Bluff Quiz Show. Newly minted host Mike Richards stepping down just 9 days into the COVID role with backlash over sexist and offensive comments about women he made years ago. This, as we learned that new episodes filmed just last week via battle former host will still air. In a note sent to Jeopardy staff Friday morning, Richards writing, over the last several days, it has become clear that moving forward as host would be too much of a distraction for our fans and not the right move for the show. Public outcry swept after the website The Ringer posted clips from the Random Show, a podcast Richards hosted from 2013 to 2014. It can be heard here pressing his female co-host on whether or not she's taken new photos.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever taken a new picture?
I can't say that question to you, like your parents.
Answer right now. You're saying, have you?
I didn't know.
Yes, you have.
Richards was tapped to be executive producer for The Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune in May 2020. Positions he will still keep despite stepping down as host. So he wrote in a statement, "It is our hope that as EP he will continue to do so with professionalism and respect."
This is not the type of thing with which this show has ever been associated, and I would just love to see the process get back on track and go into the future with a better sense of how we can maintain the track that production and Mr. Beck and everybody involved had had it for so long.
Claire McNear is the Ringer journalist who first reported on the controversial clips that started the investigation. She also wrote a book on the show's history.
Everybody knows what Jeopardy is. Everybody knows Jeopardy. And to have this controversy, I think it's kind of shaken people and created the possibility that Jeopardy is going to possibly lose this universal seal of approval.
Thanks to Eva for that. Still to come, our conversation with an investigator of photos is usually thinking about what you eat, where you shop, and how it impacts the environment.
No one thought the computer salesman was supposed to report to prison to begin a 17-year sentence. Now, join the global panel to have you seen this man. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Host with straightforward facts. Sees America's remote news. America's most watched newscasts in 2020. Talk show and ABC News Live. Sees America's #1 news. It wasn't hard to see what's in his life.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we're going to do. Let's go. Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. Like the YouTube Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
This is ABC News Live.
So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. Welcome back. We're tracking several international headlines at this hour. Chaos broke out at a French League soccer match Sunday in Nice, where fans threw projectiles and stormed the field. The game ultimately ended after the visiting Marseille team refused to restart the game. Vice President Kamala Harris is traveling overseas, where she met with Singapore's Prime Minister. She also made history with the first meeting between the first U.S. female VP and Singapore's first female head of state. And a grand tradition returns with Britain's changing of the guard in Buckingham Palace, resuming for the first time today since the start of the pandemic. The daily ceremony had been put on hold since March of 2020 to discourage large crowds from gathering. How often do you think specifically about what you eat, where you are shopping, and how that impacts the environment. If you are doing an investigative report, Larissa Zimmerhoff says you may want to start doing that. She's out of the new book, Technically Food Insights, and about Bala's mission to change what we eat. Larissa, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Linda, for having me.
So let's just start first off. What made you become so passionate about the food industry?
Yeah, well, it started when I was 12 and I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. And it was screwing me, looking at food always and paying attention to what I needed to eat to survive. I looked at the macronutrients in my book. I say that I see food. So I looked at fat, I looked at protein, and carbohydrates, and these are all crucial to our survival, and especially to mine. I learned over time that packaged foods, processed foods, weren't as easy for me to deal with. And then I started covering food tech as a later, and I started fielding these questions from friends and family and strangers, like, should I eat this? Should I eat that? Is this good for me? Is that good for me? And even if it's delicious. And I finally realized that this book needed to come out because I didn't feel that people were being critical of the field because everyone's so excited about it.
And what is driving this change in how we eat?
Yeah, great. It's definitely the investment community. So initially, we went to the Bay Areas and Silicon Valley for their venture capital funding, and then eventually accelerators and hubs grew up around it, and then we saw we go public, and Wall Street started paying attention. So many people would talk about before Beyond Meat and after Beyond Meat as a pivotal time in the change of programs of money invested in the med cabinet.
And why do you believe that it's up to consumers to do their own research on what they should eat and not just rely on FDA recommendations?
Yeah, it's such a problem. The FDA and the USDA, they're responsible for whether or not food is safe, but they're not responsible for is this healthy for me. No one is, and that's unfortunate because we all have to police our own diet, and it's getting harder and harder with all of these options that are coming out. And no one's looking at the American diet saying, we're doing a great job, we're probably doing a great job. And so the USDA and the FDA, they can't be responsible for this. And what I think is that we need maybe a different government agency that's responsible for putting these like health requirements as part of being in business and food, making sure that they, instead of just looking for profit, they also have to take metrics of their health.
What I always think is so interesting about foods is how they become trendy. Like 1 year it was like kale, it's the in food, and then avocado, and then meats. And you also write about farming, right? This idea. Why do you think that we should be focused on moving away from large scale factory farming and towards focusing on specific farmers and farmland?
Well, in addition to venture funding supporting food tech, it's also the vision based, right? We really want to save the planet, we really want to end industrial scale animal agriculture. Now, one of the tasks that they're taking, especially doing it in hospitals or beyond, is kind of global domination. We're everywhere, but I don't see that as being something that is going to save the world. Because if we could consider solutions that were local, that were regionally appropriate, that were ready for culture and cuisine for better before, versus, again, this industrial solution that hasn't worked yet, right? We're all sort of suffering from bad health, underlying conditions like own. And I think that if we look at the local, look at farmers that are caring about their soil, about their community, about their workers, then as we drive to work and as we drive to school, the areas of the land that we see, we know what's happening there. And I think that's important.
And we're starting to see more household staples such as milk and meats go plant-based. In your book, you mentioned how algae, fungi, basically, and even mold may soon be staples in grocery stores. Tell us why.
Yeah, I mean, these are actually some of the ones that I'm really excited about. So, cookie is a mold and it's being used to make bacon. Now, many food makers want bacon to be as delicious, plant-based bacon to be as delicious as pork bacon. And I think that as long as it's close, as long as it's kind of fatty, kind of smoky, I'm happy. And so, the
cookie bacon that's being baked by Korean locally. It's kind of delicious because with some plant-based eggs, and there's a company on the East Coast that's making bacon from mycelium, which is the underground root structure of mushrooms. And these things don't need a lot of processing. The ingredients is very simple, it's simple to understand. It doesn't need 20 plus ingredients. With algae, there's a supplement business that we know which might be spirulina or chlorella, but it can also be a protein from a single cell organisms that could be formulated into something else. And I think they have potential. I have this like blue food coloring that's made from spirulina that, one day M&M's could be using the color M&M's instead of, food that number 6. That's not very number, but something like that. So I think there is potential for food tech. I think that there are things to look for from the last several decades of big food that we want to be careful of.
You got me so good. Is it fatty and smoky? I'm in. So you mentioned that Gen Z Generation 8 is most willing to pay for sustainable food goods, but for those who can't afford healthier products, what can they do?
Yeah, I think that, if you look at Impossible Beyond, they are really driving down price. And I don't say that everyone needs to eat them. I just say that they should consider the treat. Don't have a burger every day, whether it's ground beef or whether it's Impossible. Have it infrequently, have it once or twice a month. And so the area we get into that's hard to talk about is convenience. People are buying food for price, for taste, and convenience. And packaged processed foods are convenient. Unfortunately, they're not healthy for us. They're ultra processed foods in general. And so there are some things that need to change about our country. We could have food pantries that serve healthy to-go food. We could have Whole Foods turned into pay what you can, so that people can buy fruits and vegetables and have it prepared for them, and they can afford it. So that it's quick, it's easy, it's affordable, and we don't get it. So there's an education point here too. It is a wholesale change to how we see our country and how we sell food. But I think if we learn anything from the pandemic, it's that we eat healthier and we're more healthier by changing what we eat.
Suddenly, I'm hungry. We'll try and not get the burger tonight. Well, Grace is in the room. Thank you so much for your time tonight. You can find Technically Food on Silicon Valley's mission to change what we eat online and in stores. And that is our show for tonight. Be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. I'm Linda Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Have a great night.
Instagram for more.
OnlyFans is a massive part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to solve shots at the ground floor. And a lot of celebrities with OnlyFans are famous for it. Bella Thorne and 24 Hours she made $1 million. Seen and looking pretty OnlyFans, selling sexy and exclusive and
Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. Let's go. Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. Yes, I just started now. The YouTube Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live. This is ABC News
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of? watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
John Ritter, superstar. I know so many people in his life.
Doing several major headlines as we come on the air, the FDA giving full approval now to the Pfizer vaccine and what this could mean for vaccine mandates in this country. And the news coming in from Afghanistan's evacuations, how many Americans, how many Afghan interpreters remain, and will the president extend that August 31st deadline? Tonight, the Taliban with a warning if he does. First, the coronavirus, and tonight, Pfizer and the first COVID vaccine in the U.S. to be fully approved for Americans 16 and older. Until now, they've been given emergency use authorization and full approval, found to be 91% effective at preventing the virus. Federal authorities have long looked this morning how to the unvaccinated, providing additional proof of the vaccine safety. What this could mean for vaccine mandates moving forward. What New York City has done, and companies too. United Airlines selecting employees 5 weeks from today to be fully vaccinated. And all of this comes as more than 180,000 children get COVID in just 1 week. Dr. John standing by answering questions on all of this and the booster and when you should plan to get it. Also tonight, the mass evacuations and the race against time in Afghanistan. Will President Biden extend that deadline, what the White House said just today? The Taliban now saying that date is a red line. And the Pentagon tonight on the U.S. military going into Kabul to help Americans and Afghans get out. Ian Pennell reporting from Kabul at Walker Minutes live in Washington tonight. What she's now learned. The horrific and deadly weather here at home, the flooding tragedy in Tennessee. Many families say it came out of nowhere. At least 21 people now killed, including 7-month-old twins, swept away from their father. Country legend Loretta Lynn heartbroken tonight following the death of her longtime ranch foreman. Homes, cars, roads washed away, several still missing. A record-setting 17 inches of rain in less than 24 hours. Also, Opry slams in the northeast to confirm tornado tonight touching down in Massachusetts. Heavy rain and flooding from New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, up through Massachusetts, and a heat wave likely next. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo's final hours in office, his farewell message, and what he says in that message about the AG report that led to his resignation. News on a deadly highway shooting, a father shot while driving. His young sons, 6 and 8, taking control of the wheel, pulling off the highway, finding a bullet to call 911. And tonight here, we remember a rock and roll pioneer. From ABC News, world headquarters in this is Good evening, it's great to have you with us here as we start another week together. The news coming in out of Afghanistan in just a moment. Will President Biden extend this deadline? Is there a firm number on Americans and Afghans still trying to get out? But we are going to begin tonight with that major news on the Pfizer vaccine and given full approval by the FDA. President Biden today calling this a key milestone in the fight against the pandemic. The FDA calling it a pivotal moment for our country. It comes amid a surging Delta variant, more than 137,000 new COVID cases a day in this country. Authorities are now hoping this leads to more of the unvaccinated getting the shot and more companies and businesses mandating their workers get vaccinated too. Pfizer is, of course, now the first COVID vaccine in the U.S. to be fully licensed. Until now, it had only been given emergency use authorization and full approval based on data from 45,000 trial volunteers showing the vaccine. It's 91% effective at preventing COVID. Tonight, federal authorities hope this will encourage many of the 82 million Americans who still haven't had their first shot to get it. President Biden touting the scientific evidence today, telling the unvaccinated, quote, the moment you've been waiting for is here. And with this approval, the president also called on state and local governments, businesses, and schools to issue vaccine mandates now. New York City today requiring teachers receive at least one dose by next month. The U.S. reporting more than 180,000 new child COVID cases in just the last week. The Pentagon tonight now moving forward with plans to require vaccinations for more than 1 million active military personnel. And the vaccination rate in this country is now picking up steam again. The CDC reporting 71% of those 12 and older have now received at least one dose. Several days now with more than 1 million vaccinations in this country. And ABC's Eva Pilgrim taking us off.
In that long-awaited decision, the FDA gave full approval to the Pfizer vaccine for Americans 16 and older, making it the first vaccine to move past emergency use authorization.
If you're one of the million Americans who said that they will not get the shot, when it's until that's full and final approval of the FDA, it has now happened. All you've been waiting for is here.
The president called the FDA's review process the gold standard. The Pfizer vaccine found to be 91% effective in preventing COVID-19. In just 8 months, Americans have received more than 200 billion Pfizer doses, with 1 billion more given around the world. The vaccine is now among the most studied in history. Full approval for the Pfizer vaccine now paving the way for more vaccine mandates from schools, governments, and corporations. With the surging Delta variant, the president is pushing companies to act.
Your business leader, a nonprofit leader, a state and local leader, when waiting for full FDA approval to require vaccinations, I call them now to do that requirement.
Tonight, the Pentagon is preparing to require the shot for 1.3 million active duty troops. New York City mandating the vaccine for all school employees without the option for weekly testing. And that United Airlines workers will have 5 weeks from today to show proof of vaccination. The question is whether full approval will trigger a wave of desperately needed vaccinations. About 85 million Americans are eligible but have not gotten the shot. A recent poll found 3 out of 10 unvaccinated people said they would be more likely to get a shot that had full approval.
Just like a lot of other people this year, I'm getting the FDA approval.
Still, more Americans are dying of COVID now, an average of 738 every day. Florida just saw its deadliest week.
A lot of them actually that are coming here and before the incident, spend almost their last words are begging for a vaccine. But unfortunately, by that time, it's already too late.
In Palm Beach, doctors gathering in solidarity before dawn to beg members of the community to get the shot.
The science is there. We must stop denying the data. So please get vaccinated.
And tonight, the number of children infected with COVID is skyrocketing. More than 180,000 cases last week, nearly 5 times more than just a month ago. 14-year-old Preston Timmons has autism and was hospitalized in Arizona for days with COVID.
It's terrifying. He doesn't like, them poking him and prodding him, and he has to have oxygen because he can't breathe while on his own. It's hard.
Preston is finally home recovering. His mom now plans to get him vaccinated as soon as he's better.
And even Pilgrim with us tonight, we should also point out that in this full approval of the Pfizer vaccine, the FDA is still warning that the vaccine should not be used in younger children under 12, and they're still working on this.
That's right. The FDA making it very clear that the vaccine should not be given off-label to children under 12. The commissioner saying they are not just small adults. The FDA is still studying the safety data and the proper dose before making that recommendation for those younger children. That decision could come this fall. David,
Eva Pilgrim leading us off ER, thanks to you. And so with the FDA giving the Pfizer vaccine the full approval, the bigger picture here tonight will just change minds, will just change what companies now do moving forward. And of course, the booster shot, that third shot now on the horizon. So let's get right to Dr. Ashish Dean at Brown University School of Public Health. And Dr. John, always great to have you. First off, I'm curious your thoughts. How big of a game changer is today's full approval? Will it change minds, as I said, or will it have an even larger impact on companies and what they'll now mandate with their workers?
And so first of all, thanks for having me back. I think this is really big news. I think this is great. And I think the big impact will be on companies, on schools, on universities, hospitals. We'll be waiting. I think with full approval now, I think they will move forward with mandates. I would expect a wave of mandates coming. And I think there's some individuals that will make a difference as well. But I think the big impact will be from mandates that are coming down.
In the meantime, we can't forget the fully vaccinated Americans already in this third shot, this booster, set for mid-September, pending FDA approval. We've heard a lot about this 8-month mark, that you should plan to get the booster about 8 months after you were fully vaccinated. People are going to be doing the math in their heads tonight. Well, why that time frame? And does it make sense to you?
Yeah, it does. We're seeing from Israel, and that's really the place that has the best data, is some weakening of immunity in high-risk people. So what I'm saying is telling people is if you're immunocompromised, if you're elderly, if you have multiple chronic conditions, after 8 months, it probably does make sense to get a booster to get that extra level of protection. I haven't seen data yet that most normal people with normal healthy immune systems needed, and people have more data on that, but for the high-risk people, it does make sense.
And as soon as we get that data, Dr. John will have to bring that on. Thank you. In the meantime, tonight we turn down to Afghanistan and to news on the mass evacuations, the race against time there. Will President Biden extend that August 31st deadline, with the White House said just today here in a moment. The Taliban now saying that date is a red line. The U.S. and allies making progress, airlifting roughly 16,000 people out of Kabul in just the last 24 hours. But that image, planes taking off using flares to protect against any possible terror threat from the ground. And the Pentagon tonight acknowledging the second group of Americans in Kabul was airlifted to the airport, and that rescue operations are taking place as needed to bring the people inside the perimeter at the airport. Our Singapore correspondent Ian Powell reporting from Kabul again tonight.
Tonight, violence and chaos around the airport doubled, but the pace of evacuations are stepping up. US security planes are flying more than 60,000 people out of Afghanistan in just the past 24 hours, a new record. With so many will remain, the US was planning to go out on August 31st, 1 week from tomorrow. President Biden now hinting that may be delayed.
Our hope is we won't have to extend, but there are going to be discussions, I suspect, on how far along we are in the process.
The Taliban today calling August 31st a red line, saying moving the deadline would amount to extending occupation and would provoke a reaction. So now the situation is increasingly desperate. Over the weekend, surging crowds tried to get to the airport, leaving at least 7 dead, including reportedly a 2-year-old girl. Today, a firefight breaking out between government and American and German forces. Afghan security officer killed, others wounded.
Walk is still a walk.
The White House warning terrorists may see an opportunity in advance, calling the threat of an ISIS attack at the airport real, acute, and persistent. As a defense, the military aircraft now releasing flares to distract any heat-seeking missiles that might target planes. Outside of Afghanistan, the US enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport Americans and the Afghans from hotel assignment.
On screen and clear. The Afghans have helped us over the last 20 years to rule the United States of America.
Hundreds of Afghan refugees now arriving in Virginia. This woman telling our affiliate WJLA she fled Kabul in the darkness with her husband and 3-year-old daughter. At Dulles Airport outside Washington, D.C., this man and his family speaking with NBC's Gio Benitez. The man worked for the American government for more than 2 years. This is his first time in the United States.
While the numbers of Americans and Afghans getting out of the country has increased, tens of thousands still remain stuck outside the airport, afraid or simply unable to get through those checkpoints or the chaos, and time starting to run out for many of them to get out safely. David?
Ian Powell reporting for us again tonight. Our thanks to Ian and the team. Meantime, at the White House today, our Stephanie Reynolds asking about that August 31st deadline to get the U.S. troops out, of course, Americans and Afghan interpreters before that. Stephanie asking whether the president plans to extend that deadline, and here's what his national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, said.
Americans and Afghan allies out of the country by August 31st. What happens then if time says if you're not willing to extend, the U.S. will abide by your threat lines?
So I'm not going to take this on as a hypothetical question. What I'm going to say is what I said at the outset, which is we're in touch with the Taliban daily. We're in touch with our allies and partners. We're reviewing our progress in this particular operation, which we feel has been substantial over the past few days. And the president will make his own determination here.
That was the answer at the White House today. On this deadline, August 31st isn't confirmed tomorrow. However, ABC's Chief Global Affairs correspondent Martha Renner is with us tonight. Martha, I know you pressed the Secretary of Defense on this just this weekend. What do you hear from your sources tonight on this deadline as it approaches?
Well, David, the Defense Secretary told me the goal is to finish the evacuations by that August 31st deadline. The complication is that we now have close to 6,000 troops there to facilitate the evacuation. So that troop withdrawal in itself would take several days, and that means they would have to get American citizens and Afghan allies out of Afghanistan by next weekend, if not sooner, in order to then get the troops out by the deadline. A U.S. official tells me at this point it is unlikely the deadline will be extended, but the negotiations are ongoing. David?
Working between people, we'll see tomorrow night. We move on this evening to the horrific and deadly weather you recall the flooding tragedy in Tennessee. At least 21 people now killed, including 7-month-old twins swept away from their father. And tonight, country legend Loretta Lynn, heartbroken following the death of her longtime ranch foreman. ABC's Ellen Lopez in Waverly, Tennessee tonight.
Tonight, new images of the catastrophic destruction in parts of Middle Tennessee after deadly flooding decimated the area. At least 21 people killed, including 7-month-old twins, swept away from their father. Country music star Loretta Lynn posting on Facebook, her family is heartbroken. Their ranch foreman, Wayne Spears, among the victims. Officials going door to door, searching for as many as 10 people still unaccounted for here in Humphreys County.
They were on our ground, the trip was gone, they hit a tree, and it broke. One sister on one lane, lived in the other.
Terry Holderman telling us her 15-year-old niece, Lily Bryant, is among those missing. Lily's sister making it to safety.
And it's just been tough. I heard
More than 17 inches of rain falling in just a matter of hours over the weekend. Training thunderstorms along a stationary front, bringing relentless rounds of rain over the same area. The daily which are turning the creek that runs through the town into a raging river.
this is how I love it.
Saturday, Lindsay Daniel taking me to her family's flood damage in Illinois.
And we stayed there.
Telling me she, her husband, and 8-year-old son were trapped in their attic for 5 hours until they were rescued.
And then we had people coming to get us. And I mean, also in the okay, just
And David house after house swept off their foundations and like surging water still on its own. Now sitting in the middle of the road, the devastation was on for up to 10 miles. For the complicated search and recovery efforts here. David?
Thinking about those facts in Tennessee tonight, Ellen, thank you. We had tropical storm Omri continuing to batter the northeast today with heavy rain and flooding. That system's flowing. A confirmed tornado as well in Marlborough, Massachusetts. Flood watch is still in effect across much of New England. Omri, the first tropical storm to hit the region in nearly 15 years. The storm also knocking out power to at least 140,000 customers. And not going to your governor and all the dealing with the storm is finally in office. The governor now has just hours left. Well, today in a farewell message saying it was an honor to serve, but also blasting the state attorney general's report into sexual harassment claims against him, saying it was, quote, designed to be a political firecracker, non-explosive topic, and it worked. Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul will be becoming the first woman governor in New York at midnight tonight. When we come back this evening, news on Jesse Jackson and his wife both hospitalized after testing positive for COVID.
So
Instagram, what for
OnlyFans is a massive part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to accomplish absolutely what we were meant on the ground for. And a lot of celebrities on the OnlyFans are I love the word and 24 hours she made $1 million. So you didn't love me, we're going to make
playground.
OnlyFans. Celebrity sex and exclusive to
It was powerful sequence of all its life. And straight away from the sequence life, told me true crimes that I can't live trauma, stunning, fickle, follow the clues, the hunt, true crime, told me, straight away from the sequence life.
Admit it, these days, what you need to know
Seem to change.
what is it that you really want to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most day. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
On the fascination with criminal trials, figure out what's really out there. She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this. It's the time of suspicion. It's really tough.
You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
This is what we want. This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Connected with Jesse Jackson and his wife Jacqueline said to be responding to treatment while hospitalized after testing positive for COVID. Jesse Jackson was fully vaccinated, receiving his first shot at a public event in January. His wife was not vaccinated. And then tragic news out of Houston, a father shot and killed while driving with his two young boys, the brothers 6 and 8, taking control of the dad's SUV, guiding off the freeway, and then seeking help from a woman outside a restaurant. Police tonight now offering a $10,000 reward. But when we come back, the new temporary host of Jeopardy and fan favorite.
Let's talk about OnlyFans.
It's America for the
OnlyFans is a massive part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to golf shots that we want to do in the ground floor. And a lot of celebrities like OnlyFans are famous for it. I look forward to the next 24 hours of shooting $1 million. Seen it lonely for me.
OnlyFans, salary, sex, and exclusively on Hulu.
It was now the students of all time.
Hey, these days, what you need to know.
Seem to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most day. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
You're ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. It's what we're going to do. Let's go. Watch Saturdays on ABC News Live. 12 to 16 every Saturday on ABC News Live.
This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Canadian actress and neuroscientist Maya Allen will step in now as host of Jeopardy. For now, already the host of Jeopardy's primetime special, she'll now do the regular show too. Kelly Cronin replaced his name after the sudden departure of Mike Richards, who stepped down after offensive comments in his past. When we come back here tonight, we'll rock and roll high.
On the fascination with criminal trials, figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
figured with my heart they did this. It's the time of suspicion. These things are really tough. You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
This is what you want. This is ABC News Live.
We're surrounded by enemies.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. Admit, these days, what you need to know
Seems to change about every day.
what is it that you really want to know, you need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
May 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here in places. ABC News World News Today with David Moore, America's #1 most watched newscast, and streaming on ABC News Live.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's Good Morning America.
Right now, with so much at stake, thank you for ABC's This Week with George, the #1 Sunday morning show versus the competition.
Welcome to This Week. Finally tonight here, rock and roll pioneers, the Everly Brothers. Tonight, remembering Don Everly. He was the older Everly brother, Don Everly, topping the charts with his brother Phil. The Everly Brothers, the most successful rock and roll act out of Nashville in the 1950s. From Brooklyn, Kentucky, their parents performed country music, and Don and Phil Everly were just 18 and 20. Look at him, High I Love, 1957. Don Everly, the deep voice, featuring the lead singer, would say he and his brother could almost read each other's minds when they were singing. Among the first inductees to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, influencing the Beatles, Simon and Garfunkel, the Eagles. Don passed away 7 years after his brother Phil. His family saying Don lived on what he felt in his heart, sharing the music that made him an Everly brother. We love their music. It certainly lives on. I'll see you tomorrow. Good.
It is powerful sports is always on. Streaming on ABC News Live, true crime, cinematic, live drama, stunning, unforgettable, follow the clues, the hunt, true crime, 2020, streaming on ABC News Live.
Admit it, these days, what you need to know
Seems to change about every day.
what is it that you really want to know, you need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
May 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
Oh, you're ready. Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we're doing. Let's go. Watch on Saturdays on ABC News Live. You too. What would you do marathon? 12 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News Live. This is ABC News Live.
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Americans choose ABC News, America's #1 source.
Tonight, the state of emergency in Tennessee and a view from above and the devastation ends. 21 people killed, dozens still missing. Catastrophic damage left in the wake of severe flash flooding and unfathomable 17 inches in just 24 hours. Pollen calls for the state, washing forward, swallowing cars and devastating homes. As the Northeast faced the most trouble storm in at least 15 years, intense winds and record-breaking downpours slamming the coast. Access granted. The FDA officially granted Pfizer's COVID-19 vaccine, the first COVID vaccine in the U.S. to be fully authorized. Medical officials hope this leads to more vaccinations as the Pentagon announces it will require service members to get the shot. Let's sit down with the CDC director on what this means in the fight against the pandemic.
Including certain amounts of data, and I'm real pleased that the FDA not just took their time and did the due diligence that needed to be done, but did it quickly and efficiently to bring this to the American people as soon as possible.
The race to escape with mass evacuations underway in Afghanistan tonight. The U.S. airlift more than 16,000 people out of Kabul in just 24 hours. A call to action from commercial airlines to now assist in the mission. This is the Taliban calls Biden's August 31st deadline on red line. What are the consequences if the U.S. stays?
Government criticizes its allegations that heavily justice system.
Andrew Cuomo's final hours, the Nevada governor is still defending himself amid sexual harassment allegations as his resignation takes effect at midnight. He travels to the beaches of Thailand where the tourism industry took a massive hit during the pandemic. But within the globe, a silver lining for the environment and the balance between nature and the economy, and the animals that return to the island's beautiful shores once again.
Hey, stretching its way. I think I might put it back into the ground.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Lindsay Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. The moment you've been waiting for is here. That was a message today from President Biden to roughly 82 million Americans who are holding out on getting vaccinated. His comments came right after the FDA issued full approval of Pfizer's vaccine, and that made history. It was the first time that any vaccine has been approved within 2 years of the discovery of a new deadly virus. The regulators at Pfizer stressed tonight the speed of the process does not mean any corners were cut. And now that there is a fully approved COVID-19 vaccine, the president is calling for companies to mandate vaccines. And today the White House hinted that there could be an expanded vaccine requirement for federal workers. And what does this approval mean for booster shots and for Americans who received a J&J vaccine? We're standing by and joined by the CDC director. But first, Eva Kuhlman leads us off tonight.
In that long-awaited decision, the FDA giving full approval to the Pfizer vaccine for Americans 16 and older, making it the first vaccine to move past emergency use authorization.
If you're one of the million Americans who said that they will not get the shot when it's until it has full and final approval of the FDA, it has now happened. What you've been waiting for is here.
The president called the FDA's review process the gold standard. The Pfizer vaccine found to be 91% effective in preventing COVID-19. In just 8 months, Americans have received more than 200 million Pfizer doses, with 1 million more given around the world. The vaccine is now among the most studied in history. Full approval for the Pfizer vaccine now paving the way for more vaccine mandates from schools, governments, and corporations. And with the surging Delta variant, the president is pushing companies to act.
The nonprofit leader, the state and local leader, When waiting for full FDA approval of required vaccinations, I call them now to do that, require it.
Tonight, the Pentagon is preparing to require the shot for 1.3 million active duty troops. New York City mandating the vaccine for all school employees without the option for weekly testing. And then United Airlines workers will have 5 weeks from today to show proof of vaccination. The question is whether full approval will trigger a wave of desperately needed vaccinations. About 85 million Americans are eligible but have not gotten the shot. A recent poll found 3 out of 10 unvaccinated people said they would be more likely to get a shot that had full approval.
Just like a lot of other people, next year, I wouldn't know the FDA approval.
Still, more Americans are dying of COVID now, an average of 738 every day. Florida just saw its deadliest week.
I know a lot of them actually that are coming here and will fully intubate them almost their last words are begging us for a vaccine. But unfortunately, by that time, it's already too late.
In Palm Beach, doctors gathering in solidarity before dawn to beg members of the community to get the shot.
The science is there. We must stop denying the data. So please get vaccinated.
And tonight, the number of children infected with COVID is skyrocketing. More than 180,000 cases last week, nearly 5 times more than just a month ago. 14-year-old Preston Timmons has autism and was hospitalized in Arizona for days with COVID.
It's terrifying. He doesn't like, them poking him and prodding him, and he has to have oxygen because he can't breathe well on his own. It's hard.
Preston is finally home recovering. His mom now plans to get him vaccinated as soon as he's better.
So many with the change of heart after that hospitalization. The Pilgrim joins us now. Even as approval applies to adults who take 16 and older, and 12 to 15-year-olds can still be vaccinated under the emergency authorization. But what about children under the age of 12?
Well, Lindsay, the FDA making it very clear that the vaccine should not be given off-label to children under 12. The commissioners say they are not just small adults. The FDA is still studying the safety data and the proper dose before making that recommendation for those younger children. That decision could come this fall. Lindsay,
And just to be clear, Pfizer authorization was based on phase 3 clinical trial with 40,000 volunteers. So experts are saying that this was really already extremely well tested for today.
that's exactly right, Lindsay. 40,000 participants in that trial, but you also have to look at the real-life data that we've been able to glean over the last 8 months. That they've been giving out this Pfizer vaccine all over the world. We have more than 200 million doses, here in this country, and more than 1 billion around the world. They've been able to look at that real-life data and apply it into the science on top of the 40,000 volunteers that were part of those clinical trials. So people don't learn that so much.
And for more now, the FDA's full approval of the Pfizer COVID vaccine. I'm joined now by CDC Director Dr. Michelle Walensky. Doctor, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much for having me.
Some of the nation's governors have recently expressed frustration over the wait for full approval of the vaccine because apparently it's been a recurrent reason they were hearing frequently from those who are vaccine hesitant to not get the shot. How confident are you at this point that today's approval now increase vaccination rates?
The FDA is the gold standard for acidity and effectiveness of these vaccines, and I think that they have done an extraordinary and thorough job in approving this vaccine. I think this is a very powerful signal of the safety and effectiveness. We do know that about 30% of people who have not yet been vaccinated are saying they've been waiting for this approval, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the impact of this approval, especially on those 30%.
Now, for those who did not fully embrace the emergency use authorization process, why should they feel confident this FDA final approval is different?
There have been over 40,000 people that have been studied in these clinical trials. More than 10,000 people have been studied for over 6 months. And we now have experience just in the United States alone of over
over 200 million people who have received doses of this Pfizer vaccine. We've been studying the safety and effectiveness over since December when this was authorized. We have an extraordinary amount of data, and I'm really pleased that the FDA not just took their time and did the due diligence that needed to be done, but did it quickly and efficiently to bring this to the American people as soon as possible.
What are you expecting as far as the timeline for full approval of Moderna's vaccine?
We're waiting, obviously we'll meet with the FDA, and then Moderna needs to submit their data in order for that to happen, so we're not getting ahead of the FDA. We do also have a lot of data on the use of the Moderna vaccine, and I'm really looking forward to Moderna following it in quick follow-up.
And today's full approval should also give companies a sort of more legal cover in order to mandate the vaccine. Do you hope to see more vaccine mandates implemented across the board to boost vaccination rates?
My preference is always to have people want to get the vaccine themselves and to roll up their sleeves because they know that this is the best thing for them. This will keep them safe and protected from COVID-19. But in the absence of that, I am looking forward to these mandates. We've already seen just today many come through so that people will recognize they were on the fence and they just needed that extra push that these mandates will get them there.
And we've also seen, of course, a trend of rise in pediatric cases in recent weeks, just as children, of course, are beginning to return to school. Pfizer says they plan to submit their data at the end of September for trials on children under the age of 12. What's the timeline? Should we expect to see vaccines authorized for children between the ages of 5 to 12 around November?
That seems like a reasonable timeline to me. Again, we don't want to get ahead of the FDA. Right now, the best way to keep our children under the age of 12 safe is to vaccinate all the people who are around them and to have them wear masks when they attend schools. We know how to keep our children safe from COVID-19. We just have to do all the appropriate things to do so without waiting for that vaccine approval.
As a parent yourself, beyond masks in schools, what's your message on how to best keep children safe while the Delta variant is still spreading?
We know how to do this. We know how to vaccinate around the children, surrounded by a bubble of vaccinated people. That could be teachers, that could be people in your home, that could be the people and family members that they interact with. Of course, there are many strategies to keep our kids safe in schools when they go to schools. Masking is just one of them. Cohorting, ventilation systems, screening and testing protocols, all of these things working together can do so much in order to keep our children safe in school.
The Biden administration also announced booster shots beginning at the end of September for the mRNA vaccines, but the FDA has not yet authorized booster shots, and the CDC independent committee has not recommended them yet either. Why sign off that analysts plan to focus scientists have completed that work?
So this past week, we saw numerous studies that demonstrated the effectiveness of the vaccines was starting to wane against infection, not yet against severe disease and hospitalizations. We, of course, want to be ahead of that. We will and are planning as an interagency, all-government approach for when the FDA approves those vaccines, those boosters, and when the ACIP signs off on them, that we will be absolutely ready to go. We want to stay ahead of this virus.
On the other end of the spectrum, many people want boosters now as they hear breakthrough cases and being able to spread the virus. Explain why someone should wait 8 months after their second dose rather than trying to get it even sooner than that.
So we know even with this approval that we have recommendations from the ACIP for those who are severely immunosuppressed to go ahead and get a third shot. We probably didn't get a good response from the first 2. But for those who are not severely immunosuppressed, we really do want to see the safety and effectiveness data. We want to go through the proper processes. We see that the vaccine effectiveness is really holding out against severe disease and hospitalization. So please do await the proper process, await the FDA authorization for this, await the advisory committee at the CDC to review the recommendations, and that we are hoping will come the end of September.
There were also some 18 million Americans who received the Johnson & Johnson one-dose vaccine. Do you anticipate them needing to get boosters, and what's the timeline for the approval process?
We do anticipate that those who got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine will need boosters. I want to remind folks that we are watching the Johnson & Johnson very carefully. That vaccine was authorized about 2.5 months after the Pfizer vaccine. So the data are a little bit lagging, but only because we started using it a little bit later. We will absolutely be updating our recommendations for J&J as well.
And should I get mRNA boosters or will wait for a J&J booster?
We're waiting to see what the data come in from Johnson & Johnson. I anticipate the first recommendations will be about a J&J booster.
One question I'm curious about, we had an interview today with the CEO of Pfizer, and he suggested that they're already working on a vaccine specific to the Delta variant. Any thoughts on that, or too early to say?
I think we have to wait for the science on that one. What I will say is data has suggested that with the booster and with the second dose, we had an increase in both the breadth and depth of the immune response. And we are anticipating that this third booster dose will likely cover the Delta variant very well.
And lastly, I just want to get a reality check as far as where things stand with COVID in this country. Vaccination rates are up, but just today, the mayor of Honolulu said that the city will suspend all large gatherings for 4 weeks because of the rising COVID cases. Do you think that this latest wave has peaked? How long before we start to see cases start to drop dramatically like it did a few months ago?
A lot of cases in this country, we're at about 137,000 cases a day. We are now starting to see deaths at over 1,000 deaths per day. The more people that we get vaccinated, the quicker we are to conquer this current wave. We are starting to see in places that were peaking that they're starting to fall. So that I think is good news. What I think it's a reminder for is for those of you who are not yet vaccinated, please get vaccinated. For everyone in the country, please take all of the prevention measures that we know work against coronavirus, Delta variant, Alpha variant, whatever variant, to protect yourselves, to protect one another.
Thank you so much for your time and insight. Really appreciate it. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Walensky.
Thanks so much.
We move overseas tonight with news on the mass evacuations in Afghanistan. The U.S. has airlifted roughly 16,000 people out of Kabul in just the last 24 hours. The Biden administration now says the U.S. may extend its August 31st deadline to complete the withdrawal of thousands of Americans and Afghan allies. The Taliban calls that exit date a red line and is warning of consequences if U.S. forces do not leave. Our senior foreign correspondent Ian Pell reports in again tonight from Kabul.
Tonight, violence and chaos around the airports of Kabul, but the pace of evacuations are stepping up. US security planes are flying more than 60,000 people out of Afghanistan in just the past 24 hours, a new record. And so many will remain. The US was planning to go out on August 31st, a week from tomorrow. President Biden now hinting that may be delayed.
Have to extend, but there are concurrent discussions, I suspect, on how far along we are in the process.
The Taliban today calling August 31st a red line, saying moving the deadline would amount to extending occupation and would provoke a reaction. So now the situation is increasingly desperate. Over the weekend, surging crowds trying to get to the airport, at least 7 dead, including reportedly a 2-year-old girl. Today, a firefight breaking out between government and American and German forces. An Afghan security officer killed, others wounded. The White House warning terrorists may see an opportunity in the chaos, calling the threat of an ISIS attack at the airport real, acute, and persistent. As a defense, military aircraft now releasing flares to distract any heat-seeking missiles that might target planes. Outside of Afghanistan, the US enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport Americans and the Afghans who were inside.
One screen cleared. These Afghans have helped us over the last 20 years. More than the United States of America.
Hundreds of Afghan refugees now arriving in Virginia. President telling our affiliate WJLA she fled Kabul in the darkness with a husband and 3-year-old daughter. At Dulles Airport outside Washington, D.C., where this man and his family speaking ABC's Gio Benitez. The man worked for the American government for more than 2 years. This is his first time in the United States.
While the numbers of Americans and Afghans getting out of the country has increased, tens of thousands still remain stuck outside the airport, afraid or simply unable to get through those checkpoints and all the chaos. And time starting to run out for many of them to get out safely.
And that deadline quickly approaching, Ian. Thank you. The Biden administration is trying to negotiate with the Taliban for more time to evacuate Americans. So it's looking at ABC's chief global affairs correspondent Martha Raddatz. Martha, we pressed the Secretary of Defense on this over the weekend. We're going to hear about how the Biden administration is approaching this and whether that August 31st deadline is likely to be met. Well, the defense secretary said he hopes that evacuation deadline of August 31st will be met, but there are complications here, Lindsay. We now have the 6,000 troops, almost 6,000 troops at the Kabul airport. They would have to leave as well, and that would take several days, 3 or 4 days, probably at the most. So that means they would have to evacuate all the Americans, all the Afghan allies they want before those troops leave. In other words, that would have to be complete this weekend, if not sooner, in order to then get all of the American troops out there safely by the August 31st deadline. I am told by a U.S. official they do not think the deadline will be extended, but the negotiations will continue. And John Kirby was pushed today on how far the U.S. will extract Americans, but he offered very few details. Are they prepared to do this? Well, we have had that helicopter rescue, three helicopters rescuing people last week, but that was only about 1,000 yards. And today they did confirm, the cabinet spokesman John Kirby did confirm there's been another helicopter rescue as well. These were both, I believe, very close to the airport. The first one certainly was very close to the airport. They don't want to give a whole lot of details on this, about how these are done. But we are also told that they have not really done any ground operations, although the defense secretary says if someone is an extremist, we have the capability to go get them. Let's see. Martha Raddatz, thanks so much. Moving on now to a flooding tragedy tonight in Tennessee. In some places, 17 inches of rain in less than 24 hours, and at least 21 people killed. Tonight there was an urgent search for nearly a dozen still unaccounted for. Elwood Lopez reporting from Waverly, Tennessee.
Tonight, new images of the catastrophic destruction in parts of Middle Tennessee after deadly flooding decimated the area. At least 21 people killed, including 7-month-old twins, swept away from their father. Country music star Loretta Lynn posting on Facebook, her family is heartbroken. Their ranch foreman, Wade Spears, among the victims. Officials are going door to door, searching for as many as 10 people still unaccounted for here in Humphreys County.
They were on our way out, trying to come on, they hit a tree, and one sister on one lane, another on the other.
Terry Polterman telling us her 15-year-old niece, Lily Bryant, is among those missing. Lily's sister making it to safety.
But it's just been help.
17 inches of rain falling in just a matter of hours over the weekend. Training thunderstorms along a stationary front, bringing relentless rounds of rain over the same area. The day which are turning the creek that runs through the town into a raging river. Samuel Aaron Daniel taking down the family's flood damage.
And we stayed there.
Telling me she, her husband, and 8-year-old son were trapped in their attic for 5 hours until they were rescued.
And then we had people coming to get us. And we're thinking that people could just go. Lopez joins us now from Tennessee. Just so many harrowing tales of survival. And it's fundraising we call many people all come.
Yeah, it's sort of like they're used to flooding here. We spoke to one neighbor who was telling us that he was outside his patio sipping on some coffee, and all of a sudden the creek was swelling and it poured onto his porch. He tried to rescue his neighbors. He was able to go out and take them into the attic of his house, and from there they saw as the neighbor's house was totally washed away, crashing into their home. And so just some of the stories that we're hearing here. Another story is of that mother that you saw in that package. She talked to us about what she was going through in that day, how they were sitting in the living room, all of a sudden water started pouring in through the windows. They rushed into the attic and they were there for up to 5 hours. So this is what we're hearing from many residents here. They're just looking to be alive, and of course, at least 21 people have died in this, and we still have 10 people missing, so the search and recovery efforts continue here.
So many harrowing accounts of us are hearing from residents who have been talking away from how to deal with this unfathomable amount of rainfall.
people are searching for what's missing as well. And today was the first day that they were assessing some of the damages here. I can tell you that we spoke to one woman, her niece is still missing, 15-year-old girl. She was on a pile of debris, of wrapped up debris, really. When her sister hit a tree and separated both of them, the sister is okay and did survive, but they're still looking for that other young lady. And so now they're going, picking up debris hand by hand, looking for her. And again, if the rescuers here are going to stop their search this evening, or we'll pick back up in the morning.
And along with that, Dr. Ham down there, thank you so much for your reporting. Everyone, as we bring in Patrick Sheehan, Director of the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency, thank you so much for joining. Here we go again with such a terrible tragedy. Those images just terrific, Mr. Sheehan. What's the latest on the search for the people who are unaccounted for, and do you expect to find any more survivors?
So the searching for recovery operations continues, and we'll continue searching until we've closure on payments at this point. Other than those that are already well, we don't expect that we're struck by floodwater. We've got a lot of, so we're looking for recovery operations to get families closure at this time. From our office, we're confirming 16 fatalities. That information comes to us from the Tennessee Department of Health. So you'll see sometimes our numbers are lagging, but we have an adjudication process to make sure that we're not double counting. It's obviously a terrible, tragic situation. The town of McEwen, in less than 10 minutes, been inundated with 4 to 6 feet of water across the town. I spent 2 days there, and the devastation is hard to fathom. You can't see if you can't see it on the ground.
Yeah, and we've been hearing about that record-breaking 17 inches that fell in just a few hours. Can you put that number into perspective for us and explain why these floods became so catastrophic?
So it's the drainage. So the way that the topography is the water that drains to the east of Waverly, the called Snow and McEwen. So the heaviest rain fell east of Waverly. As that water drained the Tennessee River, falling, draining through urban areas, also receiving heavy rainfall. It collected there. The bulk of that 17 inches of rain fell in a very short period of time. And that led to this flooding. It's a very prone to flooding, but they've never seen flooding at this catastrophic level before.
What's been the biggest challenge for your workers on the ground right now, and are there more resources that you need?
We're working right now to get additional resources. So we've been fortunate in the last several years. We've built really effective partnerships with counties and cities and state departments to be able to move quickly. And as these kinds of situations unfold, we were able to mobilize for the first time ever in a response the Tennessee National Guard, Tennessee Highway Patrol, Tennessee Task Force 2, National Fire Department, National OEM team, the Tennessee Webcam of Pug Rescuer team. As soon as the weather was clear enough for those teams to be able to help search for folks who may have been swimming away on water that needed rescuing. Certainly they helped to make some rescues in that time. Also, there were rescue teams from across the state, from fire departments and rescue squads in the area were deployed there. They had mutual aid agreements. They were fortunate that just 3 weeks ago, we practiced some of these deployments in a massive exercise with the Tennessee National Guard and our first responder partners. The timeliness of some of that exercise really, I think, helped us to move quickly as this situation unfolded so quickly on Saturday morning.
So, based on that, do you feel like you guys were prepared, or were you blindsided in some sense?
We know we're going to face disasters. We don't know necessarily when they're going to happen or where they're going to happen, but we try to make sure that we maintain a posture. We were working with the National Weather Service and with our partners communicated that it was some risk of flash flooding that's of course exceeded any of our worst nightmares about how quickly and how devastating the flood could have been. But I don't think we can ever be prepared enough, and that is just how it's the reality of what we face. We can never be prepared enough. We don't know when and where these things will happen, and as quickly as that unfolded, the response is a model for timeliness and coordination and speed.
Patrick Sheehan, again, thank you so much for talking with us. All the best to you and your teams.
Thank you very much.
Now, some areas still facing heavy rain and flooding from tropical depression Henri. A confirmed tornado touching down in Massachusetts. Flood watches in effect tonight, still in New England, and tens of thousands remain without power. Jay Norman reports.
Tonight, tropical depression Henri still wreaking havoc across New England. In central Massachusetts, the storm system forming a tornado, tearing through the town of Marlborough. Henri, the first tropical storm to hit New England in nearly 15 years. In Rhode Island, massive trees ripped from the ground, crushing cars and taking out power lines. The storm wiping out power for at least 140,000 from New Jersey throughout New England. The Garden State also pummeled. Relentless rain reaching up to 10 inches in some areas. State governor touring the flood zone. Residents in Connecticut also picking up the pieces tonight with cars submerged and basements flooded.
Everything just came into our driveway. We can't even get all the way down to see it because the water is so high up.
And looking at this hour, Henri is still making its way through New England with heavy rain and flooding, but a big concern following Henri's departure. High temperatures topping 90 degrees for much of the release this week. Lindsay.
Thank you. When we come back, and she's off. How did this racehorse end up on a highway? Also, the incredible achievement at the Little League World Series by this 12-year-old and Michelle Sportsmanship on the other team. Just a stunning title of each one's along with the tourists now turning pandemic closures into an opportunity to replenish and renew our reporting from beautiful Thailand.
So much at stake, so much more, and more Americans turn here and replace us. ABC News World News today with Tina Moore, America's #1 most watched newscast, now streaming on ABC News Live.
Hey, these days, what you need to know
Seems to change not every day.
what is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
So to make the most of it, feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you. Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show. ABC's Good Morning America.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
You are connected with so much at stake. Thank you for making ABC's This Week with George. Your block Sunday morning news show versus the competition.
Welcome to this week.
On streaming on ABC News Live, true crime, cinematic, live drama, stunning, unthinkable, follow the clues, the hunt, true crime, 2020, on streaming on ABC News Live. This is what live is all about. This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Straight to you anytime.
Step up right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Let's talk about OnlyFans and Instagram. OnlyFans is massively part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call the shots. Anyone who come in on the ground floor, starting to a lot of celebrities on OnlyFans are Bella Thorne and 24 Hours, she made $1 million. Seen and looking, we're making OnlyFans is sexy, exclusive, and not
Well, back there are a few silver linings from this pandemic with the world economy is taking a hit around the world, especially those dependent on tourism. The fewer crowds have allowed one environmental treasure in Thailand to begin to restore itself. So ABC's Brett Klein traveled to the beaches of Phuket, Thailand to see how a year-reduced eco-tourism has created a new balance on those island shores. Phuket's white, sandy beaches are on full display these days. They're for the locals like G. That's not good.
Shutters borders due to the pandemic to foreign arrivals. These beaches are as empty as they've ever been, and tour operators like Jimmy are hardly anyone to sell their tickets to. Phuket these days is mostly a ghost town.
And I have a lot of customers each day. Still quiet. This wave of COVID is affecting us harder. Life is difficult. There's no tourists coming at all. Phuket is a tourist town. Without tourists, it is the end.
There are few tourists coming here for the things that make Phuket one of the world's top tourist destinations. But the irony is, before the pandemic, officials wanted to curb the endless stream of tourists. They wanted a better balance between nature and the economy. In 2018, the government blocked tourists from visiting Webcam. They were afraid this stunning spot, so beautiful, the $2 million Leonardo DiCaprio classic the beach was filmed in, was in danger of disappearing. Being replaced by boat anchors, litter, and unsustainable pollution. The government's moves to cut access to national parks, ban coral damaging sunscreen, were aimed at reviving and protecting coral reefs, the beating heart of our oceans.
Provided the translated and Colorado attention.
So we wanted to see what happens to an ecosystem when wildlife dramatically slows down, allowing Mother Nature to take charge.
When they get pandemic, we get less tourists, and this means that it means that we have a lot of less pressure to the environment. That's why we try to balance by providing more chance for coral to grow up.
There's a combination of natural reefs and artificial reefs here. Structures underneath the water to attract the bits of coral. Since COVID started, it's had time to recover. There are the boats and the tourists here. It seems to be working. The benefits of giving nature a respite are also seen along the mangroves, which act as a coastal defense barrier against natural disasters such as storms, tsunamis, and rising sea levels. Charlie, a mangrove forest ecosystem expert, explained to me the importance of what the mangrove forest does for the environment.
Neighboring identity. The ecosystem of the mangrove forest is as rich as our lives. It promotes pure air, medicines that we can use to heal ourselves from lifestyles that thrive. The working abundance that happens to the forest is the focus of our lives, because we're connected to the forest through a bond. Our mangrove forest is our life.
Locals are noticing an abundance of fish since the pandemic started, and it's having an effect all the way up the food chain. With the beach shores themselves, sea turtles too are making their way back in high numbers lately. These rare leatherback turtles hatching in droves by beaches normally occupied by sunbathers that haven't returned here to lay eggs in years. Protecting the turtles, especially after years of not hatching their eggs on beaches, is a big deal for biologists.
You have to buy it.
He's 8 months old.
He's stretching his wing. I think I might put him back under the breast.
He doesn't move very fast, does he? Entire folklore turtles represent good fortune and prosperity. It is the things that make this island special which turn its economy bleeds. Tourism accounts for about a fifth of the overall economy. Foreign tourist arrivals fell by more than 80% last year compared to 2019. Aiming to revive the resort island, the government kickstarted the Phuket Sandals Initiative last month, allowing vaccinated international arrivals to enter without quarantine. The pilot program has led to tourists trickling back in, but nowhere near the numbers before the pandemic began. Officials hope precautions like daily temperature checks, multiple tests, and social distancing measures will contain the virus and reassure travellers. But when tourism declined, the island's marine life and ecosystem prospered. Enjoying the allure here is easy, but what are we willing to do to sustain it? NBC News' Brett Clement, Phuket.
to Britain for leading us. That's still an hero in fact. Also, the fire generally shot at the insurrection at the Capitol rooms, whether or not they will face any discipline. Also, the White House enlisting an army of influencers to fight vaccine disinformation on social media. Should social media giants be doing more to help? And big news from the FDA about full approval for the Pfizer vaccine. We go by the numbers on the rigorous steps it took to get there. The first tweet of the day, the WNBA champions of Seattle Storm visiting the White House to celebrate their big accomplishment.
There. She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this. It's the time of suspicion. It's really tough.
You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it. This is what we live. This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. And these days, what you need to know seems to change about every day. What is it that you really want to know and need to know to help you not just get through your day, but to make the most of it? Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happy.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
With so much insight, so much online, more Americans turn here and in places. ABC News World News Time, with TV more America's #1 most watched newscast. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, Wake Up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's The Good Morning America.
This is Regent State. Thank you for ABC's This Week with George, the #1 Sunday morning show versus the competition.
Welcome to This Week. Welcome back, everyone, now to another look at the FDA's approval of Pfizer's COVID vaccine and what it signifies by the numbers. It's the first COVID vaccine to be granted full FDA approval, which comes after it was tested on more than 40,000 volunteers in phase 3 trials. The FDA granted emergency use authorization after Pfizer submitted 2 months of safety data that was deemed sufficient because most vaccine side effects show up right away, not months later. Full FDA approval required 6 months of safety data from a majority of trial participants and some additional manufacturing audits. These requirements have now been met, but we want to emphasize that the vaccine was well tested back in December and experts did not consider it experimental when it was authorized for emergency use. The Pfizer vaccine is more than 90% effective against COVID-19 according to clinical trials. And today, more than 92 million Americans have been fully vaccinated with it, and more than 1.2 billion Pfizer doses have been delivered worldwide. We saw lots to get to here on Prime tonight. Staying defensive, even on the way out, when New York Governor Andrew Cuomo had to say in his final message before resigning. And imagine a world without email. While we probably can't fully unplug the inbox intervention you need to get hours of your time back each week. But first, look at our top trending stories on abcnews.com.
David, we're showing our love and support for all the ICU staff
is massively part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call the shots. Anyone who come in on the ground floor start making money.
A lot of celebrities on OnlyFans are doing this already.
Know your word in 24 hours, you made $1 million. You didn't love me, we're making money.
It's like an all-in playground.
OnlyFans, selling sex and exclusive and
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
With so much at stake, thank you for seize this George. Sunday morning show versus the competition. Welcome to this week.
This is GMA 3, what you need to know. GMA 3,
The third hour of Good Morning America.
it's all about you. Lunchtime on ABC.
This is ABC News Live.
So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
The FDA giving full approval to the Pfizer vaccine for Americans 16 and older.
It is now happened. You've been waiting for us here.
The Pfizer vaccine found to be 91% effective in preventing COVID-19. Tonight, the Pentagon is preparing to require the shot for 1.3 million active duty troops. New York City mandating the vaccine for all school employees without the option of weekly testing. And that United Airlines workers will have 5 weeks from today to show proof of vaccination. Still, more Americans are dying of COVID now, an average of 738 every day. Florida just saw its deadliest week. In Palm Beach, doctors gathering in solidarity before dawn to beg members of the community to get the shot.
The science is there. We must stop denying the data. So please get vaccinated.
Tonight's violence and chaos right here. Only of the pace of evacuations and stepping up. U.S. security planes flying only 16,000 people out of Afghanistan. Just the rest 24 hours. The U.S. was planning to land on August 31st. 1 week before tomorrow.
I have to extend the discussion of this is back on how far along we are in the process.
The Taliban today flew August 31st on the red line. Over the weekend, surging crowds tried to get to the airport. At least 7 dead, including a 2-year-old girl. Today, a firefight breaking out between government and American and German forces. Afghan security officer killed, others wounded. White House warning terrorists takes the opportunity in the chaos as a defense of military aircraft now releasing flares to disrupt any heat-seeking missiles that will not target planes. Outside of Afghanistan, the U.S. enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport Americans and the Afghans from the tunnel thunder.
U.S. Capitol Police said clearly an officer fatally shot a rioter during the January 6th insurrection.
The United States Capitol Police Officer Professional Responsibility said they're going to be with all available evidence in connection with the shooting, including video and radio calls. The state, the agency said the actions of the officer in this case potentially saved members and staff from serious injury, possible death, a large crowd of rioters. The statement goes on to say that the officer's actions were consistent with the training as well as policy and procedure.
Today is Andrew Cuomo's last day as governor of New York. He announced his resignation 2 weeks ago following sexual harassment allegations.
Government throws signs as allegations. Everyone's going to benefit out of this. The criminal justice system has been married to Lieutenant Governor Kathy Bush that becomes New York's first woman governor. The foremost public services of the community. Kathy also is the governor of the University of Georgia. Take a look at it as its own resource. So it's a golden run. It's not on the highway. This is in Indiana. We've got those. It's got to be followed to its first race ever. Once a year, this is the county sheriff of Georgia. They were able to give Jessica and just fine. And of course, his name was his first years. Eli Jones has just lost St. Louis. Individually, Wars is from Washington State for millions of courthouses 2015 of Soul leader. In the World Series, he also joined the only one of the game team.
Congratulations, T. and welcome back, everyone. Facebook has revealed that one of its most popular posts this year was one that spread misinformation about the COVID vaccine. So the White House now teams up with top social media influencers in a push to get young people vaccinated. ABC's Asha Singh has a story.
I wanted to take this time to really urge all you guys to go get vaccinated.
These days, this is what your kids' TikTok feeds are looking like.
So please go do your own research and really get into us getting vaccinated.
Posts and content from their favorite influencers, encouraging young people to get vaccinated. It's the latest effort headed by the Biden administration to get shots in young people's arms. With only 46% of 18 to 24-year-olds fully vaccinated against the coronavirus, the White House is tapping the likes of Gen Z icons, Olivia Rodrigo, Julia Sign, and Betty Drum, just to name a few.
After the president Biden talking about the importance of getting vaccinated.
Now, they've got a full roster of creators ranging in popularity, partnering with the organization Gen Z for Change to get the word out.
So Gen Z for Change is a coalition of over 500 TikTok creators with a combined following of about 432 million people. Our cumulative reach with all the creators in the network in 1 month is about 1.5 million views. That's more than CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News combined per month.
A study by UC San Francisco researchers found that about 1 in 4 vaccinated people aged 18 to 25 said they probably will have, or definitely will have, get the COVID-19 vaccination, despite the fact that this demographic has been found more likely than other age groups to transmit coronavirus. Or is it about young people and teenagers that might make them so resistant to the vaccine?
I think that a lot of teenagers are stuck in their bubble.
Much of the hesitancy is also due to the growing tide of disinformation on social media.
We have people that are also influencers. They're solely anti-vax influencers, like Dr. Joseph Cola, who built, $100 million massive business, essentially promoting disinformation about vaccines online. Just recently, Facebook banned an entire network that was actually paying influencers to post vaccine disinformation and spread lies about the vaccine. So the White House is a real uphill battle.
Navigating disinformation, a task that many of these younger influencers are forced to deal with.
The way it comes to people saying right now, the vaccine is going to microchip you. You just want to immediately knock down, if you want the stuff that's disinformation, stop the fear mongering so we can actually address the real concern.
Our thanks to Asha Singh for that, and you'll see more of his report tonight on Nightline. And it's now time for an inbox intervention. Can you imagine without email? Kind of hard to fathom at this point. Dan Harris sat down with one author advocating for creating boundaries in order to help reduce burnout.
The advent of email brought a whole new way of communication. But more than 2 decades later, the romance is gone. The constant cacophony of notifications can wreak havoc on our mental health.
Each of these conversations has messages that requires constant checking of your inbox, constant checking of Slack. And that constant checking is where the problem comes from.
Captain Morgan, the New York Times bestselling author whose latest work boldly imagines a world without email.
Can you envision a world without email? That's a valuable one. What I'm really arguing for is that we need way more structured ways of collaborating than this. I'll shoot you a message, I'll just jump on Slack, I'll just shoot you an email. So I don't want the tool of email to go away.
Jen says it's time for a much needed inbox intervention and hitting unsubscribe to what he calls the hyperactive hive mind.
It's an approach to collaboration in which we work most things out with back and forth ad hoc, unscheduled messaging. It's how most of us get work done today. It's also, I think, a productivity disaster.
A productivity disaster because it's just your brain, your mind will pull in 1,000 different directions.
If you interrupt work to look at a message, it's going to make you a lot more fatigued and it's going to reduce your cognitive output. So this sequential nature of work is what we should be aiming for. One thing at a time, so I can get to a stopping point on this memo before I check my inbox.
As for office hours,
There are set times on set days where everyone knows that you are available for real-time communication. Just wait till our next office hours to ask you that quick question. But get really large impact.
it strikes me as empowering time for workers. There's so much fun. So many people leaving work, they call it the great resignation. If you're working at a place that you don't like the workflow that's imposed on you, maybe now is the time to think about leaving.
I think if you leave, if you go somewhere different, don't just be looking at what is the remote work policy. Don't just be looking at what is the benefits or what is the salary. Have a conversation about how your work will actually unfold.
Thanks to Dan Harris for that. Before we go tonight, our image of the day. Let the games begin again. The Olympics may be over, but now the Paralympics are set to get underway in Tokyo. As athletes in training sessions ahead of the start of the largest sporting event globally for people with disabilities. This year's Paralympics will feature more than 3,500 athletes from at least 134 nations. Good luck to all of the competitors. And that is our show for this. I'll be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Line for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. Thanks so much for staying with us. So we're staying on top of several things. We're joined by the first female pilot in the Afghan Air Force. Her message to the women not able to get out of Afghanistan now dealing with the harsh reality of life under Taliban rule. And the big fallout after Mike Richards' decision to step down as the new host of Jerry, who will host the show for now.
Let's talk about OnlyFans. OnlyFans is massively a part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call the shots. Anyone can come in on the ground floor, start making money, and launch the workers doing OnlyFans are Bella Thorne, in 24 hours, she made $1 million. Seen and looking, bringing OnlyFans, sexy, exclusive, and one woman.
Those powerful students in my time.
Admit, these days, what you need to know
Seems to change not every day.
what is it that you really want to know, need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
So to make the most of it. Feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TNA3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
Here we go. You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we give you. Let's go. So what will you watch Saturdays on ABC News Live?
I guess I'm just starting now.
Welcome you to Marathon 12 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News Live. This is ABC News Live.
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. Hey everyone, what's news? Thanks so much for streaming with us. We're monitoring several developments here at ABC News at this hour. Civil rights icon Reverend Jesse Jackson and his wife Jacqueline are said to be responding to treatment after they were both hospitalized this weekend after testing positive for COVID-19. Jesse Jackson is fully vaccinated, receiving his first shot of the public event in January. His wife had not been vaccinated. Was a protest in Portland, Oregon on Sunday led to clashes between far-left and far-right demonstrators. The groups identifying as Antifa and Proud Boys at separate locations, but we are clashing with gunshots reported, as well as property damage on the streets. And a tragic story out of Houston where a father was shot and killed while driving with his two young boys. The brothers, just 6 and 8 years old, managed to take control of their father's SUV, guiding off the freeway before seeking help. Police that were offering a $10,000 reward in that case. Now to the frantic push to evacuate in Afghanistan, the U.S. has airlifted roughly 16,000 people out of Kabul in the past 24 hours. The Biden administration now says the U.S. may extend its August 31st deadline to complete the withdrawal of thousands of Americans and Afghan allies. The Taliban calls that exit date a red line. Our senior foreign correspondent Ian Pale reports it again from Kabul tonight.
Tonight, violence and chaos were at the end of the pace of evacuations are stepping up. U.S. security planes flying more than 16,000 people out of Afghanistan in just the past 24 hours, a new record. So many more remain. The U.S. was planning to go out on August 31st, 1 week from tomorrow. President Biden now hinting that may be delayed tomorrow.
Afghanistan. There are concurrent discussions, I suspect. How far along we are in the process.
The Taliban today calling August 31st a red line, saying moving the deadline would amount to extended occupation and would provoke a reaction. Today, the situation is increasingly desperate. Over the weekend, surging crowds trying to get to the airport leading at least 7 dead, including reportedly a 2-year-old girl. Today, a bloodline breaking out between government and American and German forces. An Afghan security officer killed, others wounded.
How long is still the walk?
The White House warning terrorists may see an opportunity in the chaos, calling the threat of an ISIS attack at the airport real, acute, and persistent. As a defense, military aircraft now releasing flares to distract any heat-seeking missiles that might target planes. Outside of Afghanistan, the U.S. enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport Americans and the Afghans alongside them.
One screen and clear. What have these Afghans have helped us over the last 20 years to rule the United States of America?
Hundreds of Afghan refugees now arriving in Virginia. This woman telling our affiliate WJLA she fled Kabul in the darkness with her husband and 3-year-old daughter. And towards airports outside Washington, D.C., this man and his family speaking with NBC's Gio Benitez. The man worked for the American government for more than 2 years. This is his first time in the United States.
Thanks to Ian Panel, and now we're joined by Emma Farahani, the first female pilot of the Afghan Air Force after the fall of the Taliban in 2001. She was awarded the State Department's International Women of Courage Award in 2015 and granted asylum in the U.S. in 2018. Emma Farahani, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for having me. ABC News has obtained some really heart-wrenching coverage and audio recordings from English-speaking Afghans, including Afghan Air Force pilots
pilots pleading for help with someone close to Australia is so desperate that they're flying across the border to other countries to escape on their own. And what are you hearing from your Afghan Air Force colleagues who remain in the country? Well, it's definitely during this whole week, my heart is so much in pain. The entire my body, I can't express how bad I feel because I exactly know how those people are going through. The pilots, the women's, and all those people that they left behind, and they have no security and they're afraid for their future. They know that their future is going to be like, past 9/11. Those people live under this government, under the government of the Taliban. And if the Taliban were so great, why are they so afraid of their life? Why are they win? And I really wish that I'm trying my best to see if I can help as much as I can. And watching the videos, watching the life of so many people that they're reaching out, they sending me videos, and it just breaks my heart. My heart bleeds just even looking at them, and I can't stop my tears, and it's just like so much pain to see what my country and my people are going through right now. And you served as an inspiration to so many other Afghan women and girls as the country's first female Air Force pilot. Seeing the images that we're seeing now, you just described thousands stranded there and hundreds of others now going to other countries where they have no true home. What's your message to them? Well, all I can say is I understand their pain. Just stay strong. They don't have any simple words. They just have to save their life because I'm just really concerned for their life. And if they can reach me out any way I can help them, they can reach me out any way they could. I'll answer them and help them. I don't want to see any of them to be murdered or be killed by the Taliban for what they have done just because they went in uniform and served their country. Because that's what I had to go through as a woman, just to wear a uniform and fight for my country and try to bring freedom and a voice for a woman. And I was a victim. I was a target by the Taliban, and they wanted to kill me just for what I had done. So I know what they're going through, and I'll do my best, anything I can to help them. Is it possible at all that the Taliban has changed because officials have said that they will honor women's rights according to Islamic laws, and many Afghan women still fear that they will not keep this promise. You previously said that the Taliban will hurt women the most. Have they shown any signs to you of changing and perhaps being less oppressive? If the entire world was going to believe that they changed, I would be the last person that I changed my mind in my home to say they changed. I'm an Afghan. I live on that law and rules. I know what they do to a woman. I have seen my own mother get it. I have seen the girls that have been taken away. I have seen the harsh videos, what they do. If they have proven themselves to the world, they did prove themselves. And there hasn't been anything that there hasn't been anything good that I would give the world or anybody to believe they have changed. And you have said that you went through your own family, your parents, and been in danger of targeted by the Taliban just for supporting you throughout your career. Talk about being born in a male-dominated and any dangers that women face. It wasn't easy for me. I had to break so many barriers. If it comes to society, if it comes to my own family, it has to do with the Taliban because the Taliban, as I mentioned before, their whole war is against women. The men does not get hurt by the Taliban law and government. It's only women. I look back and it's already, there's no sign of women in the city. They all disappeared. And I see the videos that they're sending me that they're crying that I'm afraid what the world, my future is going to look like because they know it's going to be bad. What's been your reaction to President Biden and other top officials blaming the rapid fall of Afghanistan on what they see as the Afghan military's unwillingness to step up and fight? This was actually, it really made me upset. I'm not saying the world should save Afghanistan forever. What I'm saying is how the world allowed this to happen again. We had a very harsh accident in 9/11. How the world would let this happen again? How they would let entire Afghanistan to be taken by the people that they have proven themselves and they hurt the world in Afghanistan.
Afghanistan before, and I'm just speechless. I cannot say and why and what. All I can say is that Afghan soldiers, the Afghan army, the Afghan air force, they all fought when there was a time that they thought they had support. They had support, they had everything that they needed, and they would go, we have lost so many lives as well. Even if it's 20 years, how many lives, and lives was lost? How many trillion dollars has been spent in Afghanistan? How much money was spent to bring freedom to Afghanistan, to the women in Afghanistan? How easy to just hand it to Taliban? I would just ask the world kindly that they have to do a measure in Pakistan, because Pakistan is, whatever babies they're playing right now, it's hurting those little girls, little kids in Afghanistan that they are innocent, and they have to stop this. So with that being the message, if you had an opportunity to speak directly to President Biden at this point, as far as advice to people, suggest to him how to move forward with the Taliban? Absolutely, because as an African, I would not be the only person who would say that. Entire African people know that support Taliban. Why the Taliban is so strong? Why do they have everything they have? Absolutely, what is behind that? Where's their main base that they get so strong? And this will be in Pakistan. And I would ask, not only President Biden, I would ask entire leaders of the world, UN, that they stop Pakistan for what they're doing. And I would love to see, everybody in the world that please open the borders for Afghans that they really need. Humanity costs nothing, but it is everything to the world. And I would just ask them that please be open and kind to all those Afghans that they need them. They just open their borders for them. Because if they knew their life is going to be peaceful in Afghanistan, that they would have everything they want, they wouldn't be like this on watching the news what they're doing. They look ready to kill their kids, their laws for American soldiers, but not to keep it. Why? What does that mean? It means that they're worried about the future of their kids. They don't want to happen to someone that they don't know where their kid is going to go, but they just don't want them to know they're not part of it. This has to be a sign of how terrified people in Afghanistan are. From the line, thank you so much for talking with us tonight. Thank you, which is right. During the absolute pandemic and earlier today, the FDA granted full approval to the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine agencies enrolled as very latest from Los Angeles.
As the Delta variant reaches the FDA granted full approval of the Pfizer COVID vaccine for those 16 and older, and we look forward to be popularized in the U.S.
This is a pivotal moment for country in the fight against the pandemic.
The approval comes as more than 80 million eligible Americans are still unvaccinated, and Republicans and those who haven't gotten the shot vaccinated while they've been approved by the FDA. Pfizer released a statement saying the public can be confident that this vaccine meets the FDA's own standard for safety.
Our rigorous process needs to evaluate this application. We hope those who have waited until now to make the choice to protect themselves at home, verify home, will help protect their community. One introduces the spread of COVID-19 will go and get vaccinated.
With the FDA backing the vaccine businesses, school districts, and government agencies now have even more power to require vaccinations, and they're not immediately announcing the awards ahead of plans to require members of the military to get their shots. New York City mandating vaccines for teachers and school staff.
This is a game-changing moment. We've been waiting for this for a long time. To have the full approval vaccine, we now have it. This helps us move forward, and we're moving forward with our schools with this new vaccine mandate.
President Biden celebrating the approval and commissioning more companies, agencies, and school districts to require vaccines.
Require employees to get vaccinated or face strict requirements. As I said last week, vaccination requirements have been around for decades.
And Biden administration is considering opening for booster shots starting September 20th. He's had over 50 booster shots on Tuesday.
And thank you. Turning now to all Americans most people love game shows, talking, of course, about Jeopardy. Once again, searching for a
new host to succeed in Alex Trebek after Mike Richards, the current executive producer of the show, was recently named the new host, stepped down because of disparaging comments he made about women in a podcast several years ago. In response, the show is announcing that Maya Bialik, who will be hosting a new prime-time version of Jeopardy, will be the first guest host to fill the open slot yet. Has the latest.
Thank you very much. Welcome to Jeopardy!
What is a Jeopardy mess? More fallout for the Glove Quiz show. Newly minted host Mike Richards stepping down just 9 days into the coveted role amid backlash over sexist and offensive comments about women he made years ago. This, as we learned that new episodes filmed just last week will be about former host will still air. In a note sent to Jeopardy staff Friday morning, Richards writing, over the last several days, it has become clear that moving forward as host will be too much of a distraction for our fans and not the right move for the show. Public outcry swift after the website The Ringer posted clips from The Random Show, a podcast Richards hosted from 2013 to 2014. It can be heard here pressing his female co-host on whether or not she's taken nude photos.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever taken a new picture?
I'm not answering that question to you, like your veterans.
Answer right now to your family. Have you?
No, I haven't. Richards was tapped to be executive producer both of Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune in May 2020. Positions he will still keep despite stepping down as host. So he wrote in a statement, it is our hope that as EP he will continue to do so with professionalism and respect.
This is not the type of thing with which this show has ever been associated, and I would just love to see the process get back on track and go into the future with a better sense of having it maintain the track that production and Alex Trebek and everybody involved had it for so long.
Claire Van is the radio journalist who first reported on the controversial clips that started the investigation. She also wrote a book on the show's history.
Everybody knows what Jeopardy is. Everybody knows Jeopardy. Memory to have this controversy, I think it's kind of shaken people and created a possibility that Jeopardy is going to possibly lose this universal single approval. Our next email for that is still to come. Our conversation with an investigative reporter who says that you should be thinking about what you eat, where you shop, and how it impacts the environment. Let's talk about OnlyFans.
Sorry, but for one.
OnlyFans is massively part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call shots. Anyone who have been on the ground floor start making money. A lot of celebrities who make OnlyFans are famous. I looked for more than 24 hours and she made $1 million. You didn't look me? Really?
It was like a home on the playground.
OnlyFans. Salaries, sex, exclusive, and
It was a powerful school that's influence on it.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change. Not every day.
what is it that you really want to know, you need to know,
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make it one day. Feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happy.
Well, now on the third hour of Good Morning America.
It's only 3. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
I know what happened. I know what happened. Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there.
She revealed Chad murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this. It's the kind of suspicion it's really tough.
You don't know whether truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it. This is what live is all about. This is ABC News Live.
We're surrounded by it's also.
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
But now, straight to you anytime, anywhere.
It's that one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. Welcome back. We're tracking several international headlines at this hour. Chaos broke out at a French League soccer match Sunday in Nice where fans threw projectiles and stormed the field. The game ultimately ended after the visiting Marseille team refused to restart the game. Vice President Kamala Harris is traveling overseas where she met with Singapore's Prime Minister. She also made history with the first meeting between the first U.S. female VP and Singapore's first female head of state. And a grand tradition returns to Britain's changing of guard at Buckingham Palace, resuming for the first time today since the start of the pandemic. The daily ceremony had been put on hold since March of 2020 to discourage large crowds from gathering. How often do you think specifically about what you eat, where you are shopping, and how that impacts the environment? If you are doing an investigative reporter, Lisa Zimmerhoff says you may want to start doing that. She's on with a new book, Technically Food Inside Silicon Valley's mission to change what we eat. Marisa, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Lindsay, for having me.
So let's just start. First of all, what made you become so passionate about the food industry?
Yeah, well, it started when I was 12 and I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. And the scrutiny of looking at food always and paying attention to what I needed to eat to survive. You know, I looked at the macronutrients in my book. I say that I see food. So I looked at fat, I looked at protein, and carbohydrates, and these are all crucial to our survival and especially to mine. I learned over time that packaged foods, processed foods weren't as easy for me to deal with. And then I started covering food tech as a writer, and I started fielding these questions from friends and family and strangers, like, should I eat this? Should I eat that? Is this good for me? Is that good for me? And even is it delicious? And I finally realized that this book needed to come out because I didn't feel that people were being critical of the field because everyone was so excited about it.
And who and what is driving this change in how we eat?
Yeah, great. It's definitely the investment community. So initially, we were going to the Bay Area to Silicon Valley for their venture capital funding, and then eventually accelerators and hubs grew up around it. And then we saw, the public and Wall Street started paying attention. It was so many people would talk about before Beyond Meat and after Beyond Meat as a pivotal time in the change of amounts of money being invested in biotech.
And why do you believe that it's up to consumers to do their own research on what they should eat and not just rely on FDA recommendations?
Yeah, it's such a problem. The FDA and the USDA, they're responsible for whether or not food is safe, but they're not responsible for is this healthy for me? No one is, and that's unfortunate because we all have to police our own diet, and it's getting harder and harder with all these options that are coming out. And no one is looking at the American diet saying, we're doing a great job, we aren't doing a great job. And so the USDA and the FDA, they can't be responsible for this. And what I think is that we need a different government agency that's responsible for considering these health requirements as part of the business of food, making sure that they, instead of just looking for a profit, they also have to hit metrics of our health.
What I always think is so interesting about food is how they become trendy. One year it was kale, it was the eat fruit, and then avocado, and then beets. And you also read about farming, right? This idea, why do you believe that we should be focused on moving away from large-scale factory farming and toward focusing on specific farmers and farmland?
Well, in addition to venture funding supporting food tech, it's also the mission based, right? We really want to save the climate and we want to end the industrial scale animal agriculture. Now, one of the tacks that they're taking, especially when we're getting impossible and beyond, is kind of global domination. We're everywhere. But I don't see that as being something that is going to spin the world. Because if we can consider solutions that were local, that were regionally appropriate, that were made for the culture and
and the cuisines that they're cooking for versus, again, this industrial solution that hasn't worked yet, right? We're all sort of suffering from bad health, underlying conditions at home. And I think that if we look at the local, look at farmers that are caring about their soil, about their community, about their workers, then as we drive to work and as we drive to school, the areas, the land that we see, we know what's happening there. And I think that's important.
And we're starting to see more household staples such as milk and meat go plant-based. In your book, you mentioned how algae, fungi, I guess I agree, and even mold may soon be staples in grocery stores. Tell us why.
Yeah, I mean, these are actually some of the ones that I'm really excited about. So, cookie is a mold and it's being used to make bacon. Now, many food makers want bacon to be as delicious, plant-based bacon to be as delicious as pork bacon. And I think that as long as it's close, as long as it's kind of fatty and kind of smoky, I'm happy. And so, the cookie bacon that's being made by a company in Berkeley, it's pretty delicious to some eggs, with some plant-based eggs, and there's a company on the East Coast that's making bacon from mycelium, which is an underground root structure of mushrooms. And these things don't really a lot of processing. Their ingredients is very simple, it's simple to understand, it doesn't need 20+ ingredients. With algae, there's the supplement business that we know, which might be spirulina, chlorella, but it can also be a protein from single cell organisms that could be formulated into something else. And I think they have potential. I have this new food coloring that's made from spirulina that, one day M&M's could be using the color their M&M's instead of food dye number 6. That's not very number, but something like that. So I think there is potential for good tech. I think that there are things to have learned from the last several decades of big food that we want to be careful of.
You gotta be so nice and fatty and smoky. I'm in. So you mentioned that Gen Z Generation A is most willing to pay for sustainable goods, but for those who can't afford healthier products, what can they do?
Yeah, I think that, if we look at Impossible Beyond, they are really driving down price. And I don't say that I don't want you to eat them. I just say that they should be considered a treat. Don't have a burger every day, or to ground beef, whenever it's possible. Have it infrequently, have it once or twice a month. And so the area we get into that's hard to talk about is convenience. People are buying food for price, for taste, and convenience. And packaged processed foods are convenient. Unfortunately, they're not healthy for us. They're ultra processed foods in general. And so there are some things that need to change in our country. You could have food pantries that sold healthy to-go food. You could have Whole Foods turned into pay what you can so that people can buy fruits and vegetables and have it prepared for them and they can afford it. So that it's quick, it's easy, it's affordable, and we can get it. So there's an education movement here too. It is a wholesale change to how we see our country and how we sell food. I think if we learn anything from the pandemic, it's that we need to be healthier and more healthier by changing what we eat.
Suddenly, I'm hungry. We'll try and not get the burger tonight. Okay, so overall, thank you so much for your time tonight. You can find technically food inside Silicon Valley's mission to change what we eat online and in stores. And that is our show for tonight. Be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Live for more context and analysis of the day's top stories. I'm Linda Davis. Thanks so much for streaming with us. Have a great night.
This powerful skill is a focus line.
These days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
what is it that you really want to know? need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
Listening to books today. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happy.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
You're ready. Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we're going to do. Let's go. So what will you be watching Saturdays on ABC News Live? Guess I just found out. What will you do marathon? 12 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News Live. This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
John Ritter, superstar. Ritter has so many in his life. Tonight, several major headlines as we come on the air. The FDA giving full approval now to the Pfizer vaccine and what this could mean for vaccine mandates in this country. And the news coming in from Afghanistan tonight, evacuations. How many Americans, how many Afghan interpreters remain? And will the president extend that August 31st deadline? Tonight, the Taliban with a warning if he does. First, the coronavirus, and tonight, Pfizer now the first COVID vaccine in the U.S. to be fully approved for Americans 16 and older. Until now, they've been given emergency use authorization and full approval, found to be 91% effective at preventing the virus. Federal authorities have long opened the school help with the unvaccinated, providing additional proof of the vaccine safety. What this could mean for vaccine mandates moving forward, what New York City has done, and companies too. United Airlines tonight giving employees 5 weeks from today to be fully vaccinated. And all of this comes as more than 180,000 children get COVID in just 1 week. And for John standing by answering questions on all of this and the booster and when you should plan to get it. Also tonight for mass evacuations and the race against time in Afghanistan. Will President Biden extend that deadline? What the White House said just today. The Taliban now saying that date is a red line. And the Pentagon tonight on the U.S. military going into Kabul to help Americans and Afghans get out. Ian Pennell reporting from Kabul and Walker Bennett live in Washington tonight with what she's now learned. The horrific and deadly weather we recall the flooding tragedy in Tennessee. Many families say it came out of nowhere. At least 21 people now killed, including 7-month-old twins, swept away from their father. Country legend Loretta Lynn heartbroken tonight, following the death of her longtime ranch foreman. Homes, cars, roads washed away, several still missing. Representing 17 inches of rain in less than 24 hours. Also, Greece slabs into the northeast, a confirmed tornado tonight touching down in Massachusetts. Heavy rain and flooding from New Jersey, New York, Rhode Island, up through Massachusetts, and the heat wave likely next. New York Governor Andrew Cuomo's final hours in office, his farewell message, and what he says in that message about the AG report that led to his resignation. It was on that deadly highway shooting. A father was shot while driving his young sons, 6 and 8, taking control of the wheel, pulling off the highway, finding a woman to call 911. And tonight here, we remember a rock and roll pioneer. From ABC News, World Headquarters in New York, this is World News Tonight with Dave. Good evening, it's great to have you with us here as we start another week together. The news coming in out of Afghanistan in just a moment. Will President Biden extend this deadline? Is there a firm number of Americans and Afghans still trying to get out? But we are going to begin tonight with that major news on the Pfizer vaccine and given full approval by the FDA. President Biden today calling this a key milestone in the fight against the pandemic. The FDA calling it a pivotal moment for our country. It comes amid the surging Delta variant, more than 137,000 new COVID cases a day in this country. The The reason this leads to more of the unvaccinated getting the shot and more companies and businesses mandating their workers get vaccinated too. Pfizer is, of course, now the first COVID vaccine in the U.S. to be fully licensed. Until now, it had only been given emergency use authorization and full approval based on data from 45,000 trial volunteers showing the vaccine is 91% effective at preventing COVID. Today, federal authorities hope this will encourage many of the 82 million Americans who still haven't had their first shot to get it. President Biden touting the scientific evidence today, telling the unvaccinated, quote, the moment you've been waiting for is here. And with this approval, the president also called on state and local governments, businesses, and schools to issue vaccine mandates now. New York City today requiring teachers receive at least one dose by next month. The U.S. reporting more than 180,000 new child COVID cases in just the last week. The Pentagon tonight now moving forward with plans to require vaccinations for more than 1 million active military personnel. And the vaccination rate in this country is now picking up steam again. The CDC reporting 71% of those 12 and older have now received at least one dose. Several days now with more than 1 million vaccinations in this country. And ABC's Eva Pilgrim getting us off.
In that long-awaited decision, the FDA giving full approval to the Pfizer vaccine for Americans 16 and older, making it the first vaccine to move past emergency use authorization.
If you're one of the million Americans who said that they will not get the shot until it has full and final approval of the FDA, it has now happened. The moment you've been waiting for is here.
The president calling the FDA's review process the gold standard. The Pfizer vaccine found to be 91% effective in preventing COVID-19. In just 8 months, Americans have received more than 200 billion Pfizer doses, with a billion more given around the world. The vaccine is now among the most studied in history. Full approval for the Pfizer vaccine now paving the way for more vaccine mandates from schools, governments, and corporations. And with the surging Delta variant, the president is pushing companies to act.
If you're a business leader, a nonprofit leader, a state and local leader, who has been waiting for full FDA approval to require vaccinations, I'm calling you now to do that. Require it.
Tonight, the Pentagon is preparing to require the shot for 1.3 million active duty troops. New York City mandating the vaccine for all school employees without the option for weekly testing. And then United Airlines workers will have 5 weeks from today to show proof of vaccination. The question is whether full approval will trigger a wave of desperately needed vaccinations. About 85 million Americans are eligible but have not gotten the shot. A recent poll found 3 out of 10 unvaccinated people said they would be more likely to get a shot that had full approval.
I'm just like a lot of other people next year, I'm going to the FDA.
Still, more Americans are dying of COVID now, an average of 738 every day. Florida just saw its deadliest week.
A lot of them actually that are coming here and before we intubate them, almost their last words are begging us for a vaccine. But unfortunately, by that time, it's already too late.
In Palm Beach, doctors gathering in solidarity before dawn to beg members of the community to get the shot.
The science is there. We must stop denying the data. So please get vaccinated.
And tonight, the number of children infected with COVID is skyrocketing. More than 180,000 cases last week, nearly 5 times more than just a month ago. 14-year-old Preston Timmons has autism and was hospitalized in Arizona for days with COVID.
It's terrifying. They're like, they're poking at him and prodding him, and he has to have oxygen because he can't breathe well on his own. It's hard.
Preston is finally home recovering. His mom now plans to get him vaccinated as soon as he's better.
And even Pilgrim with us tonight, and we should also point out that with this full approval of the Pfizer vaccine, the FDA is still working the vaccine should not be used in younger children under 12, but they're still working on this.
That's right. The FDA making it very clear that the vaccine should not be given off-label to children under 12. The commissioner saying they are not just small adults. The FDA is still studying the safety data at had the proper dose before making that recommendation for those younger children, that decision could come this fall. David?
Leading us off, our thanks to you, and so with the FDA giving the Pfizer vaccine the full approval, the bigger picture here tonight, will this change minds? Will this change what companies now do moving forward? And of course, the booster shot, that third shot now on the horizon. So let's get right to Dr. Ashish Dean at Brown University School of Public Health. And Dr. John, always great to have you. First off, I'm curious your thoughts. How big of a game changer is today's full approval? Will it change minds, as I said, or will it have even larger impact on companies until now mandate with their workers?
Yes, of course, thanks for having me back. I think this is really big news. I think this is great. And I think that the impact will be on companies, on schools, on universities, hospitals. We'll be waiting. I think with full approval now, I think they will move forward with mandates. I expect a wave of mandates coming. And I think with some individuals it'll make a difference as well. But I think the big impact will be from mandates are coming down.
In the meantime, we can't forget the fully vaccinated Americans already getting this third shot, this booster, set for mid-September, pending FDA approval. We've heard a lot about this 8-month mark, that you should plan to get the booster about 8 months after you were fully vaccinated. People are going to be doing the math on their heads tonight. Why that time frame, and does it make sense to you?
Yeah, it does. What we're seeing from Israel, and that's really the place that has the best data, is some waning of immunity in high-risk people. So what I'm saying is telling people is if you're immunocompromised, if you're elderly, if you have multiple chronic conditions, after 8 months, it probably does make sense to get a booster to get that extra level of protection. I haven't seen data yet that most normal people with normal healthy immune systems need it. I think we'll have more data on that, but for the high-risk people, it does make sense.
And as soon as we get that data, Dr. John will have to put it back on. Thank you. In the meantime, today we turn now to Afghanistan and to news on the mass evacuations, the race against time there. President Biden extended that August 31st deadline, with the White House said just today here in a moment. The Taliban now saying that date is a red line. The U.S. and allies making progress, airlifting roughly 16,000 people out of Kabul in just the last 24 hours. But then image planes taking off using flares, protecting against any possible terror threat from the ground. And the Pentagon's not acknowledging the second group of Americans in Kabul was airlifted to the airport, and that rescue operations are taking place as needed to bring more people inside the perimeter at the airport. Our senior correspondent Ian now reporting from Kabul again tonight.
Tonight, violence and chaos around the airport with the waves of evacuations stepping up. US security planes are flying more than 16,000 people out of Afghanistan in just the past 24 hours, a new record. With so many more remain, the US was planning to fly out on August 31st, 1 week from tomorrow. President Biden now hinting that may be delayed.
Well, I have to extend, but there are going to be discussions, I suspect, on how far along we are in the process.
The Taliban today calling August 31st a red line, saying even the deadline would amount to extending occupation and would provoke a reaction. So now the situation is increasingly desperate. Over the weekend, surging crowds trying to get to the airport leaving at least 7 dead, including reportedly a 2-year-old girl. Today, a firefight breaking out between government and American and German forces. Afghan security officer killed, others wounded. The White House calling terrorists may see an opportunity in the chaos, calling the threat of an ISIS attack at the airport real, acute, and persistent. As a defense, military aircraft now releasing flares to distract any heat-seeking missiles that might target planes. Outside of Afghanistan, the US enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport Americans and the Afghans until Mosul.
I'm screaming clear. We're the welcome these Afghans who helped us over Africa over the last 20 years to the United States of America.
Hundreds of Afghan refugees now arriving in Virginia. This woman telling our affiliate WJLA she fled Kabul in the darkness with her husband and 3-year-old daughter. At Dulles Airport outside Washington, D.C., this man and his family speaking with NBC's Gio Benitez. The man worked for the American government for more than 2 years. This is his first time in the United States. The numbers of Americans and Afghans getting out of the country has increased. Tens of thousands still remain stuck outside the airport, afraid or simply unable to get through those checkpoints or the chaos, and time starting to run out for many of them to get out safely. David?
You've been reporting for us again tonight. Our thanks to Ian and the team. Meantime, at the White House today, our Stephanie Ronald's asking about that August 31st deadline to get the U.S. troops out. Of course, Americans and Afghan interpreters before that. Stephanie asking whether the president plans to extend that deadline, and here's what his national security advisor, Jake Sullivan, said.
The U.S. can't get Americans and Afghan allies out of the country by August 31st.
Right.
What happens then if Thomas says these are not military steps, the U.S. will abide by their lines?
So I'm not going to take this on as a hypothetical question. What I'm going to say is what I said at the onset, which is we're in touch with the Taliban daily. We're in touch with our allies and partners. We're reviewing our progress in this particular operation, which we feel has been substantial over the past few days, and the president will make his own determination here.
That was the answer at the White House today on this deadline. August 31st is a week from tomorrow. However, ABC's chief global affairs correspondent Mark Levine is with us tonight. Mark, I know you pressed the Secretary of Defense on this just this weekend. What are you hearing from your sources tonight on this deadline as it approaches?
Well, David, the Defense Secretary told me the goal is to finish the evacuations by that August 31st deadline. The complication is that we now have close to 6,000 troops there to facilitate the evacuation. So that troop withdrawal in itself will take several days, and that means they would have to get American citizens and Afghan allies out of Afghanistan by next weekend, if not sooner, in order to then get the troops out by the deadline. A U.S. official tells me at this point it is unlikely the deadline will be extended, but the negotiations are ongoing. David?
We're going to be tracking all of we'll see tomorrow night. We move on this evening to the horrific and deadly weather here at home. The flooding tragedy in Tennessee, at least 21 people now killed, including 7-month-old twins swept away from their father. And tonight, country legend Loretta Lynn, heartbroken following the death of her longtime ranch foreman. ABC's Another Lopez, Gateway, Tennessee tonight.
Tonight, new images of the catastrophic destruction in parts of Middle Tennessee after deadly flooding decimated the area. At least 21 people killed, including 7-month-old twins, swept away from their father. Country music star Loretta Lynn posting on Facebook, her family is heartbroken. Their ranch foreman, Wayne Spears, among the victims. Officials going door to door, searching for as many as 10 people still unaccounted for here in Humphreys County.
They were on a grab to get a tree pulled on. They hit a tree and it broke. One sister on one lane, one on the other.
Terry Holderman telling us her 15-year-old niece, Lily Bryant, is among those missing. Lily's sister making it to safety.
And it's just been tough.
Within 17 inches of rain falling in just a matter of hours over the weekend. Training thunderstorms along a stationary front, bringing relentless rounds of rain over the same area. The deluge turning the creek that runs through the town into a raging river.
This is how I love it.
Several Lindsay Daniel taking me to her family's flood damage home. And we standing there telling me she, her husband, and 8-year-old son were trapped in their attic for 5 hours until they were rescued.
And then we had people coming to get us. We're not getting also
And David, house after house swept off their foundations and let surging water spill over the top. Now sitting in the middle of the road, the devastation goes on for up to 10 miles. For more complicated search and recovery efforts here. David?
Thinking about those families in Tennessee tonight, now thank you. And tropical storm Aubrey continuing to batter the Northeast today with heavy rain and flooding that system's flying. Looking for a tornado as well in Marlborough, Massachusetts. Flood watch is still in effect across much of New England. Aubrey, the first tropical storm to hit the region in nearly 15 years. The storm also knocking out power for at least 140,000 customers. And outgoing New York Governor Andrew Cuomo dealing with the storm his final weekend in office. The governor now has just hours left. Cuomo today get a farewell message saying it was an honor to serve, but also blasted the state attorney general's report into sexual harassment claims against him, saying it was, quote, designed to be a political firecracker, not explosive topic, and it worked. Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hope will be becoming the first woman governor in New York at midnight tonight. When we come back this evening, news of Jesse Jackson and his wife both hospitalized after testing positive for COVID.
Talk about
Instagram, but for porn.
OnlyFans is massively a part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call the shots that we want to come in on the ground floor, start making money. A lot of celebrities are on OnlyFans are shooting this around. Developed for more than 24 hours of shooting $1 million. You didn't look me or you didn't use that.
You're just like, oh, my playground.
OnlyFans. Exclusively on Hulu.
It was a powerful school until all time.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change about every day.
what is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
So to make the most days, feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
It's only 3. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
Here we go. You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we do. Let's go. All right. Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. I guess I just found out. The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Met my friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Tonight, Reverend Jesse Jackson and his wife Jacqueline said to be responding to treatment, both hospitalized after testing positive for COVID. Jesse Jackson was fully vaccinated, receiving his first shot of public event in January. His wife was not vaccinated. And then tragic news out of Houston, a father shot and killed while driving with his 2 young boys. The brothers, 6 and 8, taking control of their dad's SUV, guiding off the freeway, and then seeking help for a woman outside the restaurant. Police are now offering a $10,000 reward. But when we get back, the new temporary host of Jeopardy, a fan favorite.
Instagram, but for porn.
OnlyFans is massively a part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call the shots that we want to come in on the ground floor, start making money. A lot of celebrities are on OnlyFans are shooting this around. Developed for more than 24 hours of shooting $1 million. You didn't look me or you didn't use that.
You're just like, oh, my playground.
OnlyFans. Exclusively on Hulu.
It was a powerful school until all time.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change about every day.
what is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
So to make the most days, feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
It's only 3. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we do. All right, let's go. All right, watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. I guess I just found out. The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
This is live. This is ABC News
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Comedian and actress and neuroscientist Maya Bialik will step in now as host of Jeopardy. For now, already the new host of Jeopardy's primetime special, she'll now do the regular show too. Until her replacement is named after the sudden departure of Mike Richards, who stepped down after offensive comments in his past. When we come back here tonight, we're going to go behind you.
All the fascination with criminal trials, figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
Our date did this. It's the time of suspicion. It's really tough.
You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
This is ABC News
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. Admit it, these days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about every day.
What is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
To not just get through your day,
So to make the most of it, feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
it's all about you.
with so much at stake and so much on the line. More Americans turn here than any place else. ABC News World News Tonight will take America's #1 most watched newscast and streaming on ABC News Live.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Just take your step happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Robin Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, Wake Up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's Good Morning America.
With so much at stake, thank you for ABC's This Week with George, the #1 Sunday morning news show versus the competition.
Welcome to This Week.
Monday tonight here, rock and roll pioneers, the Everly Brothers. And tonight, remembering Don and Louie. It was the older Everly brother, Don and Louie, topping the charts with his brother Phil. The Everly Brothers, the most successful rock and roll act out of Nashville in the 1950s. From Brownie, Kentucky, their parents performed country music, and Don and Phil Everly were just 18 and 20. Their hit I Love, 1957. Don Everly, the deeper voice, usually the lead singer, would say he and his brother could almost read each other's lines when they were singing. Among the first inductees to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, influencing the Beatles, Simon and Garfunkel, the Eagles. Don passed away 7 years after his brother Phil. His family saying Don lived by what he felt in his heart, sharing the music that made him an Everly brother. We love their music. It certainly lives on. I'll see you tomorrow.
seems to change just about every day.
What is it you really want to know? Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to be posted, feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
It's 8:30. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
All right, get ready for the ready. Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs. Right now, this is what we're going to do. Let's go. You're watching Saturdays on ABC News Live.
You too. I guess I just found out.
What would you do marathon? 12 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News Live.
This is ABC News Live.
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. Americans choose ABC News. America's #1 source. Tonight, the state of emergency in Tennessee and a view from above and the devastation and its 21 people killed, dozens still missing. Catastrophic damage left to wake of severe flash flooding and unfathomable 17 inches in just 24 hours. Appalling accounts of the state Russian authorities following cars and devastating homes. Because the Northeast faced the most tropical storm in at least 15 years. Intense winds and record-breaking downpours slamming in prison. Access granted the FDA official directed to approve the COVID-19 vaccine. The first COVID vaccine in the U.S. to be fully authorized. Medical officials hope this leads to full vaccinations as medical workers require service members to get the shot. Mr. Dowd, the CDC director, what this means in against the pandemic.
Extraordinary amount of data, and I really pleased that the FDA not just took their time to dig due diligence, but they took the time, but did it quickly, efficiently to bring this to the American people as soon as possible.
A race to escape mass evacuations underway in Afghanistan tonight. The U.S. airlift more than 16,000 people out of Kabul in just 24 hours. A call to action from commercial airlines to now assist the mission. This is the Taliban calls Biden's August 31st deadline for red line. What are the consequences if the U.S. stays? Andrew Cuomo's final hours, the embattled governor still defending himself in sexual harassment allegations as his resignation takes effect at midnight. The trial also features a Thailand where the tourism industry took a massive hit during the pandemic. But everything went global, a silver lining for the environment, a balance between nature and the economy, and the embers that return to the island's beautiful shores once again.
He's stretching his wings. I think I might put it on good advice.
Good evening, everyone. I love to do this. Thanks so much for streaming with us. So the moment you've been waiting for is here. That was the message today from President Biden to the roughly 82 million Americans who have been holding out on getting vaccinated. His comments came right after the FDA issued full approval of Pfizer's vaccine, and that move made history. It was the first time that any vaccine has been approved within 2 years of the discovery of a new deadly virus. The regulators at Pfizer stressed tonight the speed of the process does not mean any corners were cut. And now that there is a fully approved COVID-19 vaccine, the president has called for companies to mandate vaccines. And today the White House hinted that there could be an expanded vaccine requirement for federal workers. And what does this approval mean for booster shots and for Americans who received a J&J vaccine? We're standing by and joined on the CDC director. But first, our Amy Cooper leads us off tonight.
In that long-awaited decision, the FDA giving full approval to the Pfizer vaccine for Americans 16 and older, making it the first vaccine to move past emergency use authorization.
If you're one of the Americans who said that they will not get the shot, when it's until it has full and final approval of the FDA, it has now happened. What we've been waiting for is here.
The president called the FDA's review process the gold standard. The Pfizer vaccine found to be 91% effective in preventing COVID-19. In just 8 months, Americans have received more than 200 million Pfizer doses, with 1 billion more given around the world. The vaccine is now among the most studied in history. Full approval for the Pfizer vaccine now paving the way for more vaccine mandates from schools, governments, and corporations. And with the surging Delta variant, the president is pushing companies to act.
I'm not trying to leader, a state and local leader who has been waiting for full FDA approval of required vaccinations. I call them now to do that requirement.
Tonight, the Pentagon is preparing to require the shot for 1.3 million active duty troops. New York City mandating the vaccine for all school employees without the option for weekly testing. And that United Airlines workers will have 5 weeks from today to show proof of vaccination. The question is whether full approval will trigger a wave of desperately needed vaccinations. About 85 million Americans are eligible but have not gotten the shot. A recent poll found 3 out of 10 unvaccinated people said they would be more likely to get a shot that had full approval.
There's like a lot of other people next year about when they have the approval.
Still, more Americans are dying of COVID now, an average of 738 every day. Florida just saw its deadliest week.
A lot of them actually that are coming here and are fully intubated, and almost their last words are begging us for a vaccine. But unfortunately, by that time, it's already too late.
In Palm Beach, doctors gathering in solidarity before John to beg members of the community to get the shot.
The science is there. We must stop denying the data. So please get vaccinated.
And tonight, the number of children infected with COVID is skyrocketing. More than 180,000 cases last week, nearly 5 times more than just a month ago. 14-year-old Preston Timmons has autism and was hospitalized in Arizona for days with COVID.
It's terrifying. He doesn't like, they're poking him and prodding him, and he has to have oxygen because he can't breathe while on his own. It's hard.
Preston is finally home recovering. His mom now plans to get him vaccinated as soon as he's better.
So many with the change of heart after that hospitalization. Even Pilgrim Drugs is now, even as approval applies to adults between 16 and older, and 12 to 15-year-olds can still get vaccinated under the emergency authorization, but no children under the age of 12.
Well, Lindsay, the FDA making it very clear that the vaccine should not be given off-label to children under 12. The commissioner saying they are not just small adults. The FDA is still studying the safety data and the proper dose before making that recommendation for those younger children. That decision could come this fall. Lindsay?
And just to be clear, the Pfizer authorization was based on phase 3 clinical trial with 40,000 volunteers. So experts are saying this was really already extremely well tested before today.
That's exactly right, Lindsay. 40,000 participants in that trial, but you also have to look at the real-life data that we've been able to glean over the last 8 months when they've been giving out this Pfizer vaccine all over the world. We have more than 200 million doses, here in this country, and more than 1 billion around the world. They've been able to look at that real-life data and apply it into the science on top of the 40,000 volunteers that were part of those clinical trials. Lindsay,
Thanks so much. And for more now, the FDA's full approval of the Pfizer COVID vaccine. We're joined now by CDC Director Dr. Michelle Lindsay. Doctor, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks so much for having me.
Some of the nation's governors have recently expressed frustration over the wait for full approval of the vaccine because apparently it's been a recurrent reason they were hearing frequently from those who are vaccine hesitant to not get the shot. How confident are you at this point that today's approval will now increase vaccination rates?
The FDA is the gold standard for the safety and effectiveness of these vaccines, and I think that they have done an extraordinary and thorough job in approving this vaccine. I think this is a very powerful signal of the safety and effectiveness. We do know that about 30% of people who have not yet been vaccinated are saying they were waiting for this approval, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the impact of this approval, especially on those 30%.
Now, for those who do not fully embrace the emergency use authorization process, why should they feel confident this FDA final approval is different?
You know, there have been over 40,000 people that have been studied in these clinical trials. More than 10,000 people have been studied for over 6 months. And we now have experienced just in the United States alone of over 200 million people who have received doses of this Pfizer vaccine. We've been studying the safety and effectiveness over since December when this was authorized. We need an extraordinary amount of data, and I'm really pleased that the FDA not just took their time and did the due diligence that needed to be done, but did it quickly and efficiently to bring this to the American people as soon as possible.
What are you expecting as far as the timeline for full approval of the Moderna's vaccine?
We're waiting, obviously we'll be with the FDA, and Moderna needs to submit their data in order for that to happen, so we're not getting ahead of the FDA. We do also have a lot of data on the use of the Moderna vaccine, and I'm really looking forward to Moderna following it in quick follow-up.
And today's full approval should also give companies as much more legal power in order to mandate the vaccine. Do you want to see more vaccine mandates implemented across the board to boost vaccination rates?
The preference is always to have people want to get the vaccine themselves and to roll up their sleeves because they know that this is the best thing for them. This will keep them safe and protected from COVID-19. But in the absence of that, I am looking forward to these mandates. We've already seen just today many come through so that people will recognize if they were on the fence and they just needed that extra push that these mandates will get them there.
And we've also seen, of course, a sharp rise in pediatric cases in recent weeks, just as children, of course, are beginning to return to school. Pfizer says they plan to submit their data at the end of September for trials on children under the age of 12. What's the timeline? Should we expect to see vaccines authorized for children between the ages of 5 to 12 around November?
That seems like a reasonable timeline to me. Again, we don't want to get ahead of the FDA. Right now, the best way to keep our children under the age of 12 safe is to vaccinate all the people who are around them and to have them wear masks when they attend schools. We know how to keep our children safe from COVID-19, and we just have to do all the appropriate things to do so rather than waiting for that vaccine approval.
As a parent yourself, beyond masks in schools, what's your message on how best to keep children safe while the Delta variant is still spreading?
You know, we know how to do this. We know how to vaccinate around the children, surrounded by a bubble of vaccinated people. That could be teachers, that could be people in their home, that could be people and family members that they interact with. Of course, there are many strategies to keep our kids safe in schools when they go to schools. Masking is just one of them. Cohorting, ventilation systems, screening and testing protocols, all of these things working together can do so much in order to keep our children safe in school.
The Biden administration also announced booster shots beginning at the end of September for the mRNA vaccines, but the FDA has not yet authorized booster shots, and the CDC Independent Committee has not recommended them yet either. Why sign off and have this plan before the scientists have completed their work?
So this past week, we saw numerous studies that demonstrated that the effectiveness of the vaccines was starting to win against infection, not yet against severe disease and hospitalizations. We, of course, want to be ahead of that. We will and are planning, so as an interagency, all-government approach for when the FDA approves those vaccines, those boosters, and when the ACIP signs off on them, that we will be absolutely ready to go. We want to stay ahead of this virus.
On the other end of the spectrum, many people want boosters now as they get breakthrough cases and being able to spread the virus. And explain why someone should wait 8 months after their second dose rather than trying to get it even sooner than that.
So we know even with this approval that we have recommendations from the ACIP for those who are severely immunosuppressed to go ahead and get a third shot. We probably didn't get a good response from the first two. But for those who are not severely immunosuppressed, we really do want to see the safety and effectiveness data. We want to go through the we're processes, we see that the vaccine effectiveness is really holding out against severe disease and hospitalization. So please do await the proper process, await the FDA authorization for this, await the advisory committee at the CDC to review the recommendations, and that we are hoping will come in September.
There were also some 18 million Americans who received the Johnson & Johnson one-dose vaccine. Do you anticipate them needing to get boosters, and what's the timeline for that approval process?
We do anticipate that those who got the Johnson & Johnson vaccine will need boosters. I want to remind folks that we are watching the Johnson & Johnson very carefully. That vaccine was authorized about 2.5 months after the Pfizer vaccine. So the data are a little bit lagging, but only because we started using it a little bit later. We will absolutely be updating our recommendations for J&J as well.
And should they get mRNA boosters or wait for a J&J booster?
We're waiting to see what the data come in from Johnson & Johnson. I anticipate the first recommendations will be about a J&J booster.
One question that I'm curious about, we had an interview today with the CEO of Pfizer, and he suggested that they were already working on a vaccine specific to the Delta variant. Any thoughts on that, or too early to say?
I think we have to wait for the science on that one. What I will say is data has suggested that with the booster, with the second dose, we had an increase in both the breadth and depth of the immune response. And we are anticipating that this third booster dose will likely cover the Delta variant very well.
And lastly, I just want to get a reality check as far as where things stand with COVID in this country. Vaccination rates are up, but just today, the mayor of Honolulu, Hawaii, said that the city will suspend all large gatherings for 4 weeks because of the rise in COVID cases. Do you think that this latest wave has peaked? How long before we start to see cases start to drop dramatically like we did a few months ago?
We have a lot of cases in this country. We're at about 137,000 cases a day. We are now starting to see deaths at over 1,000 deaths per day. The more people that we get vaccinated, the quicker we are to conquer this current wave. We are starting to see in places that were peaking that they're starting to fall. So that I think is good news. What I think it's a reminder for is for those of you who are not yet vaccinated, please get vaccinated. For everyone in the country, please take all the prevention measures that we know work against coronavirus, Delta variant, Alpha variant, whatever variant, to protect yourselves, to protect one another.
Thank you so much for your time and insight. Really appreciate it. CDC Director Dr. Rochelle Lewinsky.
Thanks so much.
We move overseas tonight with news on the mass evacuations in Afghanistan. The U.S. has airlifted roughly 16,000 people out of Kabul in just the last 24 hours. The Biden administration now says the U.S. may extend its August 31st deadline to complete the withdrawal of thousands of Americans and Afghan allies. The Taliban calls that exit date a red line. There is only good consequences if U.S. forces do not move. Our senior foreign correspondent Ian Pannell reports in again tonight from Kabul.
Tonight, violence and chaos around the airport and the pace of evacuations are stepping up. US security planes flying more than 16,000 people out of Afghanistan in just the past 24 hours, a new record. With so many more remain, the US was planning to go out on August 31st from tomorrow. President Biden now hinting that may be delayed.
Our hope is we have to extend. But there could be discussions, I suspect, on how far along we are in the process.
The Taliban today called August 31st a red line, saying moving the deadline would amount to extending occupation and provoke a reaction. So now the situation is increasingly desperate. Over the weekend, surging crowds trying to get to the airport. At least 7 dead, including reportedly a 2-year-old girl. Today, a firefight breaking out between government and American and German forces. An Afghan security officer killed, others wounded. The White House warning terrorists may see opportunity in the chaos, calling the threat of an ISIS attack at the airport acute and persistent. As a defense, the military aircraft now releasing flares to distract any heat-seeking missiles that might target planes. Outside of Afghanistan, the U.S. enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport Americans and the Afghans alongside them.
We want to screen and clear. We will welcome these Afghans who helped us in the war effort over the last 20 years to the United States of America.
Hundreds of Afghan refugees now arriving in Virginia. Just one telling our affair, WJLA, she fled cold in the darkness with a husband and 3-year-old daughter. At Dulles Airport outside Washington, D.C., this man and his family speaking with NBC's Gio Benitez. The man worked for the American government for over 2 years. This is his first time in the United States.
The numbers of Americans active getting out of the country has increased. Tens of thousands still remain stuck outside the airport. A third more simply unable to get through those checkpoints and all the chaos. And time starting to run out for many of them to get out safely.
Deadline quickly approaching, he and thank you. The Biden administration is trying to negotiate with the Taliban for more time to evacuate Americans. So it's the ABC's chief global affairs correspondent Mark Durant wanted to press the Secretary of Defense on this over the weekend. We're here on how the Biden administration is approaching this and whether that August 31st deadline is likely to be met. Well, the defense secretary said he hopes that evacuation deadline of August 31st will be met, but there are complications here, Lindsay. We now have 6,000 troops, almost 6,000 troops at the Kabul airport. They would have to leave as well, and that would take several days, 3 or 4 days, probably at the most. So that means they would have to evacuate all the Americans, all the Afghan allies they want before those troops leave. In other words, that would have to be complete this weekend, if not sooner, in order to then get all of the American troops out of there safely by the August 31st deadline. I am told by a U.S. official they do not think the deadline will be extended, but the negotiations will continue. And John Kirby was pushed today on how far the U.S. will extract Americans, but he offered very few details. Are they prepared to do this? Well, we have had that helicopter rescue, three helicopters rescuing people last week, but that was only about 1,000 yards. And today they did confirm, the cabinet spokesman John Kirby did confirm there's been another helicopter rescue as well. These were both, I believe, very close to the airport. The first one certainly was very close to the airport. They don't want to give a whole lot of details on this, about how these are done. But we are also told they have not really done any ground operations. Although the defense secretary says if someone is an extremist, we have the capability to go get them. Lindsay, thanks so much. We're going on now to a flooding tragedy tonight in Tennessee. In some places, 17 inches of rain in less than 24 hours and at least 21 people killed. Tonight there was an urgent search for nearly a dozen still unaccounted for. Alan Lopez reporting from Waverly, Tennessee.
Tonight, new images of the catastrophic destruction in parts of Middle Tennessee after deadly flooding decimated the area. At least 21 people killed, including 7-month-old twins, swept away from their father. Country music star Loretta Lynn posting on Facebook, her family is heartbroken. Their ranch foreman, Wayne Spears, among the victims. Officials are going door to door, searching for as many as 10 people still unaccounted for here in Humphreys County. They were on the ground, looking at trying to hold on in a tree. One sister on one way, another on the other. Terry Holderman telling us her 15-year-old niece, Lily Bryant, is among those missing. Lily's sister making it to safety. 17 inches of rain falling in just a matter of hours over the weekend. Trailing thunderstorms along a stationary front, bringing relentless rounds of rain over the same area. The deluge turning the creek that runs through the town into a raging river. The town Several parents Daniel taking me to her family's flood damaged home. And we stayed there, telling me she and her husband and an 8-year-old son were trapped in the attic for 5 hours until they were rescued. People coming to get us.
Alan Lopez joins us now from Tennessee. Alan, just so many harrowing tales of survival. And it's fun that it's being caught. Many people walk on.
Yeah, it's certainly good. They're used to flooding here. I was going to one neighbor who was telling us that he was outside his patio sipping on some coffee, and all of a sudden the creek was swelling and it to his porch. He tried to rescue his neighbors and lived around him, take them into the attic of his house, and from there they saw as the neighbor's house was totally washed away, crashing into their home. And so just some of the stories that we're hearing here, another story is of that mother that you saw that package. She talked to us about what she was going through that day, how they were sitting in the living room, all of a sudden water started pouring in through the windows. They rushed into the attic and they were there for up to 5 hours. So this is what we're hearing from many residents here. They're just looking to be alive, and of course, at least 21 people have died in this, and we still have 10 people missing. So the social recovery efforts continue here. So many Carolina Council of Western care for residents who have been talking with, who have had to deal with this unfathomable amount of rainfall. Well, right now they're really in cleanup mode. A lot of people are searching for those missing as well. But today was the first day that they were assessing some of the damages here. I can tell you that we spoke to one woman. Her niece is a still missing 15-year-old girl. She was on a pile of debris, of wrapped up debris, really, with her sister. It hit a tree and separated both of them. The sister is okay and did survive, but they're still looking for the other young lady. And so now they're picking up debris hand by hand, looking for her. And again, the rescuers here are going to stop their search this evening, but we'll pick back up in the morning. So that's not getting up down there. Thank you so much for your report. And more on this, we bring in Patrick Sheehan, Director of the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency. Thank you so much for joining. Here we go again. Such a terrible tragedy. Those images just terrific, Mr. Sheehan. What's the latest on the search for people who are unaccounted for? And do you expect to find any more survivors?
So the search for recovery operations continues, and we'll continue searching until we've closed all families at this point. Other than those that are already well, we don't expect that they were swept away by floodwater. We found alive, so we're looking for recovery operations to give families closure at this time. From our office, we're confirming 16 fatalities. That information comes to us from the Tennessee Department of Health. So you'll see sometimes our numbers are lagging, but we have an adjudication process to make sure that we're not double counting those that are missing. Obviously, a terrible, tragic situation. The town of McEwen in less than 10 minutes was inundated with 4 to 6 feet of water across the town. I spent 2 days there, and the devastation is hard to fathom. You can't see it on the ground.
Yeah, and we've been hearing about that record-breaking 17 inches that fell in just a few hours. Can you put that number in perspective for us? Explain why these floods became so catastrophic.
So it's the drainage. So the way that the topography is the water that drains to the east of Waverly, it's called Stella McEwen. So the heaviest rain fell east of Waverly. As that water drained the Tennessee River, flowing, draining through an area that was also receiving heavy rainfall. It collected there, and the bulk of that 17 inches of rain fell in a very short period of time, and that led to this flooding. Isn't very prone to flooding, but they've never seen flooding at this catastrophic level before.
What's the biggest challenge for your workers on the ground right now, and are there more resources that you need?
We're working right now to get additional resources. So we've been fortunate in the last several years. We've built really effective partnerships with counties and cities and state departments to be able to move quickly as these kinds of situations unfold. We were able to mobilize for the first time ever in our response the Tennessee National Guard, Tennessee Highway Patrol, Tennessee Task Force, Nashville Fire Department, Nashville OEM team, the Tennessee Pug Rescue team. As soon as the weather was clear enough for those teams to be able to help search for folks who may have been swimming away by water that needed rescuing. Certainly they helped to make some rescues in that time. Also, with water rescue teams from across the state, from fire departments to rescue squads in the area, were deployed there via mutual aid agreements. They were fortunate that just 3 weeks ago, we practiced some of these deployments in a massive exercise with the Tennessee National Guard and our first responder partners. The timeliness of some of that exercise really, I think, helped us to move quickly
as this situation unfolded so quickly on Saturday morning.
So, based on that, do you feel like you guys were prepared or were you blindsided in some sense?
Well, we know we're going to face disasters. We don't know necessarily when they're going to happen or where they're going to happen, but we try to make sure that we maintain a posture. We were working with the National Weather Service and with our partners communicating that there was some risk of flash flooding. This, of course, exceeded any of our worst nightmares about how quickly and devastating the flood could have been. But I don't think we can ever be prepared enough, and that is just how. That's the reality of what we face. We can never be prepared enough. We don't know when and where these things will happen, and as quickly as it unfolded, the response is a model for timeliness and coordination and speed.
Dr. Shannon, again, thank you so much for talking with us. All the best to you and your teams.
Thank you very much.
In the Northeast now, some areas still facing heavy rain and flooding from tropical depression Henri. A confirmed tornado touching down in Massachusetts. Flood watches in effect tonight, still in New England, and tens of thousands remain without power. Janelle reports.
Tonight, tropical depression Henri is still wreaking havoc across New England. In central Massachusetts, the storm system forming a tornado tearing through the town of Marlborough. Henri, the first tropical storm to hit New England in nearly 15 years. In Rhode Island, massive trees ripped from the ground, crushing cars and taking out power lines. The storm wiping out power for at least 140,000 from New Jersey throughout New England. The part of the state also pummeled. Relentless rain reaching up to 10 inches in some areas. Today, the governor touring the flood zone.
We're going to have to think the public about preemptively prepare for more things like this.
Residents in Connecticut also picking up the pieces tonight with cars submerged and basements flooded.
Everything just came into our driveway. We can't even get all the way up the stairs because the water is so high up.
And let's say this hour, Henri is still making its way through New England with heavy rain and flooding, but a big concern following on recent winter high temperatures topping 90 degrees for much of the Northeast this week. Lindsay.
Thank you. When we come back, and she's off. How did this racehorse end up on a highway? Also, the incredible achievement at the Little League World Series by this 12-year-old and the show sportsmanship on the other team. The first is stunning Thailand beachfronts will run the tourist now, turning pandemic closures into an opportunity to replenish and renew our border from beautiful Thailand.
This agency takes so much time, and more Americans turn here in places. ABC News World News Tonight with DNVR America's #1 news watching TNS and streaming on ABC News Live.
Hey, these days, what you need to know
Seems to change just about everything.
what is it you really want to know, you need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
So to make the most of it, feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happy.
Well, how about the third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you. Robin Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's Good Morning America.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. On the secrets to happiness, listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
This is so much at stake. Thank you for ABC's This Week with George. On Sunday morning show versus the competition.
Welcome to This Week.
It's true. ABC News Live 2020 True Crimes. Okay, live drama, stunning. Follow the clues. The Hunt True Crime 2020. Streaming on ABC News Live. This is ABC News Live.
We're surrounded by happiness.
So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of?
Just got one friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Let's talk about OnlyFans.
Instagram, but for more.
OnlyFans is massively part of pop culture zeitgeist right now.
OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call shots at any one apartment on the ground floor and start making money. A lot of celebrities on OnlyFans are famous for developing the word in 24 hours. She made $1 million. See, and love me, bring me.
It was like an online playground.
OnlyFans, sexy, exclusive, and fun.
Welcome back. There are few silver linings from this pandemic with the world economies taking a hit around the world, especially those dependent on tourism. The fewer crowds have allowed one environmental treasure, Thailand, to begin to restore itself. So ABC has been planning travel to the beaches of Phuket, Thailand, to see how a year of reduced ecotourism has created a new balance on those island shores. Phuket's light, sandy beaches are full display these days. They're filled with pools like Ginny. That's not good. I'm crying. I don't want it. I don't want it. Thailand shut its borders due to the pandemic to foreign arrivals. These beaches are as empty as they've ever been, and tour operators like Ginny are hardly anyone to sell their tickets to. Phuket these days is mostly a ghost town.
A lot of customers each day stay quiet. Street COVID is affecting us harder. Life is difficult. There's no tourists coming in. Phuket is a tourist town. Without tourists, it is the end.
With few tourists coming here, things that make Phuket one of the world's top tourist destinations. But the irony is, before the pandemic, officials wanted to curb the endless stream of tourists. They wanted a better balance between nature and the economy. In 2018, the government blocked tourists from visiting Lion Bay. They were afraid this stunning spot, so beautiful, the 2,000 Leonardo DiCaprio classic beach was filmed here, was in danger of disappearing. Being replaced by boat anchors, litter, and unsustainable pollution. The government's rules to cut access to national parks, ban coral damaging sunscreen, were aimed at reviving and protecting coral reefs, the beating heart of our oceans. So we wanted to see what happens to an ecosystem when modern life dramatically slows down. We wanted nature to take charge.
When we get pandemic, we get less tourists, and this means that even it means that we have a lot of less pressure to the environment. That's why we're trying to provide more chance for coral to grow up.
There's a combination of natural reefs and artificial reefs here, structured underneath the water to attract bits of coral. Since COVID started, it's had time to recover. A lot of boats and the tourists here seems to be working. The benefits of giving nature a respite also seen among the mangroves, which act as a coastal defense barrier against natural disasters such as storms, tsunamis, and rising sea levels. Champion, a mangrove forest ecosystem expert, explained to me the importance of what the mangrove forest does for the environment.
The ecosystem of the mangrove forest is as rich as our lives. It provides pure. Mangrove forest is as rich as our lives. It provides pure air. Medicines that we can use to heal ourselves, our lifestyles, with our the holy things that happens to the forest is the focus of our lives. Because we are connected to the forest since we were born. Our mangrove forest is our life.
Locals are noticing an abundance of fish since the pandemic started, and it's having an effect all the way up the food chain. With the beach shores themselves, sea turtles too, making their way back in high numbers lately. These red underground turtles hatch in droves on beaches normally occupied by sunbathers. They haven't returned here to lay eggs in years. Protecting the turtles, especially after years of not hatching their eggs on beaches, is a big deal for biologists.
They went to buy it.
Shit, it's about
He's a muscle. It's stretchy and weird. I think I might put him up in other words.
It's how folklore temples represent good fortune and prosperity. It is the things that make this island special for Japan. Its economy bleeds. Tourism accounts for about a fifth of the overall economy. Foreign tourist arrivals fell by more than 80% last year compared to 2019. In order to revive the resort island, the government kickstarted the Webcam of initiative last month, allowing vaccinated international arrivals to attend without quarantine. The pilot program has led tourists trickling back in, but nowhere near the numbers before the pandemic began. Officials hope precautions like daily temperature checks, multiple tests, and social distancing measures will contain the virus and regional travelers. When tourism declined, the island's marine life and ecosystem prospered. Enjoying the allure here is easy, but what are we willing to do to sustain it? ABC News' Brett Planet, Phuket. From the still head here on the prior definitely shot the insurrection at the Capitol was whether or not they will face any discipline. Also, the White House enlisting an army of influencers to fight vaccine disinformation on social media, but just social media giants being doing more to help. And good news from the FDA and on full approval for the Pfizer vaccine, we go by the numbers on the rigorous steps they took to get there. The first archway of the day, WNBA champions of Seattle Storm visiting the White House to celebrate their big accomplishment.
Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we do. All right, let's go. Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. YouTube. Like the YouTube Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live. This is what this is ABC News Live.
We're surrounded by
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. And these days, what you need to know.
See, change about
If you really want to know, you need to know.
to help you not just get through your day.
For today's posting, feel smarter,
Feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
With so much instead of so much more Americans turn here and places ABC News World News to continue more America's #1 news newscast and streaming on ABC News Live.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's Good Morning America.
This is Agency. Thank you for the ABC's This Week with George. On Sunday morning show versus the competition.
Welcome to this week.
It's going on ABC. The stars to
John Ritter.
John Greer is an Italian.
He was walking from the kind of same category as a mom, and it was just like watching John become successful was not a surprise. Then one day he falls sick on the set. I just couldn't believe it. And how's that?
I really love him so much to this day.
the superstar.
It was
So,
Welcome back, everyone. Now to another look at the FDA's approval of Pfizer's COVID vaccine and what it signifies by the numbers. It's the first COVID vaccine to be granted full FDA approval, which comes after it was tested on more than 40,000 volunteers in phase 3 trials. The FDA granted emergency use authorization after Pfizer submitted 2 months of safety data that was deemed sufficient because most vaccine side effects showed away 9 months later. Full FDA approval required 6 months of safety data from a majority of trial participants and some additional manufacturing audits. These requirements have now been met, but we want to emphasize the vaccine was well tested back in December, and experts did not consider it experimental when it was authorized for emergency use. The Pfizer vaccine is more than 90% effective against COVID-19, according to clinical trials. And today, more than 92 million Americans have been fully vaccinated with it, and more than 1.2 billion Pfizer doses have been delivered worldwide. We saw lots to get to here on Prime tonight, staying defensive even on the way out, what New York Governor Andrew Cuomo had to say in his final message before resigning. And imagine a world without email. While we probably can't fully unplug the inbox intervention you need to get hours of your time back each week. And first, look at our top trending stories on abcnews.com.
News now.
And America this morning.
The vaccine video.
The breaking news overnight.
Emergency crews called to the town of Surfside.
Exception today targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories people are talking about.
Washington flags I love it. Oh, my. And the twist that the day has.
ABC World News Now and America this morning.
Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern.
Up all night to get you up to date.
Let's talk about OnlyFans. OnlyFans is massively part of the pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to solve shots at anyone who come in on the ground floor. And lots of others of OnlyFans are Bella Kilmer in 24 hours she made $1 million. Seen and looking pretty OnlyFans. Sexy, exclusive, and unbelievable.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
With so much at stake, thank you. This is this George. Sunday show versus the competition.
Welcome to this week. This is GNA 3, what you need to know. GNA 3.
third hour of Good Morning America.
It's all about you. Lunchtime on ABC.
This is ABC News Live.
So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. So were you the nanny or were you the girlfriend? I moved in to help with the kids. When we had an opportunity, I still slept with him. He chose the nanny. Yeah, the nanny. Yes, he finally has away with us. His wife is dead and his mistress has moved in. He's having tea at his very welcome with his new best friend. Say, the FDA giving full approval to the Pfizer vaccine for Americans 16 and older.
It is now happened. You've been waiting for is here.
Pfizer vaccine found to be 91% effective in preventing COVID-19. Tonight,
Why would a shop for 1.3 billion active duty troops? New York City mandating the vaccine for all school employees without the option of weekly testing, and that United Airlines workers will have 5 weeks from today to show proof of vaccination. Still, more Americans are dying of COVID now, an average of 748 every day. Florida just saw its deadliest week. In Palm Beach, doctors gathering in solidarity before dawn to beg members of the community to get the shot.
The science is there. We must stop denying the data. So please get vaccinated.
Tonight, violence and chaos around here, dealing with the pace of evacuations stepping up. Mexico's remains applying more than 60,000 people out of Afghanistan in just the past 24 hours. The US was planning to roll out all surgical laws from tomorrow.
We have to extend the discussion of lessons learned. People have far along in our process.
The Taliban today the surgical list of red line. Over the weekend, surgeon parents tried to get to the airport. At least 7 dead, including unfortunately a 2-year-old girl. Today, a fight breaking out between the other and the American and German forces. Afghan security officer killed, others wounded. White House warning terrorists may see an opportunity in the chaos as a defense military aircraft and releasing flares to distract any seeking missiles on target planes. Outside of Afghanistan, the US enlisted 3 commercial jets to counter those Americans and the Afghans alongside of
U.S. Capitol Police have cleared the officer who fatally shot a rioter during the January 6th insurrection.
The United States government released Office of Professional Responsibility says they reviewed all available evidence in connection with the shooting, video and radio calls. The statement, the agency said the actions of the officer in this case potentially saved members and staff from serious injuries and hospital drivers. The statement goes on to say that the officer's actions were consistent with training as well as policy and procedure.
Today is Andrew Cuomo's first day as governor of New York. He announced his resignation 2 weeks ago following sexual harassment allegations. At midnight, Lieutenant Governor Candace Owens becomes New York's first. Its own racehorse. Highway that is in Indiana. It got loose. It was first race. Lots of career races. His first 10 years. Just say no. Washington State, as a protest, 2015, sold his leader. In the World Series, he also joined only one of the game with his team.
Congratulations, T, and welcome back, everyone. Facebook has revealed that one of its most popular posts this year was one that spread misinformation about the COVID vaccine. And so the White House now teams up with top social media influencers in a push to get young people vaccinated. ABC's Asha Sen has a story.
I wanted to take this time to really urge all you guys to go get vaccinated.
These days, this is what your kids' TikTok feeds are looking like.
So please don't do your own research and truly use the best case vaccine.
Posting content from their favorite influencers, encouraging young people to get vaccinated. It's the latest effort headed by the Biden administration to get shots in young people's arms. With only 46% of 18 to 24-year-olds fully vaccinated against the coronavirus, the White House is tapping the likes of Gen Z icons, Olivia Rodrigo, Julia Stein, and Betty Trump, just to name a few.
After President Biden talking about the importance of getting vaccinated.
Now, they've got a full roster of creators ranging in popularity, partnering with the organization Gen Z for Change to get the word out.
So Gen Z for Change is a coalition of over 500 TikTok creators with a combined following of 432 million people. Our cumulative reach with all the creators in the network in 1 month is about 1.5 billion views. That's more than CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News combined per month. A study by UC San Francisco researchers found that about 1 in 4 vaccinated people aged 18 to 25 said they probably will not, or definitely will not, get the COVID-19 vaccination. Despite the fact that this demographic has been found more likely than other age groups to transmit coronavirus, what is it about young people and teenagers that might make them so resistant to the vaccine?
I think that a lot of teenagers are stuck in their bubble.
Much of that hesitancy is also due to the growing tide of disinformation on social media.
You have people that are also influencers. There's so many anti-vax influencers, like Dr. Joseph Nicola, who built, $100 million massive business, essentially promoting disinformation about vaccines online. Just recently, Facebook banned an entire network that's actually paying influencers to post vaccine disinformation and spread lies about the vaccine. So the White House is a real uphill battle.
Navigating disinformation, a task that many of these younger influencers are forced to deal with.
When it comes to people saying, like, the vaccine's going to microchip you, you just want to immediately back down, and people like to stuff that's disinformation, stop the fear mongering so we can actually address the real concern. Our thanks to Option Save for that. You can see more of his report tonight on Nightline. And it's now time for an inbox intervention. Can you imagine a world without email? Kind of hard to fathom at this point. But Dan Harris sat down with one author advocating for creating boundaries in order to help reduce burnout.
The advent of email brought a whole new way of communication. But more than 2 decades later, the romance is gone. The constant cacophony of notifications can wreak havoc on our mental health. Each of these conversations has messages that requires constant checking of your inbox, constant checking of Slack. And that constant checking is where the problem comes from. Calvin Moore is a New York Times best-selling author whose latest work boldly imagines a world without email. Can you envision a world without email? What does that even look like? What I'm really arguing for is that we need way more structured ways of collaborating than this. I'll shoot you a message. I'll let you on Slack. I'll shoot you an email. So I don't want the tool of email go away.
Jen says it's time for a much-needed inbox intervention and hitting unsubscribe, what he calls the hyperactive hive mind.
It's a process collaboration as we work most things out and back and forth ad hoc, unscheduled messaging. It's how most of us get work done today. It's also a productivity disaster.
A productivity disaster because it's just your brain, your mind will pull in 1,000 different directions.
If you interrupt work to look at a message, it's going to make you a lot more fatigued and it's going to reduce your cognitive output. So this sequential nature of work is what we should be aiming for. One thing at a time. So let me get to a stopping point on this memo before I check my inbox.
And it's for office hours.
There are set times on set days where everyone knows that you are available for real-time communication. Just wait until next office hours and ask you that quick question. Again, really large impact.
It strikes me as empowering time for workers. There's so much flux, so many people leaving work. They call it great resignation. If you're working at a place and you don't like the workflow that's involved in that, maybe now is the time to think about leaving.
I think if you go somewhere different, don't just be looking at what is remote work policy. Don't just be looking at what is the benefits or what is the salary. Have a conversation about how your work will actually unfold.
Thanks to Dan Harris for that. Before we go tonight, our image of the day. Let the games begin again. The Olympics may be over, but now the Paralympics are set to get underway in Tokyo. These athletes in training sessions ahead of the start of the largest sporting event globally for people with disabilities. This year's Paralympics will feature more than 3,500 athletes from at least 134 nations. Good luck to all of the competitors. And that is our show for this hour. Be sure to stay tuned to ABC News Live for context and analysis of the day's top stories. Thanks so much for staying with us.
So about OnlyFans. OnlyFans is a massive part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call shots. Anyone can come in on the ground floor, and lots of the original fans are no more than 24 hours, she made $1 million. So you did Loki or did you OnlyFans. Sex and these days, what you need to know seems to change to not every day. Is it that you really want to know? You need to know. To help you not just get through your day, but to make it look just smarter, feel better, feel happy. Well, so how about a third hour of Good Morning America? TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
One of the fascination with criminal trials, you figure out what's really out there. She revealed Chad murdered his family. And when my heart did this, it's the time of suspicion. It's really tough. You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. John Ritter is such a talent.
When I was walking from the kind of same category as like eggs, just like them. Watching John become successful was not a surprise. And one day he's all sick on set. I just couldn't believe it.
And how's it? I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar Archer.
There was so much beauty in his life.
This morning on World News Now, we'll be approved the Pfizer COVID vaccine getting full approval from the FDA, but we've been already bringing new vaccine mandates, including for the military. Plus, the children may be able to get the vaccine, and why the governor of Hawaii has this message to tourists.
In Afghanistan, the countdown is on, and so is the race to get thousands more people out. The Taliban is warning the U.S. to exit the country 1 week from today.
In Tennessee, door-to-door searching for the missing after a catastrophic flight killed at least 21 people. What it was like to be trapped in the attic for hours.
A new reaction after one cheddar disgusted residents at Seafood Grill in Gainesville, Florida, left a $10,000 tip.
And in the city, an update on the future of Jeopardy! Plus, a new Spider-Man trailer is out. See what it reveals. And Beyonce base history. On the Thunder and 28-carat diamond. It's Tuesday, August 24th.
movie on Tuesday morning, and it wasn't just the diamonds in that app that had people talking. We will get to that. What's today? What's today? It's 1.4. Okay. I guess I'm upsetting everyone in the homeroom because I did the pumpkin spice all over.
Oh, yeah.
Because we're creeping into September. I hear Earth, Wind, and Fire in the background.
Yeah.
But we still have a few days left.
I feel like every year they bump up when they're going to start releasing pumpkin spice and everything. You know, all the stores, all the coffee, pumpkin flavored candles.
Listen, I am a big proponent of like extending summer as far as we can, but with the rain and the crazy weather that we've been having.
What about summer? As long as it comes down.
I don't know about all that, but we can't begin the show with another important milestone in the fight to end the pandemic.
The Food and Drug Administration granting full approval to the Pfizer vaccine. President Biden is now asking state and local governments, schools, and businesses to issue vaccine mandates.
The call from the White House coming as 82 million eligible Americans still have not gotten their first shot, and their vaccination rates are improving. Yet ABC's Morgan Lowe.
In a highly anticipated decision, the FDA gave full into the Pfizer vaccine for Americans 16 and older. The board still passed a marketing authorization.
A few eligible Americans who said that they will not get the shot. And it's until it has full and final approval of the FDA. It has now happened. All you were waiting for is here.
The FDA's review process hailed by the CDC and the president as the gold standard. In its possible study, the Pfizer vaccine proved to be 94% effective in preventing COVID-19. Pfizer CEO revealed the company is now developing the vaccines for the Delta variant here in the country.
This is something very important. I am almost certain that we will get the data sounds.
The FDA will be innovating for more vaccine mandates for schools, businesses, and governments. The NFL looks to act from there to require the shot for more than 1 million active duty troops. New York City mandating the vaccine for all school employees without the option for being tested. And in California, college students are now required to get their shots before attending in-person classes.
And it's always safe for that know that everybody really got to vaccinated. I bet they more engaged in that process.
With thousands of students under 12 not eligible for vaccines headed back to the country, ABC's reviewing this as a necessity direction.
What's the timeline? Should we expect to see vaccines authorized for children between the ages of 5 to 12 around November?
That seems like a reasonable timeline to me, a little bit ahead of the FDA. Right now, the best way to keep our children under the age of 12 safe is to vaccinate all the people who are around them, and to have them wear masks when they attend schools.
ABC News Los Angeles.
Thanks to Morgan, and a warning from Hawaii's governor amid skyrocketing COVID cases. Stay away. He's now encouraging visitors to restrict travel to his state. The governor also saying a lockdown is on the table if the numbers keep rising. Hawaii has reported more than 9,000 cases in the past 2 weeks. That's about 1/6 of the state's total during the entire pandemic.
There is no end to the frantic effort to fly thousands more Americans and Afghan allies to safety. The Taliban is warning the U.S. to exit Afghanistan by the August 31st deadline, 1 week from today. More than 37,000 people have been evacuated so far, but many are still scrambling to leave the country, and the conditions on the ground remain extremely dangerous. This morning, new security concerns in Kabul, the U.S. military in a deadly gun battle outside of the airport. Pentagon officials say attackers fired on Afghan security forces, prompting U.S. forces to get involved. An Afghan soldier was killed, and more gunfire was heard overnight. The violence coming as the pace of Americans and Afghans evacuating the country ramps up, but tens of thousands remain left behind. President Biden is suggesting the U.S.-led evacuation effort could run past the August 31st deadline. Congressman Adam Schiff, emerging from a classified briefing last night, said it appears more time will be needed.
With the logistical difficulties moving people to the airport, and the limited number of workarounds, it's hard for me to see that they will fully complete
by the end of the month. But the Taliban calls August 31st a red line and is warning of consequences if the deadline is extended.
We're in touch with the Taliban daily. We're in touch with our allies and partners, reviewing our progress in this particular operation, which we feel has been substantial over the past few days. And the president will make his determination.
Asian White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki pushing back on a reporter who suggested Americans are being stranded in Afghanistan.
First of all, I think it's irresponsible to say Americans are stranded. They're not.
There are no Americans stranded is the White House's official position on what's happening in Afghanistan.
I'm just calling you out for stating that we are stranding Americans in Afghanistan. When we have been very clear that we are not leaving Americans who want to return home. We are going to bring them home.
Outside Afghanistan, the U.S. has enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport evacuees. Hundreds of allies fleeing the turmoil have now arrived in Virginia. And in the Seattle area, this family of 8 is settling in after fleeing Kabul, where their father was a translator for the U.S.
I didn't mean before I did. So, that's why I said,
The evacuation effort will be the subject of today's G7 meeting. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to urge President Biden to extend that August 31st deadline.
Not here at all, crews are going door to door searching for about 10 people still missing from the deadly and catastrophic flooding in Waverly, Tennessee. Record-shattering rainfall unleashed floods and killed at least 21 people, swept homes away and left behind floods and destruction and devastation. Country music superstar Loretta Lynn is among the heartbroken or the loss of her longtime ranch woman. Others are sharing harrowing tales of survival. Lindsay Daniel was trapped in the attic with her family, waiting for hours for help to arrive. The new people coming to get us. We're not even out of homes so they can feel the GoFundMe pages are seeking donations for funeral expenses. The dead includes 7 little twins swept from their father's arms as they tried to escape. And Henri, after tumbling the Northeast with days of heavy rain and flooding, is finally moving off the coast today. Now, massive cleanup is underway. State and local officials assess the damage, but 50,000 customers are still without power in Rhode Island.
Makes sense. August still right. Well, there's a change in here today.
Well, any good?
And I feel it. I love it. Trick or treat. Oh, God. Simpson Parade today is officially today's start of bringing back its fall flavors for the seasoned pumpkin spice lattes. They first debuted back in 2003, and since then, more than 500 million pumpkin spice lattes have sold in all. Some of us have been eagerly awaiting this next big news. It's the earliest that Starbucks has ever brought back the PSL, which is joining the pumpkin cream cold brew this year, the pumpkin cream cheese pumpkin scone, and pumpkin loaf. And as you guys know, Dunkin's fall flavors have been back since the 18th. Some of us have strictly PSL just going straight to the bands right about now, you guys. And Dairy Queen too, and so many others getting in on the pumpkin pandemonium this year. Not that any of us are complaining about. Did I hear you say 500 million have been sold since 2000? I would say about 200 million of those are number one PSL. I don't even want to know how many I've bought over the years. Tiger is about.
I'm doing some now. I mean, it's almost September.
It's gonna be right.
And this is actually the one that you brought with I think was it Monday or last Friday? Yeah. So I took it and I hid it under some coverage. That's not anymore.
It's so early that I feel like by even height of fall, we'll just be sick of PSLs.
No, they switched to peppermint.
Oh, yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, well, too early myself. I'll give you a copy of my calendar. I got the schedule figured out.
Thanks, coming up, the big change that just happened at Pumpkin
Plus the comment and just calls Schwarzenegger of the British sponsor.
And they're just getting the brand new trailer just released one day after an alleged leak on social media. Whatever the else, trying to roll it now. Hey, minutes. These days, what you need to know.
See, the change is not everything.
What is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
So to make the most of it, feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, now on the third hour of Good Morning America.
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
News now.
And America This Morning.
The best in video.
The breaking news overnight.
Emergency crews called to the town on Surfside.
U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories people are talking about.
Watching live. And the twist left in the day ahead.
ABC World News Now and America This Morning.
Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern.
Up all night to get you today.
Let's talk about OnlyFans.
Instagram of the world.
OnlyFans is massively part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call shots, making money, and on the ground floor, start making money. A lot of celebrities who make OnlyFans are developed a word in 24 hours that she made $1 million. Seen and looking pretty OnlyFans. Sex, exclusive,
John Ritter.
John Ritter said to tell me.
Was walking in front of the kind of same category as like Tom Hanks, just like them. Watching John become successful was not a surprise. And one day he falls sick on the set. I just couldn't believe it.
And how's it? I really love him so much to this day.
He's superstar, John Ritter.
There's so much beauty in his life.
You're ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we'll give you. Let's go. Watch on Saturdays on ABC News Live. I guess I just found out. YouTube Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
California's emergency response leaders say the Colorado fire raging east of Sacramento is the nation's top priority. It has already destroyed nearly 500 homes and businesses and is now inching dangerously close to the Lake Tahoe Basin. Only 5% of the blaze is contained. Those flames are also blamed for the poor air quality in the Reno Tahoe region, now considered the most toxic in all of North America.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's office went mask wearing and constant sponsor at this annual sports festival. Sports supplement company Webcam said it is pulling out of the event because he called anti-maskers schmucks and said screw your freedom when discussing people who are against mask wearing. The company called the comments anti-American. Schwarzenegger also said with freedom comes responsibility.
When visitors can again see the changing of the guard, tradition at the Buckingham Palace was halted last year due to the pandemic and an effort to keep crowds to a minimum. And Monday marked the first palace guard change ceremony in 17 months. Pretty cool. All right, live beyond will now host Jeopardy, at least on a temporary basis.
That's right, the neuroscientist and star of Mommy Cat was one half of the show's new hosting team, but the other half, Jeopardy executive producer Mike Richards, stepped down over controversial comments he made in the past. The office scheduled to tape at least 3 weeks worth of episodes. When we come back, see the surprise of bus full of Hollywood tourists.
And speculation over what Ben Affleck is doing at Tiffany. The skating is next.
Let's talk about OnlyFans.
Instagram of the world.
OnlyFans is massively part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call shots, making money, and on the ground floor, start making money. And a lot of celebrities who make OnlyFans are developed a word in 24 hours. She made $1 million. Seen and looking pretty. OnlyFans. Sex, exclusive,
John Ritter.
John Ritter said to tell me.
Was walking in front of the kind of same category as like Tom Hanks, just like them. Watching John become successful was not a surprise. And one day he falls sick on the set. I just couldn't believe it.
And how's it? I really love him so much to this day.
He's superstar, John Ritter.
There's so much beauty in his life.
So were you the nanny or were you the girlfriend?
I moved in to help with the kids. When we had opportunity, I sold some of it.
They chose the nanny. Yeah, okay.
Murdered his wife.
He finally has what he wants. His wife is dead, and his mistress is moved in. He's having tea at his favorite level with his new best friend. Say,
That special Friday night Central Sea.
Want to know how you say
Can't start my day without TNA.
It shows how you say. Get together with friends and family.
good morning, America.
Make sure to post a hashtag on Q&A how you say.
Good morning, America.
Let's see yourself around your Q&A.
With Peter Sales was supposed to approach prison to begin a 17-year sentence.
They let him turn himself into jail with no escort.
No one's going.
How do you evade capture over 20 moments? How do you do that?
Now, join the search following the U.S. Marshals as they uncover new leads. Global manhunt to help catch this fugitive. Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Listen and join the all-new hunt wherever you get your podcasts.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast for free on Apple Podcasts.
Back out for skinny and our spidey senses are tingling because we are starting the surprise release of the latest Spider-Man trailer.
It is all over social media. It happened just hours ago, just one day though, after Sony clamped down on the alleged leak of the trailer on social media. The official trailer racked up more than 1 million views within an hour and nearly 2 million by midnight.
I've already seen it 100,000 times by now. It shows Tom Holland's Peter Parker teaming up with Benedict Cumberbatch as Doctor Strange to help with his identity crisis.
pleasure? I'm sorry, do not be sure.
Please sit down at the University of London. Review your colleagues.
Okay.
After spirit, but I'll allow it.
Alfred Molina is also making a big return in Spider-Man No Way Home. The movie is set for release on December 17th.
I know we did not go through that whole spread and leave out my girl Zendaya as Mary Jane.
Okay.
She's all been there too.
I can't wait for that. Maybe I don't know. Whatever. It's not that good thing.
They're thinking like, all right, next to the second time around for Ben Affleck.
The Batman star was spotted browsing in engagement rings at Tiffany location in Center City, California. We can't show you those photos because we're in our budgets.
Presumably, he was browsing for his on-again romance with Jennifer Lopez. Well, next to it, a girl who loves her dad. Beyonce and her Jay-Z are starting a brand new ad campaign for Tiffany entitled Suck Out Love, and she's pouring off the diamond of all diamonds.
It is a priceless Tiffany diamond at this a 128-carat yellow gem that has now been worn by 4 people. Lady Gaga, socialite Barrett Whitehouse, and Audrey Hepburn back in 1965 going to represent Tiffany's.
The photos are part of a year-long Tiffany ad campaign featuring the Carter, and you see behind them that painting, that also created a lot of buzz because that had never before seen a Basquiat painting. And we know that Jay-Z loves Basquiat, but this one was on slow to Tiffany pickup. And yeah, a lot of people were just closing. They were saying they've never seen this before for some kind of look at their house.
High price item there on the road. Okay, next to a bunch of lucky fans getting the true Hollywood treatment.
Brian Moore buses are seemingly everywhere in and around Hollywood during the classic tours of major studios, film locations, and of course, celebrity homes.
And this is something you expect if you went away to a home for a base over the weekend. One local celeb decided to surprise a group of tourists.
It's kind of funny that the 12 of us here always towards my neighborhood.
Already racked up more than 18 million views. So, folks back on the campus won't believe that. And finally, a little not back getting back to his roots. He's apparently taking that Old Town Road back to where it all began for him at Taco Bell. Yeah, the chain was just named him Chief Impact Officer all the way back in 2017. Montero belonged with the Long Action Force and an Atlanta area Taco Bell. Then he tweeted, "Life is no full circle. I officially work at Taco Bell." McDonald, did you hear that? Yes.
John Ritter.
John Greer is such a talent.
He was walking from the kind of same category as LeBron, and it's just like them. Watching John become successful was not a surprise. That one day he's all sick on set. I just couldn't get it. And that was it.
I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar. You're so lucky.
Dude, it's wonderful.
John Ritter.
John Greer is such a talent.
He was walking from the kind of same category as LeBron, and it's just like them. Watching John become successful was not a surprise. And one day he's all sick on set. I just couldn't get it. And that was it.
I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar. You're so lucky.
Dude, it's wonderful.
We grew up in the people that makes it all.
The heroes who stopped the killing, who held the city of Austin hostage for 19 days.
Detroit Wire.
Who killed twins. The Home Depot video. That truck. The agent who connected the dots. It was exactly it was a real people. It's like an investigation where every other can take down the bomb and street of Google.
All right, here we go. You ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs. Oh my God, this is what we're doing. Let's go. Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. YouTube, I just found out. What would be Marathon? 12 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News Live.
This is ABC News Live.
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us. It really does change everything when you work long shifts in a restaurant.
I bet the truth, and it's a shirt that was not overlooked by one customer at Seafood Grill in Florida. Earl Gans is here now with the story. Yeah, good morning, you guys. We've heard of generous tippers surprising waiters and waitresses in the past, but this tip is 5 figures, and it's coming at a time when restaurant workers can really use it. The team at Wahoo Seafood Grill in Kingsville, Florida, describes it as just a local veteran-owned seafood restaurant doing our best to weather this storm. Business is slower in the summer, typically picking up as the Gators football season gets underway. But the staff got plenty of unexpected action this week during a dinner shift. There were only 10 employees working and only 2 tables had customers. When a patron finished dining with his wife and son, calling all the employees over to thank them for their hustle. Then he left them this, a $10,000 tip on his $144 tab, split evenly between the 10 people working.
Everybody was super grateful, and they just kind of taken aback by it, someone's recognizing their hard work.
Zach saying that he plans on holding on to the money for a little while, but another employee who also received $1,000 may use hers to help cover healthcare costs for her child who's in the hospital. When the COVID-19 pandemic began last spring, Walmart was forced to temporarily close its doors. The girl's owner, Sean Shepard, saying the local hotspot lost $30,000 worth of food, which makes this week's surprise even more meaningful. Sean, writing on Instagram, we're all blown away by his generosity. The last year and a half haven't been easy on this industry. We're hurting and we're exhausted, but this incredible act of kindness has restored our faith in humanity. That faith in humanity now going viral. The story has been shared more than 2,000 times on Facebook. As for Zach, when asked what he'd like to say to the anonymous tipper, he has just one question. What do you do for a living? Sean says by sharing this story, they hope we all feel inspired to do something nice for someone today. They want us to be the reason that someone believes in the goodness of people, you guys.
I love that. Pay it forward. Also, if I'm an employee that served him, I'm going to bring that receipt to my next employee review. I'll be like,
Exactly. Yeah, so anonymous and not, almost no celebrities. You see that all the time.
I would take $1,000 from a celebrity too, though, just for the right interview.
I was her name. And I love that they split it.
Yes.
They're all people.
Yeah.
They split it.
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Step up right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
John Ritter.
John Greer is a talent.
Was all came from the kind of same category as like mom Hanks, just like them. Watching John become successful was not a surprise. Then one day he's all set on set. I just couldn't believe it.
And how's it? I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar.
So much beauty in his life.
I know what happened. I told him about the fascination with criminal trials. Figure out what's really out there. John Ritter.
John Greer is a talent.
Was walking from the kind of same category as like mom Hanks, just like them. Watching John become successful was not a surprise. Then one day he's all set on set. I just couldn't believe it.
And how's it? I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar. So much beauty in his life.
Breaking overnight on World News Now, New York has a new governor after 2 tense weeks.
Plus, the real question in Kabul. There's now exactly 1 week until the U.S. troop withdrawal deadline. President Biden extended the face Taliban retribution.
Overnight, President Biden declared a disaster area in Tennessee. Flooding devastation stretches for 10 miles. What crews will do today is search for the missing.
The coach who's sparking a debate in Colorado just said being gay cost him his job, which former schools say.
And summer may not be over, but one favorite summer snack might be, are hot dogs canceled? The new study that says hot dogs are taking hours off your life. It's Tuesday, August 24th.
I eat hot dogs right here on the set on 4th of July, 4th of July, and what does that mean? What does that mean? How do we get that time back?
You don't work overnight. That's one way. You're just doomed and you just kind of are like,
Whatever.
I'll be fine.
Also, I love to go to a baseball game. Yeah, right, but and over mustard.
I used to not like mustard, but I'll do it now.
Okay, that's about 2 hours. No, I'm just kidding.
I feel like you're charging me. It's not me. It's like lazy science.
Apparently, we'll get into that story. I'm really interested in just how that.
I should have lost another hour in minutes.
Yeah, one hot dog is only going to take an hour longer than another. We'll find out. But we did begin this half hour with the race against time in Afghanistan. Dangerous evacuation effort now kicking into high gear.
Overnight, these Afghans flown out of Kabul landed in the UK where the British Prime Minister is expected to call on President Biden and push back the August 31st deadline to withdraw U.S. troops and the children of Afghan translators are already making themselves at home in Seattle, resettling with American families who stepped up to take them in.
With that deadline to exit Afghanistan now just 1 week away, the Taliban is warning the U.S. that there will be consequences if it is extended. ABC's Ian Pannell has more.
Violence and chaos around the airport to believe that the pace of evacuations are stepping up. U.S. security planes are flying more than 16,000 people out of Afghanistan in just the past 24 hours, a new record. And so many more remain. The U.S. force plans to land on August 31st. President Biden now hinted that let me delay.
Our hope is not have to extend. There are going to be discussions, I suspect, on how far along we are in the process.
The Taliban calling August 31st a red line, saying moving the deadline would amount to extending occupation and would provoke a reaction. So now the situation is increasingly desperate. Over the weekend, surging crowds trying to get to the airport needed at least 7 dead, including reportedly a 2-year-old girl. A fight breaking out between government and American and German forces, and Afghan security officer killed, others wounded.
I guess still will work.
The White House warned terrorists may see an opportunity in the chaos, calling the threat of an ISIS attack at the airport real, acute, and persistent. As a defense, military aircraft now releasing flares to distract any heat-seeking missiles from on-target planes. Outside of Afghanistan, the US enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport Americans and the Afghans worked alongside them.
The screen and clear. These Afghans have helped us over the last 20 years to the United States.
Hundreds of Afghan refugees now arriving in Virginia. This woman telling our affiliate WJLA she fled Kabul in the darkness with her husband and 3-year-old daughter. At Dulles Airport outside Washington, D.C., where this man and his family speaking with NBC's Gio Benitez. The man worked for the American government for more than 2 years. This is his first time in the United States. While the numbers of Americans and Afghans who want to come to the country has increased, tens of thousands still remain stuck outside the airport, unable or simply afraid to get to the Taliban checkpoints or the chaos. Time for them to escape the country, starting to slip away. Ian Pannell, ABC News, Kabul.
And thank you. The military says at least 3 babies have been born during the evacuation mission. That includes a baby girl delivered in the cargo bay of an Air Force C-17 that landed in Germany.
The moment you've been waiting for is here. Those words from President Biden directed at millions of Americans who said they would not get the Pfizer COVID vaccine that's almost fully approved by the FDA. Federal approval came yesterday, a moment the president called a key milestone. The question now is how many Americans will react. I spoke about that and more with Dr. Gabriel Ali. Dr. Ali, thanks so much for joining us. So big news here from the FDA fully authorizing the Pfizer vaccine. What impact do you think this decision will have? And what about the other 2 vaccines, Moderna and Johnson & Johnson?
Well,
it is a big deal to get the FDA seal approval because the FDA takes its time to really look at safety and effectiveness. Some medicines in Europe are used before the FDA actually approves them here in the United States. So they take a long time to really look at all the data. And what we know right now is that Moderna also sent its application for FDA approval in June. So we should see some results by next month and potentially it being also fully approved by the FDA before October. Johnson & Johnson, on the other hand, hasn't sent its application in and they plan to do it by the end of the year.
Does it get more people vaccinating, you think?
A lot of people are hesitant because they don't have that full approval status, and a lot of patients are waiting for that.
But let's go back to that full approval of the Pfizer vaccine. It's only for people ages 16 and up. So what's the message right now for parents and kids under 16?
The Pfizer vaccine is approved under emergency use authorization for kids between 12 and 15. So in other words, it is safe to use, and so especially as school starts, definitely get your children vaccinated.
All right, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica.
Breaking overnight, Andrew Cuomo is no longer the governor of New York. He officially resigned at midnight, just weeks after a report found he sexually harassed 11 women. Cuomo delivered a defiant farewell speech, calling the investigation that led to the downfall of political firecracker. The departure gave the way for a history-making moment. Lieutenant Governor Katie Hochul was sworn in as New York's first female governor.
House Democrats are still clashing with one another over President Biden's $3.5 trillion budget blueprint. After hours of meetings, Democratic leaders failed to reach an agreement with moderate holdouts over a vote to consider the legislation. So we'll have to try again today. 9 moderates are threatening to withhold their votes for the plan unless the House approves the $1 trillion infrastructure package first.
Now to the deadly flooding disaster in rural Tennessee. Crews are urgently searching for about 10 people still missing. At least 21 are dead. The floodwaters stripped away homes, turned roads into rivers, and destroyed communication lines. ABC's Howell Lopez with more from Waverly.
House after house is swept off their foundations by slipping waters coming from this home. They're sitting in the middle of the road. The devastation was on for up to 10 miles, complicating the search and recovery efforts here. One of the things that we've been hearing from residents is that this common completely off guard. They're used to flooding, but nothing like this. They saw more than 17 inches of rain within just 24 hours over the weekend, and now straight after the rain looks just like this. So right now, there's still about 10 people missing, and search and recovery efforts are ongoing. They will start to pick back up in the morning. Howell Lopez, ABC News, Waverly, Tennessee.
Thanks to Ellen. It's now time for one of the best days of the year. It is National Waffle Day. Because we have delicious goodness.
Yes, we do.
Straight from Belgium, toasty.
Okay. Now, depending on where you live, because of this day, there are plenty of deals and freebies available in Phoenix. Lolo's Chicken and Waffles is offering a complimentary waffle when you order a classic combo.
Classic. Edwood, New York is offering free fillings for your waffles, like free tacos, M&M's, and McDonald's.
See, just put butter in that's your keep it simple. The Waffle Still Creamery is offering coupons for a free homemade waffle cone or bowl with any ice cream purchase. I think that's not really waffle, but you know what? It close it up. So
And there's one thing about me, about me eating waffle. I have to get it. I get syrup in every single little box.
oh, you want to just slather it on there, let the rat see what happens.
I live intense when it comes to that. It has to be every single little box, or I can't eat it.
Whatever are your favorite waffles, where would you get waffles the most, do you think?
I make some pretty good waffles. I'm not gonna lie, I have.
Do you have one of those waffle flipper?
Yes. I don't play around the guy. I want to it is my favorite meal of the day. And so, see, every single little brunch is my favorite meal of the day. So I have to make it.
For me, it's chicken and waffles. Love chicken and waffles. But also, I see waffles not chicken and beef.
Oh, yes. I never got to a waffle.
Okay, well, hopefully waffles don't take any time off of our lives because coming up, includes like hot dogs actually take a toll in your life. We're going to ask experts
birthday promise.
You know, we're right here. Plus, caught on camera. The dramatic and emotional rescue of a deaf dog from the storm drain.
And later we had pizza rat, and we had Big Mac rat, and now we've got crab rat. Almost right here, Hayward, in the satellite. You're watching World News Now.
Admit it, these days, what you need to know seems to change just about everything. What is it that you really want to know? Need to know?
To help you not just get through your day,
Listening to Pug's Days. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
We've been through another week together.
The total ambitions are shared love to their hands. David, we're showing our love and support for all the ICU staff.
They're the heroes in this. All right, here we go. Ready? Let's do it.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we're going to do. Let's go.
Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. What do you do? I guess I just found out.
What can you do marathon? 12 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News Live.
I mean,
John Ritter.
John Ritter said to tell me.
Was walking funny. Kind of the same category as like Tom Hanks, just like them. Watching John become successful is not a surprise. And one day he's all sick on set. I just couldn't believe it. And how's it?
I really love him so much to this day.
He's super smart. He has so much in his life. I never had to verify Joe.
What fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there. She revealed Chadburn is family.
I know my heart did this. It's the time of suspicion.
And it's really tough. You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
Tonight, the evacuations now stepped up. How long will it take to get all Americans and allies out? Plus, the full FDA approval and more on the program. With so much at stake, World News tonight, David New York is the #1 program on television. An incredible rescue effort near Dallas. That's Zoe. 50-year-old lab was trapped in Arlington inside a storm drain, making the rescue more difficult. Zoe is deaf. Crews worked for 11 hours to dig up the road and get her free. And apart from some dehydration, we got good news here. Zoe is okay.
In Colorado, a social media post appears to have cost a high school volleyball coach's job. And it wasn't what about he said about someone else, the controversy deal, with what he said about himself, specifically his sexuality.
Basically, I had two options. The first option was to, was to announce that I was gay.
A.O.K. Tonga is a Christian, a volleyball coach, and a gay man.
I said, basically, my dream of marrying another man would have to just stop.
It's his sexuality, he says, that's caused him to lose his job at Belleville Christian High School in Highland Ranch, Colorado. He says he was told by the athletic leadership at Belleville to stop being gay or abandon his role as coach.
I feel like it's a really good 27 years of life where I hated myself.
He says he's not angry.
Anger, I've learned, especially after taught this to my kids, it's such a valid emotion, but it's useless in the workplace.
But some parents are.
Parents, I'm very young, quiet, and if it happens to a teacher, I'm afraid that if there's backlash that may go, towards my daughter.
A statement from the school says both Fowler became aware of a Facebook post by Coach Nogue that suggested he may not support Fowler's beliefs pertaining to sexuality and marriage. The statement goes on to say that after a conversation with Nogue, he requested a separation from the school. Nogue They said as a coach and as a mentor, you will keep loving and leading.
My big message was to just make sure I'm speaking at parents were silent. I truly do love them and home, especially at the Christian school. They did as Christ did in the Bible. Left those who shut people and let those who were shut in order to bring them back.
The school said no big comment misrepresented some aspects of the situation, but did not elaborate, only saying that they wish it well with the future endeavors.
And coming up, could your hot dog habit be trimming years off your life? That's next.
Instagram, but for more. OnlyFans is massively part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call shots that we want to come in off the ground for serving market. A lot of celebrities like OnlyFans are known for more than 24 hours she made $1 million. Being lonely or being tired. OnlyFans. Saturday, sex, exclusive for the non-woman.
John Ritter.
John Ritter's an Italian.
It's all came from kind of the same category as like It's just like them watching John become successful was not a surprise. And one day he's all sick on set. I just couldn't take it.
And how's it? I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar, John Ritter. It was so lucky.
And his wife.
Extraordinary story. The beer salesman was supposed to approach prison to begin a 17-year sentence.
They let him turn himself into jail with no escort.
No one cooperated.
How do they capture over 20 months? How do you do that?
Now, join the search following the U.S. Marshals as they uncover new leads. Global manhunt. You don't catch this fugitive. Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Listen, Mitch, you all do hunt wherever you get your podcasts. So were you the nanny or were you the girlfriend?
I moved in to help with the kids. When we had opportunity, I sold the son with him.
He chose the nanny. Yeah, the nanny.
Or murdered his wife.
He finally has what he wants. His wife is dead, and his mistress has moved in. He's having tea at his very level with his new best friend. Say,
Special fighting in Central DC.
We want to know about you. Say.
Show us how you say. Wanted in their lives. Get together with friends. Sure of us in hashtag March and how you say. Let's see yourself right here. Q&A. Streaming episodes live 2020 true crimes. Live trauma study. Follow the clues. The hunt. True crime 2020. Streaming episodes live. Webcam with so much at stake. Thank you for making the episodes this week with George. Sunday morning show versus the competition.
Welcome to this week. So everyone knows hot dogs are a summer staple.
what? Could they be shortening your life for hands? Really?
I hope not. A new study says eating one hot dog takes 36 minutes off of your life. So does that mean Joey Chestnut is immortal? Is this study wrong? We asked the experts to find out.
You look like the 4th of July. Real bad.
Not so fast, Nolan. A new study suggests that eating one hot dog takes 36 minutes off of your life. New research from the University of Michigan evaluated more than 5,800 foods, ranking them by their nutritional disease burden to humans. A beef hot dog and a bun, resulting in 36 minutes lost, largely due to the detrimental effect of processed meat. If that headline stresses you out, imagine what Joey Chestnut's thinking. Hello, Joey. Does he need to be worried that all of these hot dogs are just taking years and years off of his life?
I think that you're eating hot dogs in a Joey type of way, this would be
a turning point in your life to maybe cut back a little bit. If you enjoy hot dog once in a while, completely fine. Everybody wants to have fun foods in their life, and that's part of enjoying eating.
In competition alone, Joey's eaten at least 1,094 hot dogs, adding up to 39,384 minutes off of his life, or a little more than 27 days. Joey poking fun at the study, tweeting, "Interesting, I might need to eat more nuts to get time back." The competitive eating chef has a point there. The same study suggesting that eating foods like salted peanuts, baked salmon, and rice with beans are equivalent to adding between 10 and 15 minutes back onto your life. Our expert says it's helpful to have actionable, digestible numbers to help us in our health journey, but there's really only two numbers to keep in mind.
Focus on the number 80-20 when you're thinking about your diet. 80% of the time, try to go for some of those more nutritious foods that I mentioned that can help you in your life. And then 20% of the time, it's okay to go for some of those maybe less nutritious but fun foods like a hot dog once in a while.
Bottom line, if you're stressing about every single bite of food that you put into your body, that stress is going to take time off of your life too, so enjoy your waffles, Mona. Time's up for me.
All I heard was YOLO. It's the only little line. Go ahead.
John Greer is such a talent.
Kind of same category as like, hey, he's just like them. Watching John become successful is not a surprise. Then one day he's all set on the set. I just couldn't get it. And that was it.
I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar John Greer. There's so much beauty in his life.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change about everything.
what is it you really want to know. Need to know.
You're not just getting through your day.
So to make the most of it, feel smarter,
Feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
It's TV3, what you need to know. And it's streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
This is ABC News Live.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
We grew up in the that makes it all.
The heroes who stepped into who held the city of Austin hostage for 19 days.
Different wireless.
Concludes the Home Depot video. That truck and the agent who connected the dots. It was exactly the vehicle that we're looking for inside the investigation. Then I contact and takedown of the bomb. Next stream of Hulu.
All right, you're ready. Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. Let's go. Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live. Tonight, the evacuations now stepped up. How long will it take to get all Americans and allies out? Plus, we look at full FDA approval and more untold. With so much at stake, more news tonight. David York is the number one program on television. Chance.
Time out for a week. What? Started with a COVID vaccine tattoo. Wait, what? And this 22-year-old Italian student opted to get his vaccination QR code tattooed on his arm just in case he forgets his card.
His ink went viral after one of his friends was able to scan his arm. As you can see, he's used his ink to eat indoors at a McDonald's. I guess I'll just reach out over. Not too, right? All right, well, next, the latest TikTok challenge that
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's called the Milk Crate Challenge, and it involves stacking plastic milk crates into a pyramid and walking on top of them until you get to the very top.
And this is how it ends for basically everyone. And this challenge, transport earlier this month, has already racked up more than 15 million views on people fall. Hey, wait, this guy is really going to eat it. Here it comes.
Okay, but it's the look. So he cuts the look on his face after he falls. Not the fact that they metaphorically are advised not taking part in this challenge for obvious reasons because probably will end up with a concussion or stress because that was not, I don't know.
It smelled great without CTE. All right, next, we'll go for pizza rat giveaway for crab rat.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the pizza rat skyrocketed to viral fame. Started his own business, carrying a slice of pizza down into the subway.
Now another subway rat has been caught on camera. This time it was more of a fun safety pallet, dragging what appears to be a dead crab along the track.
Okay, I give up. You're gonna hate me moment. Here, shellfish on the rat off the chair. His food with his friends. Crab doesn't look heavy. I hope the rat will be full of muscle. That's one way to get your daily dose of vitamin C that you get at the end of the season. They say our shell rat is probably just going to sell the crab at $8 per shop.
Oh, I like that.
Maybe he's just dragging the crab to the other side of the city.
Oh, I like that.
Everyone not fired.
No, not at all, because you didn't make the other crabs here. Okay. Finally, to eliminate breathing, full body pillow.
Wait, what?
Slow Philadelphia toddler snuggled up right next to her adorable pooch named Chief.
As little Tom Henry said, the two have always got along and are best friends forever. I say it once, I will say it a couple of times. You're not going to do it.
You just hit it on, and I do believe that as well. Like, it's like babies and dogs for me. Like that,
Oh, the best friends.
great.
John Ritter is such a talent. What is walking from the same category as a mom, and it's just like them. Watching John become successful is not a surprise. Then one day, all sit on the set, as you can. And that was it.
I really love him so much to this day.
Superstars. Ritter knows so much movie. In his life, it's like 10 minutes. Come on,
Let's talk about OnlyFans.
sorry about football.
OnlyFans is massively part of the pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call the shots. Anyone can come in on the ground floor. And lots of livers who make OnlyFans are no forward in 24 hours, she made $1 million. Seen in Lucky, Ruby, This is GMA3, what you need to know. GMA3.
The third hour of the morning
It's all about you. Lunchtime on ABC.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn to secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Now with so much more Americans are turning to daily more and ABC's World News Tonight and other programming across all of television.
So were you the nanny or were you the girlfriend? I moved in to help with the kids. When we had opportunity, I still slept with him. He chose the nanny. Yeah, the nanny.
Martin McNeil murdered his wife.
He probably passed away once. His wife is dead, and his mistress is no dead. He's having tea at this very level with his new best friend. Say,
Is uncovered. The Nanny and 2020 event special Friday night in Central NBC.
it's 40 world news now. Only October, the Pfizer COVID vaccine getting full approval from the FDA. A move that is already bringing vaccine mandates, including for the military, plus the children may be able to get the vaccine. And when the governor of Hawaii has this message to tourists, don't come.
In Afghanistan, the countdown is on. So is the race to get thousands more people out. The Taliban is warning the U.S. to exit the country 1 week from today.
In Tennessee, you're going door to door searching for the missing of a catastrophic flight
life to be trapped in the attic for hours.
A new reaction after one generous customer at this seafood grill in Gainesville, Florida, left a $10,000 tip.
And in the skinny, an update on the future of Jeopardy! Plus, the new Spider-Man trailer is out. See what it reveals. And Beyonce face history. Other what's in their NBA carry assignment. It's Tuesday, August 24th. It's Tuesday morning, and it wasn't just the diamonds in that app that had people talking, and we'll get to that. What's today? What's today? It's 24. Okay. I get home setting everyone at home early because I did the pumpkin spice a little early.
Oh, you did?
Because we're creeping into September. I hear Earth, Wind, and Fire in the background.
Yeah.
But we still have a few days left. We're like,
Every year they bump up when they're start releasing pumpkin spice. They get all the stores, all the coffee, pumpkin flavored candles.
listen, I am a big proponent of like extending summer as far as we can, but with the rain and the crazy weather that we've been having,
But we'll just start
might as well start.
yeah.
I don't know about all that, but we can't begin the show with another important milestone in the fight to end the pandemic.
The Food and Drug Administration granted full approval to the Pfizer vaccine. President Biden is now asking state and local governments, schools, and businesses to issue vaccine mandates.
The call from the White House coming as 82 million eligible Americans still have not gotten their first shot, and the vaccination rate is already improving. Here they can see Morgan Hogan.
In a highly anticipated decision, the FDA given all approval to the Pfizer vaccine for Americans 16 and older. The vote still passed a policy authorization.
If you're one of the million Americans who said that they will not get the shot, and it's until that's full and final approval of the FDA, it has now happened. The law you've been waiting for is here.
The FDA is working to pale away the CDC and the president as the gold standard, and its possible study the Pfizer vaccine will get to be 94% effective and preventing COVID-19. The CDC will deal with the company now developing the vaccine marketing and severely during the country.
This is something very important, and I respect that we want to lead. I have to take this option.
The FDA will be taking away the more vaccine responsibilities for the and governments. They can help push the act for guaranteeing the shot for women who are active troops. New York City did have a vaccine for all school employees without possibility of testing. And in California, college students now required to get their shots reported in classes.
And it's always safer to know that everybody really counts to be vaccinated. I'm going to be more engaged in my classes.
Thousands of students under 12 not eligible for vaccines have been surprising. ABC News is asking the CDC director.
What's the timeline? Should we expect to see vaccines authorized for children between the ages of 5 to 12 around November?
That seems like a reasonable timeline to me. We don't want to get ahead of the FDA. Right now, the best way to keep our children under the age of 12 safe is to vaccinate all the people who are around them and to have them wear masks when they attend schools.
Thanks to Morgan, and a warning from Hawaii's governor amidst 9 COVID cases. Stay away. He's now encouraging visitors to restrict travel to his state. The governor also saying a lockdown is on the table, but the numbers keep rising. Hawaii has reported more than 9,000 cases in the past 2 weeks. That's about 1/6 of the state's total during the entire pandemic.
There is no end to the frantic effort to fly thousands more Americans and Afghan allies to safety. The Taliban is warning the U.S. to exit Afghanistan by August 31st deadline. 1 week from today, more than 37,000 people have been evacuated so far, but many are still scrambling to leave the country, and the conditions on the ground remain extremely dangerous. This morning, new security concerns in Kabul. The U.S. military in a deadly gun battle outside of the airport. Pentagon officials saying attackers fired on Afghan security forces, prompting U.S. forces to get involved.
An Afghan soldier was killed, and more gunfire was heard overnight. The violence coming as the pace of Americans and Afghans evacuating the country ramps up, with tens of thousands remain left behind. President Biden is suggesting the U.S.-led evacuation effort could look past the August 31st deadline. Congressman Adam Schiff, urging for a classified briefing last night, said it appears more time will be needed.
What are the logistical difficulties of moving people to the airport and the limited number of workarounds? It's hard for me to see that being fully complete by the end of the month.
But the Taliban calls August 31st a red line, and it's warning of consequences if the deadline is extended.
We're in touch with the Taliban daily. We're in touch with our allies and partners. We're reviewing our progress in this particular operation, which we feel has been substantial over the past few days, and the President will make his own determination.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki pushing back on a reporter who suggested Americans are being stranded in Afghanistan.
First of all, I think it's irresponsible to say Americans are stranded. They are not.
I don't know what Americans stranded is the White House's official position on what's happening in Afghanistan.
I'm just calling you out for a statement. We are stranding Americans in Afghanistan. When we have been very clear that we are not leaving Americans who want to return home. We are going to bring them home.
Outside Afghanistan, the U.S. has enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport evacuees. Hundreds of allies fleeing the turmoil have now arrived in Virginia. And in the Seattle area, this family of 8 is settling in after fleeing Kabul, where their father was a translator for the U.S.
I did it go up there. So, that's why
The evacuation effort will be the subject of today's G7 meeting. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to hear President Biden instead that August 31st deadline.
Evacuated home crews are going door to door searching for about 10 people still missing from the deadly and catastrophic flooding in Waverly, Tennessee. Record-shattering rainfall unleashed floods that killed at least 21 people, swept homes away and unlined miles of destruction and devastation. Country music superstar Loretta Lynn is among the heartbroken or the loss of her longtime Grant Foreman. Others are sharing harrowing tales of survival. Lindsay Daniels was trapped in the attic with her family, waiting for hours for help to arrive. And they were coming to get them. GoFundMe pages are seeking donations from funeral expenses. The dead include 7 men swept from their father's arms as they tried to escape. And on the radio, after following the Northeast with days of heavy rain and flooding, is finally moving off the coast today. Now, massive cleanup is underway to save the local officials assess the damage, but 15,000 rescuers are still not power. Rhode Island.
And you said it was August, so right? Well, there's a change in here tonight.
Well, can you do it?
And I feel it, I love it. Trick or treat, God, Simpson Parade. Today is officially the day Starbucks bringing back its fall flavors for the season pumpkin spice lattes. They first debuted back in 2003, and since then, more than 500 million pumpkin spice lattes have sold it out. Some of us have been eagerly awaiting this great big news. It's the earliest that Starbucks has ever brought back the PSL, which is joining the pumpkin cream cold brew this year, the pumpkin cream cheese muffin, pumpkin scone, and pumpkin glow. And as you guys know, pumpkin small flavors have been back since the 18th. Some of us have strictly PSL, just going straight to the veins right about now. You guys, Dairy Queen too, and so many others getting in on the pumpkin pandemonium this year. Not that any of us are complaining. Did I hear you say 500 million have been sold since 2009? I would say about 200 million of those are me. I don't even want to know how many I've bought over the years. I'm doing some now.
I'm doing some now. I mean, it's almost September.
It's good though, right?
And this is actually the one that you brought, Will. I think was it Monday or last Friday?
Yeah.
So I took it and hid it under some coverage. That's how they work.
It's so early that I feel like I even hide the phone, just be sick of PSLs. Then we switched to peppermint.
Yeah, you're right.
Then I'm too early, so I'll give you a copy of my calendar. I got to get it figured out.
If you do it, so thanks for coming on the big change that just happened. Okay,
Plus, it just calls for
Better help with the word of its sponsor.
And later this giddy, the brand new trailer just released one day after an alleged leak on social media. What are revealed? You're going to roll it now. And these days, what you need to know.
Save the change is not every day.
What is it you don't want to know that you need to know?
It's not just getting through your day.
Listening to folks today. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
It's evening 3. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
All news now.
And America this morning.
The best big video.
The breaking news overnight.
Police and crews now to the town reserve side.
U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories people are talking about.
You're watching live. I would say, oh my. And let's respect the day ahead.
ABC One News Now and America This Morning.
Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern.
Up all night TVN today.
Instagram, what's up? OnlyFans is massively part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call the shots. Maybe one can come in on the ground floor, start making money. A lot of celebrities making famous art. Noah Thorne in 24 hours she made $1 million. You didn't look me for me.
Later.
OnlyFans, 76, exclusively on Hulu.
John Ritter.
John Ritter said to tell me.
Was walking from the kind of same category as LeBron, and it's just like them. Watching John become successful is not a surprise. And one day he's all sitting on the set. I just couldn't get it. And that was it.
I really love him so much to this day.
Superstars. There was so much beauty in his life. Was I know what happened, but I'm not joking.
What the fascination with criminal trials? You figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
And when my heart they did this.
It's the time of suspicion. It's really tough. You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
California's emergency response leaders say the Colorado fire raging east of Sacramento is the nation's top priority. It has already destroyed nearly 500 homes and businesses and found ditching dangerously close to the Lake Tahoe Basin. Only 5% of the blaze is contained. Those flames are also blamed for poor air quality in the Reno Tahoe region and considered the most toxic in all of North America.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's comments about mask wearing and possible sponsor at his annual sports festival. Sports supplement company Red On One said it is pulling out of the event because the all anti-maskers shrunk and said screw your freedom when discussing people who are against mask wearing. They called the comments anti-American. Schwarzenegger also said freedom has responsibility.
In England, visitors can again see the changing of the guard. Tradition at the Buckingham Palace was halted last year due to the pandemic in an effort to keep crowds to a minimum. And Monday marked the first palace guard change ceremony in 17 months. Pretty cool. All right, Lion Beyond will now host Jeffrey and Lisa's temporary.
That's right, the neuroscientist and star of Mommy Cat was one half of the show's new hosting team, but the other half, Jeopardy executive producer Michael Richards, stepped down over controversial comments he made in the past. The office scheduled to tape at least 3 weeks worth of episodes. When we got back, seeing the surprise of bus full of Hollywood tourists.
The speculation of what Ben Affleck was doing activity was hitting his ex.
Instagram, but for more.
OnlyFans is massively a part of the pop culture zeitgeist right now.
OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call shots at anyone we come in the ground floor. Start making money.
And a lot of celebrities are making OnlyFans part of being this sort of.
Noah Forward in 24 hours she made $1 million.
See, you love me, we're making money.
We'll forget all about it later.
OnlyFans, selling sex, high school filming.
John Greer is such a talent.
He was walking from the kind of same category as like mom and it's just like them. Watching John become successful was not a surprise. And one day he falls sick on the set, I just couldn't get it.
And how's it? I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar John Ritter. There was so much him and his wife was Central London. He wanted to know, say, show us how you say you're one in there. So get together with friends. Share with us the hashtag what you and how you say. See yourself right here on Q&A.
So were you the nanny or were you the girlfriend?
I moved in to help with the kids. When we had opportunity, I still slept with him.
He chose the nanny. Yeah, the nanny.
Or with me, murdered his wife.
He passed away in the house. His wife is dead, and his mistress has moved in. He's having tea, and is very in love with his new best friend. Say,
Special fun.
Extraordinary story. The theater salesman was supposed to report to prison to begin a 17-year sentence.
they let him turn himself into jail with no escort.
No one thought
How do they capture over 20 How do you do that?
Now, join the search following the U.S. Marshals as they uncover new leads in the global manhunt. Can you help catch this future? Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Listen, Mitchell, on the all new hunt wherever you get your podcasts.
Powerful skills and voice line. It's true. It's life 2020 true crimes. Live traumas. Follow the clues to the hunt. True crime 2020. So this was live. Right now with Strange and Snake. Thank you. Sees this week, George. Sunday morning show versus the competition. Welcome to this week. Tired out of skinny and our common senses articulated because we are starting with a surprise release, the latest Spider-Man trailer.
It is all over social media. It happened just hours ago, just one day though, after Sony clamped down on the alleged leak of the trailer on social media. The official trailer wrapped up more than 1 million views within an hour and nearly 2 million by midnight.
I've already seen it 100,000 times by now. It shows Tom Holland's Peter Parker teaming up with Benedict Cumberbatch's Doctor Strange to help with his identity crisis. So they walk by over pleasure. I'm sorry, coffee. Please, sit down. We're counting coffee, so okay. There's beer, but I'll allow it.
Alfred Molina is also making a big return in Spider-Man No Way Home will be set for release on December 17th.
I know it. I spoke to that whole friend and we got my girl Zendaya at Mary Jane.
Okay.
She all have been there too.
I can't wait to see it. Big. I don't know. Whatever. It's not my birthday.
Spidey sense they're thinking like, all right, next to the second time around for Ben Affleck.
The Batman star was spotted browsing engagement rings at Tiffany's location in Central City, California. We can't show you this photo because it would break our budgets.
Presumably, he was browsing for his on-again romance with Jennifer Lopez. Well, next, what other girl who loves her diamonds?
Beyonce and Jay-Z are starting a brand new ad campaign for Tiffany entitled About Love, and she's sporting off with the diamond of all diamonds.
It is the priceless Tiffany diamond necklace, a 128-carat yellow gem that is now been worn by 24 people. Lady Gaga, socialite here at White House, and Audrey Hepburn at 1961 Floyd represent Tiffany's.
The photos are part of a year-long Tiffany ad campaign featuring the Carter, and you see behind them that painting. That also created a lot of buzz because that's a never before seen Moscow painting. And we know that Jay-Z loves it. Yeah, but this one was also to Tiffany famous. And yeah, a lot of people were just buzzing. They were saying they've never seen this before. So we're at a little bit now.
I president there on the road. Okay, next to a bunch of lucky fans getting the true Hollywood treatment.
That's right, more buses are seemingly everywhere in and around Hollywood during the classic tour, the major studios, some locations, and of course, celebrating home.
And this is something you expect that you would have went to a better home for. At least over the weekend, one local select decided to surprise a group of tourists. Just Saturday, it's already wrapped up more than 18 million views. Folks back on my campus won't believe that.
And finally, it's a little non-deck getting back to his roots. He's apparently taking that Old Town Road back to where it all began for him at Taco Bell.
Yeah, the chain is just named him Chief Impact Officer. And back in 2017, Montero lost the Long Hill Action Force at an Atlanta area Taco Bell. Then he tweeted, "Life has come full circle. I officially work at Taco Bell."
Did you hear that? Yeah. John Ritter is such a talent.
It's all kind of the same category as and it's just like watching John become successful was now a surprise. And one day he's all sitting on the set. I just couldn't believe it.
And that was it.
I really love him so much to this day.
He's superstar.
There was so much beauty in his life.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change not every day.
what is it you really want to know? You need to know.
To not just get through your day,
For today's most important. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you. This is ABC News Live.
So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
It was powerful sequence of all time.
Decades ago, the heroes who stopped and killed who held the city of Austin hostage for 19 days. Police, the whole team of video, that truck, and the agent who connected the dots. It was exactly the vehicle that they're looking for. It's like the investigation, and they contact and take down the bomb and straight up Hulu.
All right, here we go, ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we're here. Let's go. Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday, on ABC News Live.
I make it.
Tonight, with evacuations now stepped up, how long will it take to get all Americans and allies out? Plus, will the full FDA approval come in more on program with so much at stake in world news tonight? The big in New York is the number one program on television. Truths.
It really does change everything when you work long shifts in a restaurant.
That's the truth, and that's true. That was not overlooked by one customer. It's Equal Grill in Florida. Earl Wilkins is here now with the story. Yeah, good morning, you guys. We've heard of generous tippers surprising waiters and waitresses in the past, but this tip is by the figures, and it's coming at a time when restaurant workers can really use it. The team at Wahoo Seafood Grill in Kingsville, Florida, describes it as just a local veteran-owned seafood restaurant doing our best to weather this storm. Business is slower in the summer, typically picking up as the Gators football season gets underway. But the staff got plenty of unexpected action this week during a dinner shift. There were only 10 employees working and only 2 tables had customers. When a patron finished dining with his wife and son, calling all the employees over to thank them for their hustle. Then he left them this, a $10,000 tip on his $144 tab, split evenly between the 10 people working.
Everybody was super grateful, and they just kind of taken aback by, someone's recognizing their hard work.
Zach saying that he plans on holding on to the money for a little while, but another employee who also received $1,000 may use hers to help cover healthcare costs for her child who's in the hospital. When the COVID-19 pandemic began last spring, Wahoo was forced to temporarily close its doors. The grill's owner, Sean Shepard, saying the local hotspot lost $30,000 worth of food, which makes this week's surprise even more meaningful. Sean, writing on Instagram, we're all blown away by his generosity. The last year and a half haven't been easy on this industry. We're hurting and we're exhausted, but this incredible act of kindness has restored our faith in humanity. That faith in humanity now going viral. The story has been shared more than 2,000 times on Facebook. As for Zach, when asked what he'd like to say to the anonymous tipper, he has just one question. What do you do for a living? Sean says by sharing this story, they hope we all feel inspired to do something nice for someone today. They want us to be the reason that someone believes in the goodness of people, you guys.
I love that. Pay it forward. Also, if I'm an employee that served him, I'm going to bring that receipt to my next employee review. It'll be very fun.
I would take $1,000 from the celebrity too, just for the revenue.
I know what you're making. And I love that they split it.
Yeah.
They're all getting they split it.
John Ritter.
John Greer sent a tally.
Well, it's all funny. Kind of the same category as like, oh, hey, it's just like that. Watching John become successful is not a surprise. And one day he's fall sick on the set. I just couldn't believe it. And how's it?
I really love him so much to this day.
He's super smart. He knows so much. He his life was so great. John Ritter.
John Greer sent a tally.
Well, it's all funny. Kind of the same category as like, oh, hey, it's just like that. Watching John become successful is not a surprise. Then one day he's fall sick on the set. I just couldn't believe it. And how's it?
I really love him so much to this day.
He's super smart. He knows so much. He his life was so great.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change just not every day.
what is it that you really want to know, you need to know.
You're not just getting through your day.
So to make a post it, feel smarter,
Feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TNA3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
What a fascination with criminal trials. You figure out what's really out there. She revealed she had murdered his family.
Remember when my heart they did this?
This is a time of suspicion, and it's really tough. You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find, unless you try to find it.
Working overnight on World News Now, New York has a new governor after 2 tense weeks.
Plus, the new questions in Kabul. There's now exactly 1 week until a U.S. troop withdrawal deadline. President Biden extended and faced Taliban retribution.
Overnight, President Biden declared a disaster area in Tennessee. Flooding devastation stretches for 10 miles. The crews will do today is search for the missing.
The coach kept sparking a debate in Colorado. He said being gay cost him his job, but his former school is saying.
And summer may not be over, but one favorite summer snack might be are hot dogs canceled? The new study that says hot dogs are taking hours off your life. It's Tuesday, August 24th.
I eat hot dogs right here on the set. On 4th of July, or 4th of July, and what does that mean? Well, I want to say, how do we get that time back?
You don't work overnight, so that's one way. You know, you're just doing the thing, you just kind of work like,
Yeah, whatever. I mean, I can also go to a baseball game or right with ketchup or mustard.
I used to not like mustard, but I'm both now.
Okay, that's good. 2 hours. No, I'm just kidding.
I know you're charging me for it.
It was not me. It's like Lindsay's time, so apparently we'll get into that story. I'm really interested in it. Just have a.
I'm just lost another hour in videos.
Yeah, one hot dog will you take an hour longer than another? We'll find out. But we did begin this half hour with the race against time in Afghanistan. Dangerous evacuation effort now taking into high gear.
Overnight, these Afghans flown out of Kabul and in the UK, where the British Prime Minister is expected to call up President Biden and push back the August 31st deadline to withdraw U.S. troops and the children of Afghan translator are already making themselves at home in Seattle, resettling with American families who stepped up to take them in.
With that deadline to exit Afghanistan now just 1 week away, the Taliban is warning the U.S. there will be consequences if it is extended. ABC's Ian Pam has more.
Violence and chaos around the airports revealing the pace of evacuations are stepping up. U.S. security planes flying more than 16,000 people out of Afghanistan in just the past 24 hours, a new record. But so many will remain. The U.S. was planning to pull out on August 31st, and President Biden now hinted that may be delayed.
Our hope is we have to extend, but there are discussions, I suspect, on how far along we are in the process.
The Taliban calling August 31st a red line, saying moving the deadline would amount to extending occupation and would provoke a reaction. So now the situation's increasingly desperate. Over the weekend, surging crowds trying to get to the airport leaving at least 7 dead, including reportedly a 2-year-old girl. A firefight breaking out between the government and American and German forces. An Afghan security officer killed, others wounded.
How I can still go.
The White House calling terrorists may see an opportunity in the chaos, calling the threat of an ISIS attack at the airport real, acute, and persistent. As a defense, military aircraft now releasing flares to distract any heat-seeking missiles that might target planes. Outside of Afghanistan, the U.S. enlisted illegal commercial jets to transport Americans and the Afghans until signed them.
On the screen and clear. We're one of these Afghans who helped us over the last 20 years to the United States of America.
Hundreds of Afghan refugees now arriving in Virginia. This woman telling our affiliate WJLA she fled Kabul in the darkness with her husband and 3-year-old daughter. At Dulles Airport outside Washington, D.C., this man and his family speaking with NBC's Gio Benitez. The man worked with the American government for more than 2 years. This is his first time in the United States.
While the numbers of Americans in an captured out of the country has increased, tens of thousands still remain stuck outside the airport, unable or simply afraid to get through Taliban checkpoints or the chaos. And time for them to escape the country is starting to slip away. Ian Powell, ABC News, Kabul.
And thank you. And the military says at least 3 babies have been born during the evacuation mission. That includes a baby girl delivered in the cargo bay of an Air Force C-17 that landed in Germany.
The moment you've been waiting for is here. Those words from President Biden directed at millions of Americans who said they would not get the Pfizer COVID vaccine until it was fully approved by the FDA. That approval came yesterday, a moment the president called a key milestone. The question now is how many Americans will react. I spoke about that and more with Dr. Imran Ali. Dr. Ali, thanks so much for joining us. So big news here from the FDA, fully authorizing the Pfizer vaccine. What impact do you think this decision will have? And what about the other two vaccines, Moderna and Johnson & Johnson?
Well, Andrew, it is a big deal to get the FDA seal of approval because the FDA takes its time to really look at safety and effectiveness. You know, some medicines in Europe are used before the FDA actually approves them here in the United States, so they take a long time to really look at all the data. And what we know right now is that Moderna also sent its application for FDA approval in June, so we should see some results by next month and potentially it be also fully approved by the FDA before October. Johnson & Johnson, on the other hand, hasn't sent its application in, and they plan to do it by the end of the year.
Does it get more people vaccinated, you think?
You know, a lot of people are hesitant because they don't have that full approval status, and a lot of patients are waiting for that.
Let's go back to that full approval of the Pfizer vaccine. It's only for people ages 16 and up. So what's the message right now for parents and kids under 16?
The Pfizer vaccine is approved under emergency use authorization for kids between 12 and 15. So in other words, it is safe to use, and so especially as school starts, definitely get your children vaccinated.
All right, Dr. Ali, thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
Breaking overnight, Andrew Cuomo is no longer the governor of New York. He officially resigned at midnight just weeks after a report found he sexually harassed 11 women. Cuomo delivered a defiant farewell speech, calling the investigation that led to the downfall of political firecracker. The departure paved the way for a history-making moment. Lieutenant Governor Kathy Hochul was sworn in as New York's first female governor.
House Democrats are still clashing with one another on President Biden's $3.5 trillion budget blueprint. After hours of meetings, Democratic leaders failed to reach an agreement. Moderate holdouts over Republicans considering the legislation. So, without trying to get back, 9 moderates are threatening to withhold their votes for the plan unless the House approves the $1 trillion infrastructure package first.
Now, the deadly flooding disaster in rural Tennessee crews are urgently searching for about 10 people still missing. At least 21 are dead. The floodwaters spread away homes, turned roads and rivers, and destroyed communication lines. ABC's Alan Lopez on the way building.
House after house has slipped off their foundations by surging waters coming to this home. Now, sitting in the middle of the road, the devastation goes on for up to 10 miles, complicating the search and recovery efforts here. One of the things that we've been hearing from residents is that this caught them completely off guard. They're used to flooding, but nothing like this. They saw more than 17 inches of rain within just 24 hours over the weekend, and now Street 93 looks just like this. So right now, there's still about 10 people missing, and search and recovery efforts are ongoing. They will stop and pick back up in the morning. Alan Lopez, ABC News, Waverly, Tennessee.
Thanks to Owen. It's now time for one of the best days of the year. It is National Waffle Day. Because we have this delicious goodness.
Yes, we do.
Straight from Belgium, toasty.
Okay. Now, depending on where you live, because of this day, there are plenty of deals and freebies available. Phoenix Locals Chicken and Waffles is offering a complimentary waffle when you order a Food Classic combo.
Classic. Echo New York is offering free fillings for your waffles, like green pebbles, M&Ms, and almonds.
You see, we're just the butter and the this here.
Yeah,
that's it. The Waffle Stone Creamery is
offering coupons for a free homemade waffle with any ice cream purchase. And that's not really waffle, but you know what? It's close enough. So thank you.
And there's one thing about me, about me eating waffles. I have to get it. I get syrup in every single little box.
Oh, you want to? I like this. Slather it on there. Let the weird see what happens.
You know, I'm intense when it comes to that. It has to be every single little box, or I can't.
Whatever are your favorite waffles? Where we can get waffles the most, you think?
I make some pretty good waffles. I'm not gonna lie. I have.
Do you have one of those waffle flipper?
Yes. I don't play around with it. I want to it is my favorite meal of the day. And so, see, every single little brunch is my favorite meal of the day. So I have to make it.
For me, it's chicken and waffles. Love chicken and waffles. But also, obviously, waffles.
Oh yes, I never gone to a waffle house.
Okay, well, hopefully these waffles don't take any time off of our lives, because coming up, new foods like hot dogs actually take a toll on your life. We're gonna ask experts, we promise.
You never have nice things from here. Plus, on camera, the dramatic and emotional rescue of their deaf dog from the storm drain.
And later, we have pizza rat, and we have Big Mac rat, and now we've got crab rat. And of course, right here, we're working in the subway. You're watching World News Now.
Hey, Bix, these days, what you need to know
Seems to change about
what is it we really want to know? You need to know.
to help you not just get through your day.
What's amazing most days? Feel smarter,
Feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TMA3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
We've been through another week together.
The television social belong to Americans.
David, we're showing our love and support for all the ICU staff.
We're surrounded by this.
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
This is my friend right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Oh, here we go. Ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we're here. Let's go. Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. You do. I guess I just found out. And then what do we do marathon? 12 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News Live. John Ricker.
John Ritter is such a talent.
One is all came from kind of the same category as like Tom Hanks, just like them. Watching John become successful was not a surprise. Then one day he's all set on the set. I just couldn't believe it.
And that was it. I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar, John Ritter. You know, so much you did his life.
An incredible rescue effort near Dallas. That's Zoe. 15-year-old lab was trapped in Arlington inside a storm drain. Making the rescue more difficult. Zoe is deaf. Crews worked 11 hours to dig up the road and get her free. And part of some dehydration. We have good news here. Zoe is okay.
In Colorado, a high school volleyball coach says that he was pressured to resign because he is gay. And this morning, his former employer is responding. Controversy all started with a Facebook post.
they said I had two options. The first option was to denounce that I was gay.
Okay, Tonga is a Christian, a volleyball coach, and a gay man.
So, basically, my dream of marrying another man would have to just stop.
It's his sexuality, he said, that is positive towards his job at Belleville Christian High School in Highland Grant, Colorado. He says he was told by the athletic leadership at Belleville to stop being gay or abandon his role as coach.
I feel like it's a big deal. 27 years of life where I hated myself.
He says he's not angry.
Anger, I've learned, especially taught this to my kids. It's such a valid emotion, but it's useless in the first place.
But some parents are.
I'm very angry by it. If you happen to a teacher, I'm afraid that if there's some backlash that could go, towards my daughter.
A statement from the school says both Fowler became aware of a Facebook post by Coach Nogue that suggested he may not support Fowler's beliefs pertaining to sexuality and marriage. The statement goes on to say that after a conversation with Nogue, he requested a celebration for the school. Nogue says as a coach and as a mentor, he would keep loving and leading.
My message was to just make sure I'm speaking up for those who are silent. I truly do love that and I hope, especially at a Christian school, they did as Christ did in the Bible, like those who shun people and let those who are shunned in order to bring them back.
The school said Nogue misrepresented some aspects of the situation, but did not elaborate, only saying that they wish him well in his future endeavors.
And coming up, your hot dog habit be trimming years all your life. That's fast.
So about OnlyFans is massively part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to call the shots. Anyone who come in on the ground floor, start making money. A lot of celebrities like OnlyFans are no porn in 24 hours she made $1 million. You didn't love me or me?
It's like a home on playground.
OnlyFans, sex, exclusively on Hulu.
John Ritter.
John Ritter said to tell me.
Was walking from the kind of same category as LeBron James, just like watching John become successful was not a surprise. And one day we all sat on the set and she couldn't get it. And I was there.
I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar John Ritter. There was so much beauty in his life. It's such a wonderful to see. It was now students all the time.
With an extraordinary story of Peterson's was supposed to approach prison to begin a 17-year sentence.
They let him turn himself into jail with no escort.
No applause.
How do they capture for 25 How do you do that?
Now, join the search following the U.S. Marshals as they uncover new leads in the global manhunt. You help catch this fugitive. Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Listen, Mitchell, you all do hunt wherever you get your podcasts. So, were you the nanny or were you the girlfriend? I moved in to help with the kids. When we got opportunity, I still slept with him. They chose the nanny. The nanny.
Or he murdered his wife.
He finally has a house. His wife is dead, and his mistress has moved in. He's having tea at his very welcome with his new best friend. Say,
That special fighting
we want to know how you say.
Show us how you say. So get together with friends, family. Make sure to us to hashtag on Q&A how you say. Let's see yourself on Q&A. Strong crimes. So we have true crimes. With traumas. Follow the clues. The hunt. True crime 2020. So mornings was live. Right now, with so much at stake. Thank you for the sees this with George. Second
welcome to this week. Conservative hot dogs are a summer staple.
But could they be shortening your life? And really?
I hope not. The new study says eating one hot dog takes 36 minutes off of your life. So does that mean Joey Chestnut is immortal? Is this study wrong? We ask the experts to find out.
You don't think the 4th of July? Makes it a little bad.
Not so fast, Paulette. The new study suggests that eating one hot dog takes 36 minutes off of your life. New research from the University of Michigan evaluating more than 5,800 foods, ranking them by their nutritional disease burden to humans. A beef hot dog on a bun, resulting in 36 minutes lost, largely due to the detrimental effects of processed meat. If that headline stresses you out, imagine what Joey Chestnut's thinking. Hello, Joey. Does he need to be worried that all of these hot dogs are just taking years and years off of his life?
I think you're eating hot dogs in a Joey type of way, but this could be, a turning point in your life to maybe cut back a little bit. If you enjoy hot dogs once in a while, completely fine. Everybody wants to have fun foods in their life, and that's part of enjoying eating.
In competition alone, Joey's eaten at least 1,094 hot dogs, adding up to 39,384 minutes off of his life, or a little more than 27 days. Joey poking fun at the study, tweeting, "Interesting, I might need to eat more nuts to get time back." The competitive eating champ has a point there. The same study suggesting that eating foods like salted peanuts, baked salmon, and rice with beans are equivalent to adding between 10 and 15 minutes back onto your life. Our expert says it's helpful to have actionable, digestible numbers to help us in our health journey, but there's really only 2 numbers to keep in mind.
Focus on the number 80-20 when you're thinking about your diet. 80% of the time, try to go for some of those more nutritious foods that I mentioned that will not just in your life. And then 20% of the time, it's okay to go for some of those maybe less nutritious but fun foods, like a hot dog once in a while.
Bottom line, if you're stressing about every single bite of food that you put into your body, that stress is going to take time off of your life too, so enjoy your waffles, Mona. That's enough for me.
All I heard was go up. Don't let them laugh.
John Ritter.
John Ritter's an Italian.
Is walking from the kind of same category as LeBron, and it's just like that. Watching John become successful is not a surprise. Then one day he's all sick on set. I just couldn't believe it.
And how's it? I really love him so much to this day.
He's superstar.
You're so much beauty.
Do his wife.
Hey, babe. These days, what you need to know.
See if the change is not everything.
What is it that you really want to know? Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day.
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Folks, how about the 3rd hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
This is ABC News
So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
It was an hour for students in my time. But for the people that makes it all, the heroes who stopped and killed and who held the city of Austin hostage for 19 days. The tripwire completes a Home Depot video. That truck and the agent who connected the dots. It was exactly what we were looking for. It's like investigation where they are back and take down the bomb. That street of Google.
One fascination with criminal trials, figure out what's really out there. She revealed she had murdered his family. And now
smart they did this.
Just to file a suspicion would be really tough. You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it. Tonight, with evacuations now stepped up, how long will it take to get all Americans and allies out? Plus, will the full FDA approval and more unquote. With so much at stake, world news tonight with David Muir is the number one program on television. Chance.
Time out for week one, starting with a COVID vaccine tattoo.
Wait, what?
This 22-year-old Italian student opted to get his vaccination QR code tattooed on his arm just in case he forgets his card.
His ape went viral after one of his friends was able to scan his arm. As you can see, he's used an ape to eat indoors at a McDonald's.
I guess I'm going to screenshot would work.
Not too right. All right. Well, next, the latest TikTok challenge that involves milk crates and an element of danger.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's called the Milk Crate Challenge, and it involves snapping plastic milk crates into a pyramid and walking on top of them. So he's the very top.
And this is how it ends for basically everyone. Now, this challenge, I was born earlier this month, it's already racked up more than 15 million views. This one, people call, hey, look at this guy, is really going to eat it. Here comes,
Okay, but it's the look. Look at the look on him. He's after the ball. Not surprisingly, medical experts advise not taking part in this challenge for obvious reasons because probably will end up with a concussion or lose friends because that was not
you can't spell great without CTE. All right, next, we'll go over pizza rat nickname for crab rat.
Wait, what?
Okay, the pizza rat skyrocketed to viral fame. Started his own business, carrying a slice of pizza down into the subway.
Now another subway rat has been caught on camera. This time with more refined seafood salad, dragging what appears to be a dead crab along the track.
Okay, I came up with a hate me mode. I got a little bit of puns here. Shellfish of this rat doesn't share his food with his friends. Crab, and crab does look heavy. I hope the rat doesn't kill a muscle. That's one way to get your daily dose of vitamin C. That they get heavy and Z. This New York rat farm is going to sell the crab at a farm shop.
Oh, I like my way.
Maybe he's just dragging the crab to the other side.
Oh, I like that. No, not it, because you didn't make the other crab here. Okay. Finally, to eliminate breathing full body film.
Wait, what?
Slum in Philadelphia toddler snuggled left or right next to her adorable food named She.
Gets old John Mallory said the two have always got along and are best friends forever. I said it was, I will say it 100 times.
You do say that a lot, and I do believe that as well. Like, it's like babies and dolls for me. Like that,
Best friends.
listen, great. John Ritter is such a talent.
It's all kind of the same category as like Pompeii. It's just like, watching John become successful is not a surprise. And one day he's all sick on the set. I just couldn't get it. And how's it?
I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar, Joe. Winner. You know, so much. It's one of those.
Hey, babe. These days, what do you need to know?
See if the change is not getting
What is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
It's not just get through your day.
But to be the most innocent. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about the third hour of Good Morning America?
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you. OnlyFans is massively part of pop culture zeitgeist right now. OnlyFans has definitely enabled us to get all shots. box delivered to label in his car. Developing a word in 24 hours, she made $1 million. You didn't love me or me? Okay, fair.
Evacuations now stepped up. How long will it take to get all Americans and allies out? Plus, look at full FDA approval with so much at stake in world news tonight. Dated Europe is the #1 program on television.
Right now, America is reporting emergency rooms shutting down. The new impact of the COVID surge as hospitals scramble to treat their patients. The FDA now giving full approval to Pfizer's vaccine, prompting new vaccine mandates across the country. Plus, the new message from the state of Hawaii to travelers: stay home.
Deadline trauma, the race to evacuate Afghanistan hits a new snag. The Taliban issuing new plans for learning on the ground as the White House responds to claims that Americans are being stranded.
Breaking overnight, fire breaks out inside a plane in Seattle. Passengers evacuated.
Also this morning, the future in jeopardy and the decision about the game show's current host. What could be next?
Lots of big problems for the world's fastest accelerating roller coaster.
And a change in the dairy aisle. Why whole milk is making a comeback.
ABC News in New York. This is America This Morning.
Good Tuesday morning, everyone. We begin with the fight against the coronavirus. And of course, that some emergency rooms in the South are now being forced to close.
Right now, more than 95,000 Americans are hospitalized with COVID. This morning, Dr. Anthony Fauci is providing a new estimate on when we can finally get the virus under control.
It comes a day after the FDA granted full approval to Pfizer's vaccine. The move is expected to trigger a wave of new vaccine mandates across the government, corporate America, and school systems. ABC's Dan Lieberman has the latest.
This morning, the spike in COVID cases is overwhelming more hospitals in Texas. Adding healthcare to the Houston area has closed 3 of its emergency rooms, so the staff of those ERs can be transferred to other hospitals filling up with COVID patients. This woman found the doors locked when she tried to get help for her daughter's ear condition.
This local department was really thinking of her coming meeting help with home.
The U.S. is now averaging 137,000 new COVID cases per day. The surge fueled by the Delta variant, infecting unvaccinated people. But Dr. Anthony Fauci said the country could get good control of the virus by spring of next year if vaccination rates improve. If we can get through this winter, and yet really a majority, overwhelming majority of the 90 million people who are not vaccinated, I hope we can start to get some good control in the spring of 2022. If we keep lingering without getting those people vaccinated that should be vaccinated, this thing could linger on another variant. The FDA Monday gave full approval to the Pfizer vaccine for people 16 and older, finding the vaccine is 91% effective in preventing COVID. Federal authorities believe full approval will reassure some 85 million Americans eligible for the shot who are still unvaccinated to get it.
And it is a big deal to get the FDA seal of approval because the FDA takes its time to really look at safety and effectiveness.
FDA approval also paves the way for more vaccine mandates. Almost immediately after the announcement, President Biden made the shot mandatory for active duty troops. And New York City issued a mandate for school employees, but now the option for weekly testing instead. Meanwhile, Pfizer's CEO says the company is developing a vaccine that targets the Delta variant. But he said he does not think it will be needed because the current vaccine is so effective. Dan Lieberman, ABC News, New York. And the spike in COVID cases is probably why his governor to urge visitors to stay away. Lloyd Hopkins based the governor to say this is not a good time to travel to the islands. The city of Honolulu is suspending all large gatherings for next month.
President Biden has approved a disaster declaration for Tennessee after that deadly flood west of Nashville. Search will resume today for 10 people missing. 21 others are confirmed dead. Survivors are being describing how they escaped the wall of water, which destroyed entire neighborhoods after 17 inches of rain fell in a matter of hours.
They're already going to see about the Catholic family there. To try to figure out weird. We had it positive. You don't expect that there was smoke by that flood water to be found alive. So we are looking for recovery operations to get families closure. The devastation is hard about it.
The president's disaster declaration makes federal resources available for the area.
Turning to the crisis in Afghanistan, the questions this morning about whether the U.S. military can evacuate tens of thousands of additional citizens and Afghan allies from the country before the August 31st withdrawal deadline, which is 1 week from today. Pressure is growing with the Taliban making threats, calling that deadline a red line. This morning, new security concerns in Kabul. The U.S. military in a deadly gun battle outside of the airport. Pentagon officials saying attackers fired on Afghan security forces, prompting U.S. forces to get involved. An Afghan soldier was killed, and more gunfire was heard overnight. The violence coming as the pace of Americans and Afghans evacuating the country ramps up, though tens of thousands remain left behind. President Biden is suggesting the U.S.-led evacuation effort could run past the August 31st deadline. Congressman Adam Schiff, emerging from a classified briefing last night, said it appears more time will be needed.
There were logistical difficulties moving people to the airport and the number of workarounds. It's hard for me to see that they were fully complete.
But the Taliban calls August 31st a red line and is warning of consequences if the deadline is extended.
We're in touch with the Taliban daily. We're in touch with our allies and partners. We're reviewing our progress in this particular operation, which we feel has been substantial over the past few days. And the president will make his own determination.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki pushing back on a reporter who suggested Americans are being stranded in Afghanistan.
First of all, I think it's irresponsible to say Americans are stranded. They're not.
I don't know if Americans stranded is the White House's official position on what's happening in Afghanistan.
I'm just calling you out for saying that we are stranding Americans in Afghanistan. When I said, when we have been very clear that we are not leaving Americans who want to return home, we are going to bring them home.
Outside Afghanistan, the U.S. has enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport evacuees. Hundreds of allies fleeing the turmoil have now arrived in Virginia. And in the Seattle area, this family of 8 is settling in after fleeing Kabul, where their father was a translator for the U.S.
I didn't keep plugged in. So that's why I left it in. Now I'm able to plug in. It's okay, good.
The evacuation effort will be the subject of today's Group 7 meeting. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to urge President Biden to extend the August 31st deadline.
The police officer who shot and killed Ashley Method during the attack on the U.S. Capitol in January has been cleared of any wrongdoing. An internal investigation found the Capitol officer acted lawfully and will not be disciplined. He shot Method as she tried to climb through the broken door. The speaker's lobby, the officer's name is being withheld due to death threats against him.
In Texas, a suspect is on the loose in a case of road rage that left 2 children hurt. Police say a 9-year-old and her 6-month-old brother were hit by shattered glass after another driver tried to merge in front of their parents' car on the east of the highway. Police say the father, who was driving, got upset, and moments later, gunfire erupted.
They have gone out on location, remote location, and the suspect decided to pull a gun, some shooting in the car.
Another possible road rage shooting in Houston claimed the life of a father whose young children had managed to steer the family vehicle. Road rage shootings are on the rise nationwide, with more than 700 last year.
The state of New York has a new governor for the first time in 10 years. Kathy Hochul was sworn in at midnight, becoming the state's first female governor in the wake of an horrible sexual harassment scandal. Hochul delivered a defiant farewell address, maintaining his innocence, and calling the investigation that led to the downfall of the local firecracker.
Time now for a look at your Tuesday weather. The Caldor fire raging east of Sacramento has produced conditions so toxic that the air quality in the region is now considered the worst in all of North America. That fire has burned more than 100,000 acres across the country. Much drier today in the Northeast. Now that Henri has moved offshore, Storms are developing in the upper Midwest with gusty winds and heavy rain are possible later today. Looking at today's high temperatures, top of low in Washington, D.C., temps hitting 95, 91 in Tampa.
Coming up, the breaking news overnight: a fire on board a plane flying to Seattle. The images coming in.
Also ahead, a shortages at grocery stores just in time back to school shopping.
And later, the new research on hot dogs and more health.
John Ritter,
John Rear is such a talent.
he was walking in the kind of same category as Tom Hanks, just like them. Watching John become successful is not a surprise. And one day, also on the set, I just couldn't believe it.
And that was it. I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar, John Ritter. He was so unbelievable. In his life, was here we go. Ready? That's doing. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we're doing. Let's go. Watch it Saturdays on ABC News Live. Which one do you take away? I guess I just found out. The 128 Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seem to change just about every day.
what is it that you really want to know, you need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
For today's posting, feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, now, about the third hour of Good Morning America.
It's 8:30. What you need to know. And streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Stand up right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Breaking overnight, passengers were forced to evacuate a plane in Seattle when a cell phone burst into flames. Officials say the phone caught fire inside the cargo hold of the Alaska Airlines flight after the plane had landed from New Orleans. Images on social media show the cabin filled with smoke. 128 passengers were on board. Several of them suffered injuries, though all the injuries are described as minor.
Attention shoppers, more stores are having trouble stocking the shelves because of the shortages tied to the pandemic. Shoppers are being urged to buy other brands, other bigger products. It could be next year before the problems are resolved. Here's ABC's Becky Corsia.
This will be a warning for shoppers. The logistics nightmare that began during the pandemic may be getting worse. Supply chain delays and labor shortages are hitting everything from shipping companies to grocery stores, and the problems could extend from this back-to-school shopping season all the way to the holiday shopping season.
The real challenge comes from how the products are getting to the stores. There aren't enough truck drivers to drive that product to the stores. There's not enough cargo trains that are going to be able to get that cargo to the stores.
At grocery stores, the supply chain disruptions come as demand hits an all-time high, with people buying in more and eating out less, just as kids go back to school. Kraft Heinz says its popular Lunchables is seeing double-digit growth for the first time in 5 years. The company's saying it's working fast and furiously to get more product into the hands of consumers as soon as possible. One grocery chain is getting so desperate had to create its own version of Lunchable snacks because shipments were behind.
And so many behaviors changed during the pandemic, and that's how we're all experiencing. It's a lot more confidence in the kitchen.
The Delta variant of the coronavirus has forced some firms overseas to work less than capacity. Creating a logjam, meaning shoppers will pay more for a wide range of products and have fewer options. Companies like Adidas, Hasbro, and Crocs are already warning consumers to expect disruptions during holiday shopping this year. And back to the grocery store, some chains say they will stop adding goods to keep their shelves stocked. One company recently stated it purchased 50% more items than usual to try and get ahead of the supply chain problems. Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Coming up, the high school coach who said he was forced to resign because he's gay.
Also added with a future that ruled for Jeffrey after a new decision about its modern host.
This now for schools all the time.
Infinite. These days, what you need to know.
See if the change is about that.
What is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
You're not just getting from your day.
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TNA3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you. John Ritter is such a talent.
Kind of the same category as and it's just like them. Watching John become successful was not a surprise. Then one day he's all sick on the set. I just couldn't believe it.
And how's it?
I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar.
You're so lucky. In his life, it's
In world news now,
And America this morning.
the best new video.
The breaking news overnight.
When music crews called to the town of Surfside,
U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iraq and Syria.
the stories neighbors are talking about.
You want to take a ride? And those were set for the day ahead.
ABC World News Now and America This Morning.
Starting actually in Easter.
Up all night to keep you up to date.
So were you the nanny or were you the girlfriend? I moved in to help with the kids. When we had an opportunity, I still slept with him. He chose the nanny. Yeah, the nanny.
Guess what?
He's already has three dogs. His wife is dead, and his mistress is moved in. He's having tea and is very in love with his new best friend. Say,
And now, the death of the tallest man in the United States, 38-year-old Igor Rokovinsky, 7 feet 8 inches tall, died of heart disease in Minnesota. He came to the U.S. from Ukraine as a child to be treated for a condition that causes pituitary gland, which releases too much growth hormone.
you know, it turned out to a high school coach from Colorado who claims he was forced to resign because he was gay. The school is now offering its explanation for what happened.
They said I had two options. The first option was to, was to denounce that I was gay.
A.O.P. Tonga is a Christian, a volleyball coach, and a gay man.
He said, basically, my dreams of marrying another man would have to just stop.
It's his sexuality, he says, that has caused him to lose his job at a fellow Christian high school in Island Grant, Colorado. He says he was told by the athletic leadership at Butler to stop being gay or abandon his role as coach.
I feel like it's a weird 27 years of life where I hated myself.
He says he's not angry.
Anger, especially when I talk this with my kids, it's such a valid emotion, but it's useless.
But some parents are.
I'm very disturbed by it. If this happens to a teacher, I'm afraid that if there's backlash that could go, towards my daughter.
A statement from the school says both father became aware of a Facebook post by Coach Nogue that suggested he did not support Fowler's beliefs pertaining to sexuality and marriage. The statement goes on to say that after a conversation with Nogue, he requested a separation from the school. school. And nobody says as a coach and as a mentor, will keep loving and leading.
My big message was to just make sure I'm speaking out there on suicide. I truly do love that home, especially at the Christian school. They did as Christ did in the Bible. Left those who shun and glorify those who are shunned in order to bring them back.
Thomas says the school claimed he was a danger to the students. The school says Thomas misrepresented some aspects of the situation. They did not elaborate.
Jeopardy is resuming production with Live Beyond at the podium of the new book exit of the show's new host. The actress Sarah Reynolds on plots of The Big Bang Theory will be first in a new round of celebrities vying to replace Alex Trebek. She already been tapped to host primetime Jeopardy specials when Mike Richards resigned over to make comments he made in the past.
I think it was probably the easiest choice to begin with because they already have her now in the stable as the host of the primetime special editions of Jeopardy.
Richards, meanwhile, plans to stay on as executive producer. Bialik is not expected to be named permanent weekday host. The lineup of guest hosts has not yet been revealed.
Coming up, a big problem with one of the world's fastest roller coasters.
Also ahead, can eating a hot dog really take 35 minutes off your plate?
John Ritter
Such a talent.
was walking from the kind of same category as like and it's just like watching John become successful is not a surprise. And one day he falls sick on set. I just couldn't believe it. And how's it?
I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar John Ritter. There was so much doing his life was Central tonight with evacuations now stepped up. How long will it take to get all Americans and allies out? Plus, will a full FDA approval and more on the program with so much at stake in world news tonight. David New York is the #1 program on television. It was now proceedings on my side.
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Step up right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there. Should you kid or his family? I know in my heart they did this. It's the time of suspicion, and you're really tough. You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, Wake Up with America's #1 most watched crime show, ABC's Good Morning America. Time to check the pulse, and we begin with a life-altering study about hot dogs.
It's life-altering in a bad way. Researchers at University of Michigan claim every frankfurter you eat cuts 45 minutes off your life. So what does that mean for hot dog eating champ Joey Chestnut?
He's thrown in more than 1,000 hot dogs during food eating competitions, meaning that he's cost himself 4 weeks of life. Now, Chestnut himself made fun of the study, tweeting that he may need to eat more nuts to get some time back. Well, guess what? The same study suggested that foods like peanuts can add up to 15 minutes to your life.
That's all for me then. Next, the writer has declared the triumphant return of whole milk has sparked a fierce debate online.
That's right, she said. While traveling the country, she found many people ditching dairy alternatives. She said people just want to get back to the basics and are realizing the familiar benefits of real dairy.
Now, others sharply disagree, with some claiming that 2/3 of adults can't even digest dairy milk. Next, to the world's fastest roller coaster is on suspension.
That's because at least 6 people have suffered bone fractures after riding it. The coaster, which is in Japan, reaches so-called super jet speed, accelerating to 118 miles per hour in less than 2 seconds. Next, Marvel has released the first trailer for the new Spider-Man movie.
Holland returns as Spidey and teams up with Doctor Strange to take on a familiar villain. Oh yeah, that's Alfred Molina reprising his role as Dr. Octopus. Spider-Man No Way Home is due out in December. And finally, a bold fit for the king.
For your dog, Herman, who's selling a luxury dog bowl, is actually 2 stainless steel bowls sent out.
The price $1,140 and it's already sold out.
John Ritter said to tell me.
Was walking from the kind of same category as like Tom Hanks, just like watching John become successful is not a surprise. And one day he's fall sick on set, that is your name.
And how's it? I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar action. They're so lucky. It is what I want.
And then, these days, what you need to know.
Seems to change just about everything.
What is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
It's 1:30. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
This is Live. This is ABC News Live.
So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Here we go. You ready? That's the joke. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we're here. Let's go. Watch Saturdays on ABC News Live. The What Can We Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
Checking the top stories, President Biden is renewing his call for more Americans to get vaccinated against COVID after the FDA granted full approval for the Pfizer vaccine. Meanwhile, some emergency rooms in the Houston area have been forced to close so that staffers can be relocated to other facilities, treating even more COVID patients.
President Biden will discuss the crisis in Afghanistan at a virtual G7 summit today. Despite evacuating a record 16,000 people from Kabul in 24 hours, he's under pressure to push back the August 31st troop withdrawal deadline. Taliban is threatening consequences if that deadline is pushed back.
A new report finds hourly wages for fast food workers rose by 10% in recent months, the largest jump in years. Restaurants are boosting wages as the industry faces a severe staffing shortage.
Today's weather in the Northeast is heating up and drying out. Stormy weather across the Great Lakes and upper Midwest later today, and hot across much of the South. Hazy skies in the west.
And finally, the $10,000 tip at a restaurant in Florida.
Look, Ann says the story.
The team at Wahoo Seafood Grill in Gainesville, Florida describes it as just a local veteran-owned seafood restaurant doing our best to weather this storm. Business is slower in the summer, typically picking up as the Gators football season gets underway. But the staff got plenty of unexpected action this week during a dinner shift. There were only 10 employees working and only 2 tables had customers. When a patron finished dining with his wife and son, calling all the employees over to thank them for their hustle. Then he left them this, a $10,000 tip on his $144 tab, split evenly between the 10 people working.
Everybody was super grateful, and they just kind of taken aback by, someone's recognizing their hard work.
Zach saying that he plans on holding on to the money for a little while, but another employee who also received $1,000 may use hers to help cover healthcare costs for her child who's in the hospital. When the COVID-19 pandemic began last spring, Walmart was forced to temporarily close its doors. The grill's owner, Sean Shepard, saying the local hotspot lost $30,000 worth of food, which makes this week's prize even more meaningful. Sean, writing on Instagram, we're all blown away by his generosity. The last year and a half haven't been easy on this industry. We're hurting and we're exhausted, but this incredible act of kindness has restored our faith in humanity. That faith in humanity now going viral. The story has been shared more than 2,000 times on Facebook. As for Zach, when asked what he'd like to say to the anonymous tipper, he has just one question. What do you do for a living? The restaurant says by sharing this story, they hope we all feel inspired to do something nice for someone today, be the reason someone believes in the goodness of people. Andrew Rana, hard work really does pay off next well.
That's the thing we gave America this morning.
Right now, America this morning, emergency rooms shutting down. The impact of the COVID surge as hospitals scramble to treat their patients. The FDA now giving full approval to Pfizer's vaccine, prompting new vaccine mandates across the country. Plus, the new message from the state of Hawaii to travelers to stay home.
Deadline drama, the race to evacuate Afghanistan hits a new snag. The Taliban issuing new plans, full of learning on the ground as the White House responds to claims that Americans are being stranded.
Breaking overnight, fire breaks out inside a plane in Seattle, passengers evacuated.
Also this morning, the future in jeopardy, and a decision about the game show's current host. One could be next.
Plus, the big problems in the world's fastest accelerating roller coaster.
And a change in the dairy aisle, where whole milk is making a comeback.
News in New York. This is America This Morning.
Good Tuesday morning, everyone. We begin with the fight against the coronavirus and reports that some emergency rooms in the South are now being forced to close.
Right now, more than 95,000 Americans are hospitalized with COVID. This morning, Dr. Anthony Fauci is providing a new estimate on when we could finally get the virus under control.
It comes a day after the FDA granted full approval to Pfizer's vaccine. The move is expected to trigger a wave of new vaccine mandates across the government, corporate America, and school systems. ABC Dan Lieberman has the latest.
This morning, the spike in COVID cases is overwhelming more hospitals in Texas and the healthcare system in the Houston area has also agreed that those emergency rooms, most of the staff of those ERs can be transferred to other hospitals filling up with COVID patients. This woman found the doors locked when she tried to get help for her daughter's new condition. The U.S. is now averaging 137,000 new COVID cases per day, the surge fueled by the Delta variant, infecting unvaccinated people. Dr. Fauci says the country could get, quote, good control of the virus by spring of next year if vaccination rates improve.
We can get through this winter, and yet really the majority, overwhelming majority of the 90 million people who have not been vaccinated, I hope we can start to get some good control in the spring of 2022. If we keep lingering without getting those people vaccinated, they should be vaccinated. This thing could linger on, we need to move on with another variant.
The FDA today gave full approval to the Pfizer vaccine for people 16 and older, finding the vaccine is 91% effective in preventing COVID. Federal authorities gave full approval will reassure some 85 million Americans eligible for the shot who are still unvaccinated to get it.
It is a big deal to get an FDA seal of approval because the FDA takes its time to really look and see the effectiveness.
FDA approval also paves the way for more vaccine mandates. Almost immediately after the announcement, President Biden made the shot mandatory for active duty troops. New York City issued a mandate for school employees without the option for weekly testing instead. Meanwhile, Pfizer's CEO said the company is developing a vaccine that targets the Delta variant, but he said he does not think it will be needed because the current vaccine is so effective. Dan Lieberman, ABC News, New York.
And thank you for the spike in COVID cases has prompted Hawaii's governor to urge visitors to stay away. Limited outdoor space led the governor to say this is not a good time to travel to the islands. The city of Honolulu is suspending all large gatherings from next month.
President Biden has approved a disaster declaration for Tennessee after that deadly flood west of Nashville. Search will resume today for 10 people missing. 21 others are confirmed dead. Survivors are describing now the escape of wall of water, which destroyed entire neighborhoods after 17 inches of rain fell in a matter of hours.
It was already Wednesday by the time we got from there. The traffic. You're driving it up here. We have to drive it. We don't expect that the response of that flood water will be found alive. So we are looking for recovery operations to get this closure. The devastation is our divided.
The president's disaster declaration makes federal resources available for the area.
Turning to the crisis in Afghanistan, new questions this morning about whether the U.S. military can evacuate tens of thousands of additional citizens and Afghan allies from the country before the August 31st deadline, which is one week from today. Pressure is growing with the Taliban making threats, calling that deadline a red line.
This morning, new security concerns in Kabul. The U.S. military in a deadly drone battle outside of the airport. Pentagon officials say attackers fired on Afghan security forces, prompting U.S. forces to get involved. An Afghan soldier was killed, and more gunfire was heard overnight. The violence coming as the pace of Americans and Afghans evacuating the country ramps up, but tens of thousands remain left behind. President Biden is suggesting the U.S.-led evacuation effort could run past the August 31st deadline. Congressman Adam Schiff, emerging from a classified briefing last night, said it appears more time will be needed.
With the logistical difficulties moving people to the airport and the limited number of workarounds, it's hard for me to see that they will fully complete by the end of the month.
But the Taliban calls August 31st a red line and is warning of consequences if the deadline is extended.
We're in touch with the Taliban daily. We're in touch with their allies and partners. Given our progress in this particular operation, which we feel has been substantial in the past few days, and the President will make his own determination.
The White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki pushing back on a reporter who suggested Americans are being stranded in Afghanistan.
First of all, I think it's irresponsible to say Americans are stranded. They are not.
I don't know American stranded is the White House's official position on what's happening in Afghanistan.
I'm just calling you out for a state that they are stranding Americans in Afghanistan. When we have been very clear that we are not leaving Americans who want to return home. We are going to bring them home.
Outside Afghanistan, the U.S. has enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport evacuees. Hundreds of allies fleeing the turmoil have now arrived in Virginia. And in the Seattle area, this family of 8 is settling in after fleeing Kabul, where their father was a translator for the U.S.
I didn't feel what did. So that's why I
The evacuation effort was subject to today's World 7 meeting, where Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to urge President Biden to extend the August 31st deadline.
The police officer who shot and killed Ashley Bennett during the attack on the U.S. Capitol in January has been cleared of any wrongdoing. The Capitol officer acted lawfully and will not be disciplined. He shot Bennett as she tried to climb through the broken door. The speaker's lobby, the officer's name is being withheld due to death threats against him.
In Texas, a suspect is on the loose in a case of road rage that left 2 children hurt. Police say a 9-year-old and her 6-month-old brother were hit by shattered glass after another driver tried to merge in front of their parents' car on the Houston highway. Police say their father, who was driving, got upset, and moments later, gunfire erupted.
They have got an altercation, a verbal altercation, and the suspect decided to pull a gun and start shooting in the car.
Another possible road rage shooting in Houston, like the life of a father whose young children that managed to steal a family vehicle. Road rage shootings are on the rise nationwide, with more than 700 last year.
The state of New York has a new governor for the first time in 10 years. Kathy Hochul was sworn in at midnight, becoming the state's first female governor in the wake of a global sexual harassment scandal. Hochul delivered a defiant farewell address maintaining his innocence and calling the investigation that led to the downfall of political firecracker.
So now for a look at your Tuesday. outdoor fire raging east of Sacramento has produced conditions so toxic that the air quality in the region is now considered the worst in all of North America. That fire has burned more than 100,000 acres across the country, much drier today in the Northeast. Now that Monterey is offshore, storms are developing in the upper Midwest where gusty winds and heavy rain are possible later today. Looking at today's high temperatures, Monkey, Washington, D.C. with temps hitting 95, 91 in Tampa.
Coming up, the breaking news overnight, a fire on board a plane flying to Seattle. The images coming in.
Also ahead, the new shortages at the grocery store just as time back to school shopping.
And later, the new research on hot dogs and more health.
John Ritter
John Reader sent a town.
He wanted to saw people find the kind of same category as like mom, and it's just like them. Watching John become successful is not a surprise. And one day we all said, "How was that?" That should have been.
And how's it? I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar Virtue. Winner. Yeah, so much. And his life was something to such a life.
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
seems to change and not every day.
what is it that you really want to know? You need to know
To help you not just get through your day,
but to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, now about the third hour of Good Morning America.
TV3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
Why the fascination with criminal frauds? Figure out what's really out there. She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this. It's the time of suspicion, and it's really tough.
You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Breaking overnight, passengers were forced to evacuate a plane in Seattle when a cell phone burst into flames. Officials say the phone caught fire inside the cargo hold of the Alaska Airlines flight after the plane had landed from New Orleans. Images on social media show the cabin filled with smoke. 128 passengers were on board. Several of them suffered injuries, but all the injuries are described as minor.
Attention shoppers, more stores are having trouble stocking the shelves because of the shortages tied to the pandemic. Shoppers are being urged to buy other brands, other bigger products. It could be next year before the problems are resolved. Here's ABC's Megan Carrizan.
This morning, a warning for shoppers. The logistics nightmare that began during the pandemic may be getting worse. Supply chain delays and labor shortages are hitting everything from shipping companies to grocery stores. And the problems could extend from this back-to-school shopping season all the way to the holiday shopping season.
The real challenge comes from how the products are getting to the stores. There aren't enough truck drivers to drive that product to the stores. There's not enough cargo trains that are going to be able to get that cargo to the stores.
At grocery stores, the supply chain disruptions come as demand hits an all-time high. People dining in or eating out less, just as kids go back to school. Kraft Heinz says its popular Lunchables is seeing double-digit growth for the first time in 5 years. The company saying it's working fast and furiously to get more product into the hands of consumers as soon as possible. One grocery chain is getting so desperate they haven't named its own version of Lunchable snacks because shipments are behind.
So many behaviors change during the pandemic, and that's kind of what we're experiencing.
So that or capitalism kitchen. The Delta variant of the coronavirus has moved some goods overseas to work less than capacity, creating a logjam. Shoppers will pay more for a wide range of products and have fewer options. Companies like Adidas, Hasbro, and Crocs are already warning consumers to expect disruptions during holiday shopping this year.
And back to grocery stores, some chains say they are stockpiling goods to keep their shelves stocked. One company recently said it purchased 50% more items than usual to try and get ahead of the supply chain problems. Andrew, over.
Megan, thank you. Coming up, the high school coach who said he was forced to resign because he's gay.
Also had in the future that called for jeopardy after a new decision about his smart host.
So were you the nanny or were you the girlfriend? I moved in to help with the kids. When we had an opportunity, I still slept with him. He chose the nanny. Yeah, the nanny.
Or the deal for murder his wife.
He's mom passed away once. His wife is dead, and his mistress is moved in. He's having tea at this very moment with his new best friend. Say,
Hey, Ben, these days, what you need to know
Seems to change to not everything.
what is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
Did not just get through your day.
Listening to music. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
It's 23. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
John Ritter said Italian was walking fine. Kind of the same category as like eggs, just like them. Watching John become successful was not a surprise. Then one day he's all sick on the set. I just couldn't get it. And how was it?
I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar John Ritter. He has so much beauty in his life. It's like intense. Back to your old guy.
David, we're showing our love and support for all the ICU staff.
Back now, the death of the tallest man in the United States, 38-year-old Igor Volkovitsky, who's 7 feet 8 inches tall, died of heart disease in Minnesota. He came to the U.S. from Ukraine as a child to be treated for a condition that causes the pituitary gland to release too much hormone.
And it turned out to a high school coach from Colorado who claims he was forced to resign because he was gay. School is now offering its explanation for what happened.
Basically, I had two options. The first option was to denounce that I was gay.
Igor Tonka is a Christian, a volleyball coach, and a gay man.
I said, basically, my dreams of marrying another man had to just stop.
It's his sexuality, he says, that has caused him to lose his job at another Christian high school in Highland Ranch, Colorado. He says he was told by the athletic leadership of Butler to stop being gay or abandon his role as coach.
I feel like it's a big deal. 27 years of life where I hated myself.
He says he's not angry.
Anger, I feel like, especially topless with the kids. It's such a valid emotion, but it's useless.
But some parents are.
I'm very dangerous, but if you happen to a teacher, I'm afraid that if there's some backlash that could go, towards my daughter.
A statement from the school says both tolerated there on the Facebook post by Coach Nogue and suggested they must support knowledgeable police pertaining to sexual
sexuality and marriage. The statement goes on to say that after a conversation with Inoke, he requested a separation from the school. Inoke says as a coach and as a mentor, he will keep growing and leading.
My big message was to just make sure I'm speaking up for those who are silent. I truly do love them at home, especially at the Christian school. They did as Christ did in the Bible. Left those who shut people and find those who were shut in order to bring them back.
Thomas says the school claimed he was a danger to the students. The school says Thomas misrepresented some aspects of the situation. They did not elaborate.
Jeopardy is resuming production live beyond at the podium at the new front exit of the show's new host. The actress, known for her roles on Blossom and Big Bang Theory, will be first in a wheelbound of celebrities vying to replace Alex Trebek. She already been tapped to host primetime Jeopardy specials with Frank Richards and selling those any comments he made in the past.
I think it was really the easiest choice to begin with because they already have her now in the stable as the host of the pandemic special editions of Jeopardy.
Richards, meanwhile, plans to stay on as executive producer. Bialik is not expected to be named permanent weekday host. The lineup of guest hosts have not yet been revealed.
Coming up, a big problem with one of the world's fastest roller coasters.
Also ahead, can eating a hot dog really take 35 minutes off your plate?
John Ritter is such a talent. He was walking from kind of the same category as like Tom Hanks, just like watching John become successful was not a surprise. And one day he falls in on the set. I just couldn't believe it.
And how was it? I really love him so much to this day.
He's superstar.
There's so much beauty.
Evacuations now stepped up. How long will it take to get all Americans and allies out? Plus, the full FDA will have a bit more control. There's so much at stake with world news tonight. David Moore is the #1 program on television. It was now on the schools on the side.
World news now.
And America this morning.
The best new video.
The breaking news overnight.
Looking to control to the town on the surf side.
U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories people are talking about.
Watching the live I will say, and what's what's left for the day ahead?
ABC World News now and America this morning.
Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern.
All night TV news now today.
You're ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we're here. Let's go. Watch it Saturdays on ABC News Live. I guess I'm just going to What would you do marathon? 12 to 6 Eastern every Saturday on ABC News Live.
Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's Morning America. Time to check the pulse, so we begin with a life-altering study about hot dogs.
It's life-altering to math, right? Researchers at University of Michigan claim every Frankfurter you eat cuts 45 minutes off your life. So what does that mean for hot dog eating champ Joey Chestnut?
He's going to win more than 1,000 hot dogs during food eating competitions, meaning that he's cost himself 4 weeks of life. Chestnut himself made fun of the study, tweeting that he may need to eat more nuts to get some time back. Well, guess what? The same study suggested that foods like peanuts can add up to 15 minutes to your life.
Time's up for me then. Next, the writer has declared the triumphant return of polio has sparked a fierce debate online.
That's right, she says. While traveling the country, she found many people ditching dairy alternatives. She said people just want to get back to the basics and are realizing the familiar benefits of real dairy.
Now, others sharply disagree, with some claiming that 2/3 of adults can't even digest dairy milk. Next, the world's fastest roller coaster is on suspension.
That's because at least 6 people have suffered bone fracture after riding it. The coaster, which is in Japan, reaches so-called super jet speed, accelerating to 118 miles per hour in than 2 seconds. Next, Marvel has released the first trailer for the new Spider-Man movie.
Holland returns as Spidey and teams up with Doctor Strange to take on a familiar villain.
Trying to trigger your lives. Longer to do it, more dangerous it becomes.
Oh yeah, that's Alfred Molina reprising his role as Dr. Octopus. Spider-Man No Way Home is due out in December. And finally, a bold fit for the king.
Or dog. Hermes is selling a luxury dog bowl. It's actually 2 stainless steel bowls set out.
The price $1,140 and it's already sold out.
And these days, what you need to know.
Seems to change about everything.
What is it you really want to know? You need to know.
To help you not just get through your day.
But to make it look good. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
It's May 30. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
John Ritter said to tell me what I saw him from in the kind of same category as like Tom Hanks, just like watching John become successful was not a surprise.
And one day he's fall sick on the set.
I just couldn't believe it. And how's it?
I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar Joe Ritter. There's so much beauty in his life. It's like every 10 minutes central ABC. This is ABC News Live.
So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
I never had that paragraph over.
One fascination with criminal trials, figuring out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this.
It's the kind of suspicion DNA's really tough. You don't know where the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
Checking the top stories, President Biden is renewing his call for more Americans to get vaccinated against COVID after the FDA granted full approval for the Pfizer vaccine. Meanwhile, some emergency rooms in the Houston area have been forced to close so that staffers can be relocated to other facilities, treating even more COVID patients.
President Biden will discuss the crisis in Afghanistan at a virtual G7 summit today. Despite evacuating a record 16,000 people from Kabul in 24 hours, he's under pressure to push back the August 31st troop withdrawal deadline. Taliban is threatening consequences if that deadline is pushed back.
A new report finds hourly wages for fast food workers rose by 10% in recent months, the largest jump in years. Restaurants are boosting wages as the industry faces a severe staffing shortage.
Today's weather in the Northeast is heating up and drying out. Stormy weather across the Great Lakes and upper Midwest later today, and hot across much of the South. Hazy skies in the West.
And finally, the $10,000 tip at a restaurant in Florida.
Yes, this is the story.
The team at Wahoo Seafood Grill in Gainesville, Florida describes it as just a local veteran-owned seafood restaurant doing our best to weather this storm. Business is slower in the summer, typically picking up as the Gators football season gets underway. But the staff got plenty of unexpected action this week during a dinner shift. There were only 10 employees working and only 2 tables had customers. But a patron finished dining with his wife and son, calling all the employees over to thank them for their hustle. Then he left them this, a $10,000 tip on his $144 tab, split evenly between the 10 people working.
Everybody was super grateful and they just got taken aback by it. Someone's recognizing their hard work.
Zach saying that he plans on holding on to the money for a little while, but another employee also received $1,000. They used hers to help cover healthcare costs for her child who's in the hospital. When the COVID-19 pandemic began last spring, Wahoo was forced to temporarily close its doors. The grill's owner, Sean Shepard, saying the local hotspot lost $30,000 worth of food, which makes this week's prize even more meaningful. Sean, writing on Instagram, we're all blown away by his generosity. The last year and a half haven't been easy on this industry. We're hurting and we're exhausted, but this incredible act of kindness has restored our faith in humanity. That faith in humanity now going viral. The story has been shared more than 2,000 times on Facebook. As for Zach, when asked what he'd like to say to the anonymous tipper, he has just one question. What do you do for a living? The restaurant says by sharing this story, they hope we all feel inspired to do something nice for someone today, being the reason someone believes in the goodness of people. Andrew, our work really does pay off next level.
That's what making these Americans morning.
Again, on America this morning, emergency rooms shutting down with the impact of the COVID surge and hospitals scramble to treat their patients. The FDA now even full of rules and Pfizer's vaccine, prompting new vaccine mandates across the country. Plus, the new message from the state of Hawaii to travelers to stay home.
Deadline drama, the break to evacuate Afghanistan, it's a new snag. The Taliban issuing new threats. We're learning on the ground as the White House responds to claims that Americans are being stranded.
Breaking overnight, fire breaks out inside a plane in Seattle. Passengers evacuated.
Also this morning, the future in jeopardy, a new decision about the game show's current host. What could be next?
Plus, a big problem for the world's fastest accelerated roller coaster.
And a change in the dairy aisle. High full milk is making a comeback.
ABC News in New York. This is America This Morning.
Good Tuesday morning, everyone. We begin with a fight against the coronavirus that reports that some emergency rooms in the South are now being forced to close.
Right now, more than 95,000 Americans are hospitalized with COVID. This morning, Dr. Anthony Fauci is providing a new estimate on when we can finally get the virus under control.
It comes a day after the FDA granted full approval for Pfizer's vaccine. The move is expected to trigger a wave of new vaccine mandates across the government, corporate America, and school systems. ABC Dan Lieberman has the latest.
This morning, the spike in COVID cases is overwhelming more hospitals in Texas and a healthcare system in the Houston area has closed 3 of its emergency rooms, so the staff of those ERs can be transferred to other hospitals, filling up with COVID patients. This woman found the doors locked when she tried to get help for her daughter's ear condition.
This won't just happen because, you see people are coming, we need help.
The U.S. is now averaging 137,000 new COVID cases per day. The surge is fueled by the Delta variant, infecting unvaccinated people. But Dr. Fauci said the country could get, quote, good control of the virus by spring of next year if vaccination rates improve.
We can control this winter, and yet really a majority, overwhelming majority of the 90 million people who have not been vaccinated. I hope we can start to get some control in the spring of 2022.
If we keep lingering without getting those people vaccinated that should be vaccinated, this thing could linger on. To develop another variant. The FDA Monday gave full approval to the Pfizer vaccine for people 16 and older, finding the vaccine is 91% effective in preventing COVID. Federal authorities believe full approval will reassure some 85 million Americans eligible for the shot who are still unvaccinated to get it.
It is a big deal to get the FDA seal of approval because the FDA takes its time to really look at safety and effectiveness.
FDA approval also paves the way for more vaccine mandates. Almost immediately after the announcement, President Biden made the shot mandatory for active duty troops. And New York City issued a mandate for school employees without the option for weekly testing instead. Meanwhile, Pfizer CEO says the company is developing a vaccine that targets the Delta variant. But he said he does not think it will be needed because the current vaccine is so effective. Dan Lieberman, ABC News, New York.
And thank you. The spike in COVID cases has prompted Hawaii's governor to urge visitors to stay away. The hospital-based living governor to say this is not a good time to travel to the islands. The city of Honolulu is suspending all large gatherings for next month.
President Biden has approved a disaster declaration for Tennessee after that deadly flood west of Nashville. Search will resume today for 10 people missing. 21 others are confirmed dead. Survivors are describing how they escaped a wall of water, which destroyed entire neighborhoods after 17 inches of rain fell in a matter of hours.
It already was late by the time we got from there to traffic. You're driving up here. We have to highways. We don't expect that they'll be disrupted by that flood water. We'll be down alive. So we are looking for our operations to get this closure. Devastation is part of that.
The president's disaster declaration makes federal resources available from the area.
Turning to the crisis in Afghanistan, questions this morning about whether the U.S. military can evacuate tens of thousands of additional citizens and Afghan allies from the country before the August 31st withdrawal deadline, which is 1 week from today. Pressure is growing with the Taliban making threats, calling that deadline a red line. This morning, new security concerns in Kabul. The U.S. military in a deadly gun battle outside of the airport. Pentagon officials say attackers fired on Afghan security forces, prompting U.S. forces to get involved. An Afghan soldier was killed, and more gunfire was heard overnight. The violence coming as the pace of Americans and Afghans evacuating the country ramps up, but tens of thousands remain left behind. President Biden is suggesting the U.S.-led evacuation effort could run past the August 31st deadline. Congressman Adam Schiff, emerging from a classified briefing last night, said it appears more time will be needed.
There are logistical difficulties of moving people to the airport, and the number of workarounds. It's hard for me to see that they fully complete by the end of the month.
But the Taliban calls August 31st a red line and is warning of consequences if the deadline is extended.
We're in touch with the Taliban daily. We're in touch with their allies and partners, reviewing our progress in this particular operation, which we feel has been substantial over the past few days, and addressing the remaining determination.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki pushing back on a reporter who suggested Americans are being stranded in Afghanistan.
First of all, I think it's irresponsible to say Americans are stranded. They're not.
I don't know Americans stranded is the White House's official position on what's happening in Afghanistan.
I'm just calling you out for stating that they are stranding Americans in Afghanistan when we have been very clear that we are not leaving Americans who want to return home. We are going to bring them home.
Outside Afghanistan, the U.S. has enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport evacuees. Hundreds of allies fleeing the turmoil have now arrived in Virginia. And in the Seattle area, this family of 8 is settling in after fleeing Kabul, where their father was a translator for the U.S.
I did it for them. So that's why I took that here for
The evacuation effort will be the subject of today's Group 7 meeting. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to urge President Biden to extend the August 31st deadline.
The police officer who shot and killed Ashley Babbitt during the attack on the U.S. Capitol in January has been cleared of any wrongdoing. An internal investigation found the Capitol officer acted lawfully and will not be disciplined. He shot Babbitt. She tried to climb through the broken door. The speaker's lobby. The officer's name is being withheld due to death threats against him.
In Texas, a suspect is on the loose in a case of road rage that left 2 children hurt. Police say a 9-year-old and her 6-month-old brother were hit by shattered glass after another driver had to work in front of their parents' car on the Houston highway. Police say their father, who was driving, got upset, and moments later, gunfire erupted.
They have got an altercation, verbal altercation, and the suspect decides to pull a gun and start shooting in the car.
Another possible road rage shooting in Houston left the life of the father of young children that managed to steer the fatal vehicle. Road rage shootings are on the rise nationwide, with more than 700 last year.
The state of New York had a new governor for the first time in 10 years. Kathy Hochul was sworn in at midnight, becoming the state's first female governor and wake of a homosexual harassment scandal. Hochul delivered a defiant farewell address maintaining his innocence and calling the investigation that led to his downfall a political firecracker.
Time now for a look at your Tuesday weather.
fire raging east of Sacramento has produced conditions so toxic that the air quality in the region is now considered the worst in all of North America. That fire has burned more than 100,000 acres across the country, much drier today in the Northeast. Now that concrete has moved offshore, storms are developing in the upper Midwest with gusty winds and heavy rain are possible later today. Looking at today's high temperatures, Logan, Washington, D.C., temps hitting 95, 91 in Tampa.
Coming up, the breaking news overnight, a fire on board a plane flying to Seattle. The images coming in.
Also ahead, the new shortages and grocery stores just in time back to school shopping.
And later, the new research on hot dogs and poor health.
John Ritter,
John Reader said to tell.
was walking from the kind of same categories of it's just like watching John become successful was not a surprise. And one day was all set on the set, and it should have been.
And that was it. I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar 2. It was so much movie. It is what I think is it's drama. Here we go. Ready? Let's do it. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs. Oh my God, this is what we're here to. Let's go. Watching Saturdays on ABC News 5. I guess I just found out. What the YouTube Marathon, 12 to 60s, every Saturday on ABC News 5.
These days, what you need to know
Seem to change about everything.
What is it people want to know? Need to know.
Did not just get through your day.
What's make the most of it? Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happy.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
It's 8:30. It's now streaming on ABC News Live.
it's all about you. So my question is, what are you so afraid of? You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn to secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Breaking overnight, passengers were forced to evacuate a plane in Seattle when a cell phone burst into flames. A machine made the phone caught fire inside the cargo hold of the Alaska Airlines flight after the plane had landed from New Orleans. Images on social media show the cabin was filled with smoke. 128 passengers were on board. Several of them suffered injuries, so all the injuries are described as minor.
Attention shoppers, more stores are having trouble stocking the shelves because of the shortages tied to the pandemic. Shoppers are being urged to buy other brands, other bigger products. It could be next year before the problems are resolved. Here's ABC Second Tourism.
This morning, a warning for shoppers. The logistics nightmare that began during the pandemic may be getting worse. Supply chain delays and labor shortages are hitting everything from shipping companies to grocery stores. And the problems could extend from this back-to-school shopping season all the way to the holiday shopping season.
The real challenge comes from how the products are getting to the stores. There aren't enough truck drivers to drive that product to the stores. There's not enough cargo trains that are going to be able to get that cargo to the stores.
At grocery stores, the supply chain disruptions come and demand hits an all-time high, with people dining in more and eating out less. Just as kids go back to school, Kraft Heinz says its popular Lunchables is seeing double-digit growth for the first time in 5 years. The company saying it's working fast and furiously to get more product into the hands of consumers as soon as possible. One Lunchable chain is getting so desperate they had to create its own version of Lunchable snacks because shipments were behind.
So many behaviors change during the pandemic. And that's kind of what we're experiencing is a lot more cognitive communication. The
Delta variant of the coronavirus has forced some ports overseas to work less than capacity, creating a logjam, meaning shoppers will for a wide range of products have fewer options. Companies like Adidas, Hasbro, and Crocs are already warning consumers to expect disruptions during holiday shopping this year.
And back at the grocery store, some chains say they have stockpiling goods to keep their shelves stocked. One company recently said it purchased 50% more items than usual to try and get ahead of the supply chain problems. Andrew, love it.
Megan, thank you. Coming up, the high school coach who says he was forced to resign because he's gay.
Also add with the future that hold for Jeopardy after a new decision about its current host. Hey, babe, these days, what do you need to know?
See if the change is not everything.
What is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make it look stable.
feel smarter, feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
It's only 3. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
John Ritter.
John Greer is such a talent.
One is walking from kind of the same category as like Tom Hanks, just like them. Watching John become successful is not a surprise. And legit, he's sitting on the set. I just couldn't believe it.
And how's it? I really love him so much to this day.
He's so much. There was so much in his life. World News Now.
And America This Morning.
The best new video.
The breaking news overnight.
Emergency crews called to the town of Surfside.
U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories people are talking about.
You want to change your life? And the test bets of the day ahead.
ABC World News Now and America This Morning.
Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern.
Up all night to get you today.
So were you the nanny or were you the girlfriend? I moved in to help with the kids. When we had an opportunity, I sold something. They chose the nanny. Yeah, the nanny.
Or the deal for his wife.
He finally has what he wants. His watch his dad and his mistress has moved in. He's having tea and is very in love with his new best friend. Say,
That now is the death of the tallest man in the United States, 38-year-old Igor Popovitsky, who's 7 feet 8 inches tall, died of heart disease in Minnesota. He came to the U.S. from Ukraine as a child to be treated for a condition that causes pituitary gland to release too much growth hormone.
and it turned out to a high school coach from Colorado to claim he was forced to resign because he's gay. We'll now offer his explanation for what happened.
I had 2 options. The first option was to, was to denounce that I was gay.
It's okay to already a Christian, a volleyball coach, and a gay man.
He said, basically, my dreams of marrying another man had to just stop.
It's his sexuality, he says, that's often with the job at Belleville Christian High School in Highland Grade, Colorado. He says he was told by the athletic leadership at Butler to stop being gay or abandon his role as coach.
I feel like it's really good. 27 years of life, I hated myself.
He said he's not angry.
Anger, I've learned, especially how to swim kids. It's such a valid emotion, but it's useless, worthless.
But some parents are.
I'm very angry by it. If you happen to a teacher, I'm afraid that if there's some backlash that could go, towards my daughter,
A statement from the school says both Fowler became aware of a Facebook post by Coach Inoue that suggested he may also prove Fowler's beliefs pertaining to sexuality and marriage. The statement goes on to say that after a conversation with Inoue, he requested a separation from the school. Inoue said that the coach and the mentor keep loving and leading.
His message was just make sure it's everyone to his side. I truly do love that at home, especially in a Christian school. Because Christ is a lot of left those who shut people and find those who are shut in order to bring them back.
Thomas says the school claimed he was a danger to the students. The school says Thomas Mitchell defended some aspects of the situation. They did not elaborate.
Jeopardy is resuming production with Meyer Keoghan at the podium with the new qualities into the show's rulers. The actress, known for roles on Fox and The Big Bang Theory, will be first in Real Academy Celebrities vying to replace Alex Trebek. She already been tapped to host a primetime Jeopardy special with Mike Richard, designing or tweeting comments he made in the past.
I think it was probably the easiest choice to begin with because they already have her now in stable as the host of the Pragmatic Special Editions of Jeopardy.
Richards, meanwhile, plans to stay on as executive producer. Bialik is not expected to be named permanent executive. The lineup will get hosted on Infinity.
Coming up, a big problem with one of the world's fastest roller coasters.
Also ahead, competing on hot dogs, 3 days 35 minutes off your time.
John Ritter is such a talent. He's one of the songs kind of the same category as like Tom Hanks, just like watching John become successful is not a surprise. And one day he's all set on the set. I just couldn't believe it. And that was it.
I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar John Ritter. There's so much movie. Him and his wife makes congratulations now step out all it takes to all Americans and allies out plus the full FDA so much at stake for world news tonight on Daily Origin, the number one program on television. As an college student, is all the time.
So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
What a fascination with criminal trials. Figure out what's really out there. She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this.
It's the time of suspicion. It's really tough. You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
Robert, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's Morning Burger.
Time to check the pulse, and we begin with a life-altering study about hot dogs.
It's like already been bad by researchers at University of Michigan say every frankfurter you eat counts 45 minutes off your life. So what does that mean for hot dog eating and going chest?
He's throwing more than 1,000 hot dogs during food eating competitions, meaning that he's cost himself 4 weeks of life. Chester himself made one of the studies meaning that you may need to eat more nuts to get some time back. But guess what? The same study suggested that food like peanuts can add up to 15 minutes to your life.
There's a story that there's a writer who has declared the trial for return of all milk is one of fierce debate online.
That's right, she said. Well, probably because she found many people ditching dairy alternatives. She said people just want to get back to the basics and realizing the familiar benefits of real dairy.
Others shocked we disagree with
stop claiming that June 3rd results can't even digest their information. And instead of going fast as well, there is on suspension.
That's because at least 6 people have suffered global fracture after riding it. The coaster, which is in Japan, reaches so-called super death speed, accelerating to 118 miles per hour in less than 2 seconds. Next, Marvel has released its first trailer for the new Spider-Man movie.
Now, while it returns as Spidey and teams up with Doctor Strange to take on a familiar villain.
Longer you do it, the more dangerous it becomes.
Oh yeah, that's Alfred Molina reprising his role as Dr. Octopus. Spider-Man No Way Home is due out in December. And finally, a bold movie for a king.
For your dog, Herman, the seller's luxury dog bowl is actually 2 stainless steel bowls set in oak.
The price, $1,140, and it's already sold out.
John Ritter,
John Grierson in town.
he was walking from kind of the same category as a mom, and he's just like them. Watching John become successful is not a surprise. And one day we also on the app that just couldn't wait.
And how's it? I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar, aren't you? He was so lucky.
He was one of
Admit it. These days, what you need to know
Seems to change about every day.
what is it that you really want to know.
I'll tell you not just get through your day.
What's to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
Day 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you. My question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of? You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. It's what let's go. Every Saturday on ABC News Live.
Checking the top stories, President Biden is renewing his call for Americans to get vaccinated against COVID after the FDA granted full approval for the Pfizer vaccine. Meanwhile, emergency rooms in the Houston area have been forced to close so that staffers can be relocated to other facilities, creating even more COVID patients.
President Biden will discuss the crisis in Afghanistan at a virtual G7 summit today. Despite evacuation records, 16,000 people were following 24 hours. He's under pressure to push back the August 31st troop withdrawal deadline. Taliban is threatening consequences if that deadline is pushed back.
A new report finds hourly wages for fast food workers rose by 10% in recent months, the largest jump in years. Restaurants are boosting wages as the industry faces a severe staffing shortage.
Today's weather in the Northeast is heating up and drying out. Stormy weather across the Great Lakes and upper Midwest later today, and hot across much of the South. Hazy skies in the west.
And finally, the $10,000 tip at a restaurant in Florida.
Okay, that's the story.
The team at Wahoo Seafood Grill in Gainesville, Florida describes it as just a local veteran-owned seafood restaurant doing our best to weather this storm. Business is slower this summer, typically picking up as the Gators football season gets underway. But the staff got plenty of unexpected action this week during a dinner shift. There were only 10 employees working and only 2 tables had customers. But a matron finished dining with his wife and son, calling all the employees over to thank them for their hustle. Then he left them this, a $10,000 tip on his $144 tab. Split evenly between the 10 people working.
Everybody was super grateful, and they just got taken aback by, someone's recognizing their hard work.
Zach saying that he plans on holding on to the money for a little while, but another employee who also received $1,000 may use hers to help cover healthcare costs for her child who's in the hospital. When the COVID-19 pandemic began last spring, Wahoo was forced to temporarily close its doors. The grill's owner, Sean Shepard, saying the local hotspot lost $30,000 worth of food, which makes this week's surprise even more meaningful. Sean, writing on Instagram, we're all blown away by his generosity. The last year and a half haven't been easy on this industry. We're hurting and we're exhausted, but this incredible act of kindness has restored our faith in humanity. That faith in humanity now going viral. The story has been shared more than 2,000 times on Facebook. As for Zach, when asked what he'd like to say to the anonymous tipper, he has just one question. What do you do for a living? We are content by sharing this story so that we all feel inspired to do something nice for someone today, being the reason someone believes in the goodness of people. And here's our work really does pay off next one.
Not the same thing in America this morning.
Right now, America this morning, emergency rooms shutting down. The new impact of the COVID surge as hospitals scramble to treat their patients. The FDA now giving full approval to Pfizer's vaccine, prompting new vaccine mandates across the country. Plus, the new message from the state of Hawaii to travelers: stay home.
Deadline drama, the break to evacuate Afghanistan hits a new snag. The Taliban issuing new threats. We're learning on the ground as the White House responds to claims that Americans are being stranded.
Breaking overnight, fire breaks out inside a plane in Seattle. Passengers evacuated.
Also this morning, the future and Jeffrey have a decision about the game show's current host. What could be next?
Plus, a big problem for the world's fastest accelerating roller coaster.
And a change in the dairy aisle. Why whole milk is making a comeback.
ABC News in New York. This is America This Morning.
Good Tuesday morning, everyone. We begin with a fight against the coronavirus and reports that some emergency rooms in the South are now being forced to close.
Right now, more than 95,000 Americans are hospitalized with COVID. This morning, Dr. Anthony Fauci is providing the new estimate on when we can finally get the virus under control.
Here comes the day after the FDA granted full approval to Pfizer's vaccine. The move is expected to trigger a wave of new vaccine mandates across the government, corporate America, and school systems. ABC's Anthony Gorman has the latest.
This morning, the spiky COVID cases is overwhelming more hospitals in Texas and the Houston area. As COVID free, there was emergency rooms. So the staff was being transferred to other hospitals, filling up with COVID patients. This woman found the doors locked when she tried to get help for her daughter's ear condition.
Well, this happening with the, if you think are coming, we need help.
The U.S. is now averaging 137,000 new COVID cases per day. The surge fueled by the Delta variant, infecting unvaccinated people. Dr. Fauci said the country could get good control of the virus by spring of next year if vaccination rates improve. And yet, living in the jar and hope for the majority of the 90 million people who have not been vaccinated. I hope we can start to get some good control in the spring of 2022. And if we keep lingering without getting those people vaccinated that should be vaccinated, this thing could linger on, maybe to develop another variant. The FDA Monday gave full approval to the Pfizer vaccine for people 16 and older, finding the vaccine is 91% effective in preventing COVID. Federal authorities believe full approval will reassure some 85 million Americans eligible for the shot who are still unvaccinated to get it.
But it is a big deal to get the FDA seal of approval because the FDA takes its time to really look at safety and effectiveness.
FDA approval also paves the way for more vaccine mandates. Almost immediately after the announcement, President Biden made the shot mandatory for active duty troops. And New York City issued a mandate for school employees without the option for weekly testing instead. Meanwhile, Pfizer's CEO says the company is developing a vaccine that targets the Delta variant.
Police say it is not that people be needed because the current vaccine is so effective. Dan Peterson, ABC News, New York.
And maybe a spike in COVID cases has prompted Hawaii's governor to urge visitors to stay away. Living in Aqua's Lieutenant Governor to say this is not a good time to travel to the islands. The city of Honolulu suspending all large gatherings for next month.
President Biden has approved a disaster declaration for Tennessee after that deadly flood west of Nashville. Search will resume today with 10 people missing. 21 others are confirmed dead. Survivors are describing how they escaped a wall of water, which destroyed entire neighborhoods after 17 inches of rain fell in a matter of hours.
Getting our rating voice today, by the time we come from there to traffic. We're driving over here. We have been we don't expect that those that were struck by floodwater to be found alive. So we are looking for recovery operations to get this closure. Devastation is hard to fathom.
The president's disaster declaration makes federal resources available from the area.
Turning to the crisis in Afghanistan, and questions this morning about whether the U.S. military can evacuate tens of thousands of additional citizens and Afghan allies from the country before the August 31st withdrawal deadline, which is 1 week from today. Pressure is growing with the Taliban making threats, calling that deadline a red line. This morning, new security concerns in Kabul. The U.S. military hit a deadly gun battle outside of the airport. Pentagon officials saying attackers fired on Afghan security forces, prompting U.S. forces to get involved. An Afghan soldier was killed, and more gunfire was heard overnight. The violence coming as the pace of Americans and Afghans evacuating the country ramps up, but tens of thousands remain left behind. President Biden is suggesting the U.S.-led evacuation effort could run past the August 31st deadline. Congressman Adam Schiff, emerging from a classified briefing last night, said it appears more time will be needed.
Given the logistical difficulties of moving people to the airport and the limited number of workarounds, it's hard for me to see that they will fully complete.
But the Taliban calls August 31st a red line and is warning of consequences if the deadline is extended.
We're in touch with the Taliban daily. We're in touch with our allies and partners, reviewing our progress in this particular operation, which we feel has been substantial over the past few days. The president made his own determination.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki pushing back at a reporter who suggested Americans are being stranded in Afghanistan.
First of all, I think it's irresponsible to say Americans are stranded. They are not.
I don't know if Americans stranded is the White House's official position on what's happening in Afghanistan.
I'm just calling you out for stating that we are stranding Americans in Afghanistan. When we have been very clear that we are not leaving Americans who want to return home. We are going to bring them home.
Outside Afghanistan, the U.S. has enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport evacuees. Hundreds of allies fleeing the turmoil have now arrived in Virginia. And in the Seattle area, this family of 8 is settling in after fleeing Kabul, where their father was a translator for the U.S.
I didn't read or did. So that's why I actually now I read for
The evacuation effort will be the subject of today's Senate meeting, where Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to urge President Biden to extend the August 31st deadline.
The police officer who shot and killed Ashley Babbitt during the attack on the U.S. Capitol in January has been cleared of any wrongdoing. An internal investigation found the Capitol officer acted lawfully and will not be disciplined. He shot Babbitt shooting her flying through the broken door. The speaker's lobby. The officer's name is being withheld and the death threats against him.
In Texas, a suspect is on the loose in a case of road rage that left 2 children hurt. Police say a 9-year-old and her 6-month-old brother were hit by shattered glass after another driver tried to merge in front of their parents' car on the Houston highway. Police say their father was driving, got upset, and moments later, gunfire erupted. They have got an altercation, verbal altercation, and the suspect decided to pull a gun and stop shooting in the car. Another possible road rage shooting in Houston, like the life of a father whose young children that managed to steer the vehicle. Road rage shooting on the rise nationwide.
performance so over last year.
The state of New York has a new governor for the first time in 10 years. Kathy Hochul was sworn in at midnight, becoming the state's first female governor in the wake of an almost sexual harassment scandal. Hochul delivered a defiant farewell address maintaining his innocence and calling the investigation that led to the downfall of the local firecracker.
Time now for a look at your Tuesday weather. The Caldor fire raging east of Sacramento has produced conditions so toxic that the air quality in the region is now considered the worst in all of North America. That fire had burned more than 100,000 acres across the country, much drier today in the northeast. Now that rain has moved offshore, storms are developing in the upper Midwest with gusty winds and heavy rain are possible later today. Looking at today's high temperatures, hot and low in Washington, D.C., temps hitting 95, 91 in Tampa.
Coming up, the breaking news overnight, a fire on board a plane flying to Seattle. The images coming in.
Also ahead, the new shortages and
And later, the new research on hot dogs. More out. John Ritter said a talent
was walking from the kind of same category as LeBron James, just less than watching John become successful is not a surprise. And one day he's involved in all that and should play.
And how's it? I really love you so much today.
Superstar Jim.
There was so much beauty.
Doing his wonderful. Hey, minute. These days, what you need to know
Seem to change enough every day.
what is it you really want to know? Need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
It's 8:30. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
I know that from Paraguay. One fascination with criminal trials, figure out what's really out there. Shit, or his family. Back in my yard, they did this. It's the time of suspicion. It's really tough. You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of? You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast for free on Apple Podcasts. Breaking overnight, passengers were forced to evacuate a plane in Seattle when a cell phone burst into flames. Officials say the phone caught fire inside the cargo hold of the Alaska Airlines flight after the plane had landed from New Orleans. Images on social media show the cabin filled with smoke. 128 passengers were on board. Several of them suffered injuries, but all the injuries are described as minor.
Attention shoppers, more stores are having trouble stocking the shelves because of the shortages tied to the pandemic. Shoppers are being urged to buy other brands, other favorite products. It could be next year before the problems are resolved. Here's ABC Megan Terrazino.
This will be a warning for shoppers. The logistics nightmare that began during the pandemic may be getting worse. Supply chain delays and labor shortages are hitting everything from shipping companies to grocery stores. And the problems could extend from this back-to-school shopping season all the way to the holiday shopping season.
The real challenge comes from how the products are getting to the stores. There aren't enough truck drivers to drive that product to the stores. There's not enough cargo trains that are going to be able to get that cargo to the stores.
At grocery stores, the supply chain disruptions come as demand hits an all-time high, with people dining in more and eating out less. Just as kids go back to school, Kraft
Times says its popular Lunchables is seeing double-digit growth for the first time in 5 years. The company saying it's working fast and furiously to get the product into the hands of consumers as soon as possible. One grocery chain is getting so desperate it had to create its own version of Lunchable snacks because shipments were behind.
So many behaviors change during the pandemic, and that's kind of what we're experiencing is a lot more confidence in the kitchen.
The Delta variant of the coronavirus has forced some foods overseas to go less than capacity, creating a logjam, meaning shoppers will pay more for a wide range of products and have fewer options. Companies like Adidas, Hasbro, and Crocs are already warning consumers to expect disruptions during holiday shopping this year.
And back to grocery stores, some chains say they have stockpiling goods to keep their shelves stocked. One company recently stated purchased 50% more items than usual to try and get ahead of the supply chain problems. Here's
Megan, thank you. Coming up, the high school coach who says he was forced to resign because he's gay.
also had with a future that holds for Jeopardy after a new decision about its foreign health.
It was an powerful school as a last time.
So were you the nanny or were you the girlfriend? I moved in to help with the kids. When we had opportunity, I still slept with him. He chose the nanny. Yeah, okay.
Martin McNeil murdered his wife.
He finally has labels. His wife is dead, and his mistress is moved in. He's having tea at his very level with his new best friend. Say,
The perfect special fight.
Hey, babe, these days, what do you need to know?
See if the change is not going to change.
what is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
To help you not just get fucking paid,
What's it mean to what's it?
Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, now a third hour of Good Morning America.
It's only 3. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
John Ritter.
John Greer is such a talent.
He was kind of the same category as like Mom Hanks, just like watching John become successful was not a surprise. And one day he's all sitting on the set. I just couldn't believe it. And that was it.
I really love him so much to this day.
He's superstar, Jim Ritter. You know, so much beauty. Him and his wife looks like they're in Central London. I can do it all for that. We made it through another week together.
We tell all our patients how much they love to
David, we're showing our love and support for all the ICU staff.
Back now with the death of the tallest man in the United States, 38-year-old Igor Rokovinsky, 7 feet 8 inches tall, died of heart disease in Minnesota. He came to the U.S. from Ukraine as a child to be treated for a condition that causes pituitary gland to release too much hormone.
And we turn down to a high school coach from Colorado who claims he was forced to resign because he's gay. The school is now offering its explanation for what happened.
They said I had 2 options. The first option was to, was to denounce that I was gay.
Inoki Tonga is a Christian, a volleyball coach, and a gay man.
I said, basically, my dream of marrying another man would have to just stop.
It's his sexuality, he says, that is often was his job at Belleville Christian High School in Highland Grant, Colorado. He says he was told by the athletic leadership at Belleville to stop being gay or abandon his role of coach.
I feel like it's a really good 27-year black where I hated myself.
He says he's not angry.
Anger, I learned, especially toughness in my kids. It's
such a valid emotion, but it's useless, worthless.
But some parents are.
The parent, I'm very disturbed by it. If this thing happens to a teacher, I'm afraid that if there's backlash, then go, towards my daughter.
A statement from the school says Old Fowler became aware of a Facebook post by Coach Nogue that suggested they must support Fowler's beliefs pertaining to sexuality and marriage. The statement goes on to say that after a conversation with Nogue, he requested a separation from the school. Nogue says, as a coach and as a mentor, he will keep loving and leading.
My big message was to just make sure I'm speaking out for those who are silent. I truly do love them and help, especially in a Christian school. They did as Christ did in the Bible and pull back those who shun people and find those who are shunned in order to bring them back.
Thomas says the school claimed he was a danger to the students. The school says Thomas misrepresented some aspects of the situation. They did not elaborate.
Jeopardy is resuming production. Lion Beyond at the podium and the new rough exit of the show's new host. The actress, their roles of Blossom and Big Bang Theory, will be first in a new round of celebrities vying to replace Alex Trebek. She'd already been tasked to host a primetime Jeopardy special with Mike Richards, and signed over to any comments he made in the past.
I think it was probably the easiest choice to begin with because they already have her now. It is stable as the host of the primetime special editions of Jeopardy.
Richards, meanwhile, plans to stay on as executive producer. Bialik is not expected to be named permanent weekday host. The lineup of guest hosts has not yet been revealed.
Coming up, a big problem with one of the world's fastest roller coasters.
Also ahead, can eating a hot dog really take you 5 minutes off your plate?
John Ritter, John Ritter.
John Ritter is such a talent.
Was walking from the same category as like Tom Hanks, just like them. Watching John become successful was not a surprise. And one day he was all set on the set, I just couldn't believe it.
And that was it. I really love him so much to this day.
The superstar, John Ritter.
There was so much.
With evacuations now stepped up, how long will it take to get all Americans and allies out? Plus, look the full FDA approval time in more October. With so much at stake in world news tonight, the Daily New York is the #1 program on television. It was powerful skills in more time.
World news now.
And America this morning.
The best week video.
The breaking news overnight.
Emergency crews called to the town of Surfside.
U.S. airstrikes hitting parties in Iraq and Syria.
The story Steve we were talking about. ABC World News now and America this morning.
Starting actually at Easter.
All-night news.
Giving the credit, it's just doing yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we're doing. Let's go. Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. The What Would You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's Morning America.
Time to check the pulse, and we begin with a life-altering study about hot dogs.
It's life-altering in a bad way. Researchers at University of Michigan claim every frankfurter you eat cuts 45 minutes off your life. So what does that mean for hot dog eating champion Chestnut?
These throw in more than 1,000 hot dogs during food eating competitions, meaning that he cost himself 4 weeks of life. Now, Chestnut himself made fun of the study, tweeting that you may need to eat more nuts to get some time back. Well, guess what? The same study suggested that foods like peanuts can add up to 15 minutes to your life.
That's not for me then. Next, the writer has declared the triumphant return of Colville has formed a fierce debate online.
That's right, she says. While traveling the country, she found many people pitching dairy alternatives. She said people just want to get back to the basics and are realizing the familiar benefits of real dairy.
Now, others sharply disagree, some claiming that 2/3 of adults can't even digest dairy milk. Next to the world's fastest roller coaster, it's on suspension.
That's because at least 6 people have suffered bone fractures after riding it. The coaster, which is in Japan, reaches so-called super death speed, accelerating to 118 miles per hour in less than 2 seconds. Next, Marvel has released the first trailer for the new Spider-Man movie.
Tom Holland returns as Spidey and teams up with Doctor Strange to take on a familiar Oh yeah, that's Alfred Molina reprising his role as Dr. Octopus. Spider-Man No Way Home is due out in December. And finally, a bold fit for the king.
For your dog, Herman, the seller of luxury dog bowl, is actually 2 stainless steel bowls sent out.
The price, $1,140, and it's already sold out.
Hey, babe, these days, what do you need to know?
Seem to change.
What is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
To help you not just get through your day.
What's made the most day? Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
It's 8:30. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
John Ritter.
John Ritter is such a talent.
But it's walking from the kind of the same category as like Tom Hanks, just like them. Watching John become successful was not a surprise. And one day he was all set on the set. I just couldn't get it. And that was it.
I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar. You're so lucky. It's like it's
Fine, you know this. So my question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
I know what happened. What's the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there. She revealed she had murdered his family.
I know in my heart they did this.
It's the time of suspicion, and it's really tough. You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
Checking the top stories, President Biden is renewing his call for more Americans to get vaccinated against COVID after the FDA granted full approval for the Pfizer vaccine. Meanwhile, some emergency rooms in the Houston area have been forced to close so that staffers can be relocated to other facilities to treat even more COVID patients.
President Biden will discuss the crisis in Afghanistan at a virtual G7 summit today. Despite evacuating a record 16,000 people from Kabul in 24 hours, he's under pressure to push back the August 31st troop withdrawal deadline. Taliban is threatening consequences if that deadline is pushed back.
A new report finds hourly wages for fast food workers rose by 10% in recent months, the largest jump in years. Restaurants are boosting wages as the industry faces a severe staffing shortage.
Today's weather in the Northeast is heating up and drying out. Stormy weather across the Great Lakes and upper Midwest later today, and hot across much of the South. Hazy skies in the west.
And finally, the $10,000 tip at a restaurant in Florida.
Okay, that's the story.
The team at Wahoo Seafood Grill in Gainesville, Florida describes it as just a local veteran-owned seafood restaurant doing our best to weather this storm. Business is slower in the summer, typically picking up as the Gators football season gets underway. But The staff got plenty of unexpected action this week during a dinner shift. There were only 10 employees working and only 2 tables had customers. But a matron finished dining with his wife and son, calling all the employees over to thank them for their hustle. Then he left them this, a $10,000 tip on his $144 tab, split evenly between the 10 people working.
Everybody was super grateful and they just kind of taken aback by, some of us recognizing their hard work.
Zach saying that he plans on holding on to the money for a little while, but another employee who also received $1,000 may use hers to help cover healthcare costs for her child who's in the hospital. When the COVID-19 pandemic began last spring, Waffle was forced to temporarily close its doors. The grill's owner, Sean Shepard, saying the local hotspot lost $30,000 worth of food, which makes this week's surprise even more meaningful. Sean, writing on Instagram, we're all blown away by his generosity. The last year and a half haven't been easy on this industry. We're hurting and we're exhausted, but this incredible act of kindness has restored our faith in humanity. That faith in humanity now going viral. The story has been shared more than 2,000 times on Facebook. As for Zach, when asked what he'd like to say to the anonymous tipper, he has just one question. What do you do for a living? The restaurant says by sharing this story, they hope we all feel inspired to do something next for someone today, being the reason someone believes in the goodness of people. Andrew, our work really does pay off. Thanks, Will.
That's what making people American this morning.
Again, on America this morning, emergency rooms shutting down due to the impact of the COVID surge and hospitals scramble to treat their patients. The FDA now giving full approval to Pfizer's vaccine, prompting new vaccine mandates across the country. Plus, the new message from the state of Hawaii to travelers: stay home.
Deadline drama in the race to evacuate Afghanistan hits a new snag. The Taliban issuing new threats, but we're learning on the ground as a White House response to claims that Americans are being stranded.
Breaking overnight, fire breaks out inside a plane in Seattle. Passengers evacuated.
Also this morning, the future in jeopardy, a new decision about the game show's current host. What could be next?
Plus, a big problem for the world's fastest accelerating roller coaster.
And a change in a dairy aisle. Whole milk is making a comeback.
ABC News in New York. This is America This Morning.
Good Tuesday morning, everyone. We begin with the fight against the coronavirus and report that some emergency rooms in the South are now being forced to close.
Right now, more than 95,000 Americans are hospitalized with COVID. This morning, Dr. Anthony Fauci is providing a new estimate on when we could finally get the virus under control.
It comes a day after the FDA granted full approval to Pfizer's vaccine. The move is expected to trigger a wave of new vaccine mandates across the government, corporate America, and school systems. ABC Dan Lieberman has the latest.
This morning, the spike in COVID cases is overwhelming more hospitals in Texas and a healthcare center in the Houston area has closed 3 of its emergency rooms, so the staff of those ERs can be transferred to other hospitals, filling up with COVID patients. This woman found the doors locked when she tried to get help for her daughter's new condition.
This will just help me because, you think people are coming, we need help.
The U.S. is now averaging 137,000 new COVID cases per day. The surge fueled by the Delta variant, infecting unvaccinated people. But Dr. Fauci said the country could get quote control of the virus by spring of next year if vaccination rates improve. We can get through this winter.
And yet, really, the majority of the 90 million people who are not vaccinated. I hope we can start to get some control in the spring of 2022. If we keep lingering without getting those people vaccinated, they should be vaccinated. This thing could linger on, maybe to develop another variant. The FDA Monday gave full approval to the Pfizer vaccine for people 16 and older, finding the vaccine is 91% effective in preventing COVID. Federal authorities looking full approval will reassure some 85 million Americans eligible for the shot are still unvaccinated to get it.
It is a big deal to get the FDA seal approval because the FDA takes its time to really look at safety and effectiveness.
FDA approval also paves the way for more vaccine mandates. Almost immediately after the announcement, President Biden made the shot mandatory for active duty troops, and New York City issued a mandate for school employees without the option for weekly testing instead. Meanwhile, Pfizer's CEO said the company has developed the vaccine that targets the Delta variant, but he said he does not think it will be needed because the current vaccine is so effective. Dan Lieberman, ABC News, New York.
And imagine the spike in COVID cases has prompted Hawaii's governor to urge visitors to stay away. Limited hospital space led the governor to say this is not a good time to travel to the islands. The city of Honolulu suspending all large gatherings for next month.
President Biden has approved a disaster declaration for Tennessee after that deadly flood west of Nashville. Search will resume today for 10 people missing. 21 others are confirmed dead. Survivors are being describing how they escaped the wall of water, which destroyed entire neighborhoods after 17 inches of rain fell in a matter of hours.
Getting already wasted by the time we got from there to traffic. Figure out you got here. We have to highway. You don't expect the disrupt with that floodwater to be found alive. So we're looking for every operation to get this closure, devastations, hard event.
The president's disaster declaration makes federal resources available for the area.
Turning to the crisis in Afghanistan, questions this morning about whether the U.S. military can evacuate tens of thousands of additional citizens and Afghan allies from the country before the August 31st withdrawal deadline, which is 1 week from today. Pressure is growing with the Taliban making threats, calling that deadline a red line. This morning, new security concerns in Kabul. The U.S. military in a deadly gun battle outside of the airport. Pentagon officials saying attackers fired on Afghan security forces, prompting U.S. forces to get involved. An Afghan soldier was killed, and more gunfire was heard overnight. The violence coming as the pace of Americans and Afghans evacuating the country ramps up, but tens of thousands are being left behind. President Biden is suggesting the U.S.-led evacuation effort could run past the August 31st deadline. Congressman Ab Schiff, emerging from a classified briefing last night, said it appears more time will be needed. There are the logistical difficulties of moving people to the airport and the limited number of workarounds. It's hard for me to see that being fully complete by the end of the month. But the Taliban calls August 31st a red line and is warning of consequences if the deadline is extended. We're in touch with the Taliban daily. We're in touch with their allies and partners. We're reviewing our progress in this particular operation, which we feel has been substantial over the past few days, and the president will make his own determination. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki pushing back on a reporter who suggested Americans are being stranded in Afghanistan.
First of all, I think it's irresponsible to say Americans are stranded. They are not.
I heard no Americans stranded is the White House's official position on what's happening in Afghanistan.
I'm just calling you out for stating that we are stranding Americans in Afghanistan. What I said when we have been very clear that we are not leaving Americans who want to return home. We are going to bring them home.
Outside Afghanistan, the U.S. has enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport evacuees. Hundreds of allies fleeing the turmoil have now arrived in Virginia. In the Seattle area, this family of 8 is settling in after fleeing Kabul, where their father was a translator for the U.S.
I did indicate before I did. So that's why I
The evacuation effort will be the subject of today's Group 7 meeting, where Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to urge President Biden to extend the August 31st deadline.
The police officer who shot and killed Ashley Babbitt during the attack on the U.S. Capitol in January has been cleared of any wrongdoing. An internal investigation found the Capitol officer acted lawfully and will not be disciplined. He shot Babbitt as she tried to climb through the broken door. The speaker's lobby, the officer's name is being withheld, and the death threats against him.
suspected on the loose in a case of road rage that left 2 children hurt. Police say a 9-year-old and her 6-month-old brother were hit by shattered glass after another driver tried to merge in front of their parents' car on the highway. Police say their father, who was driving, got upset, and moments later, gunfire erupted.
They had found that location, their location, and the suspect decided to pull a gun, some shooting in the car.
Another possible road rage shooting in Houston claimed the life of a father whose young children then managed to steer and fail the vehicle. Road rage shootings are on the rise nationwide, with more than 700 last year.
The state of New York has a new governor for the first time in 10 years. Kathy Hochul was sworn in at midnight, becoming the state's first female governor in the wake of a local sexual harassment scandal. Hochul delivered a defiant farewell address, maintaining his innocence and calling the investigation that led to his downfall a political firecracker.
Time now for a look at your Tuesday weather. The Caldor fire raging east of Sacramento has produced conditions so toxic that the air quality in the region is now considered the worst in all of North America. That fire has burned more than 100,000 acres across the country, much drier today in the Northeast. Now that hot rain has moved offshore, storms are developing in the upper Midwest with gusty winds and heavy rain are possible later today. Looking at today's high temperatures, hot and muggy in Washington, D.C. with temps hitting 95, 91 in Tampa.
Coming up, the breaking news overnight: a fire on board a plane flying to Seattle. The images coming in.
Also ahead, the huge shortages at the grocery store just back to school shopping.
And later, the new research on hot dogs and your health. John Greer is in town.
He was only from the credits in categories like eggs, just like them. Watching John become successful was not a surprise. And one day he's all set on the set. That is really good.
And how's that?
I really love him so much to this day.
The superstar hurt you. There was so much in his life. All right, here we go. You ready? That's the joke. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we're doing. Let's go. How are you? Watch it Saturdays on ABC News Live. What do you do? Yes, I just found out. The Walk with You 2-hour talk, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
These days, what you need to know.
See the change about everything.
What is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to be the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
It's 1:03. What you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
This is ABC News Live.
My question, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast for free on Apple Podcasts.
Breaking overnight, passengers were forced to evacuate a plane in Seattle when a cell phone burst into flames. Officials say the phone caught fire inside the cargo hold of the Alaska Airlines flight after the plane had landed from New Orleans. Images on social media show the cabin filled with smoke. 128 passengers were on board. Several of them suffered injuries, but all the injuries are described as minor.
Attention shoppers, more stores are having trouble stocking the shelves because of the shortages tied to the pandemic. Shoppers are being urged to buy other brands, other bigger products. It could be next year before the problems are resolved. Here's ABC's Megan Thursday.
This morning, a warning for shoppers, the logistics nightmare that began during the pandemic may be getting worse. Supply chain delays and labor shortages are hitting everything from shipping companies to grocery stores, and the problems could extend from this back-to-school shopping season all the way to the holiday shopping season.
The real challenge comes from how the products are getting to the stores. There aren't enough truck drivers to drive that product to the stores. There's not enough cargo trains that are going to be able to get that cargo to the stores.
At grocery stores, the supply chain disruptions come as demand hits an all-time high. People dining in more and eating out less, just as kids go back to school. Kraft Heinz says its popular Lunchables is seeing double-digit growth for the first time in 5 years. The company saying it's working fast and furiously to get more product into the hands of consumers as soon as possible. One grocery chain is getting so desperate it had to create its own version of Lunchable snacks because shipments were behind.
So many behaviors change during the pandemic, and that's kind of what we're experiencing. There's a lot more confidence in the kitchen.
The Delta variant of the coronavirus has forced some folks overseas to work less than capacity, creating a logjam, meaning shoppers will pay more for a wide range of products and have fewer options. Companies like Adidas, Hasbro, and Crocs are already warning consumers to expect disruptions during holiday shopping this year.
And back to grocery stores, some chains say they will stop having goods to keep their shelves stocked. One company recently said it purchased 50% more items than usual to try and get ahead of the supply chain problems. Andrew, okay.
Megan, thank you. Coming up, the high school coach who said he was forced to resign because he's gay.
Also add for the future that will for Jeffrey after a new decision about his current host.
Because now the school is a full time.
Admit, these days, what you need to know
Seems to change about every day.
what is it that you really want to know, you need to know
To help you not just get through your day,
what to be the ones in it. Feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
It's 23, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live. It's all about you.
John Ritter.
John Greer said to tell me.
Is walking from the kind of same category as LeBron James, just like watching John become successful was not a surprise. That Monday was all set on set. I just couldn't believe it. And that was it.
I really love him so much to this day.
Superstars. You know, so much people do his life. The world news now.
And America this morning.
The best in video.
The breaking news overnight.
Just crews home to the town of Surfside.
U.S. airstrikes hitting targets in Iran and Syria.
The stories people are talking about.
You want to take a ride? And then twist back to the day ahead.
ABC One News Now and America This Morning.
Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern.
Up all night to get you today.
So were you the nanny or were you the girlfriend? I moved in to help with the kids. When we had opportunity, I still slept with him. I chose the nanny. Yeah, the nanny.
Martin McNeil from Burger, his wife.
His army has made it worse. His wife is dead, and his mistress has moved in. He's having tea at his very low with his new best friend, Safe.
Back now with the death of the tallest man in the United States, 38-year-old Igor Rogovitsky, 7 feet 8 inches tall, died of heart disease in Minnesota. He came to the U.S. from Ukraine as a child to be treated for a condition that causes pituitary gland to release too much growth hormone.
And we turn down to a high school coach from Colorado who claims he was forced to resign Because he's gay, the school is now offering its explanation for what happened.
They said I had two options. The first option was to denounce that I was gay.
Inoki Tonga is a Christian, a volleyball coach, and a gay man.
He said, basically, my dreams of marrying another man would have to just stop.
It's his sexuality, he says, that's caused him to lose his job at Belleville Christian High School in Highland Ranch, Colorado. He says he was told by the athletic leadership at Belleville to stop being gay or abandon his role as coach.
I feel like it's a big deal. 27 years of life where I hated myself.
He says he's not angry.
Anger, I learned, especially top of school kids, it's such a valid emotion, but it's useless, worthless.
But some parents are.
I'm very dangerous by it. If it happens to a teacher, I'm afraid that if there's backlash that could go, towards my daughter.
A statement from the school says Hope Fowler became aware of a Facebook post by Coach Inoki that suggested he may not support Fowler's beliefs pertaining to sexuality and marriage. The statement goes on to say that after a conversation with Inoki, he requested a separation from the school. Inoki says, as a coach and as a mentor, he will keep loving and leading.
My big message was to just make sure I'm speaking up for those who are silent. I truly do love them now, especially at the Christian school. They did as Christ did in the Bible and left those who shut people and let those who were shut in order to bring them back.
Thomas says the school claimed he was a danger to the students. The school says Thomas misrepresented some aspects of the situation. They did not elaborate.
Jeopardy is resuming production of Liar Beyond at the podium after the abrupt exit of the show's crew host. The actress, known for her roles on Blossom and Big Bang Theory, will be first in a new round of celebrities vying to replace Alex Trebek. She already been tapped to host primetime Jeopardy specials with Mike Richards, resigned over tweeting comments he made in the past.
I think it was probably the easiest choice to begin with because they already have her now in the stable as the host of the primetime special editions of Jeopardy.
Richards, meanwhile, plans to stay on as executive producer. Beyond is not expected to be named permanent weekday host. The lineup of guest hosts has not yet been revealed.
Coming up, a big problem with one of the world's fastest roller coasters.
Also ahead, can eating a hot dog really take 35 minutes off your life?
John Greer said to tell me.
What is all came from the kind of same category as like and it's just like them. Watching John become successful is not a surprise. Then one day he's sick on the set. I just couldn't believe it.
And that was it. I really love him so much to this day.
He's superstar. He was so much beauty. And his wife was so intense. Tonight, with evacuations now stepped up, how long will it take to get all Americans and allies out? Plus, the full FDA approval and more on hope. With so much at stake, World News Time updated your release on program on television. It's now students at one time. This is ABC News Live.
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
What fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there. She revealed Chad murdered his family. I know in my heart they did this. It's the time of suspicion, and it's really tough. You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan, wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's Good Morning America. Time to check for pulse, and we begin with a life-altering study about hot dogs.
It's like altering your back, right? Researchers at University of Michigan claim every frankfurter you eat cuts 45 minutes off your life. So what does that mean for hot dog eating champ Joey Chestnut?
He's throwing more than 1,000 hot dogs during food eating competitions, meaning that he's cost himself 4 weeks of life. Chestnut himself made fun of the study, tweeting that you made me pee or nuts to get full time back. Well, guess what? The same study suggested that foods like peanuts can add up to 15 minutes to your life.
That is up for me, man. Next, the writer who has declared the triumphant return of polio has sparked a fierce debate online.
That's right, she said. While traveling the country, she found many people ditching dairy alternatives. She said people just want to get back to the basics and are realizing the familiar benefits of real dairy.
Now, others sharply disagree, with some claiming that 2/3 of adults can't even digest dairy milk. Next, the world's fastest roller coaster is on suspension.
That's because at least 6 people have suffered bone fractures after riding it. The coaster, which is in Japan, reaches so-called super jet speed, accelerating to 118 miles per hour in less than 2 seconds. Next, Marvel has released the first trailer for the new Spider-Man movie.
Now, Holland returns as Spidey and teams up with Doctor Strange to take on a familiar villain.
You have a traditive life. Longer you do it, the more dangerous it becomes.
Oh yeah, that's Alfred Molina reprising his role as Dr. Octopus. Spider-Man No Way Home is due out in December. And finally, a bold fit for a king.
Or your dog. Herman is selling a luxury dog bowl. It's actually 2 stainless steel bowls set up.
The price, $1,140, and it's already sold out.
John Ritter.
John Ritter said to tell me.
Was on finding the kind of same category as it's just like watching John become successful is not a surprise. Then one day he's all sitting on the set. I just couldn't play it. And how's it?
I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar. You know, so much beauty in his life is
Admit it. These days, what you need to know.
seem to change about everything.
What is it that you really want to know that you need to know?
Then you not just get through your day.
But to make the most of it, you're smarter,
Feel better.
you're happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TNA 3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
Try yours. It's ABC News Live.
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
Coming from you ready? That's the show. Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs right now. This is what we're here. Let's go. Watching Saturdays on ABC News Live. I guess I'm just going to do What Will You Do Marathon, 12 to 6 Eastern, every Saturday on ABC News Live.
Checking the top stories, President Biden is renewing his call for more Americans to get vaccinated against COVID after the FDA granted full approval for the Pfizer vaccine. Meanwhile, emergency rooms in the Houston area have been forced to close so that staffers can be relocated to other facilities, treating even more COVID patients.
President Biden will discuss the crisis in Afghanistan at a virtual G7 summit today. Despite evacuating a record 16,000 people for almost 24 hours, he's under pressure to push back the August 31st troop withdrawal deadline. Taliban is threatening consequences if that deadline is pushed back.
A new report finds hourly wages for fast food workers rose by 10% in recent months. the largest jump in years. Restaurants are boosting wages as the industry faces a severe staffing shortage.
Today's weather in the Northeast is heating up and drying out. Stormy weather across the Great Lakes and upper Midwest later today, and hot across much of the South. Hazy skies in the west.
And finally, the $10,000 tip at a restaurant in Florida.
No hands is the story.
The team at Wahoo Seafood Grill in Kingsville, Florida describes it as just a local veteran-owned seafood restaurant doing our best to weather this storm. Business is slower in the summer, typically picking up as the Gators football season gets underway. But the staff got plenty of unexpected action this week during a dinner shift. There were only 10 employees working and only 2 tables had customers. But a patron finished dining with his wife and son, calling all the employees over to thank them for their hustle. Then he left them this, a $10,000 tip on his $144 tab, split evenly between the 10 people working.
Everybody was super grateful, and they just kind of taken aback by it. Someone's recognizing their hard work.
Zach saying that he plans on holding on to the money for a little while, but another employee who also received $1,000 may use hers to help cover healthcare costs for her child who's in the hospital. When the COVID-19 pandemic began last spring, Wahoo was forced to temporarily close its doors. The grill's owner, Sean Shepard, saying the local hotspot lost $30,000 worth of food, which makes this week's surprise even more meaningful. Sean, writing on Instagram, we're all blown away by his generosity. The last year and a half haven't been easy on this industry. We're hurting and we're exhausted, but this incredible act of kindness has restored our faith in humanity. That faith in humanity now going viral. The story has been shared more than 2,000 times on Facebook. As for Zach, when asked what he'd like to say to the anonymous tipper, he has just one question. What do you do for a living? The restaurant says by sharing this story, we all feel inspired to do something nice for someone today, being the reason someone believes in the goodness of people. Andrew, our work really does pay off next one.
I'm thinking news in America this morning.
Right now on America this morning, emergency rooms shutting down the impact of the COVID surge as hospitals scramble to treat their patients. The FDA now even full of approved Pfizer's vaccine, prompting new vaccine mandates across the country. Plus, the new message from the state of Hawaii to travelers: stay home.
Deadline drama, the race to evacuate Afghanistan hits a new snag. The Taliban issuing new threats. We're learning on the ground as the White House response to claims that Americans are being stranded.
Breaking overnight, fire breaks out inside a plane in Seattle. Passengers evacuated.
Also this morning, the future in jeopardy, a new decision about the game show's current host. What could be next?
Plus, a big drop off the world's fastest accelerated roller coaster.
And a change in the dairy aisle, where whole milk is making a comeback.
ABC News in New York. This is America This Morning.
Good Tuesday morning, everyone. We begin with the fight against the coronavirus and reports that some emergency rooms in the South are now being forced to close.
Right now, more than 95,000 Americans are hospitalized with COVID. This morning, Dr. Anthony Fauci is providing a new estimate on when we could finally get the virus under control.
It comes a day after the FDA granted full approval to Pfizer's vaccine. The move is expected to trigger a wave of new vaccine mandates across the government, corporate America, and school systems. ABC's Anthony Worker has the latest.
This morning, the spike in COVID cases is overwhelming more hospitals in Texas, and the healthcare system in the Houston area has closed 3 of its emergency rooms, so the staff of those ERs can be transferred to other hospitals, filling up with COVID patients. This woman found the doors locked when she tried to get help for her daughter's ear condition.
This will just happen because people are coming, we need help from schools are home.
The U.S. is now averaging 137,000 new COVID cases per day, the surge fueled by the Delta variant, infecting unvaccinated people. But Dr. Anthony Fauci says the country could get, quote, good control of the virus by spring of next year if vaccination rates improve.
We can get through this winter and get rid of the majority of the 90 million people who are not vaccinated. I hope we can start to get this under control in the spring of 2022. information lingering without getting those people vaccinated that should be vaccinated. This thing could linger on, mediate to the development of another variant. The FDA Monday gave full approvals to Pfizer vaccine for people 16 and older, finding the vaccine is 91% effective in preventing COVID. Federal authorities believe full approval will reassure some 85 million Americans eligible for the shot who are still unvaccinated to get it.
But it is a big deal to get the FDA seal of approval because the FDA takes its time to really look at safety and effectiveness.
FDA approval also paves the way for more vaccine mandates. Almost immediately after the announcement, President Biden made the shot mandatory for active duty troops, and New York City issued a mandate for school employees without the option for weekly testing instead. Meanwhile, the Pfizer CEO says the company is developing a vaccine that targets the Delta variant. But he said it is not medically needed because the current vaccine is so effective. Dan Lieberman, ABC News, New York.
And a spike in COVID cases has prompted Alliance governor to urge visitors to stay away. In a hospital space, led the governor to say this is not a good time to travel to the islands. The city of Honolulu is suspending all large gatherings for next month.
President Biden has approved a disaster declaration for Tennessee after that deadly flood west of Nashville. The search will resume today with 10 people missing. 21 others are confirmed dead. Survivors are being describing how they escaped a wall of water, which destroyed entire neighborhoods after 17 inches of rain fell in a matter of hours.
It already was straight by the time we went from there to traffic. We don't expect the response to that floodwater will be found alive. So we are looking for every operations to get maintenance closure, devastations, out of that.
The president's disaster declaration makes federal resources available for the area.
Turning to the crisis in Afghanistan, questions this morning about whether the U.S. military can evacuate tens of thousands of additional citizens and Afghan allies from the country before the August 31st withdrawal deadline, which is 1 week from today. Pressure is growing with the Taliban making threats over that deadline a red line. This morning, new security concerns in Kabul. The U.S. military in a deadly gun battle outside of the airport. Pentagon officials saying attackers fired on Afghan security forces, prompting U.S. forces to get involved. An Afghan soldier was killed, and more gunfire was heard overnight. The violence coming as the pace of Americans and Afghans evacuating the country ramps up, but tens of thousands remain left behind. President Biden is suggesting the U.S.-led evacuation effort could run past the August 31st deadline. Congressman Adam Schiff, emerging from a classified briefing last night, said it appears more time will be needed.
One of the logistical difficulties of moving people to the airport and the limited number of workarounds, it's hard for me to see that they were close to the
But the Taliban calls August 31st a red line and is warning of consequences if the deadline is extended.
We're in touch with the Taliban daily. We're in touch with our allies and partners, reviewing our progress in this particular operation, which we feel has been substantial over the past few days, and addressing the changes in information.
White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki pushing back on a reporter suggesting Americans are being stranded in Afghanistan.
First of all, I think it's irresponsible to say Americans are stranded. They are not.
There are no Americans stranded is the White House's official position on what's happening in Afghanistan.
I'm just calling you out for stating that we are stranding Americans in Afghanistan when we have been very clear that we are not leaving Americans who want to return home. We are going to bring them home.
Outside Afghanistan, the U.S. has enlisted a fleet of commercial jets to transport evacuees. Hundreds of allies fleeing the turmoil have now arrived in Virginia. And in the Seattle area, this family of 8 is settling in after fleeing Kabul, where their father was a translator for the U.S.
I did educate people so that's why
the evacuation effort will be the subject of today's Group Senate meeting. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson is expected to urge President Biden to extend the August 31st deadline.
The police officer who shot and killed Ashley Mather during the attack on the U.S. Capitol in January has been cleared of any wrongdoing. An internal investigation found the Capitol officer acted lawfully and will not be disciplined. He shot Mather as she tried to climb through the broken door. The speaker is lobbying. The officer's name is being withheld due to death threats against him.
In Texas, a suspect is on the loose in a case of road rage that left 2 children hurt. Police say a 9-year-old and her 6-month-old brother were hit by shattered glass after another driver tried to merge in front of their parents' car on the highway. Police say their father was driving got upset, and moments later, gunfire erupted.
They had gone at home location, verbal location, and the something decided to roll again this opportunity to get the call.
Another possible road rage shooting in Houston claimed the life of a father whose young children had managed to steer the family vehicle. Road rage shootings are on the rise nationwide, with more than 700 last year.
The state of New York has a new governor for the first time in 10 years. Kathy Hochul was sworn in at midnight, becoming the state's first female governor in the wake of an homosexual harassment scandal. Hochul delivered a defiant farewell address, maintaining his innocence and calling the investigation that led to his downfall a political firecracker.
Time now for a look at your Tuesday weather. The Caldor fire raging east of Sacramento has produced conditions so toxic that the air quality in the region is now considered the worst in all of North America. That fire had burned more than 100,000 acres across the country, much drier today in the Northeast. Now that Monterey has moved offshore, storms are developing in the upper Midwest where gusty winds and heavy rain are possible later today. Looking at today's high temperatures, Bogey, Washington, D.C., temps hitting 95, 91 in Tampa.
Coming up, the breaking news overnight: a fire on board a plane flying to Seattle. The images coming in.
Also ahead, new shortages and grocery stores just like back to school shopping.
And later, the new research on hot dogs and more health.
John Ritter.
John Ritter is such a talent.
He was walking from the kind of same category as like eggs, just like them. Watching John become successful is not a surprise. And one day he's fall sick on the set. I just couldn't believe it.
And how's it?
I really love him so much to this day.
He's superstar.
There was so much beauty in his life.
Infinite. These days, what you need to know.
Seems to change about every day.
What is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But to make the most of it. Feel smarter.
feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
It's really 30 what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
I never had a regular fascination with criminal trials. Figure out what's really out there.
She revealed she had murdered his family.
Hang on, my heart, they did this. It's the time of suspicion. It's really tough.
You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it. This is ABC News Live.
So my question is, Mr. President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
The world may feel out of your control, but your happiness doesn't have to be. Learn the secrets to happiness. Listen to the 10% Happier podcast, free on Apple Podcasts.
Breaking overnight, passengers were forced to evacuate a plane in Seattle when a cell phone burst into flames. Officials say the phone caught fire inside the cargo hold of the Alaska Airlines flight after the plane had landed from New Orleans. Images on social media show the cabin filled with smoke. 128 passengers were on board. Several of them suffered injuries, but all the injuries are described as minor.
Attention shoppers, more stores are having trouble stocking the shelves because of the shortages tied to the pandemic. Shoppers are being urged to buy other brands, other bigger products. It could be next year before the problems are resolved. Here's ABC's Megan Terrazia.
This morning, a warning for shoppers. The logistics nightmare that began during the pandemic may be getting worse. Supply chain delays and labor shortages are hitting everything from shipping companies to grocery stores. And the problems could extend from this back-to-school shopping season all the way to the holiday shopping season.
The real challenge comes from how the products are getting to the stores. There aren't enough truck drivers to drive that product to the stores. There's not enough cargo trains that are going to be able to get that cargo to the stores.
At grocery stores, the supply chain disruptions come and demand hits an all-time high, with people dining in or eating out less, just as kids go back to school. Kraft Heinz says its popular vegetables exceeded double-digit growth for the first time in 5 years. The company saying it's working fast and furiously to get more product into the hands of consumers as soon as possible. One grocery chain is getting so desperate it had to create its own version of lunchable snacks because shipments were behind.
So there will be change during the pandemic, and that's kind of what we're experiencing. There's a lot more happening in the kitchen.
The Delta variant of the coronavirus has forced some foods overseas to work less than capacity, creating a logjam, meaning shoppers will pay more for a wide range of products and have fewer options. Companies like Adidas, Hasbro, and Crocs are already warning consumers to expect disruptions during holiday shopping this year.
And back to grocery stores, some chains say they are stockpiling goods to keep their shelves stocked. One company recently said it purchased 50% more items than usual to try and get ahead of the supply chain problems. Enter Booker.
Megan, thank you. Coming up, the high school coach who says he was forced to resign because he's gay.
Also add the future that will for Jeopardy after a new decision about its current host. So were you the nanny or were you the girlfriend? I moved in to help with the kids. When we had an opportunity, I still slept with him. He chose the nanny. Yeah, the nanny.
Martin McNeil murdered his wife.
He already has in-laws. His wife is dead, and his mistress has moved in. He's having tea at his very moment with his new best friend. Say,
Hey, babe. These days, what do you need to know?
Seems to change just about every day.
what is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
To help you not just get through your day,
But today we want to feel smarter,
feel better.
feel happier.
Well, how about a third hour of Good Morning America?
TNA3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
John Ritter, John Ritter.
John Ritter is such a talent.
He was walking from the kind of same category as like Tom Hanks, just like them. Watching John become successful was not a surprise. And one day he falls sick on the set. I just couldn't get it. And that was it.
I really love him so much to this day.
He's superstar, John Ritter. There was so much pain in his life. It's like 10 minutes ago. See. I can do it all tonight. We made it through another week together.
Which are all ambitions are shared love to Americans.
David, we're showing our love and support for all the ICU staff.
Back now with the death of the tallest man in the United States, 38-year-old Igor Lokovinsky, 7 feet 8 inches tall, died of heart disease in Minnesota. He came to the U.S. from Ukraine as a child to be treated for a condition that causes the pituitary gland to release too much growth hormone.
And it turned out to a high school coach from Colorado who claims he was forced to resign because he was gay. The school is now offering its explanation for what happened.
Makes that has two options. The first option was to, was to announce that I was gay.
Inoki Tonga is a Christian volleyball coach and a gay man.
I said, basically, my dreams of marrying another man would have to just stop.
It's his sexuality says that's caused him to lose his job at Belleville Christian High School in Highland Ranch, Colorado. He says he was told by the athletic leadership at Belleville to stop being gay or abandon his role as coach.
I know I need to reconsider. 27 years of life where I hated myself.
He says he's not angry.
Anger, I'm especially talk to some kids. It's such a valid emotion, but it's useless, worthless.
But some parents are.
As a parent, I'm very beaten by it. And if it happens to a teacher, I'm afraid that if there's backlash, then go, talk to my daughter.
A statement from the school says Colt Fowler became aware of a Facebook post by Coach Inoki that suggested he may not support Fowler's beliefs pertaining to sexuality and marriage. The statement goes on to say that after a conversation with Inoki, he requested a separation from the school. Inoki says as a coach and as a mentor, he will keep loving and leading.
My main message was to just make sure I'm speaking up for those who are silent. I truly do love that at home, especially at the Christian school. They did as Christ did in the Bible. Love those who shut people, find those who were shut in order to bring them back.
Tonga says the school claimed he was a danger to the students. The school says Tonga misrepresented some aspects of the situation. They did not cooperate.
Jetler is resuming production of Lion Reality at the podium and with the abrupt exit of the show's new host. The actress, known for her roles on Lost of the Big Bang Theory, will be first in a new round of celebrities vying to replace Alex Trebek. She'd already been tapped to host primetime Jeopardy specials with Mike Richards. That sounded like over 28 comments he made in the past.
I think it was probably the easiest choice to begin with because they already have her now in the stable as the host of the primetime special editions of Jeopardy.
Richards, meanwhile, plans to stay on as executive producer. Bialik is not expected to be named permanent weekday host. The lineup of guest hosts has not yet been revealed.
Coming up, a big problem with one of the world's fastest roller coasters.
Also ahead, can eating a hot dog really take 35 minutes off your life?
John Greer is such a talent.
It's a category that's like, oh, hey, it's just like watching John become successful is not a surprise. And one day he was all set on the set, they just couldn't believe it.
And that was it. I really love him so much to this day.
Superstar Joe. There was so much beauty. And his life was going to be 10 months from the evacuations now stepped up. How long will it take to get all the Americans plus the full FDA approval? With so much at stake, world news tonight, and the whole program on television. It's powerful stories of all time.
World news now.
In America this morning,
The best in getting out to the
breaking news overnight.
emergency crews called to the town of Surfside.
U.S. airstrikes hit targets in Iraq and Syria.
The stories people are talking about.
Watching the night. And what to expect in the day ahead.
ABC World News now and America this morning.
Starting at 2 a.m. Eastern.
Up all night to give you today.
Here we go, right? Yes, it's the show America wants and America needs. So right now, this is what we're going to do. Let's go. I'm ready to watch Saturdays on ABC Live. Marathon, 12 to 6
every Saturday on ABC News Live.
Robbie Roberts, George Stephanopoulos, Michael Strahan wake up with America's #1 most watched morning show, ABC's Morning America.
Time to check the pulse, and we begin with a life-altering study about hot dogs.
It's life-altering in a bad way. Researchers at the University of Michigan claim every frankfurter you eat cuts 45 minutes off your life. So, what does that mean for hot dog eating champ Joey Chestnut?
He's throwing more than 1,000 hot dogs during food eating competitions, meaning that he cost himself 4 weeks of life. Chestnut himself made fun of the study, tweeting that he may need to eat more nuts to get some time back. Well, guess what? The same study suggested that foods like peanuts can add up to 15 minutes to your life.
Time's up for me then. Next, the writer who has declared the triumphant return of home milk has formed a fierce debate online.
That's right, she said. Well, probably the country, she found many people ditching dairy alternatives. She says people just want to get back to the basics and are realizing the familiar benefits of real dairy.
Others sharply disagree, with some claiming that 2/3 of adults can't even digest dairy milk. Next, the world's fastest roller coaster is on suspension.
That's because at least 6 people have suffered double fractures after riding it. The coaster, which is in Japan, reaches so-called super net speed, accelerating to 118 miles per hour in less than 2 seconds. Next, Marvel has released the first trailer for the new Spider-Man movie.
While Mullen returns as Spidey and teams up with Doctor Strange to take on a familiar villain.
Longer you do it, the more dangerous it becomes.
Oh yeah, that's Alfred Molina trying to get raw as Dr. Octopus. Spider-Man filming Homes due out in December. And finally, a bowl fit for the king.
For your dog, Hermes is selling a luxury dog bowl. It's actually 2 stainless steel bowls set up.
The price, $1,140, and it's already sold out.
And these days, what you need to know.
Seem to change is not everything.
What is it that you really want to know? You need to know.
They'll do not just get through the day.
What's make it one day?
Feel smarter.
Feel better.
Feel happier.
Well, now on the 3rd hour of Good Morning America.
TNA3, what you need to know. Now streaming on ABC News Live.
It's all about you.
John Ritter
John Greer is such a talent.
was walking from the kind of same category as a mom, and it's just like them. Watching John become successful was not a surprise. And one day he was all sick on the set. I just couldn't believe it. And that was it.
I really love him so much to this day.
He's super star. There was so much to his life.
So my question is, President, what are you so afraid of?
Right here.
You're watching ABC News Live. Thanks for streaming with us.
I never had that right over them. Why the fascination with criminal trials? Figure out what's really out there. Shit, or his family. Thank God my heart they did this. It's the time of suspicion. It's really tough. You don't know when the truth is going to be difficult to find. Unless you try to find it.
Checking the top stories, President Biden is renewing his call for more Americans to get vaccinated against COVID after the FDA granted full approval for the Pfizer vaccine. Meanwhile, some emergency rooms in the Houston area have been forced to close so that staffers can be relocated to other facilities, treating even more COVID patients.
President Biden will discuss the crisis in Afghanistan at a virtual G7 summit today.
Despite evacuating a record 16,000 people from Kabul in 24 hours, he's under pressure to push back the August 31st troop withdrawal deadline. Taliban is threatening consequences if that deadline is pushed back.
A new report finds hourly wages for fast food workers rose by 10% in recent months, the largest jump in years. Restaurants are boosting wages as the industry faces a severe staffing shortage.
Today's weather in the Northeast is heating up and drying out. Stormy weather across the Great Lakes and upper Midwest later today, and hot across much of the South. Hazy skies west.
And finally, the $10,000 tip at a restaurant in Florida.
Okay, it's the story.
The team at Wahoo Seafood Grill in Gainesville, Florida describes it as just a local veteran-owned seafood restaurant doing our best to weather this storm. Business is slower in the summer, typically picking up as the Gators football season gets underway. But the staff got plenty of unexpected action this week during a dinner shift. There were only 10 employees working and only 2 tables had customers. But a patron finished dining with his wife and son, calling all the employees over to thank them for their hustle. Then he left them this, a $10,000 tip on his $144 tab, split evenly between the 10 people working.
Everybody was super grateful, and they just kind of taken aback by, someone's recognizing their hard work.
Zach saying that he plans on holding on to the money for a little while, but another employee who also received $1,000 may use hers to help cover healthcare costs for her child who's in the hospital. When the COVID-19 pandemic began last spring, Wahoo was forced to temporarily close its doors. The grill's owner, Sean Shepard, saying the local hotspot lost $30,000 worth of food, which makes this week's surprise even more meaningful. Sean, writing on Instagram, we're all blown away by his generosity. The last year and a half haven't been easy on this industry. We're hurting and we're exhausted, but this incredible act of kindness has restored our faith in humanity. That faith in humanity now going viral. The story has been shared more than 2,000 times on Facebook. As for Zach, when asked what he'd like to say to the anonymous tipper, he has just one question. What do you do for a living? The restaurant says
Yeah.
the overwhelming majority of the 90 million people who have not been vaccinated, I hope we can start to get some good control in the spring of 2022. If we keep lingering without getting those people vaccinated that should be vaccinated, this thing could linger on, leading to the development of another variant.
The FDA Monday gave full approval to the Pfizer vaccine for people 16 and older. Pfizer vaccine is 91% in preventing COVID. Federal authorities with full approval will reassure some 85 million Americans eligible for the shot who are still unvaccinated to get it.
It is a big deal to get the
야! 야!
The FDA takes its time to really
그거 뭐야?
safety and effect.
그거 뭐냐고! 안 돼! 안 돼!
For more vaccine mandates.
오, 정말.
President Biden gave the shot mandatory for active duty troops. And he looks
할 때도 못해, 할 때도! 기술을 못 참고. 그냥! 그러지 마!
The company is developing a vaccine that targets the Delta variant, but he said it's not that it will be needed. The current vaccine is so effective. In the Britain, ABC News.
야! 나오라고!
President Biden has approved the disaster declaration for Tennessee after that deadly flying blast.
거기 발사할 일이 아니에요.
10 people missing, 21 others are confirmed dead. Survivors are being
발사도 그만해.
describing how they survived water, which is the rain fell in a matter of hours.
There's already one state, other families have from there. The traffic. We don't expect that those that were swept away by floodwater would be found alive. So we're looking for recovery operations to get families closure. The devastation is hard to fathom.
The president's disaster declaration makes federal resources available for the area.
Turning to the crisis in Afghanistan, it's questioned this morning about whether the U.S. military can evacuate tens of thousands of additional citizens and Afghan allies from the country before August 31st. The military can evacuate tens of thousands of additional citizens and Afghan allies from the country before the August 31st withdrawal deadline.
Take a seat.
오늘의 소개했습니다. 부동산 불법 거래 의혹이 있는 걸로 나타난 국민의힘 의원 12명 가운데 6명이 국민의힘이 탈당을 거부하거나 대면 조치하고 있습니다. 민주당보다 더 강한 조치를 공언했던 것과 달리 무늬만 징계라는 비판입니다. 탈북 5만시가 지나가고 있는 한국혁신회가 나타났습니다. 각 지역별 수학을 부산대가 조국현 장관에 따른 공익지의 의학전문대학원 입학을 취소하기로 했습니다. 이에 따라 의사 연수 취소될 것으로 보이는 가운데 고려대도 입학 취소를 논의하고 있습니다. 잠시 후에 뵙겠습니다. 다리가 안 보이니까 치매 있으니까 다리가 아파서 비켜겠는데 다리네
수납하는 정맥력을 치료해줄게요. 떠나면 달라요. 네, 시작.
왜 이래?
유튜브를 시작합니다. 국민의힘이 부동산 투기 의혹이 한국인권 12명의 명단을 보도했습니다. 이 권익위원회가 조사 결과를 내놓은 지 하루 만입니다. 명단에는 당 대선주자인 윤희숙 의원이 들어가 있습니다. 이뿐 말이 아닙니다. 윤석열 전 총장 탈퇴에서 복귀한 최고위원은 박범영도 포함됐습니다. 반대 경선을 앞두고 있는 시점입니다. 해당 문제를 보겠습니다. 그것이 강의입니다.
저는 김태우입니다. 국민이 이기는 국가가 나라를 위해 전하는 걱정을 알고 살고 있습니다. 나는 17년 역사를 공부하고 있는 이것도 오늘은 아니면 틀린 사람이 다른 사람이 무슨 일단 주민원은 국민 국가를 살고 필요없다는 입장을 가졌습니다. 지난 6월 권익위 민주당 의원 수산 소리기사 결과에 원장은 무죄라고 안정기 의원도 너무 배우자가 선한 영웅이 힘을 분류했다는 의혹입니다. 아니면은 손을 갖다 운영하고 있다면 대통령 영웅식하게 아니면은 윤석열 캠프의 윤석열 캠프 관계자가 가동했습니다. 정성기관을 앞두고 사륙이 불가피한 상황입니다. 안정기, 신무경, 정차진, 최의원은 지금 실제 노동했습니다. 권익위원 신고한 국민의힘을 공약을 공개하는 것을 정리했습니다. 영입심판과 농지법 위반 의혹들입니다. 의원들은 별도 입장권을 통해서 모두가 전해주셨습니다. HBC 부분은 신상 관련 의혹이 처음 알려진 영입 스마트폰 의사를 포함했습니다. 필요한 기관에서 가상 수치를 제출해 재산도 100만 원의 받아들이는 의혹과 부모와 공동으로 소유한 현재 풍경예술장 인근 농지 수장 등의 이유가 있습니다. 장의원은 2차 조력업체가 소유로 상업투자를 판단한 것이라고 했고 이 의원은 희생이 원상복구됐다고 해명했습니다. JTBC 강연입니다.
국민의힘은 의혹이 제기된 12명 가운데 절반은 자체적으로 문제가 없다는 판단을 내렸습니다. 나머지 5명은 탈당을 요구했는데 강제성이 없습니다. 3명 차분을 가는 비례대표 의원도 의원직은 유지할 수 있습니다. 수사 의뢰까지 했는데 당 스스로 연재부를 줬다는 비판이 나왔습니다. 최수영입니다.
권익위는 의혹이 제기된 국민의힘 의원 12명과 관련해 정부 합동 특별 수사본부에 수사를 의뢰했습니다. 그러나 국민의힘 12명 의원이 절반은 수명이 완료됐다고 주장했습니다. 수사 의뢰를 시간에 대해 의원들의 해명을 들어 자체적으로 문제가 없다는 판단을 내렸습니다.
본인 분야도 아니고 본인이 행위에 개입한 거가 전혀 없는 것으로 판단되었습니다.
나머지 5명 강기훈, 이수산, 결국 강찬은 홍준식 의원에게 탈당 요구를 했습니다.
만장일치로 탈당과 함께 수사에 적극적인 것을 요구가 기검하였습니다.
하지만 탈당 요구에 강제성이 없습니다. 의원이 보고할 경우 탈당을 강제할 수단이 없습니다. 나머지 한국형 비례의원은 의견을 내놓습니다. 비례의원의 경우 자진 탈당하면 의원직을 비우지만 의원의 경우 그 스스로 의원직을 유지할 수 있습니다. 앞서 이준석 대표는 민주당보다 공동 승진제를 내놓습니다.
그것을 포함해서 저희가 대세를 마련해서 저희가 민주당보다 더 강하게 결정했습니다.
결국 국방만 있는 게 그쳤다는 비판이 나왔습니다. 이에 대해 국민의힘은 지도부가 해당 의원들에게 각각 해결을 설득해 방식이고 권익위의 원본전을 그대로 소개하고 당국 제도를 했다는 입장입니다. 이준석 대표는 중개 절차와 관련해 중개윤리위를 조속히 구성하겠다고 선언했습니다. 윤리위에서 탈당 조치를 결정하고 수비리그에 탈당하지 않으면 자동으로 결정됩니다. 그러나 이 대표는 윤리위 구성 시점과 추가 중개 논의에 대해서 진작을 했습니다. 해당 의원들은 권익위 조사 자체가 확실하다며 시험 맞추기 결과라고 판단했습니다. JTBC
더불어민주당 역시 징계 절차에 소극적이라는 비판을 받습니다. 소속 의원 12명에게 탈당 권유를 했지만 이 가운데 10명은 2달이 지나도록 당을 떠나지 않습니다. 이정입니다.
더불어민주당은 지난 6월 국민권익위원회 조사 결과가 나온 직후 의혹이 제기된 의원 12명에게 자진 탈당을 했습니다.
국민들이 민주당의 국가에서 늘어나고 있고 그래서 민주에 대한 혁신을 위한 불가피한 정책이라는 말씀을 드리겠습니다.
민주당은 큰 뜻을 위한 결단이었음을 강조하며 정당 역사상 가장 훌륭한 뜻이다. 대신 국민의힘도 조사를 받으라고 요청했습니다.
이제는 야당 차례입니다. 어느 중에서 민주당 의원들 조사를 해서 오늘 많이 찾아내면 우리도 기꺼이 조사하겠다.
결국 국민의힘에서도 비슷한 눈길이 붉어지자 민주당은 오늘 아침에 압박을 진행했습니다.
그동안 민주당은 내년을 비판해온 국민의 힘이야말로 내로남부의 정석이야 이중 자체의 표본이 아닐 수 없습니다.
그러나 국민의힘이 오후에 징계 결과를 내놓자 신속한 결정과 조치를 진행하며 곧바로 실수했다. 세부 면제부 비판을 받는 국민의힘과 마찬가지로 민주당 역시 징계 절차를 미루고 있다는 점을 의식한 걸로 보입니다. 실제 탈당 권유를 받은 민주당 의원 12명 중 10명은 당을 떠나지 않았습니다. 5명이 탈당을 거부했지만 지도부는 징계위원회를 열지 않았고 나머지 5명인의 탈당에는 아직 처리되지 않았습니다. 당을 나간 이메리트 2명은 대면 방식으로 의원직을 유지해 형식했습니다. 민주당은 남은 10명과 관련해 경찰 수사 결과를 모두 지켜본 뒤 일괄 처리하겠다. 이중 의상 의원은 공소시효가 끝나 경찰 결재를 접수했고 문제가 수용사 의원은 경찰 수사에서 부당 판단을 받습니다. JTBC
태풍 오마이스가 어젯밤 경남 고성군에 상륙해 오늘 새벽 경북 포항으로 빠져나갔습니다. 많은 비를 동반하며 내륙을 관통해 경남 경북 지역에서 침수 피해가 발생했습니다. 말씀드립니다.
태풍이 근접한 어젯밤 11시쯤 경남 아래로 앞바다입니다. 태풍과 지면의 높이가 똑같습니다. 태풍이 몰고 북부에 많이까지 접근해서 수위가 2m가량 올라갑니다.
근데 아무래도 그래요. 밤에 딴거 없다고 이제 멍나하게 되는 거 내가 막 하도 쓸거 아니고 많은 사람들이 나와가지고 바깥에서 전부 다 지키고 있거든요.
거꾸로도 빗물이 빨려들어갑니다. 지하 주차장은 순식간에 물바다로 변했습니다.
오늘 연락해요 뭐 오래전이야 뭐 이렇게 하고
태풍이 상륙한 고성군에서 물나물에 물태풍의 불행이 시도했습니다. 시내에서는 바퀴가 장식적으로 머리에 물이 맞습니다. 경남 창원의 한 축제가에서 물을 걷었습니다. 일상이 고속해졌고 현장이 시작됐습니다. 차량 내부는 속도와 방어적으로 가득차 있습니다. 지난 2016년 청와대 큰 피해를 입었던 울산 청와시장은 또 잠겼습니다. 밤사이 시간당 81mm의 수출호가 쏟아지자 저지대인 청와시장에 보인 겁니다. 차들이 움직일 때마다 여덟여덟의 물결이 만들어집니다. 하지마! 복구 작업을 한 상인들은 밤을 지켰습니다.
네.
경기 포항에서도 해과 상가, 수료급이 침수피해를 입고 모두 복구를 하게 됐습니다. 주동도에서 택시로 물때던 제3명이 구출이 됐습니다. JTBC 제공입니다.
태풍은 여수를 비롯해 전남 지역에도 피해를 남겼습니다. 거리 곳곳이 빗물에 잠기며 침수 피해가 잇따랐습니다. 전국에는 오늘 오전에 많은 비가 쏟아져 피해가 이어졌습니다. 태풍은 지나갔지만 이번 주말까지 비 소식이 잦습니다. 영진영 기자.
그 뒤쪽에 호우가 물바다로 변했습니다. 지역사는 지상공이 다르더라. 하수구가 연결한 상점에서는 긴급 배수 작업이 이루어집니다. 지난 밤사이 시간당 60mm의 폭우가 쏟아져 전남 여수에서는 11건의 침수 피해 신고가 발생했습니다. 낮은 시간과 태풍이 몰고 강압수가 발생해서 돌진의 신대구가 모두 물에 묶였습니다. 전남에서 모두 13건의 침수 피해가 발생했고 인명 피해는 없었습니다. 소방대원과 운전자가 물에잠긴 일동 장사를 지어 불자리인 데서 빼냈습니다. 규모는 총 20까지 파고났습니다. 오전에 호우특보가 내려졌던 전국에는 시간당 80mm가 넘는 폭우가 쏟아졌습니다.
고창의 아파트 축제 일부가 무너졌고 호와 축제 축구이 피해를 입었습니다. 조경과 인근에서는 한전의 흡수치료가 내려지기도 했습니다. 전국에서는 37건의 피해치료가 들어왔습니다. 혹은 더 이상에서 문제는 강한 피부를 이는 제일고 옷을 벌기 이는 구별과 교회로 후반과 전학과 강을 강만으로 치는 이곳은 다음달 중반이 각성을 내려갑니다. JTBC 조국이었습니다.
부산대가 조국정 장관의 딸 조민 씨의 2015학년도 의학전문 대학원 입학을 취소했습니다. 문제가 불거진 지 2년 만입니다. 조 씨의 의사면허 역시 취소 신청을 밟을 것으로 보입니다. 우아입니다.
부산대는 조민 씨가 입학한 2015학년도 의학전문대학원 신입생 교관을 최고 근거로 들었습니다.
당시 시행정부의 경험으로 지원자의 이익 방해나 섹슈얼 저베이스의 싸움이 사실과 다르게 불합격 대응을 하게 되었습니다.
서울고법은 앞서 조 씨가 학교에 냈던 동양대 총장 소창장, 인턴과 보조연구원 경력을 모두 사실이 아니라고 찾아냈습니다. 실무 사례가 찾던 부산대 입학전형 공정관리위원회는 이 판결 내용을 그대로 가져왔습니다. 다만 이 스태프들은 합격의 주요 요인이 아니라고 판단했습니다. 입학 취소에 대한 결론도 내리지 않았습니다. 판사는 이 결과를 바탕으로 입학 취소를 결정했습니다.
당시의 고등을 우리 부산대표의 수칙에 근거해서 작성된 것이기 때문에 여전히 법적 근거를 가진다고 저희들은 판단을 하였고
오늘 결정은 2, 3개월의 승인 절차를 거쳐 확정됩니다. 이렇게 되면 의사 면허도 취소됩니다. 의료법이 의대나 의전원을 졸업한 사람만 의사 면허를 딸 수 있도록 규정하고 있기 때문입니다. 복지부는 입학 취소가 확정되면 당사자 의견을 듣는 등 절차를 밟게 될 거라고 설명했습니다. 조 씨가 수련 중인 한일병원 측도 의사면허 취소가 확정되는 것을 보고 인턴 과정을 계속하게 할지 정하겠다고 조 씨가 졸업한 고려대학교도 입학 취소법이 심의 위원회를 만들었습니다. 부산대 결정이 발표된 직후입니다. 조 씨가 무시했던 2013년도 수시모드 교강에도 서류 위조 또는 변조 사실이 확인되면 불합격 처리한다고 명시돼 있습니다. JTBC 조합입니다.
하지만 오늘 부산대는 대법원 판결에 대한 여지를 남겼습니다. 대법원에서 판단이 뒤집히면 행정처분 결과도 바뀔 수 있다며 논란의 폭을 다시 대법원으로 넘겼습니다. 조국 전 장관은 아비로서 고통스럽다고 했습니다.
부산대는 조 씨에 대한 입학 취소를 발표하며 확정 결과가 아니라고 강조했습니다. 특히 대법원 판결로 입학 취소 처분이 뒤집힐 수 있다는 여지를 남겼습니다. 어머니 박경신 동양대 교수의 2층 판결을 근거로 삼았기 때문에 상심인 대법원에서 결과가 바뀌면 그건 결정력이 뒤집힐 수 있다는 겁니다.
대법원 판결이 나온 대로 그때 가서 판결의 취지를 살펴보고 검토해서 결정할 내용입니다. 지금 계산하기는 어렵습니다.
사실상 부산대의 자체 판단을 내리기보다 또다시 법원의 최종 결정을 내리겠습니다. 정교수의 조치 책 관련 사안은 모두 일부까지 이경대 서울대 의전원과 부산대 의전원 입시에 사용될 것으로 보입니다. 따라서 대법원이 어떤 결론을 내는지에 따라 부산대 결정에 영향을 줄 걸로 보입니다. 또 입학 취소의 경우 별도 소송도 가능해 대법원 판단 이후에도 추가 법정 공방 가능성이 적지 않습니다. 한편 조국정 법무부 장관은 오늘 부산대 발표 듣고 아비로서 고통스럽다며 남은 신문 절차에서 충실히 소명하겠다는 입장을 밝혔습니다. JTBC 오늘입니다.
강원도 강릉에서 40명이 엉뚱한 종류의 코로나19를 맞았습니다. 1차로 아스트라제네카를 맞았는데 교차 접종이 허용되지 않은 모더나를 2차로 맞은 겁니다. 어떻게 되는 건지 고시현 기자가 취재했습니다.
코로나19 백신 접종 의료기관인 강릉이한 병원입니다. 어제 이곳에서 67세 주민 40명이 2차 접종을 맞았습니다. 1차 때와 마찬가지로 2차도 우리나라에서 아스트라제네카
2차 한세만 소용됩니다.
저희들이 계속해서 모니터링을 하고 있고 아직까지는 이상 반응이 되었고 우리 발전하고
이런 가운데 정부는 올해부터 시작되는 초장년층 백신 접종에 속도를 내기로 했습니다. 다음 달 6일부터 아직 예약을 하지 않았거나 예약한 사람도 일정을 받고 더 빨리 백신을 맞을 수 있습니다. 다음 달 초까지 모더나 백신이 600만 명 정도 들어오는데 이 물량을 풀어 추석 전 최대한 많은 사람들이 1차 접종을 받게 하려는 겁니다. 200만 명가량이 추가로 예약할 걸로 보고 있습니다. 나와. 공무원 대로 일단 내는 백신을 70%에서 일부 높이는 걸 더 수하겠다는 것입니다. 또 예전에 10월부터 요양병원과 시설의 오염수, 이런 대한 수사 노트북을 계획 중이라고 밝혔습니다. JTBC 고승혜입니다.
코로나19 확진자는 오늘도 4자릿수입니다. 증상이 심하다고 역시 가장 많이 나왔습니다. 최근에 외국인 노동자들의 반응이 늘어났습니다. 결국은 반응을 취약한 데서 임하고 생활하는데 방역 수칙도 잘 모르고 어떻게 백신을 맞아야 하는지 알기도 어렵고 알아도 맞기 어렵다고 말합니다. 최승훈 기자가 생각해드렸습니다.
바깥 공기가 잘 들어오지 않습니다. 현지 시설은 없습니다. 마스크도 쓰지 않았습니다. 근처에는 작업물도 보입니다.
야! 네가 도대체 그걸 왜 반응해? 반응하지 말아야지.
바람의 공간에 우리 생각이 보여있고요. 바로 그곳이나 펜션도 거의 절대 않습니다. 그리고 이거 철단을 보면 곰팡이가 쓰여있는데 심지어는 실제로 곰팡이가 들어갈 수 있습니다.
밀접, 3일 환경입니다. 바이러스 감염에 취약할 수밖에 없습니다. 외국인 확진자는 최근 들어 크게 늘었습니다. 외국인 감염 비율은 2달 조금 넘는 사이에 2배 넘게 늘었습니다. 몇 년 중 10년 동입니다. 접종 시간만큼 임금이 깎일까봐 예방 접종을 갖기도 어렵습니다. 언제 받으세요? 제대로 된 안내조차 받기 어렵습니다.
어떻게 약간 어디 가서 의료계획을 만들지 그런 걸 모르는 소속자들이 적잖아요. 특히 예비적으로 있는 것들은 그런 데서 취약합니다.
고용주는 접종할 수 있게 배려하겠다고 했습니다. 자격자족은 외국인 서비스 지원 체계를 마련하고 자격 수칙도 더 알리겠다고 밝혔습니다. JTBC
나라의 인권하는 분야에서 관광으로부터 지속적인 정책을 앞서서 대부분 세분에서의 방송과 수사입니다. 윤심이라는 사람. 지난해 4월 부사관으로 임관한 여도 대기업 이제 배려를 받은 지부터 청관으로부터 성적 기록 기획 중 합의자는 이 중사의 제안을 A사가 거절하다. 평생과 수술이 시작됩니다. 9개월간 고통을 당한 A한테 가슴에 내 기식으로 신고를 했습니다. 가해자인 B중사는 결국 A사가 전했습니다. A와 같이 수사기관이 제대로 수사를 하지 않아 가해자가 형사 처벌을 받지 않고 법정사실이 있었다고 주장합니다. 그 사이 주제 관계자들의 기타 방해도 있었던 것입니다. 수원지검은 지난 6월 가해자를 폭력 처벌법 위반 안에 넣겠다. 그러면 저희 3회 학생 노동자를 휴직과 채용나가는 지난달 대기업 노동자 가운데 처음 채용이 하지만 왜 그렇죠? 분명입니다.
말라 안 돼. 올라가 안 된다. 어이 고기도 빨리 먹고. 우리가 안 된다. 혼자 빨리 먹고. 혼자 빨리 먹고 뺏어 먹으려고 이거 먹고.
공무원들이 공성에 들어가서 자회사를 통해 자신의 목표를 만드는 사실의 방안에 반발하게 되었습니다. 현대제철 경영진은 유사인 등의 자회사를 통해 운영하게 되었다면 하나의 학생 노동자들은 원청이 현대제철에서 직접 고용하라는 입장입니다. 월급을 절반은 자회사 직원은 뭔가 절반 차이가 없다는 겁니다.
이번에 결과를 만들면서 그 무법화의 문제를 아니라 은폐를 하려고 하는 말도 인사하고 정보로 무대로 통해서
왜? 너무 좋다. 유행을
향후 소송전에서 상대자들의 유리하게 설명할 수 있습니다. 상대자들은 예고대로 남자이 자회사를 출범할 계획입니다. 유류관리사나 비공유는 내일 상대자들을 통해서 회사 결정에 반대하는 대규모 대를 예고한 상태입니다. 다만 현대제철의 MZ세대의 직원 사이에서 하나의 총공자의 정책 정안에 반대한다는 공채를 통과한 신사업에 비해 하나의 총공자가 쉽게 이익을 얻는다는 입장입니다. HBC 명의입니다.
방역 수칙 어기고 불법 영업을 하는 유통부정 수칙 계속 전해드리고 있습니다. 단속을 하지 않으려면 범을 물어내면서 내는 벌금이 커버치 적기 때문이라는 지적이 있는데요. 이러다 보니 경찰이 불법 유흥업소들을 탈취하는 공익자를 추징을 해달라면서 내부가 요청했습니다. 문제는 기자입니다. 4월 서초구의 지적입니다. 경찰은 지난 19일 이곳 주변에서 장복하다 자료 수칙을 놓고 여러 명이 모여 술을 마시는 피해자를 잡았습니다. 방 7개를 만들어 놓고 여성 유흥 종사자를 보여줍니다. 간판에 바라보 수도 있고 그리고 하지만 일반 음식점이 있습니다. 유흥업소의 경우 일반 음식점과 달리 매출의 10%를 개별소득세로 내야 합니다. 여기에 추가로 교육비도 있습니다. 업종을 허위로 신고해 세금을 벌낼 겁니다. 소득세서가 확인한 해당 업소의 한 달 평균 수익은 1억 원 정도. 지난 4년간 불법 영업을 해왔습니다. 경찰은 매출액을 48억 원에 놓고 탈세 문화가 필요하다며 관할 세무서에 추징을 위한 자세 자료를 제출했습니다. 감염 수칙은 위반한 업소에 대해 감염병 예방법 위반 혐의만 적용이 넘길 경우 물릴 수 있는 벌금은 최대 300만 원입니다. 이렇게 보니 단속을 두려워하지 않았습니다. 경찰 관계자는 하루 매출만 3만 원이 넘는 업소들을 있어서 벌금을 내면서 영업을 계속하는 곳이 많다고 보입니다. 실제로 대대적인 단속을 하겠다고 예고까지 했는데도 지난 19일과 20일에 서울에서만 53곳이 불법 영업을 하다가 적발됐습니다. 결국 경찰이 세금 편료 혐의까지 가진 수감수를 기입니다.
어떤 데는 저희들이 홍보 안내를 하고요. 그 안내에 대해서 그걸 하면은 신고가 나타난다. 이거는 너무 저희가 현지가 마음이 행복하다고 생각할 때 무겁고요.
HBC의 기자입니다. 아프가니스탄을 점령한 탈레반은 오복은 없을 거라고 했지만 일본 사역사 가족에게 사형을 선고했습니다. 탈레반은 미국은 이달 말까지 출국하지 않으면 추가 조치에 나서겠다고 했습니다. 미국 통역사회의 남자의 미국인 A씨는 탈레반에게 수차례 협박을 받았다고 했습니다. 협박은 A씨의 가족에게 받았습니다. A씨를 숨겨내면서 A씨의 가족에게 재판에 나온 어디도 있습니다. 재판에 나오지 않자 사형 선고를 내렸습니다. 탈레반이 보낸 편지에 재판부의 결정은 되돌릴 수 없고 이를 제기할 수 없다고 표현했습니다. 한 미국 대사관 직원은 탈레반이 자신의 집 문에 스프레이 페인트를 칠해놓고 간다고 했습니다.
미국에 협조한 사람들을 추가로 신고하려고 집집마다 표시를 한 게 아니냐는 겁니다. 아프간 카불 공항 근처에서 탈출하려는 이파를 향해